Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 673 to Chapter 752. Xianxia, you're still alive. I knew that when the ancient gods left, they would choose you to protect the immemorial divine pact. The girl's voice grew colder and colder. Impudent. Is this how you speak to your elders from the same clan? Sneered Xianxia. What do I have to do with you? I've long since had nothing to do with your race. The girl's voice grew colder and colder. The space around her was collapsing. She seemed to be angry. 100 reincarnations won't be enough to quell your hatred. Xianxia sighed. Let's join hands and get rid of her. If we don't, we'll be in big trouble in the future. Once 100 reincarnations is completed, suppressing her will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Said the old man. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then let's try. The girl reached out, and the ancient imperial weapon flew into her hand. A mere clone dares to fight against us? We'll kill you in 3 moves. Where's your real body? Asked the old man coldly. If you want my real body to fight, you'll have to kill my clone first, said the girl coldly. The little girl said coldly. She had no intention of backing down. Xianxia sighed. The old man's expression sank. Brother Jiushi, are you going to withdraw from this battle? We can't violate the immemorial divine pact. Of course, we can't violate it, but everything is still under control. Xianxia said, if we start a war, the casualties will be too severe. Of course, the old farmer knew this very well. He frowned. Xianxia said, hand over the imperial weapon. Then your real body will return to the god cliff. Don't show yourself for 100 years, and we'll forget about this matter. What do you think? The girl snorted. She didn't want to. Although I don't know why you left with that kid, have you thought about how many people will die once the immemorial divine pact's guardians and the sovereigns of the death impasse start a war? When the battle starts, even you can't guarantee that kid's survival, right? Said Xianxia. You dare threaten me? If you dare touch him, I'll kill you. The girl's voice was bone-chilling. The rulers of the other forbidden zones couldn't help but shudder. They had never seen a sovereign show such terrifying killing intent. Even during the immemorial war. Not even the monarch was this angry. Said Xianxia. You don't need to worry about what I'll do to that boy. In fact, I've already met him before you met him. I think highly of him. He's not simple, and his background is even more complicated. Oh? The little girl was surprised. His mother is. Haha, maybe you'll find out in the future. Xianxia laughed strangely. Even if you sovereigns of the land of death knew about his mother's background, you would still be shocked. The little girl seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xianxia's suspense. She could not help but snort. The great imperial weapons don't belong to you. The little girl waved her right hand, and the monarch weapon tore through heaven and earth, disappearing without a trace. I'll be back in a month. I won't appear again for 100 years. As for you, quickly leave the Godluo cliff. The little girl's figure gradually faded. In the end, it disappeared. Let's go, burial of the 9th era's path. Although the old farmer was not satisfied with this result, he was still able to make the primal chaos monarch send the monarch weapon into the universe. He was also able to make the chaos monarch go into seclusion for 100 years. This was already a pretty good result. They left the Godluo cliff. The old farmer pointed at the void with his right hand. In an instant, countless images appeared. Finally, the image locked onto a young cultivator around 20 years old. The images flickered. It even included the scene of Lin Feng being chased by the silver creature in the forbidden area. It also included the scene of Lin Feng fainting while carrying Li Mingxi. Who's that boy? The old farmer was very surprised. The primal chaos monarch, he was an existence that had given the ancient gods a headache. Of course not. Why would he approach a boy who was only a martial king for no reason, such a cultivator? In the eyes of the primal chaos monarch, he was no different from an ant. 100 reincarnations. The things she's experienced are not something we can imagine, said Xianxia. The old farmer nodded. The old farmer nodded and said, looks like that kid really isn't simple. Who do you think his mother is? Do you remember the race that only had 4 or 5 people? Xianxia took a deep breath and said. What? No way? How is that possible? Wasn't that race destroyed in the primordial era? The old farmer shook his head in disbelief. Burying the 9 heavens, killing countless immortals, changing the order of the world, forcefully breaking open the undying world, opening a door for the undying world, allowing cultivators from other worlds to ascend to the undying world. That race is really terrifying, but there are still descendants who survived. Xianxia said. That boy seems to have cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. It seems that he really has inherited the bloodline of that race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain my senior brother's inheritance. The old farmer frowned. Indeed. Back then, your fellow disciple followed that race, the one who broke open the immortal world for 3,000 years. He learned a lot. Xianxia sighed. I'll find time to visit that boy, said the old farmer. But don't contact him. Our duty is to protect the immemorial treaty. As for the affairs of the mortal world, they have nothing to do with us. Xianxia said. The old farmer nodded and said, I know that. I just want to see how much potential that boy has. You'll be even more surprised if you see it. His 2 bloodlines haven't awakened yet. Xianxia said. 2 bloodlines? That's right. Since his mother is from that race, his father must not be an ordinary person. The old farmer frowned slightly, and then his expression suddenly changed. He's that person's son? Xianxia smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. He's the son of that boy who was the first to enter the immortal world in 100,000 years. When his father left, he went to my place. The old farmer was silent for a moment. What did he say? Xianxia was startled. Lin Feng carried Li Mingxi to the world above ground. Little girl, are you hungry? Lin Feng rubbed Li Mingxi's head and asked. Li Mingxi shook her head. Lin Feng muttered to himself. It had been a few days, and Li Mingxi hadn't eaten anything. Was there something wrong with her body? When he returned to the mine, he would have to check on her. However, Lin Feng didn't know that. Mortal things. How could they enter Li Mingxi's eyes? In the underground world, news of what had happened outside the land of death quickly spread. Within 100 miles. Not even a blade of grass grew. Countless creatures died tragically. Even the countless cultivators who had gone to the land of death's Godfall cliff disappeared. Even a few almighty existences had disappeared. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar. Countless powers were alarmed. The higher-ups of many ancient powers had no choice but to quickly gather because of this matter. They discussed what had happened in the land of death in private. While the Tianwu continent was in an uproar because of the land of death, Lin Feng carried Li Mingxi back to the ancient barbarian mine. What Lin Feng hadn't expected was that the fire Qilin had come from the Blue Cloud sect to the ancient barbarian mine for some reason. He hadn't seen the fire Qilin in a while, and he missed it. Brat, I have something important to tell you. The fire Qilin waved its paw. Something important? Lin Feng was startled. It seemed that this matter wasn't simple. The fire Qilin never spoke without thinking. It definitely had something important to tell him. Big doggy. Li Mingxi jumped down and reached for the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin was furious. Where did this brat come from? How dare she call herself a big doggy? It was about to slap her. However, when it saw the little girl's appearance, the fire Qilin was so frightened that it fell to the ground. It trembled. Big dog, stand up. Li Mingxi grabbed the fire Qilin's tail and lifted it up. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He was really worried that the fire Qilin would slap Li Mingxi away. This guy was not a good-tempered person. Moreover, as a divine beast. It had the dignity of a divine beast. Mingxi, let go of him quickly, or he'll bite you. Lin Feng could only persuade Li Mingxi like this. However, the fire Qilin gave Lin Feng a slap and said righteously, Brat, what are you saying? I am the most loving person in the world. Big brother who hit Mingxi, Mingxi doesn't like you anymore. Li Mingxi threw the fire Qilin on the ground and stepped on it twice. I was wrong, please spare me. the fire Qilin wailed. Lin Feng also felt that the fire Qilin was just teasing Li Mingxi. He didn't think of anything else. He carried Li Mingxi, then looked at the fire Qilin and said, "Come with me, and help me check Mingxi's body. She hasn't eaten anything for a few days, but I didn't find anything wrong with her body. Take a look too." The fire Qilin was very unwilling. But it didn't dare to not follow. He came to Lin Feng's room and pretended to check it. Then, he said, "There's no problem, don't worry." Li Mingxi waved her hand and a spirit fruit appeared in her hand. Then, she took a bite. "Big brother, I can eat one fruit like this every few days," Li Mingxi said naively. Dragon snake fruit. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. This was an extremely rare spirit fruit. If one ate it often, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. However, it was said that only the top forces in the ancient era would treat the dragon snake fruit as food. Because it was too precious. It couldn't be seen from the outside. There was a bracelet on Li Mingxi's wrist. It was a storage bracelet. The thing was taken out from it. Lin Feng was guessing Li Mingxi's identity. Obviously, it was not simple. She was probably the successor of some ancient power, right, although she was only 4 or 5 years old. Li Mingxi's body was fine, and Lin Feng was finally relieved. After Shi Weizhu and the others found out that Lin Feng had returned, they immediately went to see Lin Feng. "What a cute little girl. Junior brother Lin, where did you bring this little girl back from?" Shi Weizhu wanted to pick Li Mingxi up. Li Mingxi's gaze turned slightly cold. Shi Weizhu felt as if her body had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He didn't dare to step forward. Soon, she was puzzled. What was going on just now? It was a strange feeling. He took another step forward. It seemed that he would be doomed eternally. "I saw Mingxi in the underground world. I don't know which great power she's from, so I'll let her stay in the mine for now. When I return to the Blue Cloud sect, I'll help her find her family," Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin sneaked out. "Big doggy, don't run," Li Mingxi giggled and chased after him. The fire Qilin was depressed. "My little ancestor, can you let me go?" He could only pray in his heart. It was clearly a divine beast, the fire Qilin, but it was called a big doggy. Even if it wanted to refute something, it didn't dare to refute, it was really sullen. "Big doggy, quickly become bigger. I want to ride a big horse." Li Mingxi grabbed the fire Qilin's tail and said. The fire Qilin was helpless. Its body became much bigger. Li Mingxi rode on the fire Qilin and shouted, "Hiya!" The fire Qilin ran as fast as lightning into the distance. After playing crazily for an entire day, Li Mingxi was finally tired. She hugged Lin Feng's neck and fell asleep. Lin Feng placed Li Mingxi on the bed. Then, he planned to ask the fire Qilin what happened that made it rush over from the Blue Cloud sect. But what made Lin Feng speechless was that the fire Qilin was nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng looked around the mine, but he couldn't find the fire Qilin. Where did this guy go? Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. Halfway through, it piqued his curiosity and ran away. Dozens of miles away from the ancient barbarian mine, a black shadow flashed past. It was the fire Qilin. Why did that pervert run out? What does Lin Feng have to do with that freak? I'm going to leave. The fire Qilin ran away with a sad face. The days after that gradually returned to normal. Most of the time in the ancient barbarian mine was spent on cultivation. "Young master, I want to take my sister and leave temporarily. We need to go to a place. I hope that master can approve. After I'm done, I will go and find master," Xianxia said. Li Mingxi, who was sitting on a stool and kicking her legs while eating the dragon snake fruit, saw Xianxia. Her big black eyes revealed a trace of surprise. But it was only for a moment. Lin Feng nodded and said, "The outside world is dangerous. You and little you have to be careful. There are some spirit stones, magic treasures, and some cultivation techniques and secret techniques in this storage ring. Take them with you to protect yourself." "Thank you, young master." Xianxia thanked him. At night, Lin Feng decided to organize all the storage rings he got. He had killed so many experts. Lin Feng obtained the storage rings of some experts. After organizing them, he found more than 200 supreme-grade spirit stones. This made Lin Feng smile. Supreme-grade spirit stones were precious. Even Yinyang cultivators would find it difficult to accumulate them. This was because Yinyang cultivators also needed supreme-grade spirit stones to cultivate. It was already considered great luck to be able to obtain more than 200 supreme-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were also more than 100 treasure-grade magic treasures, more than 1,600 spirit-grade magic treasures, and so on. These things could be sold at a high price. Lin Feng found a few jade tubes in the Black Demon Patriarch storage ring. They were not cultivation techniques or secret techniques. Instead, they recorded some things about the Black Demon Patriarch sect. Black Demon, Black Underworld. Lin Feng was abnormally shocked. It turned out that the Black Demon Patriarch had a senior brother called the Black Demon Patriarch and a junior brother called the Black Underworld Patriarch. Lin Feng did not know the Black Demon Patriarch. However, Lin Feng knew the Black Demon Patriarch. Back then, the Black Demon Patriarch and the others had besieged the Beast Emperor Xianxia. In the end, they all died miserably. Lin Feng did not expect the Black Demon Patriarch to be the Black Demon Patriarch's junior brother. Days passed. Lin Feng's cultivation was also steadily increasing. Not long after, Lin Feng had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. He was only one step away from the 10th level of the Martial King realm. Lin Feng planned to settle down for a while. Then, he would break through to the 10th level of the Martial King realm. In the past few days, Lin Feng found that Li Mingxi's mood was not particularly good. Lin Feng brought Li Mingxi to play in the forest. Li Mingxi had also lost her usual nimbleness. "Little girl, what's wrong? Why are you unhappy? Can you tell me? Are you homesick?" Lin Feng rubbed Li Mingxi's head and asked. Li Mingxi said, "Big brother, don't forget Mingxi." "Silly girl, of course I won't forget Mingxi." Lin Feng was a little puzzled as to why Li Mingxi would say such a thing. However, on the second day, Li Mingxi disappeared without a trace. There was something on the table. It was a jade pendant. The words Li Mingxi were written on it. Has she left? Did the little girl's elder come to pick her up? Lin Feng frowned, feeling very reluctant. No wonder the little girl's mood was not very good these few days. It was very likely that her elder had come. Li Mingxi knew that she was leaving, so she was very unhappy. Although he had only been with Li Mingxi for a month. However, he realized that the little girl had already integrated into his life. Li Mingxi's sudden departure. This made Lin Feng feel a little sad. At night, the ancient barbarian mining area was shrouded in darkness. Many figures appeared outside the ancient barbarian mining area. These figures exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. They sensed carefully. They were all evil experts. There were even earth demons. Evil forces. Earth demons from the underground world. They surrounded the ancient barbarian mining area. Is there really what we're looking for under the ancient barbarian mining area? It can't be wrong. That thing is buried under the ground. Since that's the case, the ancient barbarian mining area should be filled with blood. We can't let anyone go. Tell everyone to get ready. We'll attack in 2 hours. A sinister voice sounded in the darkness. On the road to the ancient barbarian mining area. More than 10 cultivators rode on strange beasts and rushed over. Among these cultivators, there was a Yinyang realm expert. Upon closer inspection, there was even a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect among them. It was the disciple who had received Kim Jong-kei's order to deliver the letter. This group of people was from the ancient barbarian kingdom Sikong clan. They were also from Kim Jong-kei's mother's clan. This was Kim Jong-kei. He had gone to ask for help. He wanted his mother to send experts to kill Lin Feng. These people were the experts sent by the Sikong clan. Of course, they hid themselves and wore black clothes. When he made his move, he did it quietly. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. They quickly left. They didn't want to cause trouble. "Sir, we're almost at the ancient barbarian mining area," the Blue Cloud sect disciple said. Yes, the Inyang realm expert nodded. He, but at this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. It sounded like the cry of a ghost. It was so terrifying, black fog rolled in the forest. Inside the black fog, there were countless evil demon experts and subterranean demon clans. Not good, it's the demons. The Inyang realm expert from the Sikong clan was shocked. Without even thinking, he turned around and fled into the distance. But at that moment, a flying Azura appeared. It was a Inyang realm flying Azura. It charged toward the Sikong clan expert. Pooh! The flying Azura instantly tore apart the body of the Inyang realm warrior from the Sikong family. High-level Inyang realm. The Inyang cultivator from the Sikong clan laughed bitterly and fell to the ground, dead. Leave no one alive. The flying Azura waved his hand. Spare me, the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect and the cultivators of the Sikong clan begged in fear. However, they were soon engulfed by the black fog. In the room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He looked at the 90,000 stars. To increase his soul power. For Lin Feng, cultivation was equivalent to rest. If you don't put in 10 times more effort than others, how could he become an expert? How could he save his mother? The soul of a cultivator of the good fortune realm is indeed extraordinary. Even if I can't condense any Dharma power, my soul is strong enough to allow me to wander around. Lin Feng released his divine sense and quickly flew through the forest. This was the ability of having one's mind wander. Normally, only cultivators at the Yin-Yang realm and above had this ability. Ordinary cultivators didn't have Dharma power. Their divine sense surged out and traveled the world. When the wind blew, the divine sense would dissipate. At that time, the soul would be greatly damaged. However, cultivators at the Yin-Yang realm could use their Dharma power to wrap their divine sense. No matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't blow away the Dharma power. This way, they could travel the world with their divine sense without any restrictions. Of course, the divine sense of a cultivator at the Yin-Yang realm was also very limited. It could only travel within a radius of 50 miles. Lin Feng didn't have Dharma power to protect himself. However, his soul power was too strong. When his soul power was strong enough, the wind blew. It couldn't blow away the divine sense. Therefore, Lin Feng could also wander the world. Suddenly, Lin Feng was shocked. In the darkness, figures were hibernating. What an evil aura. This is an evil demon expert and the underground demon race? Not good, the ancient barbarian mining area is surrounded. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. His divine sense quickly flew back. Not good, it's a cultivator's divine sense. Someone found us. Attack. A demon expert said with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng's divine sense returned to his body. He quickly got up and went outside to wake everyone up. What happened? Everyone was puzzled. The ancient barbarian mining area is surrounded by evil demon experts and the underground demon race. There are probably more than a dozen Yin-Yang experts here. We have to retreat quickly. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. What? The ancient barbarian mining area is surrounded? Everyone's expression changed drastically. But at that moment, shouts shook the sky. Evil demon experts, the underground demon race, they had already begun to besiege the ancient barbarian mining area. Everyone rushed out. They saw a black fog covering the sky. There were evil demon experts everywhere. The underground demon race. It was obvious that the evil demon experts and the underground demon race were well prepared. There were too many of them. The entire ancient barbarian mining area was surrounded. It was completely surrounded. Whether it's the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, the soldiers of the ancient barbarian kingdom, or the miners, kill them all. A cold voice sounded. Yes, countless evil demon experts and subterranean devils swarmed over. Now, he wanted to escape quietly. It was too late. What happened? The other mining areas were in complete chaos. The evil demon experts and the underground demon race are here. Break out. Organize our forces and break out. The mining areas were filled with terrified shouts. The current situation was too dangerous. The enemy had come prepared. There were many experts. There were many of them. A sudden sneak attack. The mining areas were not prepared. Both sides were fighting. It was extremely tragic. Miners, soldiers, and disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were constantly being killed. Everyone, follow and kill your way out. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He led the Blue Cloud sect disciples, miners, and soldiers in the 5th mining area to attack fiercely in one direction. A large number of evil demon experts and the underground demon race were killed. Blood flowed like a river. "Brat, die!" shouted an evil cultivator of the yin and yang layer. He held an evil blade and threw himself at Lin Feng. The blade slashed out. Evil chi filled the sky. One by one, malicious ghosts materialized. This evil blade was called the Evil Ghost Blade. It was an extremely terrifying evil weapon. The evil spirits let out sharp, ear-piercing screams. This was a soul attack. Many people in the 5th mining area clutched their heads and screamed in pain. They were suffering from the evil spirit's soul attack. The evil expert laughed sinisterly. A terrifying blade. It came down brazenly. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he shouted coldly, "You're the one who will die." Sky rend, sword intent, and sword spirit became one. A terrifying attack swept out in an instant. Pfft. This attack directly tore apart the evil expert's attack. Then, it landed on the evil expert's body and directly tore him in half. Damn it, Xianxia was killed by that brat. Let's attack together. We must turn that brat to ashes. 4 yin-yang experts rushed towards Lin Feng. 4 yin-yang realm experts surrounded him. Of these 4 experts, one was a Xianxia, one was a white-haired Azura, one was an evil expert, and one was a demonic expert. Lin Feng was in trouble now. Although his strength had increased greatly, Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the yin-yang realm yet. He was surrounded by 4 yin-yang realm experts. All of a sudden, danger surrounded them. Shi Weizhu and the others turned pale. They wanted to help Lin Feng deal with the 4 yin-yang realm experts. However, their cultivation wasn't high enough. They would only die if they rushed forward. Protect yourselves. Don't be separated by the evil cultivators and the underground demons. Hurry up and break out. I have a way to escape. Lin Feng shouted at Shi Weizhu and the others. Junior brother, be careful. We will protect ourselves. Shi Weizhu and the others replied with pale faces. They didn't know if they could break out of the encirclement. However, they knew that the only thing they could do for Lin Feng now was to tell Lin Feng not to worry about them. The group of people was together with the evil cultivators, demon cultivators, and the underground demons. People were dying constantly. There were also evil cultivators, demon cultivators, and underground demons who were being killed. This was a large-scale battle. Anyone could die in a chaotic battle. Kid, worry about yourself first. The 4 experts sneered. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The attacks of the 4 experts were stronger than the previous one. They attacked Lin Feng. Sky Splitter. Sword intent piercing the sky. Lin Feng shouted and fought with the 4 experts. Mining Area 4. Countless evil demon experts and subterranean devils swarmed over. Looking at the black mass of evil cultivators and underground demons rushing over, Kim Jong-K was so scared that his face turned pale. Damn it. Why are these evil cultivators and underground demons attacking the ancient barbarian mining area? Kim Jong-K's expression was as ugly as it could be. Evil cultivators. Underground demons. They were very aggressive. They obviously wanted to kill them all. Break out. Kim Jong-K shouted. Senior apprentice brother, we've been completely surrounded. There's no way we can escape. A Blue Cloud sect disciple said with a pale face. Go and capture those miners. Have them protect us from the outside. Use them as shields. We'll deal with those experts and the subterranean devils. Maybe we'll be able to escape. Kim Jong-K said. Senior brother, isn't this too cruel? A disciple couldn't help but say. If they were to follow Kim Jong-K's plan, they would not be able to do anything. Those miners would become cannon fodder. If I tell you to go, then go. Do you want to die here? If the lives of those lowly miners can save us, then their deaths are worth it. Kim Jong-K shouted coldly. The corner of that disciple's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something. Kim Jong-K went up and kicked the disciple away. Do you want to die? You dare disobey my orders? Senior apprentice brother, please calm down. I'll go now. That disciple gritted his teeth and quickly got up. He went to the place where the miners were imprisoned. This was to prevent them from escaping. The place where the miners rested at night would be locked. The disciple cut the lock with his sword and entered the cave where the miners rested. He looked at the trembling miners. The disciple said, "Everyone, run for your lives." After saying that, the disciple rushed out and fought with the evil spirit. Charge! Many miners rushed out. Damn it, you dare let those miners go? You don't know what's good for you. Kim Jong-K was furious and slashed out with his flying sword. Pooh, the flying sword pierced the disciple's chest. The disciple laughed bitterly and fell to the ground, dead. Senior apprentice brother, what are you doing? Many disciples looked angrily at Kim Jong-K. This person let the miners go without permission. This is disgraceful and should be killed. Kim Jong-K said coldly. But in the next moment, Kim Jong-K felt a sudden pain in his chest. He looked at his chest in disbelief. A dagger had pierced his chest from behind. Kim Jong-K turned his head. He saw a ferocious face. It was a miner. Among the miners, there were some who were quite strong. Normally, they wouldn't dare to resist. But now, the mining area was in chaos, and they dared to show their strength. I actually died at the hands of these lowly people. Jin Jingkai let out a blood-curdling scream before he breathed his last. The miner who assassinated Kim Jong-K carried the Blue Cloud sect disciple that Kim Jong-K had killed and broke out of the encirclement. The other Blue Cloud sect disciples didn't attack him. Everyone, kill. Even if we die here, we won't be cowards. That's right, kill, kill, kill. Killing one won't be a loss, killing two will be a gain. After Kim Jong-K died, the Blue Cloud sect disciples in Mining Area 4 erupted with unprecedented unity. Boom, they instantly fought with the experts of the evil demon race and the underground demons. Mining Area 1, Mining Area 2, Mining Area 3, the situation of the battle was also extremely tragic. This was a battle that was almost impossible to reverse. Regardless of the number of experts, the number of ordinary cultivators, the ancient barbarian mining area was at an absolute disadvantage. In this battle, it was inevitable that everyone in the ancient barbarian mining area would be wiped out. You're courting death. An angry roar sounded. An old man rushed over. It's Elder Wu Chang. The Blue Cloud sect erupted into cheers. Great Formation, activate! Elder Wu Chang roared. He activated the Great Formation of the ancient barbarian mining area. They're finally here. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless at Elder Wu Chang's irresponsible behavior. He knew that there was a Great Formation in the ancient barbarian mining area, but Lin Feng didn't know where the eye of the formation was. Naturally, there was no way to activate it. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Elder Wu Chang arrived. Buzz, a terrifying fluctuation swept through heaven and earth. Boom! Boom, the ground cracked open. Following that, golden-armored puppet beasts rushed out from the ground. Golden-armored puppet beasts. Lin Feng was shocked. Golden-armored puppet beasts were extremely powerful existences among the puppet beasts. They were invulnerable, they were extremely strong. More than 1,000 golden-armored puppet beasts appeared. Those golden-armored puppet beasts wielded large blades and slashed at the experts of the evil demon race. In an instant, the pressure on the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect was greatly reduced. At the same time, lines of formation runes intertwined in the void and enveloped the Yin-Yang realm cultivators. The 12 Yin-Yang realm experts were all enveloped by the Great Formation. Elder, let me help you use the Great Formation to kill these people. Lin Feng roared and rushed into the sky. He had just been surrounded by 4 Yin-Yang realm experts. He was incomparably sullen. Now, he could finally take revenge. Are you Lin Feng? Brat, you caused quite a stir in northern Desolate City. When you return to the sect, you will be punished. Wu Chang let out a strange laugh as he gloated over his misfortune. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This elder really didn't know what to do. What kind of situation was this? And he still wanted to tease him. However, Wu Chang's eyes widened. Do you know anything about great formations? I know a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's hands began to form seals. Condensing formation in the void. Earth rank, elementary rank, and advanced rank spirit array techniques. 1,000 devil vines. Dense tentacles appeared in the void. Those tentacles intertwined together. It was like a huge devil vine. The densely packed tentacles wrapped around the 12 yin-yang realm experts trapped by the formation. Earth rank spirit array technique. Wu Chang was moved. Unbelievable, this brat was only a martial king, how could he be an earth rank spirit array master? He wanted to become an earth rank spirit array master, his soul power had to at least reach the creation realm. His soul power has already reached the creation realm? Thinking of this, Wu Chang's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Elder Wu Chang was now at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. But because he was a spirit array master, his soul power far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, his soul power had reached the 5th level of the creation realm. And Lin Feng, a martial king realm kid, was actually an earth stage spirit array master. This was indeed too shocking. It was no wonder that Elder Wu Chang had such a shocked expression. A dense mass of tentacles wrapped around him. Those tentacles. Naturally, they weren't real tentacles. They were condensed from array patterns. This 1,000 devil vine spirit array technique was one of the strongest spirit array techniques that Lin Feng had learned. It was equivalent to the evolved version of the entanglement technique. Of course, its power was much stronger than the entanglement technique. The entanglement technique was only a yellow stage spirit array technique. The 1,000 devil vine technique was an earth stage spirit array technique. The difference between them. It was difficult to calculate. Spirit array technique. Not good, the other party wants to entangle us. Quickly cut off these tentacles. The flying Azura's expression changed, and he couldn't help but shout in a deep voice. This flying Azura was an evil demon. He was the strongest yin-yang realm demon in the underground demon race. He was at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. He was at the same level as Elder Wu Chang. But now, he was trapped in the array and was in trouble. However, the flying Azura had rich experience in fighting enemies. Even in the face of danger. He was also very calm. He sent out 4 people to block the dense tentacles. Flying swords flew out one after another. In the void, they shot out rapidly. The power was astonishing. Puff. Puff, tearing sounds could be heard. The tentacles that Lin Feng had condensed with the array. They were constantly cut off. But soon, they were reborn and continued to entangle. At the same time, Elder Wu Chang was also crazily activating the array. High-grade spirit stones burned like cabbages. The power of the array was increased. The killing array of the ancient barbarian mining area was activated. Terrifying murderous glows were formed and swept toward the flying Azura and his crew. Attack with me, the flying Azura shouted. Boom, the flying Azura and the other 7 experts attacked together to block the array's attack. The attacks of both sides collided fiercely. Rumble, the earth shook violently, that tyrannical energy shockwave spread out. The surrounding forest was destroyed. It was unknown how many people had died under the attack of the energy shockwaves. Those guys have great teamwork and a lot of battle experience. We have to get rid of them quickly. Otherwise, if they break the deployment spell, we'll be in trouble. Elder Wu Chang's expression was extremely solemn. Right now. This was the most crucial moment. Either Lin Feng and Wu Chang relied on the power of the formation to kill the flying Azura and the others, turning the tide of the battle. Either the flying Azura and the others would break the formation and kill Lin Feng and Elder Wu Chang, or the Blue Cloud sect would be completely annihilated. Lin Feng's expression was rather gloomy because he and Elder Wu Chang were, after all, the two of them. Although they had gained a temporary advantage by relying on the formation, they were still able to do so. However, it was too difficult to kill 12 experts. He could rely on the power of the Black Dragon Sword. But the Black Dragon Sword, it required Lin Feng to burn 320 years of his lifespan. Lin Feng simply couldn't afford to consume it right now. Although he had the scarlet fruit on him, one scarlet fruit could extend one's lifespan by 500 years. But Lin Feng had already eaten one. Any heavenly material or earthly treasure would only be effective the first time it was eaten. Just like the scarlet fruit. If he ate it now, it would no longer be able to extend Lin Feng's lifespan. Therefore, there was no way to use the Black Dragon Sword. That's right, the bronze fragment. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought of the treasure, the bronze fragment. Although using the bronze fragment would suck Lin Feng dry of his energy, causing Lin Feng to become weak. But there was no other way. He had to take the risk. Lin Feng said, "Elder, I have a treasure. If I use that treasure to attack that flying Azura, as long as I can kill him or seriously injure him, those evil demon experts and earth demon experts will definitely be in chaos. At that time, we will have a chance of winning. There's such a treasure? Quickly use it." Wu Chang's eyes lit up. In the next moment, the bronze fragment flew out. The bronze fragment was hidden among the densely packed tentacles. It avoided the flying Azura's line of sight. Then, it quickly rushed toward the flying Azura. By the time the flying Azura discovered it, it was already too late. Not good. The flying Azura's expression suddenly changed, and he wanted to dodge. But he couldn't. Pooh, the bronze fragment instantly pierced through the flying Azura's chest. The flying Azura's body fell down. "Brat, were you the one who plotted against me?" The flying Azura was seriously injured, but he didn't die. He stabilized his body in midair and glared at Lin Feng with resentment. The other evil demon experts and earth demon experts' expressions changed when they saw the flying Azura's serious injury. Just as they were panicking, tentacles wrapped around the 4 outermost evil demon experts who were in charge of blocking the 1,000 Devil Vines tentacles. Collapse. Elder Wu Chang seized the opportunity and activated the array. The array released a terrifying attack that instantly pierced through the 4 Yin-Yang realm experts. Bang, 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 4 consecutive explosions were heard. The 4 Yin-Yang realm evil demons' bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. Now, there were 8 people left. The flying Azura was seriously injured. Lin Feng and Wu Chang smiled. They saw the hope of killing these evil demon experts and the subterranean devil race. You can't even do such a small thing, and you want me to do it personally?" But at that moment, a cold snort was heard. Hearing that cold snort, Lin Feng and Wu Chang felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies flew backward, and their faces were as pale as a sheet. Endless black fog covered the sky and covered the sun. It was an almighty existence of the demonic Tao had appeared. This was an expert of the creation realm. A Yin-Yang realm cultivator was as weak as an ant in front of a creation realm cultivator. Even Elder Wu Chang, who was at the 10th stage of the Yin-Yang realm, in front of a creation realm expert, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than 3 rounds. "Lord, we deserve to die." The flying Azura and the other 8 Yin-Yang realm experts hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. All of them were trembling in fear. "Die." The demon expert hidden in the black fog had an indifferent expression. A huge pitch-black hand that was thousands of acres wide condensed and grabbed at Lin Feng and Wu Chang. "An almighty demon expert is attacking. We're dead for sure." Many disciples, soldiers, and miners looked at the huge hand in the sky in horror. Lin Feng and Wu Chang struggled. However, it was difficult for them to resist the might of an almighty demon expert. When the huge hand came crashing down, 100 miles away, in a bamboo forest, the old scholar was reading in front of the mountain god temple at night. Confucius said, "Isn't it good to practice what you learn? Isn't it good to have friends coming from afar? Isn't it good to be ignorant but not angry?" Confucius said, "It's rare to see someone who is filial to his younger brother and likes to offend his superiors. But it's rare to see someone who doesn't offend his superiors but likes to cause trouble. A gentleman focuses on his roots. His roots give birth to the Tao. Filial to one's younger brother is the root of benevolence." Confucius said, "Clever words and good intentions are rare. Confucius said, I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Is it good to be disloyal to others? To be friends but not to trust them? Not to learn? Scholar Ning was reading the Analects of Confucius. The Confucian scriptures were divided into the 4 books and 5 classics. The 4 books were the Analects of Confucius, Mencius, De Shui, and the Doctrine of the Mean. The 5 classics were the Book of Songs, Xianxia, Book of Rites, Zhouyi, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. The 4 books and 5 classics were led by the Analects of Confucius. Because the person who wrote this book was the founder of the Confucian path. He was known as Confucius Chiu, the sage of Confucius. Scholar Ning had been studying for more than 70 years. He had long cultivated a sense of righteousness. Around his body, there were wisps of white qi lingering. This was the so-called great righteousness. Scholars were able to cultivate an awe-inspiring righteousness. Suddenly, Scholar Ning, who was chatting in the middle of the night, raised his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, endless demonic fog covered the sky and covered the sun. The terrifying demonic aura was vast and mighty. Demon path demon. Scholar Ning was shocked. He stood up and shouted, which demon is it? How dare you come to the ancient barbarian kingdom and cause chaos? Quickly leave. Ning Xiaotsai's voice rang out. Great righteousness surged out of Scholar Ning's body. In the starry sky, purple energy existed forever. This was the great righteousness of the Confucian path. It represented the most righteous power in the world. Ning Xiaotsai's shout. In the ancient barbarian mining area, countless evil spirits exploded and died on the spot. Even the giant palm formed by the mighty figure hidden in the black mist was blown to smithereens. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Great Confucian, how is this possible? Is there still a great Confucian in the Tianwu continent? The great being of the demon path was scared out of his wits. He grabbed Flying Azura and the others and fled into the distance, not daring to stay for even a moment. Righteousness existed in heaven and earth. Evil spirits fell, heaven and earth instantly became quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of divine power was this? With a loud shout, purple qi spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. Talk of gods and ghosts. Lin Feng was shocked. He suddenly thought of a story recorded in Talk of Gods and Ghosts. A certain dynasty's prime minister, Liamo, went out for an inspection. He was attacked by evil spirits. Because he had studied for decades, he was full of righteousness. Therefore, even though he had never cultivated, he could face those powerful evil spirits with a loud roar. The evil spirits fell one after another. Later, the evil spirits found a female ghost. They wanted to use the female ghost to harm Liamo. However, Liamo's righteousness protected him, making it difficult for the female ghost to get close. This was the righteousness of the Confucian path. In the stories written in Talk of Gods and Ghosts, many of the protagonists were scholars. However, these scholars didn't know the art of cultivation. They only studied the 4 books and 5 classics. However, they could cultivate righteousness. Evil spirits couldn't invade at all. It seemed like an absurd story. Now, it happened in front of him. Is it Scholar Ning? Lin Feng muttered. He thought of the old scholar, Ning Yin. Scholar Ning had studied for more than 70 years, so he should have cultivated the righteousness mentioned in Talk of Gods and Ghosts. It's an expert of the Confucian path. Now that the Confucian path isn't strong in the Tianwu continent, how could there be a great Confucian? Elder Wu Chang appeared to be very shocked. It could even be said that he was in disbelief. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but ask, how can one become a great Confucian? It's said that one has to understand the 4 books, the 5 classics, the 4 books, the 5 classics, the 4 books, the 4 books, the 4 books, the 4 books, the 5 classics, the 4 books, 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 the 5 classics, the 4 books, 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 Elder Wu Chang said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Although Scholar Ning didn't know how to cultivate, he had studied for decades and painstakingly wrote Talk of Gods and Ghosts. At first, he read Talk of Gods and Ghosts. Lin Feng just read the content of the book as an interesting story. But now that he thought about it carefully, he realized many stories contained the truth of the Great Tao. Just like what Prime Minister Liu Mo experienced. He held an important position in the imperial court and was full of righteousness, serving the country and the people. Facing the encirclement of the evil demons, he was righteous and fearless. Faced with the temptation of the beautiful female ghosts, he was unmoved. Instead, he used his righteous energy to convert the female ghosts, allowing them to reincarnate. One story contained righteousness, and benevolence. And every story. In fact, they were all elaborating on the same principle of life. Perhaps this was what Elder Wu Chang meant when he said that a great Confucian would write a book to expound his own Tao, allowing countless people to imitate him. Elder Wu Chang's Tao was to provoke people to ponder deeply through stories. Let's check the casualties first, then we'll go look for that Confucian expert. Elder Wu Chang glanced at his surroundings. He found that the Confucian master did not appear. He felt that the other party didn't seem to want to meet him. In his heart, he didn't have much hope of finding the other party. Lin Feng had already guessed that the great Confucian scholar was most likely Ning Xiaotsai. But he did not say it out loud. Because once he said it out loud, Ning Xiaotsai would probably be caught up in many worldly affairs. Ning Xiaotsai probably didn't want to see such a situation, right? Lin Feng quickly flew towards the fifth mine. He wondered how Shi Weizhu and the others were doing. When he arrived at the fifth mine, he saw Shi Weizhu, Wang Hu, and the others. His heart was finally at ease. Mo Yuning said in a sorrowful voice, 7 of the brothers who came with us died. And these were only the disciples who came with Lin Feng. Some of the older disciples, soldiers, and miners had suffered heavy casualties. Lin Feng patted Mo Yuning's shoulder. The 5 mines were all cleaning up the battlefield. Wang Hu said, Senior brother Zhou Zhao, senior sister Zhou Yuding, and senior sister Yu Zhuxin are all fine, but Kim Zhongke is dead. Kim Zhongke is dead? How did he die? Lin Feng was very surprised. Wang Hu sneered and said, It's said that Kim Zhongke wanted to use the miners as cannon fodder to block the attacks of the demons and underground demons, but the disciples who went to carry out the orders didn't want to see the miners die, so they secretly released the miners. In a fit of anger, Kim Zhongke killed the disciple, and some miners risked their lives to ambush Kim Zhongke and killed Kim Zhongke. He deserved it. He deserved it. Many disciples said. Kim Zhongke's death was naturally very satisfying. Elder Wu Chang was cleaning up the ancient barbarian mines. When the aftermath was almost done, Elder Wu Chang sent people back to the Blue Cloud sect. They reported what had happened in the ancient barbarian mines to the higher-ups. They asked the higher-ups to send experts. Elder Wu Chang was mainly worried that the evil demon experts and the underground devil race would attack again. It's really strange. Why would these demons and underground demons attack the ancient barbarian mines? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. If it was for the spirit stone resources, there shouldn't be such a need. The demons and underground demons also controlled the spirit stone mines. Therefore, this matter was very strange. Lin Feng thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure out the reason. He stopped thinking about it. He planned to go to elementary scholar Ning's residence to pay him a visit. Anyway, it wasn't very far away. After giving some instructions, Lin Feng flew to elementary scholar Ning's residence. When Lin Feng arrived, elementary scholar Ning was writing. When elementary scholar Ning was writing, golden flowers appeared above him. The flowers were gone in a flash. Wondrous blossom? Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard that when people wrote, they could integrate the great Tao of heaven into their writing. Today, he actually saw such a scene. This elementary scholar Ning is really a great scholar. Lin Feng muttered. When he saw elementary scholar Ning write wondrous blossom, Lin Feng knew that elementary scholar Ning was definitely a great scholar. This point. There was no doubt at all, young friend, you're here. Elementary scholar Ning put down the brush in his hand. When he saw Lin Feng, he smiled. Thank you for forcing the demons to retreat. Otherwise, our ancient barbarian minds would have been completely wiped out. Lin Feng bowed to elementary scholar Ning. Elementary scholar Ning said, "Young friend, you don't have to be so polite. I've studied for more than 70 years, but I'm still somewhat useful." Now, it seems that the saying 100 useless scholars are not very accurate. Elementary scholar Ning's words were somewhat self-deprecating. His experience could be described as the bleakness of his later years. It was natural for him to feel a little emotional. "Young friend, you should study with me for the next few days. Studying will nourish your qi. I see that the purple qi above your head is rising into the sky. Soon, there will be some special changes, but now, the purple qi is unstable. You should stabilize it." Purple qi? Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't understand what elementary scholar Ning was talking about, but Lin Feng felt that it had something to do with breaking through to the yin-yang realm. Purple qi is the supreme qi. Young friend, purple qi comes from the east. Elementary scholar Ning said. Is this also a method of Confucianism? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Elementary scholar Ning said, I've heard of Confucianism, but I don't understand its cultivation techniques. I'm just an ordinary scholar. Studying will nourish one's qi, and it can also be observed. Qi is the foundation of a person. Everyone was born with qi. Qi. It represented fate. When the ancient emperors went out, they would be surrounded by purple qi. This was the supreme qi. Through cultivation, one could nurture qi and make it stronger. However, qi was also different. Ning Xianxia explained, ordinary people have white qi, cultivators have green qi, and those who are blessed by the heavens have golden qi. Some people are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. They are purple qi and are naturally different from others. Among the purple qi, there are several types. Among them, the dark purple qi from the east is the most powerful. What can you tell from qi? Lin Feng asked. Qi is stable. Only then can one's cultivation be stable. Ning Xianxia smiled. Nurturing qi through reading. That was the principle. In ancient times, there was a great scholar who didn't know how to cultivate. He nurtured qi through reading for 80 years and then directly went through the lightning tribulation to become a god. Righteous qi was one of the types of purple qi. It was also one of the most noble dark purple qi. The more noble qi was, the rarer it was. The higher the birth chart, the greater the achievements in the future. For example, the ancient emperors all had purple qi from the east. However, no one had heard of the ancient emperors having green qi from the heavens. This was the so-called birth chart. The qi that one possessed could often be used to peek into the future. Although some people could defy the heavens and change their qi and break through the restrictions of the heavenly Tao on their birth chart. However, it was obviously as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng was reading beside Ning Xianxia. The first thing he read was the Analects. It was the first of the 4 books and 5 classics. Confucius said, to govern with virtue, for example, Beichen, where he resides, all the stars are there. Confucius said, the 300 poems, in a nutshell, thinking without evil. Confucius said, to govern with virtue, and to punish with justice. The people are exempt from shame. To govern with virtue, and to punish with propriety. There is no shame. Confucius said, when I was 15, I was determined to learn. When I was 30, I stood up. When I was 40, I did not have any doubts. When I was 50, I knew my destiny. When I was 60, I was obedient. When I was 70, I followed my heart's desire. When Meng Yi asked about filial piety, the master said, there is no violation. When Fan Qi asked about filial piety, the master said, Meng's son asked about filial piety, I replied, there is no violation. Fan Qi asked, what do you mean by also? The master said, in life, conduct affairs with propriety, in death, conduct burial with propriety, in sacrifice with propriety. In front of the mountain deity temple, Lin Feng was reading with scholar Ning. Lin Feng had just started studying. It was also impossible for him to be like elementary scholar Ning, who was able to cultivate righteous spirit through studying. However, after calming down and reading for 3 days, Lin Feng felt that his originally restless heart had calmed down. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that his cultivation was faintly about to break through again. This made Lin Feng very surprised. purple chi is stable. Little friend, you've read to your heart. You're not reading just for the sake of reading. This makes me feel very gratified. Ning Xiaozai smiled. It's because you've taught me well. Lin Feng bowed to Ning Xiaozai like a scholar. He had refined more than 160 supreme-grade spirit stones in the mountain deity temple. Finally, Lin Feng completed his breakthrough. His cultivation broke through from the 9th firmament of the martial king realm to the 10th firmament of the martial king realm. He was about to reach the yin-yang realm. He was only one step away. Lin Feng was unable to observe qi like Ning Xiaozai. If he could observe qi, he would see it. As his cultivation improved, the purple qi above him became much stronger. The purple qi represented Lin Feng's luck and also his future. People who had purple qi were too rare. But people who had purple qi, usually, they had great luck. Some people went out and found money. Some people went out and got hit by a car. Why did something completely different happen when they went out at the same time? It was because of luck. At night, darkness enveloped the earth. Lin Feng was reading The Doctrine of the Mean beside Ning Xiaozai. The destiny of heaven is called nature, the straightforward nature is called Tao, and the cultivation of Tao is called teaching. Those who are Tao cannot leave it for a moment, those who can leave it are not Tao. Therefore, a gentleman should be cautious of what he does not see and afraid of what he does not hear. Do not see what is hidden, do not show what is small, therefore a gentleman must be cautious. When happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy are not expressed, they are called the middle, when they are expressed, they are called the sum. The middle is the foundation of the world, the sum is the Tao of the world. The middle is the birth of all things in the world. The first chapter of The Doctrine of the Mean was very catchy. Lin Feng discovered that the Analects of the 4 books was very different from The Doctrine of the Mean. The Analects talked about benevolence, righteousness, etiquette, and morals. This was the foundation of being a ruler, a minister, a father, and a son. The Doctrine of the Mean focused on oneness of heaven and man. This was the foundation of Tao cultivation. The 4 books and 5 classics of Confucianism were indeed not simple. No wonder there were great Confucians in ancient times who could directly pass the tribulation and become gods without cultivating. Because the 4 books and 5 classics contain too many great Taos of heaven and earth. Loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. Oneness of heaven and man, Tao of nature, and so on. While Lin Feng was reading with scholar Ning, darkness enveloped them. Gusts of cold wind swept up. A whining sound came from the forest. It sounded like the crying of ghosts and the howling of gods. Ghosts. Lin Feng frowned. And it was a very powerful ghost. Otherwise, it would not dare to come here. Ghosts appeared in the deep mountains and forests. This was a very normal thing. Don't be distracted, Scholar Ning said. Lin Feng nodded and continued to read with Scholar Ning. At this moment, he read a scripture about ghosts and gods. Confucius said, "The virtues of ghosts and gods are great. Seeing them, one cannot see them, hearing them, one cannot hear them, seeing them, one cannot miss them. So that all people in the world will be convinced." The meaning of this sentence was, the Tao of ghosts and gods is really great. They cannot be seen or heard, but they are embodied in all things, making it impossible for people to leave them. Everyone in the world fasted and purified their hearts, wearing solemn and neat clothes to worship them. They are everywhere. They seem to be on your head and around you. This was actually a reflection of the saying, there are gods watching over you. And while Lin Feng was reading, the world was getting darker and darker. In the darkness, a terrifying figure walked over step by step. A malicious ghost that had cultivated for 1,000 years. It had awakened from a deep sleep. The delicious flesh of humans. A gloomy voice came out. The 1,000-year-old malicious ghost was approaching the mountain god temple where Lin Feng and Scholar Ning were reading. At this moment, in the mountain god temple, divine light surged. The mountain god had appeared. Scholar Ning was reading to nourish his qi. His qi dispersed into the world. It was absorbed by the dying mountain god. The mountain god had recovered. Now, the mountain god had appeared and blocked the 1,000-year-old malicious ghost. This was what it meant to be able to connect with gods through reading. Even the gods came to help. Mountain god, you dare to stop me? Today, I will devour you as well. The 1,000-year-old malicious ghost laughed out loud. Endless darkness enveloped the mountain god. It instantly swallowed the mountain god. The 1,000-year-old malicious ghost laughed strangely. Aren't you still going to be devoured by this king? At this moment. Suddenly, a vast amount of righteous energy surged out from the mountain god. The mountain god said, I am reading to nourish my chi. My body has already merged with the vast amount of righteous energy. How can an evil ghost like you fight against me? As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain god stretched out his right hand and grabbed the 1,000-year-old malicious ghost. Run! The 1,000-year-old malicious ghost saw that it was no match for the mountain god and turned to run. However, the mountain god grabbed the ghost by its neck and swallowed it whole. The mountain god was also reading to nourish his chi. His cultivation increased greatly. That was why he could easily devour the 1,000-year-old malicious ghost. The mountain god's body quickly disappeared. In the mountain god temple, the statue of the mountain god was surrounded by white smoke. Listen carefully. Apart from the sound of Lin Feng and Ning Xiaotsai reading, there was also the sound of someone else reading. It was faintly discernible. It should be the mountain god secretly reading the book The Doctrine of the Mean with scholar Ning. The Blue Cloud sect sent a few elders to investigate what had caused the evil demon experts and the underground demons to besiege the ancient barbarian mining area. It was said that a mighty existence had personally taken action. They seemed to have discovered something shocking under the fourth mining area. That day, demonic aura filled the sky. It was said that when that thing appeared, the Blue Cloud sect lost 2 elders. However, that thing was suppressed by a mighty expert of the Blue Cloud sect. Then, they quickly left. Lin Feng was surprised. What was buried under the ancient barbarian mining area? But obviously, only the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect knew. In the following days, apart from cultivating, Lin Feng went to the bamboo forest to study with scholar Ning. Reading nourished one's energy. Especially now that Lin Feng was preparing to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. Reading nourished one's energy. It was especially important. Breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm was a very difficult thing to do. And Lin Feng's accumulation was too powerful. The difficulty of breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm was probably more than 10 times or even dozens of times more difficult than other cultivators. This point, Lin Feng was already prepared. But, if Lin Feng could break through, then, his cultivation would definitely be more than 10 times or even dozens of times more than other cultivators of the same level. The effort and the reward were proportional. This was the law of the cultivation world. In the blink of an eye, the trial period was about to arrive. Lin Feng studied with scholar Ning for a few months. His entire temperament had undergone a huge change. The most important thing was the change in his mentality. Lin Feng felt that he was more at ease when facing cultivation. His belief in cultivation was also more firm. Lin Feng was already about to return to the Blue Cloud sect with his fellow sect members. He specially came to bid farewell to scholar Ning. After this farewell, he didn't know if there would be a day when they would meet again. Don't neglect your studies, Ning Xiaotsai said with a heavy heart. I will remember your teachings. Lin Feng bowed to scholar Ning. Then, he left. Lin Feng, Shi Weizhu, and the others arrived at Northern Desolate City again. He had just walked out of the Northern Desolation City's teleportation portal. A middle-aged cultivator walked over and asked, Are you Lin Feng or Lin Gongzi? That's right. How should I address you? Lin Feng cupped his fists. I'm Mu Jigong from the city lord's office. I've received orders from the young master to wait here for Lin Gongzi. Mu Jigong said respectfully. Lin Feng thought of Mu Wuxiu. They had met in the underground world. Mu Wuxiu had invited him. It seemed that Mu Wuxiu had roughly calculated the time he would arrive at the Northern Desolate City, so he had sent people to guard the teleportation portal. Please lead the way. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Sir, please get on the carriage. A few beast carriages came from afar, and Mu Jigong invited Lin Feng to board. Lin Feng boarded the first beast carriage, while the others boarded the other beast carriages. The boy who caused havoc in northern Wasteland City is back. He must be going back to the Blue Cloud sect. That's Mu Jigong, right? The third manager of the City Lord's office? This is interesting. The City Lord's office actually invited that boy as a guest. The Yan Dragon Gang won't have a good time in northern Wasteland City. The Yan Dragon Gang has 3 Yin Yang realm cultivators. 2 of them died in the underground world. Now, only Li Yanlong is left. The City Lord's office knows what to do. Just wait and see. The Yan Dragon Gang, one of the 3 biggest gangs in northern Wasteland City, will probably be replaced by another gang. Many people pointed at them. Haha, Brother Lin, you're finally here. When Lin Feng arrived at the City Lord's office, Mu Wuxiu was already waiting outside with the other outstanding members of the Mu clan. Brother Mu. Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. Mu Wuxiu led everyone into the City Lord's office. Then, the banquet began. The banquet was very lively. Many of the younger members of the Mu clan looked at Lin Feng curiously. They naturally knew about the scene of Lin Feng's battle with Yu Boyun. That day, in a single night, the area within a radius of 100 li around the Land of Death became barren. Countless cultivators died, and even a few almighty experts fell. Brother Lin, have you heard of what happened that day? Mu Wuxiu asked. Lin Feng replied, although I know, I've never experienced it. I don't know what happened. At the time, Lin Feng had fainted. He really didn't know what had happened to cause such a terrifying thing to happen. We were extremely lucky to have left early. Otherwise, we would have died. Mu Wuxiu rejoiced. A member of the Mu clan said, I heard that something in the depths of the Land of Death made a move. Let's not talk about those terrifying existences. We don't want to attract trouble. Mu Wuxiu said. The member of the Mu clan quickly nodded and didn't say anything else. The existences in the depths of the Land of Death were forbidden to anyone. They were forbidden to talk about. If they talked about it recklessly, it was very likely that some terrible things would happen. Therefore, very few people talked about them. Lin Feng stayed at the City Lord's office for 3 days. Lin Feng said his goodbyes. They used the teleportation array to return to the Blue Cloud sect. The disciples who had gone out to train also returned. I've always been worried that something might have happened to you. After all, that area isn't very peaceful. Tian Zhongdao let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Feng was fine. That area was indeed not peaceful. First, something terrifying had happened in the Land of Death. Then, the experts of the evil demon race and the underground demon race had besieged the ancient barbarian mining area. Lin Feng said, I'm thankful to be able to come back alive. Lin Feng asked, what is it? Have you heard of it? I am not sure. However, on the way back to the Blue Cloud sect, something terrible happened. Tian Zhongdao said. What happened? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but ask. Something that could make the experts of the evil demon race and the underground demon race go to war. How could it be simple? Seven deacons, and mad, 3 Yin Yang realm elders, said the deacons. Tian Zhongdao said with lingering fear. Because of that demon? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Tian Zhongdao nodded. Is the news reliable? Lin Feng asked. Of course, but, it's reliable. They, on the road, stopped for a few days in the area where Li, went to train. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded and said, it seems that the demon is not simple. It's definitely very scary. However, to the Blue Cloud sect, I'm afraid that it's not a blessing. Tian Zhongdao said. That thing shouldn't have been brought to the Blue Cloud sect. The experts of the evil demon race and the underground demon race spent so much effort to obtain it, and it's so terrifying. We should have sent it to the Palace of Immortality and let them deal with it. Lin Feng frowned. Humans are greedy. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng shook his head. These things weren't something he could control. After all, he was just a disciple. I hope it won't bring disaster to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng sighed. 3 days after returning, the Fire Qilin also returned to the Blue Cloud sect. That little girl didn't come with you, right? The Fire Qilin asked cautiously. She left with the elders. Lin Feng said. You said she left with the elders? The Fire Qilin's mouth twitched violently. Is there something wrong? Lin Feng looked at the Fire Qilin. He felt that the Fire Qilin was acting strangely around Li Mingxi. The Fire Qilin quickly shook its head. Of course there's nothing wrong. Lin Feng asked, last time, you went to the ancient barbarian mine and said you had something important to tell me. Why did you leave? What important thing did you want to tell me? The ruins of gods are about to open. The Fire Qilin said. The ruins of gods? What's that place? Lin Feng asked. In the depths of the Eastern Sea, there are endless ruins of gods. That's where the gods fell. There are even rumors that there's a passage in the ruins of gods that leads to the undying world. It was created by an extremely powerful race in the past, and countless people go there to find it. The Fire Qilin yearned. The undying world? Lin Feng was shocked. The Fire Qilin nodded. Top experts will go there. If there's really an opportunity to enter that passage, it'll be a great opportunity. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He could understand the madness of those top experts. It was extremely difficult for them to break through to the deity realm. That was because the world had changed. After the ancient era, it was extremely difficult to become a god in the Tianwu continent. However, if one could enter the undying world, not to mention becoming a god, it was even possible to break through the deity realm's shackles. Break through to the emperor realm, is there anything useful to you in the ruins of gods? Lin Feng asked. The spring of life. I want to find it. If I can find it, I'll be able to recover my exhausted divine power. The Fire Qilin was looking forward to it. It then continued, there's another treasure in the ruins of gods. I hope you can find it. Oh? What is it? Lin Feng was surprised. The World Tree. To be precise, it's a fragment of the World Tree. The Fire Qilin's eyes glowed. The World Tree? What's that? Lin Feng was puzzled. At the beginning of the world, 2 divine trees were born, the Tree of Life and the World Tree. The Tree of Life nurtures the Spring of Life. The Spring of Life has the ability to bring people back from the dead. The World Tree absorbs the purest energy in the universe. You've accumulated too much energy, it'll be more and more difficult for you to break through in the future. If you can find a fragment of the World Tree, you can turn it into a sapling of the World Tree and plant it in your dantian. The sapling will be able to absorb the purest energy in the universe day and night. You'll be able to become stronger very quickly. So powerful? Lin Feng was shocked. 20 years ago, I met a young man. He had a sapling nurtured by a fragment of the World Tree planted in his body, and he became the first person to enter the undying realm in 100,000 years. The Fire Qilin's gaze was unhurried. Who is this person? Lin Feng asked in shock. Obviously. The reason why the person Fire Qilin mentioned was able to break the shackles of heaven and earth. He entered the undying realm. Was it related to the sapling of the World Tree? The Fire Qilin said meaningfully, you'll know who that person is sooner or later. Therefore, when the ruins of God open, you must find a fragment of the World Tree, then activate it and cultivate it into a sapling of the World Tree. As long as you succeed, your future will reach unimaginable heights. But how can I find a fragment of the World Tree? The ruins of God must be extremely large, right? Wouldn't it be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find it? Lin Feng asked. This leaf is the leaf of the World Tree. The Fire Qilin took out a leaf. It was the size of a palm. Lin Feng looked at it carefully and saw that there were many marks on the surface of that green light. These veins were like divine runes. He looked at it for a while. It made Lin Feng feel as if his head was about to split open. This leaf is so strange. Lin Feng quickly looked away. The pain in his head. Only then did it disappear. Take the leaf of the World Tree. If you can really find a fragment of the World Tree, you will be able to sense it. The Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded and kept the leaf. I've given you the item. I should go. The fire Qilin waved its claws. Aren't you coming with me? Lin Feng asked. The ruins of God will open for more than half a year, and during this time I have to take care of something. We'll meet in the ruins of God. You can also go to the East Sea world in advance and familiarize yourself with it. The fire Qilin said. Okay, Lin Feng nodded and said, be careful. Don't worry. The fire Qilin then left. The ruins of God. A fragment of the world tree. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Now, Lin Feng was carrying the hatred of his family. His mother was still suppressed in the depths of the starry sky world by the nine-heaven god mourning coffin. His father had gone to save his mother, and it seemed that he would never return. Time was of the essence. He had to quickly raise his cultivation level. However, it was easier said than done to raise his cultivation level quickly. But now, the fire Qilin had given Lin Feng hope to raise his cultivation level quickly. A fragment of the world tree, a sapling of the world tree, this time, he had to get the sapling of the world tree. The inner court was not peaceful during this period of time, because the inner court competition would start again in a year. In the inner court, there was no small competition. There was only a big competition. A big competition was held every 3 years. To test the disciples' cultivation level. And the rewards of the big competition were extremely generous. First place in the big competition. The reward was the yin-yang creation pill. This pill could help a cultivator break through the yin-yang realm. Only this effect. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Other than that, the first place in the big competition would also be rewarded with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. He could also get the chance to enter the small world in a flash to cultivate. The small world in a flash, it was the sacred ground of the Blue Cloud sect. It was said that there was the law of time in that place. This was amazing. Cultivating in the small world in a flash for a day might be equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. Cultivating in the small world for a month might be equivalent to cultivating outside for a few years. Lin Feng now needed to seize life from the heavens. Therefore, Lin Feng was looking forward to this big competition. Lin Feng estimated the time. There was still about half a year before the opening of the ruins of God. And the sect competition would take a year. It was just enough to miss it. Even if he came back from the ruins of God, he wouldn't miss the inner court competition. Lin Feng originally planned to invite Tian Zhongdao to the ruins of God. But Tian Zhongdao had something to deal with and left the sect. Lin Feng decided to go to the East Sea alone. On this day, the great elder Guiyan sent someone to inform Lin Feng. He told him to go to the inner court disciples' hall. Lin Feng didn't know why Guiyan had called him. He walked towards the inner court disciples' hall. When he arrived, he found that quite a number of disciples had gathered. Dozens of disciples even stopped outside the inner court disciples' hall, as if some important figure had arrived. What happened? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's the woman that senior brother Huangfu Qingtian brought. A disciple sneered. Great senior brother Huangfu Qingtian? Lin Feng was surprised. Huangfu Qingtian wasn't an ordinary person. His reputation wasn't limited to the 72 northern states. He could even be ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of the entire Tianwu continent. Huangfu Qingtian was only 25 years old. He was already at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. This kind of cultivation was too terrifying. This woman was brought back to the sect by senior brother Huangfu 3 years ago. Now she's the manager of the Qingtian peak of senior brother Huangfu Qingtian. Relying on senior brother Huangfu's reputation, this woman can be said to be high and mighty in the sect. She's even more ostentatious than many core disciples of the yin-yang realm. Another disciple said. At this moment, several elders and a dozen deacons were surrounding the moon. A tall woman in a blue dress walked out of the hall. Seeing this woman, Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. How could it be her? Look, General Manager Liu is coming out. To be able to serve as the general manager of eldest senior brother's Green Sky Peak and gain his trust, his status is naturally extraordinary. If I can enter eldest senior brother's Green Sky Peak as a guard, I will be able to make a meteoric rise. Eldest senior brother is a super genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Sooner or later, he will become a god-level powerhouse. Many people were talking about it. Although the Blue Cloud sect had declined. However, the Blue Cloud sect had nurtured a peerless figure like Huangfu Qingtian. It could be said that he was shockingly talented. Lin Feng stared at the woman who walked out. He was slightly absent-minded. Because no matter what, Lin Feng did not expect it to be this woman. Lu Mengyan, Zhenwu country. The master of the imperial capital, wasn't this person one of the 8th Prince Long Haori's people? Lin Feng clearly remembered that he and Shangguan Fei'er went to eat. Then, the son of Lord Taishan, Long Yuxiao, was bold enough to tease Shangguan Fei'er. He was taught a lesson by Lin Feng. Later, this Lu Mengyan appeared. She even summoned the 12 eagle guards that the 8th prince had sent to protect her to deal with Lin Feng. However, the 12 eagle guards were defeated by Lin Feng, and her guards were all destroyed by Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's opinion, Lu Mengyan was just a clown. This woman, although she was good-looking, she could be called a beauty. But so what, in this world, there was no lack of beauties. And now, Lu Mengyan had become the general manager of the Green Sky Peak. How could a person like Lu Mengyan climb up to Huangfu Qingtian? Lin Feng could not understand this point. General Manager Lu, take care. The elders in the inner disciple hall all smiled and cupped their fists. They were very polite. Because they knew that Lu Mengyan was valued by Huangfu Qingtian. And Huangfu Qingtian would definitely become a peerless powerhouse in the future, or even a god. That was why these elders were fawning over him. Lu Mengyan nodded slightly. Although she was still a martial king. In front of these sect elders, she actually had a high and mighty attitude. As for those elders, they no longer felt that they were being humiliated. This was the status of the Green Sky Peak's general manager. No matter who it was, they had to look up to him. Lu Mengyan walked outside. In the distance, a crane cry could be heard. A huge immortal crane, hovering in the sky peak. This was the golden-feathered crane. This type of crane was not only fast in flight. Furthermore, it was extremely intelligent. Fierce. His eyes coldly swept downwards. Many disciples felt a chill down their spines when they met the eyes of the golden-feathered immortal crane. Sister Lu, please get on the crane. Lu Mengyan nodded and waved her hand. The extremely fierce golden-feathered immortal crane flew down and landed on the ground. Lu Mengyan was about to leave on her crane. Suddenly, her gaze froze. She looked at the crowd. Twos. Lu Mengyan's voice became ethereal. I really didn't expect to see you here. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Mengyan indifferently. Lu Mengyan obviously didn't expect it either. She smiled and said, let's find a place to talk. Lin Feng nodded. Together with Lu Mengyan, they found a quiet place. You're wanted everywhere in the eastern region, but you came to the desolate region. It's really unexpected. Lu Mengyan smiled at Lin Feng. She was flirtatious. But Lin Feng was unmoved. He asked curiously, aren't you the 8th prince, Long Haori's man? Why are you in the Blue Cloud sect now? And you even became the general manager of the Green Sky Peak? Don't you know that the 8th prince, Long Haori, was killed for plotting a rebellion? Lu Mengyan asked. Lin Feng shook his head. He wasn't interested in knowing about the 8th prince's matters. Lu Mengyan said, although you and I had some unhappiness in the past, it wasn't a big grudge. To be able to meet again in the Blue Cloud sect is fate. Lin Feng, I'll give you a chance to soar. It depends on whether you can grasp it or not. Lu Mengyan said indifferently. Her high and mighty attitude made Lin Feng quite unhappy. However, when he thought about how Lu Mengyan had a high and mighty attitude towards those Yin-Yang realm elders, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a sentence. A sparrow becomes a phoenix. Lu Mengyan used to stay in the secular world. Although she followed the 8th prince. But in front of a truly powerful force, not to mention the 8th prince. So what if it was the Zhenwu country? Now that she had joined a large sect like the Blue Cloud sect, she had become an important person of Huangfu Qingtian. Lu Mengyan seemed to have turned from a pauper to a billionaire in an instant. Therefore, it wasn't strange that she always had a high and mighty attitude. Lin Feng asked, "What's the matter?" "Senior brother is currently forming an Azure Sky Guard with a total of 36 people. I think you have potential. How about I recommend you to join the Azure Sky Guard?" Lu Mengyan said. "Azure Sky Guard? What's that?" Lin Feng frowned. "It's equivalent to a deathsworn loyal to senior brother." Lu Mengyan said. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Deathsworn? Isn't that just a servant?" "Sorry, not interested." This wasn't a good job at all. Lin Feng had seen many deathsworn. They were even worse than servants. For a master's order, they wouldn't hesitate to give up their lives. This was a deathsworn. Lin Feng wouldn't become anyone's deathsworn. Hearing Lin Feng reject her, Lu Mingyan's expression turned ugly. She continued, "There are many who would love to have this opportunity, yet junior brother Lin actually rejected it?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's why I asked senior sister Lu to leave such a good position to someone else. I still have things to do here, so I'll take my leave first." Lin Feng cupped his fists and walked towards the inner disciples' hall. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Lu Mingyan coldly glanced at Lin Feng. An inner sect elite disciple called Sun Zizhou walked out from the shadows. Obviously, he had heard the conversation between Lin Feng and Lu Mingyan. Sun Zizhou coldly glanced at Lin Feng's back and said, "He actually dares to refuse to become senior brother's deathsworn. This brat, is he being shameless?" Lu Mingyan sneered and said, "There will always be some people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Then, she rode on the golden feathered crane and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. Now, Lin Feng's mind could wander the heavens. Therefore, when he left, he also left behind a strand of divine sense. He heard the conversation between Lu Mingyan and Sun Zizhou. Lin Feng knew that it was because he refused to become Huang Fuqingtian's deathsworn. Lu Mingyan and Sun Zizhou had already developed hostility towards him. What a joke! The Clear Sky Peak must have many powerful disciples to rely on. Why didn't they choose one of them? Instead, they were recruiting outside? Obviously, everyone knows that becoming a deathsworn is equivalent to becoming someone else's dog. If their master wants them to commit suicide, they can't refuse. They will completely lose their freedom and self. As a disciple of a large sect, their future is bright. Who would be willing to become a deathsworn? This Lu Mingyan and Sun Zizhou actually hate me because I refuse to become Huang Fuqingtian's deathsworn. They really think too highly of themselves. It's best if they don't provoke me, otherwise, I'll make sure they die without a burial ground. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He walked towards the inner disciples' hall. 2 hours later, Lin Feng walked out of the inner disciples' hall. A month later, Lin Feng left the Blue Cloud sect and headed for the East Sea. Ruins of God, World Tree. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a hopeful look. If he could really obtain the fragment of the World Tree, then future achievements. Perhaps he could really reach the ancient gods, or even surpass them. The East region bordered the East Sea. The Aeolai Immortal country was a famous ancient capital of the East region. There had always been rumors of immortals in the Aeolai Immortal country. Of course, the most famous one was the Huagua Mountain in the Aeolai country. At the border between the Aeolai country and the East Sea, white fog lingered. There was an immortal mountain called the Huagua Mountain. It was rumored that there was a strange stone at the peak of the East Sea. It had been formed since the beginning of the world and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the power of the tides of the world. The strange stone produced a divine will. It had been nurtured for countless years. A stone monkey jumped out. This stone monkey was even more famous in the past. It was known as the sacred battle ape. It fought against the heavens and the earth. Who could compete against it? Countless years had passed, but the legend of the Huagua Mountain in the Aeolai country was still famous. On the shore of the East Sea, countless people looked into the depths. It was said that the Huagua Mountain was located in the depths of the white fog. Is there really a Huagua Mountain? A cultivator asked. An old cultivator stroked his beard and said, "Of course there is. It's a story passed down from generation to generation, so it can't be false. Whether or not there is a Huagua Mountain, let's go and check it out." A cultivator said, wanting to fly to the world shrouded in white fog. The old cultivator said indifferently, the Huagua Mountain is in the depths of the white fog. Although it's not a land of death, it said that it's even more terrifying. When he heard the old cultivator's words, the expression of the cultivator who wanted to go and check it out suddenly changed. What happened at the Godluo cliff had already shaken the 3,000 provinces. It let the world know how terrifying a land of death was. In one night. Within 100 miles. Not a single blade of grass grew. Countless cultivators turned into ashes. Countless living beings turned into dust. If it was even more terrifying than a land of death, then, the terror of the Huagua Mountain was unimaginable. Has no one come out of the Huagua Mountain? Lin Feng asked. For countless years, no one has come out because it said that they were cursed. The old cultivator said. Curse? What curse? Someone asked curiously. It said that back in the days, the Saint Battle Ape wreaked havoc in the celestial world. He almost destroyed the celestial world. Therefore, the 7 Buddhas of the celestial world joined hands and killed the Saint Battle Ape. They also cursed the mountain of flowers and fruit. The descendants of the mountain of flowers and fruit can't leave, and outsiders can't enter the mountain of flowers and fruit. The old cultivator said. Lin Feng stroked his chin. He did not know how trustworthy the old cultivator's words were. If it was true, the battle between the sacred battle ape and the 7 ancient Buddhas and the big shots of the undying realm must have shocked the world. Little Feng, is that you? At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. Lin Feng looked over and saw a handsome young man looking at him. Si Kong. Seeing this young man, Lin Feng's face immediately lit up. It was actually Si Kong Jiayue. Back then, the two of them had met in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. At that time, they were only 16 or 17 years old. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Good brother, I didn't think you'd come to the eastern region. Si Kong Jiayue walked over and gave Lin Feng a big hug. Lin Feng also gave Si Kong Jiayue a big hug. Old friends met again. Of course, it was something to be happy about. Let's go back to Glory-bound City. Si Kong Jiayue said. Lin Feng nodded and followed Si Kong Jiayue to Glory-bound City. Glory-bound City was not far away. It was about 20 miles away from the sea. Standing on the city wall, one could see the magnificent sea. Outside the Taixian building, there was a poem written by the sword celestial, Li Taixian. Don't you see the water of the yellow river flowing from the sky to the sea? Don't you see the sad white hair in the mirror? Like black hair in the morning, like snow in the evening. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I am born to be useful. Money will come back after it is spent. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure. Drinking 300 cups at once. Masterson, Dan Xiaoxing, when the wine is served, don't stop. I will sing a song with you. Please listen to me. Bells and drums are not expensive. I hope you will be drunk and not wake up. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely. Only those who drink leave their names behind. Kings of Chen used to feast and drink 10,000 cups of wine. Why do you say you have less money? You must drink it right. Multicolored horses, 1,000 gold fur coat, will be exchanged for fine wine, together with you, the sorrow of eternity. Li Taixian loved wine as much as his life. In the past, he had lived in the Taixian building for more than 10 years. Now, the Taixian building had become a popular restaurant. Lin Feng and Si Kong Jiayue were there. They ordered some food and wine and chatted while eating. Lin Feng, where have you been? A few years ago, I went to the Eastern Prefecture to look for you, but I found that you were wanted everywhere in the Eastern Prefecture. Si Kong Jiayue said. Is Aotian ancient capital looking for me? Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Si Kong Jiayue nodded. Yes, it's Aotian ancient capital. Many things have happened in the past few years. I left the Eastern Prefecture and joined the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng said. The Blue Cloud sect? The Blue Cloud sect in Huangyu? Si Kong Jiayue asked. Lin Feng nodded. The Blue Cloud sect. What about now? Why did you come to the Eastern Prefecture? Xikong Jiayue asked curiously. The ruins of gods are about to open. I plan to go there. Lin Feng said. I've heard about it. I'm also preparing to go to the ruins of gods. Do you want to come with me? Xikong Jiayue smiled. Haha. We brothers can work together again. Cheers. Lin Feng raised his glass. Xikong Jiayue raised his glass and drank it. At night, Lin Feng followed Xikong Jiayue to the Xikong clan. The Xikong clan was located in the northwest part of Glorybound City. There was a huge mansion there that covered an area of more than 1,000 acres. Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually such a huge mansion in Glorybound City. The Xikong clan wasn't simple. However, when Lin Feng entered the mansion, he felt that it was cold and cheerless. It was a huge mansion. It was so quiet that he couldn't see anyone. Xikong, where are your clansmen? Lin Feng asked curiously. Xikong Jiayue smiled bitterly. The Xikong clan only has me, my sister, 2 old servants, and a maid. Lin Feng nodded. When he saw Xikong Jiayue's lonely expression, he didn't ask any more questions. When they entered the mansion, a maid around 14 or 15 years old saw Xikong Jiayue and Lin Feng. She bowed to Xikong Jiayue. Young master, you're back. Xikong Jiayue nodded and pointed to the maid. This is my sister's personal maid. Her name is Ruier. This is Lin Gongzi. Ruier greets Lin Gongzi, said the little girl shyly while bowing in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Ruier, go and prepare another room. Xikong Jiayue said. Yes, young master. I'll go now. Ruier nodded and left. Xikong Jiayue brought Lin Feng to a guest room. Because there were no servants in the house, Xikong Jiayue had to pour tea himself. Not long after, a 16 or 17-year-old girl came over. This young girl was tall and slender, and her face was exquisite and beautiful. She was Xikong Jiayue's younger sister, Xikong Xianxia. Xianxia, you came at the right time. This is the Lin Feng that I often tell you about. This is my sister, Xianxia. Xikong Jiayue smiled. Xikong Xianxia bowed to Lin Feng and said, Xianxia greets big brother Lin. Xikong Xianxia's voice was gentle and beautiful. She seemed delicate and lovely. After not seeing each other for so many years, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue naturally had a lot to talk about. After Xikong Xinyan left, the two of them sat on the roof and drank while talking about their experiences over the years. Late at night, they were completely drunk. Lin Feng carried Xikong Jiayue back to his room. Lin Feng often drank with the old drunkard, so his alcohol tolerance had long been trained. But obviously, Xikong Jiayue's alcohol tolerance was much worse. Xikong Jiayue was sleeping soundly on the bed. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. 36 cycles later, he was no longer drunk. Then, Lin Feng began to observe the movement of the 90,000 stars. On the morning of the first day, Lin Feng woke up. Big brother Lin, is my brother here? I've made some soup. After drinking it, your body will feel much better. Xikong Xinyan said gently. Your brother hasn't woken up yet. Let him sleep for a while. Lin Feng said. Then please come with me, big brother Lin. Xikong Xinyan said with a red face. Lin Feng nodded and followed Xikong Xinyan to the dining room. Xikong Xinyan poured a bowl of soup for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng drank it, he felt warm all over. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xikong Xinyan was not only beautiful, but she was also gentle and pleasant. The new girl's cooking skills are too good. I haven't had such a delicious soup in many years. Lin Feng put down the bowl and chopsticks and said with a smile. Xikong Xinyan blushed slightly after being praised by Lin Feng and said, as long as you like it. Xikong Xinyan didn't stay for long. She was a girl, so she didn't want to spend too much time with Lin Feng. Lin Feng went outside. The warm sunlight shone down. He walked around the huge courtyard. The Xikong clan's land was too big. This mansion was most likely priceless. In front of a small courtyard, Lin Feng saw an old servant sitting in front of the stone steps, basking in the sun. Lin Feng walked over and greeted the old servant. The old servant smiled and said, "It's rare to see someone as young and polite as you." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Respecting the elderly is a traditional virtue." The old servant smiled and said, "Even though that's the case, who still remembers these virtues? This young master must be the Lin Gongzi that Ruier mentioned, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's me. It's been many years since I've seen the young master bring a friend home. In fact, it's been many years since I've seen the young master make friends." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Elder, the Xikong clan's mansion is so huge, so it should have a lot of people. Why are there only so few people left?" The old servant sighed and said, "In the early years, the Xikong clan was one of the 10 great clans in Glorybound City. However, 10 years ago, the Xikong clan suffered a calamity." "A calamity?" Lin Feng frowned. The old servant nodded and said, "The Xikong clan suffered some sort of curse, causing its clansmen to perish one by one. Even an almighty ancestor wasn't able to avoid this calamity. All the followers and guards of the Xikong clan fled successively. The servants also began to flee. Originally, fleeing servants were a crime punishable by death, but back then, the master was merciful and ordered all the servants to be released. In the end, only young Master Yu and Miss Xianxia survived. As for the servants, they all ran away." Just like that, the huge Xikong clan declined. Lin Feng could more or less guess what happened next. Only 2 loyal old servants and Ruier, who had no one to rely on, were left behind. Under the care of the 2 old servants, Xikong Jiayue and Xikong Xianxia grew up. Why did this happen? Why did such a powerful clan die one after another? Lin Feng frowned. He felt that this matter was too unusual. Such a huge clan had an almighty expert overseeing it. However, because of a curse, their clansmen had died tragically. Was it really a curse, or was there some other reason? This was the enmity of a clan extermination. No wonder Xikong Jiayue cultivated so desperately, he had to bear the burden of such a tragedy. Xikong Jiayue naturally had to cultivate desperately. At noon, Xikong Jiayue finally woke up. He had slept for a long time. He had never slept so peacefully before. Lin Feng went deeper into the mansion, and Xikong Jiayue was finally able to sleep peacefully. This was because Xikong Jiayue knew. No matter what happened, Lin Feng would be the first to notice. In the afternoon, a group of more than 20 people came to the Xikong estate. The leader was a 26 or 27-year-old young master. This person was called Tuoba Yun. He had an arrogant look on his face. Lin Feng discovered that this person's cultivation was not simple. He was actually a yin-yang realm cultivator. Seeing these people arrive, Xikong Xianxia hid behind Xikong Jiayue in fear. "Tuoba Yun, why did you come to the Xikong estate again? Didn't I already say that? The Xikong estate is not for sale," Xikong Jiayue said in a low voice. "Xikong Jiayue, the Xikong estate is already dead. What's the point of guarding this estate? Do you think the Xikong estate was one of the 10 great clans of Glorybound City? Stop daydreaming. Your Xikong clan has long declined. Now, my Tuoba clan has taken over your Xikong clan's position, and this mansion is in line with my Tuoba clan's current status. Sell it to us honestly, and you and your sister will be safe and sound. I think you don't want to see your sister being raped by a group of men in a brothel one day, right?" Tuoba Yun's lustful eyes looked towards Xikong Xinyan. "Haha, this little girl is Shui Ling. Just looking at her makes me want to fuck her." The other members of the Tuoba estate laughed lustfully. Xikong Xianxia was so scared that she started trembling. "Bastard, you're courting death!" shouted Xikong Jiayue furiously. He punched at Tuoba Yun. Tuoba Yun's cultivation level was obviously much higher than Xikong Jiayue's. He smiled coldly and appeared in front of Xikong Jiayue. He threw a punch at him. Xikong Jiayue's face turned pale. He realized that he couldn't dodge this attack. After the Xikong estate declined, only this estate was left. The rest of the items had long been plundered clean by the various major forces. They didn't even have any cultivation resources left. Xikong Jiayue was able to reach the 10th layer of the Martial King layer at the age of 21. It was extremely difficult. But so what if he was at the 10th layer of the Martial King layer, compared to Tuoba Yun, who was at the Yin Yang realm, he was much weaker. "You're just a piece of trash. You dare attack me?" said Tuoba Yun disdainfully. "Brother," Xikong Xianyan's face turned pale. Crack. Tuoba Yun's attack was about to hit Xikong Jiayue. Suddenly, Tuoba Yun's wrist was grabbed. "Brat, who are you?" Tuoba Yun looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, let him go." Xikong Jiayue grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said. They really couldn't afford to offend the Tuoba family. Xikong Jiayue didn't want to implicate Lin Feng because of his own matters. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew what Xikong Jiayue was worried about. He nodded and let go of Tuoba Yun's hand. "The Xikong family doesn't welcome you. F***ck, where did this brat come from? How dare he interfere with the Tuoba family's matters? Does he not want to live anymore?" A cultivator from the Tuoba family cursed arrogantly. Whoosh, in the next moment, he only saw a figure flash in front of him. Lin Feng came to his side. Then, he slapped him. Slap, the heavy slap landed on the cultivator's face. The cultivator from the Tuoba family was sent flying dozens of meters away. Bang, the cultivator from the Tuoba family fell to the ground. His face had been smashed by Lin Feng. He immediately fainted. "You're courting death," the rest of the people were furious. Tuoba Yun's expression was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "Brat, you dare to attack? How dare you disrespect me? You're courting death." Lin Feng sneered. "Let's attack together and kill this brat. How dare he hurt someone from the Tuoba family? He's courting death. This brat must die." The cultivators from the Tuoba family were extremely arrogant. They sneered and wanted to attack. However, they were stopped by Tuoba Yun. This was because Tuoba Yun wasn't sure about Lin Feng's background. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, this matter won't end so easily." Then, Tuoba Yun led the cultivators from the Tuoba family away. Lin Feng didn't take Tuoba Yun's threat seriously. If not for Xikong Jiayue and Xikong Xinyan, the cultivators from the Tuoba family were already dead. After killing them, he would just leave this place. However, Xikong Jiayue, Xikong Xinyan, the two old servants, and Rui still had to live here. Lin Feng suppressed the killing intent in his heart. "Lin Feng, I've implicated you." Xikong Jiayue sighed and said, "Hurry up and leave Aolai City. I'm worried that the Tuoba family will hate you." Lin Feng said, "You and I went through life and death together on the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. We've gone through thick and thin together. How can I leave at a time like this?" Xikong Jiayue was both touched and worried about Lin Feng's safety. However, he understood Lin Feng's character. If Lin Feng didn't want to leave, he would leave. No matter how he persuaded, Lin Feng would not leave. "I hope the Tuoba clan won't go too far," Xikong Jiayue said gloomily. "Thank you, brother Lin." At that moment, Xikong Xinyan's face regained some color. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry. With me here, I won't let those people bully you." Xikong Xinyan nodded her head heavily, tears falling from her big eyes. Lin Feng rubbed her head. However, his eyes gradually turned cold. He and Xikong Jiayue had gone through life and death together. They were like brothers. Xikong Jiayue's younger sister, she was Lin Feng's younger sister. Tuoba Yun actually dared to use Xikong Xinyan to threaten Xikong Jiayue. Lin Feng wanted to kill Tuoba Yun. However, this place wasn't suitable for fighting. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't make a move. At night, in the Xikong clan's ancestral hall, Xikong Jiayue knelt in front of the ancestors and muttered to himself, "I, Xikong Jiayue, am unfilial." Now, the Xikong clan's ancestral hall that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years is about to be destroyed. If we really can't protect this ancestral hall, I, Xikong Jiayue, hope the ancestors can forgive me. The Xikong clan only has me and my younger sister, Xikong Xinyan. My life is worthless, so even if I die, I hope that my younger sister can live well." Lin Feng, who was leaning against a pillar, looked at Xikong Jiayue's trembling body and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Xikong Jiayue hadn't had it easy these past few years. Perhaps this ancestral hall was his last hope, but now, in order to protect his younger sister, he seemed to have wavered. Tuoba Yun used Xikong Xinyan to threaten Xikong Jiayue, which made Xikong Jiayue very afraid. If Xikong Xinyan was really sold to a brothel, Xikong Jiayue didn't dare to think about it. He could die. But nothing could happen to Xikong Xinyan. Late at night, the Tuoba clan's group left Wanhua building. The nightlife of these aristocratic clan's disciples was naturally very exciting. As for Wanhua building, it was where the most beautiful women gathered. It was the favorite place of these aristocratic clan's disciples. More than 10 people walked on the street. There was only one street left from Tuoba clan's residence. It was quiet here, completely different from the bustling scene on the other streets. The few streets outside these large clans would often have a curfew to prevent them from being disturbed. Tuoba Yun and the others walked towards Tuoba clan's residence while talking about the women in Wanhua building, occasionally letting out lewd laughter. Suddenly, someone said, "If you ask me, although the women in Wanhua building are pretty, they have a bit of a prostitute. Xikong Jiayue's younger sister, Xikong Xinyan, is the real deal. Although she's young, she's tall and has a pretty face. Most importantly, she's so tender that it's like water." Haha, that's right. That Xikong Xinyan is indeed a stunner. Just thinking about that girl makes my body burn with desire. Another Xikong clan's cultivator said. The group of people laughed lewdly as they discussed Xikong Xinyan. Tuoba Yun said, "Isn't it easy to get Xikong Xinyan? Can that trash Xikong Jiayue stop us? In a few days, we'll bring Tuoba Lai with us. If Xikong Jiayue cooperates with us, then we'll forget about it. If he doesn't, then we'll capture that girl and have some fun tonight." Haha, I can't wait. Me too. I really want to do that girl now. The group of Tuoba clan's cultivators laughed lewdly. Their lewd laughter echoed in the empty street. Someone said, "What if that brat Xikong Jiayue cooperates? Then we won't be able to play with Xikong Xinyan. Hehe, Xikong Jiayue is occupying Xikong Mansion. Many people are paying attention to him. We still have to be careful when dealing with him, but if he doesn't even have a mansion, who will pay attention to him? At that time it'll be easier to act." Tuoba Yun sneered. "Young Master Yun, what do you mean? Kill Xikong Jiayue? Take the money he got from selling his mansion? Then, capture Xikong Xinyan? Let's have some fun." A Tuoba clan's cultivator said. Tuoba Yun smiled and said, "That's what I meant. You're worth teaching. Young Master Yun is wise." The group of people immediately started flattering Tuoba Yun. Suddenly, someone said, "Hey, look, there's someone walking over. Who's that guy? He dares to wander around our Tuoba clan streets in the middle of the night? Is he tired of living?" Immediately, a member of the Tuoba family laughed coldly. He looked at the figure walking over from the street in the distance with a cold gaze. The blurry figure approached from afar. Finally, Tuoba Yun and the others saw his face clearly. "It's you." Tuoba Yun narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a cold light. He recognized Lin Feng. The other members of the Tuoba family also recognized him. Wasn't this the kid from the Xikong family? Why was he here? But then, these people sneered. This kid had run to the Tuoba family's base recklessly. Was he here to die? Tuoba Yun waved his hand, and the cultivators of the Tuoba family quickly spread out and surrounded Lin Feng. "How dare you come to the Tuoba family? You really don't know what's good for you." Tuoba Yun's eyes were cold, and they flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng looked up. He didn't say anything, but walked toward Tuoba Yun. "Kill this kid," Tuoba Yun ordered coldly. The cultivators of the Tuoba family knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was not simple. So, they chose to attack from afar. One by one, they took out their powerful Dharma treasures. Buzz, intense vibrations swept through the sky and surged out. Incredible treasures flew towards Lin Feng one after another. Flying swords, jade ruler, cold battle axe, and so on. Every single weapon was extremely powerful as they blasted toward Yi Futian. These people all had cold and sinister expressions on their faces. In their eyes, Lin Feng was strong. But so what, no matter how strong he was? Even if he was besieged by this group of people, he would still die. Moreover, they had a yin-yang realm cultivator on their side. The powerful Dharma treasures were about to hit Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng slashed out with Sky Splitter. Buzz. Intense vibrations surged out, sweeping through the sky and the earth. A destructive power suddenly erupted. 100-foot-long blade light swept out. Clang. Clang, under the attack of the 100-foot-long blade light. The Dharma treasures were instantly torn apart and destroyed. Then, the terrifying blade light swept toward the cultivators of the Tuoba family. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. The cultivators of the Tuoba family died on the spot. The rest of the people's faces abruptly changed. No one had expected Lin Feng to be so powerful. Tuoba Yun said in a low voice, "This brat is incredibly savage. Send out a signal to the Tuoba family's patrolling guards. When the experts arrive, they'll capture this brat alive and make sure he dies without a corpse." Yes. Immediately, a cultivator from the Tuoba family sent out a signal. A firework soared into the sky. However, the flame was extinguished in an instant. A great formation? Tuoba Yun's expression was extremely gloomy. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right, it's a great array. I forgot to tell everyone that I'm an Earth Rank Array Master." What? An Earth Rank Array Master? Tuoba Yun and the others were almost scared to death by Lin Feng's words. An Earth Rank Spirit Array Master would at least have a soul at the creation realm. Could it be that this fellow in front of him possessed a soul at the creation realm? This was simply unbelievable. However, there seemed to be a voice in everyone's heart telling them that everything Lin Feng said was true. Tuoba Yun and the others also knew what an Earth Rank Spirit Array Master meant. Even a yin-yang realm cultivator would be exhausted in front of an array set up by an Earth Rank Spirit Array Master. Tuoba Yun sensed for a moment and then heaved a sigh of relief. Although there was a great formation here, Tuoba Yun discovered that the great formation here was just a simple illusion array. There was no killing array. If it was just an illusion array, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Tuoba Yun said coldly, "Brat, are you making an enemy out of us for the Sikong family? What benefits did the Sikong family give you? The Tuoba family will give you double. How about that? Benefits?" Lin Feng's expression was ice cold. "Sikong Jiayue is my brother, and Sikong Xinyan is my sister. You bastards actually dared to bully my brother and sister. Only death awaits you. Go, let's kill him together." Tuoba Yun saw that Lin Feng was stubborn and immediately shouted coldly. Boom. Boom, boom, a group of experts attacked one after another. All kinds of magic treasures attacked Lin Feng. Slash. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Dealing with these people was as easy as blowing off dust. A sky-splitting slash was unleashed. Instantly, the experts of the Tuoba family were killed one after another. Tuoba Yun was also forced to retreat. Tuoba Yun was a yin-yang realm cultivator. However, he was only at the first firmament of the yin-yang realm. He was no match for Lin Feng. "Martial Soul, activate!" Tuoba Yun shouted coldly. Then, a cold light shot out from his dantian. Purple lightning intertwined. A sword of lightning condensed within the lightning. It was the sword of lightning. It quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. "Brat, my sword of lightning has the most violent attack. Let's see how you block it." Tuoba Yun was obviously very confident in his martial soul and sneered. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "It's just a trash martial soul." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 devouring martial souls revolved. 5 distorted black holes appeared, and the sword of lightning was instantly devoured. "No, how is this possible?" Tuoba Yun roared in disbelief. Whoosh. Lin Feng rushed towards Tuoba Yun. Tuoba Yun was shocked. He quickly retreated. However, Tuoba Yun suddenly realized that his body seemed to be restrained by some terrifying power. He couldn't move. In the next moment, Tuoba Yun felt a sharp pain in his dantian. He screamed as his body flew backwards. He fell to the ground with a thump. His body twitched violently. Tuoba vomited blood. His face was pale. He was shocked to find that, his dantian, it had been destroyed. Ah, you crippled me. You actually crippled my dantian. Brat, you will die a horrible death. The Tuoba family will not let you off. Tuoba face was ashen. In his eyes, there was endless hatred. Lin Feng sneered. The Tuoba family is just an ancient family. If I break through to the Yin-Yang realm, I will be able to uproot the Tuoba family. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and slashed out with sword qi. Puff. A piece of Tuoba flesh was instantly torn off. Tuoba screamed again and again. Puff, puff, puff. Dense sword qi slashed out. Tuoba flesh was torn off piece by piece. Kill me. Tuoba body twitched in pain as he begged loudly. Kill you? Wouldn't that be letting you off too easily? Lin Feng's gaze was extremely cold. When facing an enemy, Lin Feng would never show mercy. His methods, ruthless and merciless. The dense sword qi slashed towards Tuoba. Shrill screams could be heard. The Tuoba family's residence was just one street away. However, this place was sealed by an illusion array. Tuoba was destined to be unable to ask for help from his family. Tuoba looked at Lin Feng in fear. He was filled with regret. Why did he provoke such a demon? While he was filled with endless fear and regret, Tuoba was executed by Lin Feng. Glorybound City, the Tuoba family's higher-ups roared furiously. Who? Who is it? Who dares to kill so many of my Tuoba family's experts? Investigate. No matter who it is, we must make them pay with their blood. The Tuoba family's higher-ups were about to go crazy. Just across the street from the Tuoba family, a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. More than 10 peak martial king cultivators. They were all killed just like that. Tuoba, who was at the Yin-Yang realm, was executed by 1,000 cuts. Was this a provocation to the Tuoba family? News of Tuoba death quickly spread throughout Glorybound City. This matter caused a huge uproar. However, this matter also made many people clap their hands in joy. Tuoba was arrogant. Many people in Glorybound City had been bullied by him. However, Tuoba was at the Yin-Yang realm. He also had the backing of the Tuoba family. Who dared to offend Tuoba? Everyone could only swallow their anger. Now, Tuoba had been executed by 1,000 cuts. This was simply too satisfying. Everyone was talking about this matter. Just across the street from the Tuoba family, someone had actually killed so many of their experts. Furthermore, the Tuoba family had not been alarmed. How terrifying was the person who had done this? Young master, young miss, something big has happened outside. Ruier returned from grocery shopping in the morning with a happy expression. Xianxia asked, what happened? That despicable Tuoba and more than 10 experts of the Tuoba family were killed last night. I heard that Tuoba was executed by 1,000 cuts. Many people are talking about this. Ruier said. Ah, there's such a thing? Xianxia cried out in surprise. She covered her mouth with her small hand to hide her shock. Xianxia was also shocked. Who had killed Tuoba? Xianxia suddenly looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, Xikong, come with me. Xianxia nodded. Brother Lin, what do you want to talk about? Xianxia was confused. When they arrived at Lin Feng's room, Xianxia impatiently asked, Lin Feng, did you do it? Lin Feng nodded. Xianxia's face was filled with shock and emotion. He did not expect that Lin Feng's strength was already so powerful. Lin Feng took out a golden flame fruit. This was what he had obtained from the magnetic fog lake. At that time, Lin Feng obtained a total of 3 golden flame fruits. The golden flame fruit was a heavenly treasure. It could help a cultivator break through to the Yin-Yang realm. This was a treasure that countless people would go crazy for. Good stuff. He wanted to share it with his family and friends. Xikong, I can see that your celestial cord is shining. It seems like you're about to break through to the Yin and Yang layer, but breaking through to the Yin and Yang layer isn't easy. Take this golden fire fruit, it'll help you break through to the Yin and Yang layer. Lin Feng said. Is this the legendary golden fire fruit? Xikong Jiayue's face was filled with shock. Golden flame fruit, naturally, he had heard of it. But he had never seen her before. Now, there was a golden flame fruit in front of him. The shock in his heart was naturally indescribable. You'll need a golden flame fruit when you break through. I can't take this golden flame fruit. Xikong Jiayue shook his head. Lin Feng smiled and said, I have 2 more here. You have a lot of good stuff. Xikong Jiayue was stunned. Then, he punched Lin Feng's chest. But then, Xikong Jiayue looked at Lin Feng sincerely and gratefully and said, Brother, I can't say thank you because it's too pretentious. Lin Feng knew that Xikong Jiayue was under a lot of pressure. The tragic death of his clansman. Blood feud. His sister's safety. The persecution of the Tuoba family. Everything was weighing down on his shoulders. He was really eager to break through to the yin and yang layer. Lin Feng said, You and I are brothers, there's no need to say anything. Go and refine the golden flame fruit. Okay. Xikong Jiayue nodded heavily. Then, he returned to his room to refine the golden flame fruit. 1 day later. Waves of shocking waves spread out from Xikong Jiayue's room. Ha ha ha, I finally broke through. I finally broke through to the yin and yang layer. Xikong Jiayue said excitedly. Brother, you broke through. That's great. Xikong Xinyan clapped her hands excitedly. Lin Feng smiled. Xikong has also broken through to the yin-yang realm. I should wait a bit longer and hope that I can find a fragment of the world tree. I'll activate it and plant it in my dantian. With the help of the world tree, I'll be able to increase my battle power by 12 times. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and thought. At night, Xikong Xinyan prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate Xikong Jiayue's breakthrough. At that moment, someone delivered a letter. It said that the young geniuses of Glory-bound City would be gathering in 3 days at Wanhua Building. This kind of gathering is held every year, but I haven't been there for many years. Xikong Jiayue said. Lin Feng smiled and said, This kind of gathering is quite interesting. We can go together this year. Xikong Jiayue nodded. Time flew by quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng, Xikong Jiayue, and Xikong Xinyan went to Wanhua Building together. The entire street had been sealed off. Many people had surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone looked enviously at the beast-drawn carriages passing by on the street, and they were discussing who was sitting inside the carriages. Those who could attend the gathering of the young geniuses of Glory-bound City were all disciples of influential families. Lin Feng and the other two's carriage stopped in front of Wanhua Building. The 3 of them got off the carriage and walked towards Wanhua Building. Wanhua Building was bustling with people. They were all disciples of powerful families. Even if they weren't from the main family, they were still geniuses from the side branches. Tuoba Lai is here. Someone shouted from outside. Tuoba Lai was 28 years old, but he had already broken through to the 3rd sky of the yin-yang layer. His talent was astonishing. He could become an almighty cultivator in the future. His arrival naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many cultivators went up to greet Tuoba Lai. Tuoba Lai entered Wanhua Building, surrounded by a myriad of people. Geniuses of the younger generation arrived one after another. Every yin-yang realm genius could cause cheers and exclamations. Yan Ruyu is here. There was a huge commotion outside. Many people rushed outside. Yan Ruyu? Who is she? How did she cause such a huge commotion? Lin Feng was astonished. Yan Ruyu is one of the 10 great beauties of the eastern region. She's the princess of Glory-bound country. Xikong Jiayue said. Glory-bound City was the capital of Glory-bound country. Now that Yan Ruyu had come to the gathering of the young geniuses, it would attract even more attention. Yan Ruyu was wearing white clothes. He walked into the 10,000 flower building, surrounded by a myriad of stars. She attracted the attention of many geniuses. Burning gazes were directed at Yan Ruyu. She was one of the top 10 beauties of the eastern region. She was extremely famous. Moreover, she was extremely talented. She had reached the yin-yang layer a long time ago. It could be said that Yan Ryu was a goddess to many people of her age. It was not surprising that her arrival had caused such a big sensation. Princess Ryu. Many geniuses from large clans bowed to Yan Ryu. We are of the same generation. You don't need to be so formal. Yan Ryu smiled. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. No one dared to look at her directly. Her every move exuded a noble aura. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a goddess. Lin Feng looked indifferent when facing Yan Ryu. He had seen many beautiful women, such as Nangong Ningyue, Feng Yaorao, Lu Piao Miao, and so on. They were all as beautiful as Yan Ryu. Among the younger generation of Aolai country, Yan Ryu can be considered one of the leaders. She is very influential and has gathered many geniuses around her, said Sikong Ziyue. She was very talented. Ryu, you're here too. At that moment, a man in golden clothes walked over. This man was extraordinarily handsome. He walked over with a majestic gait, as if he was the son of a god. His temperament was extraordinary. Many people were astonished. They went over to greet him. It was obvious that he had an extraordinary status. Who is that? Asked Lin Feng. He's Jin Tianlong, the genius of the Jin clan. He has awakened a dragon martial spirit. It's extremely terrifying, said Sikong Ziyue. Brother Jin. Yan Ryu smiled faintly. She did not appear too distant, but she also did not appear too intimate. It's much more lively this year. Someone shouted arrogantly. A woman slowly walked over. This woman's figure was enchanting and moving. Her curvaceous body perfectly displayed her hot figure in front of everyone. She was also a woman who could be called a stunner. Her temperament was different from Yan Ryu's. That woman gave people the impression that she was passionate like fire. Of course, another word to describe it would be flirtatious. Hua Qianjiao, this is the young miss of the Hua clan, one of the 10 great clans. Sikong Ziyue whispered. Hua Qianjiao was also one of the top 10 beauties of the eastern region. She and Yan Ryu were known as the twin pearls of Aolai. Both of them possessed unparalleled beauty. Although their temperaments were different. However, all of them were extremely popular. Some people liked women like Yan Ryu, who was noble and cold. Naturally, there were also people who liked a seductive and charming woman like Hua Qianjiao. Many people had gathered around them. I didn't think that the princess would also come to the gathering. It's really rare. This is the princess's first time here, right? I wonder what attracted the princess here this year. Hua Qianjiao looked at Yan Ryu with a faint smile. Yan Ryu smiled and said, I was admiring flowers in the imperial palace when I suddenly remembered that there was a gathering today, so I came out. I wanted to get closer to everyone. I'm honored that the princess would want to get close to us. Hua Qianjiao chuckled. Lin Feng said, these two don't seem to get along. Sikong Ziyue nodded and said, in the past, they were like sisters, but later on, something happened that caused their relationship to turn cold. Whenever they meet, it's inevitable that there will be some disputes. The others naturally knew that they couldn't let Yan Ryu and Hua Qianjiao continue arguing like this. A young man called Lan Su smiled and changed the topic. The ruins of God will open soon. Does anyone have any plans to go there? This topic attracted many people's attention and interest. A woman called Tuoba Qian, who was next to Tuoba Lai, said, the opening of the ruins of God is an opportunity for anyone. Naturally, no one should miss it. A young man called Su Wei shook his head and said, the ruins of God are the battlefields of the gods. There are many opportunities, but it's also dangerous. I'm sure everyone knows what happened at God Fallen Cliff, so before entering such a dangerous place, you should think carefully about whether you have the strength to take the risk. Many people nodded. The incident at God Fallen Cliff had a huge impact on everyone. I heard that the ancient powers are investigating what happened at God Fallen Cliff. How's the investigation going? One of the geniuses said. Is there even a need to investigate? Something terrifying must have happened in the depths of the Forbidden Land of Death. I've only heard that the Forbidden Land of Death is terrifying, but I've never experienced it myself. Now, I know how terrifying it is. Someone sighed. There are many places in the ruins of God that are even more dangerous than the forbidden land of death, someone said. Many people frowned. They had no choice but to consider whether they should take the risk in the ruins of God. Eh? Sikong, you're here too? A surprised voice was heard. A young man in cyan clothes looked over and saw Sikong Jiayue. He was called Tang Xingyao. He was from one of the 10 great clans, the Tang clan. Sikong Jiayue nodded and chatted with Tang Xingyao. Not far away, Yan Ruyu, Hu Qianjiao, Jin Tianlong, Duoba Lai, and the others also noticed them. When they saw Sikong Jiayue, they all had strange expressions. Some were indifferent, some were sneering, and some were disdainful. The Sikong clan had declined. Naturally, there was no lack of snobs. Sister Xinyan, you're here too. We haven't seen each other in 3 or 4 years, right? Hu Qianjiao smiled at Sikong Xinyan. Sister Qianjiao. Sikong Xinyan bowed slightly. Let's go to the pavilion on the 3rd floor. There will be a small trade fair there soon. Perhaps there will be many good things there. Tuoba Lai smiled. The group of people headed to the 3rd floor. Naturally, not everyone was qualified to go there. At the top of the stairs, Tuoba Lai glanced at Lin Feng and said, Sikong, is this your friend? Sikong Jiayue nodded. Indeed. What's the matter? Tuoba Lai smiled. Not everyone is qualified to go to the pavilion on the 3rd floor. You and Sikong Xinyan can go there, but we have to give face to your Sikong clan's ancestor. As for your friend, he doesn't even have the right to enter the 3rd floor. You should know how to deal with this, right? Tuoba Lai's lips curled into a sneer. He could naturally sense Lin Feng's cultivation. He was only a 10th layer martial king. Such a person wasn't even qualified to talk to him. Clearly, Tuoba Lai wanted to use Lin Feng to humiliate Sikong Jiayue. The others frowned, but they didn't say anything. After all, offending Tuoba Lai for Sikong Jiayue wasn't worth it. As for Lin Feng, the others didn't think much of him either. A 10th layer martial king was already pretty good. However, in front of the 10 great clans, he was nothing. Don't go too far. Sikong Jiayue's expression darkened. He clenched his fists. What? Did I say something wrong? Only the disciples of the 10 great clans can go to the 3rd floor, and only the geniuses of the Yinyang realm can go there. Not just anyone can go there. Tuoba Lai sneered. Why aren't you all coming up? At that moment, a gentle voice came from the 3rd floor. Everyone looked over and saw a white-clothed woman with a veil over her face appear. Heavens, it's Bai Xingyi. When the woman appeared, the entire Myriad Flower Building went into an uproar. Myriad Flower Building wasn't an ordinary faction. Myriad Flower Building was spread all over the Tianwu continent. Although they didn't participate in the conflicts of the Tianwu continent. However, everyone knew how terrifying the 10,000 Flower Building was. It was unknown how many powerhouses this faction had roped in. The strength of this faction was something that even some ancient factions couldn't compare to. Bai Xingyi was one of the 12 holy maidens of Myriad Flower Building. She had a high status. She was comparable to a direct descendant of an ancient faction. She was comparable to the eldest princess of an ancient empire like the Great Zhou Empire. In the future, Bai Xingyi might become the leader of Myriad Flower Building. Aolai Immortal Country was just an ancient faction. They were nothing in front of Myriad Flower Building. No one had expected Bai Xingyi to appear in Aolai City's Myriad Flower Building. After seeing Bai Xingyi, even Yan Ruyu, Jin Tianlong, Hu Qianjiao, and the other geniuses bowed slightly to Yan Ruyu. Their cultivation levels might be comparable to Bai Xingyi's. However, the factions behind them were much weaker than Bai Xingyi's. Naturally, their status couldn't compare to Bai Xingyi's. Bai Xingyi nodded slightly when she saw these people bowing to her. She said, "Let's go. 2 other friends are here too." All the geniuses perked up. How could Bai Xingyi call them friends? Could they also be descendants of ancient factions? The geniuses from Aolai Immortal Country were excited. Of course, they wanted to make friends with the descendants of the most powerful factions. Many people looked enviously at the 30 or so disciples of the 10 great clans on the 2nd floor. They also wanted to go to the private room on the 3rd floor. However, they weren't qualified. At that moment, Bai Xingyi, who was about to leave, suddenly paused. She looked at the crowd and revealed a look of surprise. Lin Gongzi, you're also in the East region? Are you going to the ruins of God? Bai Xingyi looked at Lin Feng and asked with a smile. Whoosh, everyone's eyes followed Bai Xingyi's gaze. Everyone saw the young cultivator standing beside Xikong Jiayue. Many people's expressions were very interesting. Tuoba Lai had just mocked that not just anyone was qualified to enter the private room on the third floor. However, in the blink of an eye, the high and mighty Bai Xingyi had appeared. When the geniuses from Ao Lai Immortal Country greeted Bai Xingyi, she merely nodded her head. However, when Bai Xingyi saw Lin Feng, she seemed to have changed into a different person. She was so enthusiastic about Lin Feng. Fairy Bai, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. You're still as elegant as ever. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Lin Feng had met Bai Xingyi in northern Wilderness City. Bai Xingyi said, the other two friends have also wanted to get to know Lin Gongzi. I didn't expect to see Lin Gongzi today. It seems that we are fated to meet. Seeing Bai Xingyi and Lin Feng talking so enthusiastically, Yan Ruyu, Jin Tianlong, Hu Qianjiao, and the others were shocked. Who was this person? How could Bai Xingyi be so enthusiastic about him? Bai Xingyi didn't pay much attention to them. Tuoba Lai's face turned green and white. He had just mocked Lin Feng for not being qualified to enter the private room on the third floor. Now, it was as if he had been slapped in the face. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Feng. They were observing his every move. Everyone was guessing Lin Feng's identity. For Bai Xingyi to befriend him, he must have an extraordinary background. He must be very terrifying. Even though Lin Feng looked like a cultivator of the Huangqi layer, he was still a cultivator of the Huangqi layer. But nobody thought that Lin Feng was really a cultivator of the Martial King layer. A Martial King cultivator? Was he worth Bai Xingyi befriending? Some cultivation techniques could hide one's cultivation level. Lin Feng glanced at Tuoba Lai with a faint smile and said, someone said that I'm not qualified to go to the third floor. Here comes the show. Many people's spirits were suddenly lifted. Everyone knew who Lin Feng was talking about. The Tuoba family had replaced the Xikong family as one of the top 10 families in Glorybound City. The disciples of the Tuoba family had become more and more high profile. Of course, to put it nicely, they were high profile. To put it bluntly, they were arrogant and despotic. Naturally, many people didn't like it. Obviously, Lin Feng wasn't a guy who would swallow his anger. Oh? Who said that Lin Gongzi isn't qualified to enter the third floor's private room? Bai Xingyi's gentle eyes suddenly had a hint of coldness. Yan Ruyu, Jin Tianlong, and the others all turned to look at Tuoba Lai. Who are you? Bai Xingyi asked Tuoba Lai. The corners of Tuoba Lai's mouth twitched violently. He was a direct descendant of the Tuoba family. Bai Xingyi didn't even know him. Bai Xingyi asked him who he was in front of so many people. It was like being slapped in the face again and again. Tuoba Lai was so aggrieved. He could only feel a raging flame burning in his chest. It was as if his body was going to ignite. However, no matter how aggrieved he was, no matter how angry he was, Tuoba Lai didn't dare to get angry. Because Bai Xingyi wasn't someone he could afford to offend. I'm Tuoba Lai from the Tuoba family. Tuoba Lai said. So you're from the Tuoba family. Who else is from the Tuoba family? Bai Xingyi glanced at the others. Tuoba Qian and Tuoba Fei also walked out. These two people were also disciples of the Tuoba family. You can leave now. Pass down my orders. From now on, 10,000 Flower Building will not welcome anyone from the Tuoba family. Bai Xingyi said calmly. Boom, the entire 10,000 Flowers Building was in an uproar. No one would have thought that because of a single sentence from Lin Feng. Thus, Myriad Flower Building cut off all ties with the Tuoba family, which had been on good terms with them. Moreover, he was so decisive. Everyone knew. He was weighing the pros and cons between the Tuoba family and Lin Feng. Bai Xingyi chose Lin Feng without hesitation. Please. Or do you want us to attack? Two silhouettes appeared without a sound. He didn't even know if they were male or female. Because they were shrouded in white mist. The space around them was slightly distorted. This was Bai Xingyi's protector. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying his cultivation was. "Let's go," Tuoba Lai's voice was gloomy. He glanced at Lin Feng viciously, then left with Tuoba Qian and Tuoba Fei. Jin Tianlong and the others smiled bitterly. They didn't expect this to happen. Soon, they sighed inwardly. If they had known that this person was so extraordinary, they should have befriended him. But now, they probably didn't have the chance. "Will it cause trouble for you?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "A mere Tuoba family is nothing to 10,000 flower building." Bai Xingyi smiled casually. The Tuoba family was indeed nothing compared to 10,000 flower building. Lin Feng and Bai Xingyi stood side by side and walked toward the private room on the third floor together. Soon, they arrived at the private room where the gathering was held. When they entered, they saw two young cultivators sitting inside. One of them was wearing a green robe. Although he was sitting in a private room, he gave off a feeling that the place he was sitting on was empty. Human and void compatibility. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The green-robed cultivator was definitely not simple. The other person was wearing a purple robe. His body emitted a fiery aura. Dao Wuxiu. Xing Tianyang. Jin Tianlong recognized the two of them and immediately exclaimed. The others were also shocked. So it's them. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the minor creation roll recorded in the celestial records. The minor creation roll listed some of the top geniuses of the younger generation. Although they were very young, their cultivation was close to the creation realm. They were catching up with the older generation. There were only a few people like them in the Tianwu continent. Dao Wuxiu and Xing Tianyang were on the minor creation roll. Dao Wuxiu was the successor of the primordial age, the Xiaotian Dao Palace. It was a Daoist faction. As mentioned before, the Daoist faction was very mysterious. Very few people were born. However, once the disciples of the Daoist faction were born, they would definitely be outstanding. Dao Wuxiu was such a person. It was rumored that he had the void Dao body. He was born with the ability to be one with the void. Once he used the void Dao body. His body was like a ghost as he merged with the void. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find him. It was obvious that Dao Wuxiu had a special body constitution. Everyone could have a martial soul. However, those with a special body constitution were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Xing Tianyang's identity was also extraordinary. In the Tianwu continent, there was a region called the Fire Region. There was only one faction in the Fire Region. It was called the Fire Nation. Xing Tianyang was the nephew of the Fire Nation's human emperor. It was rumored that he had the rare fire god body. He was also a person with a special body constitution. Brother Sheng, this is Lin Feng, the one I mentioned to you before," said Lin Feng. Bai Xingyi introduced. "Oh? This is Brother Lin?" Dao Wuxiu. Xing Tianyang was shocked. The two of them stared at Lin Feng. After a moment, the two of them looked at each other and nodded. Then they stood up. "Haha, Brother Lin, we have heard of your name." Dao Wuxiu walked over with a smile. "Not long ago, I talked to Fairy Bai about Brother Lin. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. It seems that we are fated." Xing Tianyang was also smiling. Yan Ruyu, Hu Qianjiao, Jin Tianlong and the others. Even Xikong Jiayue, who was familiar with Lin Feng. Right now, they were all dumbfounded. First, it was Bai Xingyi. Then, it was Dao Wuxiu. Xing Tianyang. Such a top genius. After seeing Lin Feng, they were all shocked. What was Lin Feng's social status? Everyone was filled with curiosity. However, they were also filled with regret. Previously, when Tuoba Lai had recklessly offended Lin Feng. If they had stood on Lin Feng's side now, wouldn't they have been able to befriend Lin Feng? However, no one had grasped this opportunity. Everyone had an extremely vexed expression on their faces. Brother Sheng. Facing Dao Wuxiu and Xing Tianyang, Lin Feng was also calm. "Let's go inside and talk," Bai Xingyi said. Lin Feng nodded. The four of them entered the private room. The rest of the people stayed outside. Lin Feng was also puzzled. In terms of his cultivation base, Bai Xingyi, Dao Wuxiu, and Xing Tianyang, these kind of heavenly goddesses, heaven's favored children, shouldn't be treated so cautiously, right? There must be a reason behind this. Lin Feng secretly guessed what the reason was. Outside, Jing Tianlong and the others surrounded Xikong Jiayue. Yan Ruyu, Hu Qianjiao, and the other girls surrounded Xikong Xinyan. They were all very friendly, as if they were good friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. They obviously wanted to get more information about Lin Feng from Xikong Jiayue and Xikong Xinyan. However, the siblings didn't say anything about Lin Feng. But that didn't stop the group from being so friendly. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng seemed to have a close relationship with Xikong Jiayue. If they were on good terms with Xikong Jiayue, they might be able to gain Lin Feng's friendship in the future. Inside, Bai Xingyi set up a soundproof barrier. Then, the four of them sat down. Brother Lin, do you know that we're different from the people outside? Dao Wuxiu looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stunned. He immediately knew what Dao Wuxiu wanted to say. He nodded and said, "That's right. There are indeed some differences. It seems that Brother Lin already knows that you have a special constitution." Dao Wuxiu said. Lin Feng nodded. Bai Xingyi smiled and said, "When I met Brother Lin in Northern Wasteland City, I sensed a faint blood essence in your body. I think that's the blood essence condensed from your special bloodline, right?" Bai Xingyi was indeed terrifying. Her perception was so strong. Lin Feng was shocked. He nodded and said, "That's right. I've already condensed the first drop of blood essence. I'm waiting for an opportunity to awaken my bloodline." Xing Tianyang said, "Breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm will quickly awaken your bloodline. Brother Lin, you haven't broken through yet. Are you still accumulating energy?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Although I can break through, I want to break through in the ruins of God. Maybe I'll find some opportunities there." Finding opportunities in the ruins of God is indeed the best choice. When you break through, your cultivation will increase even more. Bai Xingyi smiled and said, "Brother Lin, what kind of special constitution do you have? Can you tell us?" Dao Wuxiu and Xing Tianyang looked at Lin Feng. Any special physique was extremely terrifying. Between different special constitutions, it was also a form of mutual promotion and restraint. However, there were differences in strength between these special constitutions. The virtuous Dao physique was one of the stronger ones among the special physiques. Lin Feng replied, "Immortal divine body." "What? Brother Lin, you have the immortal divine body?" Dao Wuxiu, Bai Xingyi, and Xing Tianyang all stood up in shock. Lin Feng was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong?" Dao Wuxiu smiled bitterly. "Brother Lin, do you know about the 10 immemorial divine bodies?" Lin Feng shook his head. He really didn't know much about special constitutions. Wuxiu said, "The 10 ancient godly bodies are the immemorial saint body, the indestructible battle body, the immortal godly body, the sky tyrant saint body, the 10,000 poisons demon body, the reincarnation demon body, the eternal immortal body, the Dao fusion godly body, the sovereign emperor body, and the karma saint body. Brother Lin, it won't be long before you awaken your immortal divine body. Once you do, your cultivation will rise very quickly," said Xing Tianyang. Lin Feng nodded. Bai Xingyi asked, "Brother Lin, have you heard of the Heaven Opening Road?" "Heaven Opening Road? What's that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. "In the depths of the endless sea, there's an ancient and mysterious road. It's called the Heaven Opening Road. It's a road that the ancient gods used to cultivate. Countless opportunities and inheritances can be found on the Heaven Opening Road." Xing Tianyang's eyes blazed. "There's even a way to become a god there. You can even find a way to condense godly flames." Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually such a road? Isn't the Heaven Opening Road too shocking? Lin Feng was moved. Of course. The Heaven Opening Road is such an incredible road. If you can find an opportunity on it, you might be able to become a god. Dao Wuxiu said. Become a god, Lin Feng's eyes blazed. He longed to become a god. Only by becoming a god could he enter the starry sky. He could cross star fields. Only then would he have the chance to rescue his mother, who was suppressed in the depths of the starry sky. Brother Lin, you have an undying body. Once you awaken, your cultivation will quickly catch up to ours. At that time, we'd like to invite you to explore the heaven-opening road with us. Sheng Tianyang said. No wonder Bai Xingyi was here. Dao Wuxiu. Sheng Tianyang, she was so enthusiastic about him. Because in their eyes, he was the same kind of person as them. He had a special constitution. When the heaven-opening road opened, they wanted to form a small team to explore it. Ordinary people weren't qualified to join such a small team. Only people like them had the right to join. And Lin Feng was one of them. When will the heaven-opening road open? Lin Feng asked. It will open within 10 years, but I estimate that it will open in 4 or 5 years, Bai Xingyi said. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng nodded. If he had 4 or 5 years, Lin Feng believed that his cultivation would increase. Lin Feng asked, are there any restrictions on the heaven-opening road? There are indeed restrictions. First, it's cultivation. Only cultivators below the life and death realm can enter. Second, it's age. Cultivators who have cultivated for less than 100 years can enter. Basically, those old antiques or middle-generation cultivators can't enter. Dao Wuxiu said. Compared to a cultivator's long lifespan, 100 years. It was indeed very short. Lin Feng nodded. I'll do my best to raise my cultivation in the next few years. With Brother Lin joining us, once the heaven-opening road opens, I'm sure we'll gain something. They were all very happy. They all knew what Lin Feng's immortal godly body meant. Once the undying body awakened, this taboo body that could be ranked in the top 10 of the ancient times would definitely display terrifying abilities. At that time, it would be very useful on the heaven-opening road, which was full of dangers. With such a teammate, they would also feel at ease. A few people walked out from the inner room. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, Bai Xingyi, Dao Wuxiu, and Sheng Tianyang with smiles on their faces. They knew. The 4 of them were clearly chatting happily. No one knew what they were talking about in private. The small trade fair was held soon after. Basically, it was a barter. Lin Feng didn't get anything for himself. Because he didn't like anything that appeared. He didn't need anything either. However, Lin Feng used 2 7,000-year-old spirit herbs to exchange for 2 peak-level treasured artifacts for Xianxia. With such powerful artifacts, even if she couldn't defeat a yin-yang realm cultivator, she could still easily escape with her life. Before the banquet ended, Lin Feng asked Bai Xingyi to take care of Xianxia. It was mainly because he was about to leave with Xianxia, so he was a little worried. Bai Xingyi had just formed an alliance with Lin Feng, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. Yan Ruyu, Jin Tianlong, and the others were all secretly thinking. Although the Xikong family had been defeated, they were now on good terms with Lin Feng and Wanhua House. Perhaps in the future, the Xikong family would regain its glory in the hands of Xikong Jiayue. It seemed that they had to interact more with the Xikong family and deepen their relationship. The ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, blue waves rippled. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue took a huge ship and entered the eastern sea world. This was Lin Feng's first time out at sea. The magnificent waves of the sea shook Lin Feng's heart. This made him sigh with emotion. No matter how powerful a person was. In front of nature. It seemed to be forever small. Every once in a while, there would be a huge ship heading out to the depths of the ocean. Some people went to the Immortal Island to ask for spiritual medicine. Some people wanted to go to the Immortal Island to learn from a master. Some people went to the deep sea to look for opportunities. They all had different motives. The East Sea is vast and boundless, and there are many different powers. It doesn't belong to the 72 prefectures in the north, but rather, it belongs to the 4 seas. The vice-captain introduced the division of forces in the East Sea to the cultivators in the cabin. In the land of the Eastern Sea, the most powerful force is the mysterious Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. However, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is too mysterious for cultivators and is very difficult to come into contact with. Apart from the East Sea Dragon Palace, there are 7 other groups called the 3 Saints and the 4 Immortals. The 3 Saints refer to the Punlai, rosy clouds, and flying immortal ancient holy lands. The four immortals refer to the Raging Flame, Fire Cloud, Golden Crow, and Divine Rock Immortal Islands. The three holy lands belong to the human race, while Raging Flame Island, Golden Crow Island, and Divine Pung Island belong to the demon race. Raging Flame Island's Demon King Raging Flame, Golden Crow Island's Golden Crow Holy Lord, and Divine Pung Island's Heavenly Pung Holy King are all famous experts. They stand at the peak of the martial heaven continent. As for Fire Cloud Island, it's an evil power. The leader of the island, evil god Fire Cloud, is extremely strong. The Inferno Demon King? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the demons of God's Land in the East Province. They killed hundreds of millions of people in the East County. It was the combined effort of the Demon Blood Emperor and the Inferno Demon King. So this Inferno Demon King was the overlord of the East Sea. The vice captain continued, of course, apart from these top-tier factions, there are also some other factions, which are pirates. Pirates? Everyone's expression changed. Everyone knew about bandits. They killed people and plundered goods, committing all sorts of crimes. Pirates should be the same as bandits. Maybe you've seen bandits on land, but there aren't that many bandits on a large scale. But on the sea, pirates are extremely savage. The sea is rich in resources and it's easy to hide. Therefore, for many strong cultivators, this is the best time to travel, said Lin Feng. The vice captain said. These pirates are so rampant. Don't tell me that the great powers of the sea never encircle them? Someone asked. Of course. There's even a bounty list. The bounty for the 9 pirate kings is 100 million top-grade spirit stones, but who can kill them? The vice captain shook his head. There's still a pirate king? Everyone was shocked. The vice captain replied, of course there are pirate kings. Pirate forces are extremely powerful, and there are pirates everywhere. The 9 great pirate kings' forces are even more powerful. If the 9 great pirate kings joined forces, even the ancient sacred lands and ancient immortal islands would tremble. Does that mean the 9 great pirate kings have the ability to shake the ancient sacred lands and ancient immortal islands? Lin Feng asked. You could say that. The vice city lord nodded. This made Lin Feng feel incredulous. If that was the case, then, the current East Sea could indeed be called the Great Voyage Era. The vice city lord continued, there are 2 things to worry about when going out to sea. The first is how to avoid the pirates, and the second is how to avoid the powerful beasts in the sea. This vast sea is boundless, and the beasts wreak havoc in the sea. Some of the more powerful beasts can swallow an entire island with their mouths wide open. Their cultivation is unimaginably strong, and they can't be resisted. Many of you want to join the great powers of the sea to cultivate. This time, we will be stopping at the Cloud Sea Gathering Place. The Cloud Sea Gathering Place is one of the 18 largest gathering places. It was built by the joint efforts of many great powers of the sea. People come and go, and it's very lively. The great powers of the sea also have offices in the gathering place. If you want to join them, you can go to the offices. As for whether you can join the great powers of the sea, it depends on your own ability. Many cultivators who wanted to join the great powers of the sea were excited when they heard this. Obviously, they yearned to join the great powers of the sea. There were immortals in the East Sea. In fact, they were referring to the great powers of the sea. These great powers of the sea were all overlords, and they were even stronger than the ancient powers of the land. Even if they were weaker than the ancient powers. But they were only weaker in terms of foundation. Compared to them. In fact, they weren't far off. Of course, there was a reason for this. The resources of the sea were far more abundant than those of the land. And there were very few great powers of the sea. This way, the resources could be concentrated. It wasn't like the land, where all kinds of powers crisscrossed. The resources were scattered. Therefore, the great powers of the sea. It wasn't unreasonable. The giant ships sailed on the sea for more than 10 days. But on this day, they encountered the most terrifying thing. The sky suddenly darkened. A gloomy and cold aura surged in the void. In the sea, huge creatures appeared one after another. They were gigantic sharks. That kind of shark was too big. Each shark was 1,000 meters long. Ordinary sharks were only a few meters long. Even the most ferocious tiger shark was only 10 meters long. But the shark that appeared in front of them was 1,000 meters long. It was simply shocking. This was a kind of shark that was completely black. There were about a dozen sharks in this group, and they rushed towards the giant ship. Not good, it's the nether demon shark. Activate the giant ship's defense and quickly escape from this place. The captain personally appeared, his expression extremely solemn. Nether demon shark. It was the most ferocious beast in the East Sea. They usually lived in the deepest abyss of the sea. The word nether meant hell. And in the sea, it was defined as hell's messenger. The nether demon shark was like the hell's messenger, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Once it appeared, it would cause a great deal of suffering. Countless creatures would die. The giant ship's defense was activated. The giant ship quickly rushed into the distance. But it was too late to leave now. The nether demon sharks rushed over. Quick, release the arrows and kill the nether demon shark. The vice captain anxiously shouted. A huge crossbow was pushed out. It needed more than a dozen people to pull it open. The arrows were also magical arrows. They were more than 10 meters long and could easily kill large beasts. One after another, huge crossbow bolts shot out. The power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. They fiercely bombarded the nether demon shark. Clang, 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 the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew everywhere. The magical arrows that could kill a Yin-Yang realm cultivator couldn't even break through the nether demon shark's defense. This is troublesome. Even such powerful arrows can't break through the defense of these nether demon sharks. I'm afraid we have to prepare to escape. Seeing the arrows bounced off the nether demon sharks' bodies, Lin Feng knew that they were in trouble. The nether demon sharks in front of them were too terrifying, and there were more than a dozen of them. Once these nether demon sharks charged, it was not something the giant ship could withstand. As expected, more than a dozen nether demon sharks charged over. They fiercely crashed into the giant ship. Crack, crack. With the first wave of impact, the giant ship's restriction began to break. Then, the nether demon sharks once again crashed into the giant ship. Bang, a loud sound shook the sky. The giant ship's restriction was broken by the nether demon sharks. Then, something terrifying happened. The giant ship's hull began to crumble. Run, leave the ship quickly, the ship is about to break. Many people cried out in horror. Many people's faces turned pale. Everyone rushed into the air. Swish, cold light flashed. One by one, the nether demon sharks opened their bloody mouths. Densely packed water arrows were sprayed out. They shot towards the cultivators in the air. Puff, puff. Then, the sound of the water arrows tearing flesh could be heard. Accompanied by shrill screams, many cultivators were pierced by the water arrows. Then, they fell. They were swallowed by the nether demon sharks. These nether demon sharks were extremely ferocious. Their attacks were powerful. Not only did they attack with water arrows, they also whipped their huge tails. Dozens of cultivators were whipped to death. Run, 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 many people were trembling in fear and frantically flew into the distance. Seeing the cultivators who were about to escape, the nether demon sharks spat out pitch-black balls of energy. These nether demon sharks were really too powerful. Not only could they attack with water arrows, but they also had more powerful energy attacks. Every time an energy ball exploded, many cultivators would be faked to death. Then, the nether demon shark suddenly sucked. Those cultivators' corpses flew towards the nether demon sharks. They were swallowed by the nether demon sharks. These nether demon sharks were ferocious. They liked to attack cultivators' islands or ships. It was rumored that tens of thousands of years ago, the nether demon sharks' numbers reached a peak. Thousands of nether demon sharks were attacking a huge gathering point in the sea. The gathering place was instantly destroyed by the thousands of nether demon sharks. Only a handful of the tens of millions of cultivators managed to escape. Almost all of them were devoured by the nether demon shark. This was the famous Savage Shark Island extermination incident. Under the leadership of the Nether Demon Shark King, the group of Nether Demon Sharks continued to attack the cultivators on the sea. More than a dozen bases were destroyed by the nether demon sharks. Countless ships were devoured by the nether demon sharks. At that time, it caused a huge panic in the East Sea. However, this also infuriated many forces in the East Sea. Under the call of the 3 Holy Lands and the 4 Immortal Islands, all the forces in the Eastern Sea, big and small, had joined forces to encircle and annihilate the nether demon sharks. In the end, they paid a heavy price to kill the nether demonic shark king and destroy the nether demonic sharks. Originally, the forces of the Eastern Sea wanted to exterminate the nether demon sharks to vent their anger. However, the appearance of the emissary of the East Sea Dragon Palace prevented the extinction of this race. However, after that battle, the nether demon sharks suffered heavy losses. Their numbers dropped from a few thousand to a few dozen. It was extremely difficult for a nether demon shark to breed, and it was even more difficult for it to grow. Even if tens of thousands of years had passed, the number of nether demon sharks was still very small. Now, more than a dozen nether demon sharks were mobilized at once. There were originally 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators on the ship. Not long after, more than half of them were slaughtered by the nether demon sharks. Everything that was happening before their eyes was too tragic. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue quickly flew into the distance. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. A nether demon shark's huge tail whipped over. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue quickly dodged. They narrowly avoided the nether demon shark's attack. At this moment, the nether demon shark, however, spat out a ball of energy. Many cultivators were faked to death by the energy ball. That energy ball also enveloped Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. Heavenly God Shield. At this moment, Xikong Jiayue took out a treasure. This treasure was a shield, and he held it in his hand. That shield instantly revealed the image of a heavenly god. Divine light lingered around it, protecting them. Heavenly God Shield, its defense was astonishing. The nether demon shark's energy attack blasted over. At this moment, the Heavenly God Shield showed its power. It blocked the nether demon shark's attack. This is a treasure left behind by the ancestor who founded the Xikong family. Its defense is very strong. Although I can't completely control this treasure, it should be enough to protect us as we leave. Xikong Jiayue said. Okay, let's not waste any time. Let's go. Lin Feng said. The two of them relied on the Heavenly God Shield's powerful defense to rush out. They didn't stop and quickly left the area. These nether demon sharks are really terrifying. Xikong Jiayue let out a long breath. Lin Feng nodded and said, "We were lucky to be able to escape." The appearance of the nether demon sharks caused a huge commotion. Ships were constantly being attacked by the nether demon sharks. The casualties were disastrous. These nether demon sharks didn't move in groups either. Some of them also chose to move alone. There's a gathering place in front. Although it's not very big, there are still 200,000 to 300,000 cultivators. Let's go there and rest for a day. Xikong Jiayue pointed to an island in the distance. Vaguely, one could see a city on the island. Obviously, someone had built a city on the island. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He walked towards the island with Xikong Jiayue. When they were about to reach the island, suddenly, Lin Feng felt a violent fluctuation coming from the depths of the sea. Not good, it's a nether demon shark. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He and Xikong Jiayue quickly rushed to a high place. Soon, the nether demon shark appeared. The nether demon shark's huge body appeared on the surface of the sea. There's only one. Xikong Jiayue let out a long breath. The nether demon shark rushed towards the cultivator gathering place. The cultivators in the cultivator gathering place also noticed the nether demon shark. Not good, the nether demon shark is here, run. Many people cried out in horror. However, it was already too late to escape. The nether demon shark opened its bloody mouth. A terrifying scene appeared. The nether demon shark's bloody mouth was like a black hole world. Waves of terrifying dark energy surged out. It enveloped the entire huge island. The island was rapidly shrinking. Everyone was trapped on the island. Crack. The nether demon shark swallowed the island in one gulp. along with the hundreds of thousands of people on the island. They were also swallowed by the nether demon shark. On an island. It was devoured just like that. It turned out that the rumors were true. Deep-sea beasts could devour an entire cultivator island in one gulp. And now, they had seen the rumors with their own eyes. Lin Feng and Xianxia. They were deeply shocked. What a terrifying power of darkness. Not only was the entire island sealed, but it was also shrinking. What kind of power is that? Xianxia said with a pale face. It should be the divine power of the nether demon shark. No wonder this group of nether demon sharks was so terrifying tens of thousands of years ago, causing the entire East Sea to fall into panic. They are indeed too powerful. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said. After the nether demon shark devoured the entire island and hundreds of thousands of cultivators, it let out a satisfied sigh. Then, it plunged into the ocean and disappeared without a trace. Unfortunately, with our strength, we can't kill such a nether demon shark. If we can kill it, we'll obtain its essence, and then we'll be able to absorb its essence. Our cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng said. Xianxia said, this nether demon shark's defense is too strong, and the power contained in its huge body is too terrifying. I reckon that only powerful cultivators can deal with it. The two didn't stop and continued to fly deeper. Some large forces had already received the news of the nether demon shark's appearance. Many large forces had sent experts to capture the nether demon shark. On this day, in the distance, dark clouds rolled and lightning intertwined. The purple lightning was like a lightning dragon, swimming in the void. In the ocean, a huge creature let out a low roar from time to time. Nether demon shark. It was actually a nether demon shark. It was obvious that the nether demon shark was about to undergo a tribulation. Good heavens, this nether demon shark will undergo a transformation once it succeeds, and its cultivation will increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the nether demon shark. Some powerful beasts were undergoing a transformation. Like a snake transforming into a dragon. They were all going against the heavens. Those who went against the heavens would be punished by the heavens. The heavens' punishment referred to the lightning tribulation. Resisting the heavens' punishment was what cultivators called tribulation. In fact, it wasn't only the beasts that had to undergo tribulation. Even cultivators had to undergo tribulation. Of course, cultivators usually transcended their tribulations by cultivating to a high level. At that time, they would experience 3 calamities and 9 disasters. At that time, it would be extremely dangerous. Just a little carelessness. He would die and his Tao would vanish. Xianxia said, with such a huge commotion, I'm afraid it will attract quite a few people. Lin Feng nodded and said, the nether demon shark, must have devoured too many cultivators and improved greatly. Therefore, I had to undergo the tribulation here before returning to the deep sea region. The tribulation of heaven's wrath is extremely dangerous. Even if I could successfully pass the tribulation, I would lose half my life. At that time, the nether demon shark would be at its weakest. At this point, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a burning gaze. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether or not the nether demon shark can successfully overcome its tribulation, it won't be easy for it to escape back to the deep sea alive. Even if it wants to leave, will these cultivators let it go? Lin Feng smiled calmly. Swish swish swish, at this moment, more than 10 cultivators flew over from afar. Someone's coming. Xianxia said. Let's hide and wait for an opportunity to snatch the nether demon shark's source energy. Lin Feng said. Next. He and Xianxia hid on a small island. They waited for the nether demon shark to undergo its tribulation. Cultivators continued to arrive. Most of them were rogue cultivators. The nether demon shark had a burning gaze. Behind a rock reef, there were more than 10 people hiding. If it was Lin Feng, he would definitely be able to recognize these people. Lu Mengyan, it was actually this person. Previously, she had tried to recruit Lin Feng to become Huang Fuqingtian's death warrior. However, she was rejected by Lin Feng. As a result, she hated Lin Feng out of jealousy. Beside Lu Mengyan was Sun Zizhou. Of course, the most eye-catching person was a cultivator with a sword on his back. This person was 15 or 16 years old. He was dressed in green and was very handsome. This cultivator was called Xianxia. He was a core disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. His status could be said to be high and mighty. Moreover, this person had long since submitted to Huangfu Qingtian. He was highly regarded by Huangfu Qingtian. Now, he was entrusted by Huangfu Qingtian. Li Jianxiao accompanied Lu Mengyan to the ruins of God to train. It could be seen. This Huangfu Qingtian treated Lu Mengyan extremely well. This was also something that many people did not understand. Why would Huangfu Qingtian treat Mengyan like this? Many people guessed that Lu Mengyan might have some secrets. This made Huangfu Qingtian very interested. This was why Lu Mengyan had such a high and mighty status. Li Jianxiao said. A confident expression appeared on Lu Mengyan's face as she said, "Don't worry, senior brother Qingtian has already decided who will take first place in the intersect competition. Regardless of whether or not I'm able to break through to the Yin-Yang realm, I'll still take first place. I'll break through to the Yin-Yang realm as soon as possible and enter the small world to quickly increase my cultivation. Before the heaven opening road opens, I'll be able to reach the peak of the Yin-Yang realm and dual cultivate with senior brother Qingtian." It turned out that Lu Mengyan had a very special physique called the water spirit body. This kind of water spirit body was the best physique for dual cultivation. If one dual cultivated with a woman with the water spirit body, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. When the 8th prince of Zhenwu country was killed for his rebellion, Lu Mengyan escaped and met Huangfu Qingtian on the way. Huangfu Qingtian saw that Lu Mengyan had a water spirit body at a glance. Moreover, she still maintained her virginity. This made Huangfu Qingtian very happy. He brought Lu Mengyan back to the Blue Cloud sect. He spent a huge amount of money to cultivate Lu Mengyan. It was all to quickly increase Lu Mengyan's cultivation. Then, he would dual cultivate with Lu Mengyan. This was the first time they dual cultivated. It was the most obvious increase in the cultivation of male cultivators. It was said that it could often increase one's cultivation by several levels. Of course, the higher the cultivation of the female cultivator, the better. The higher the cultivation of the female cultivator, the more the male cultivator took the female cultivator's virginity. The higher the cultivation of the male cultivator. Lu Mengyan obviously knew why Huangfu Qingtian thought so highly of her. Some of the higher-ups of the Green Sky Peak, such as Li Jianxiao, also knew. However, Lu Mengyan didn't feel that there was anything shameful about it. To be able to become a woman of a man like Huangfu Qingtian. It was something she didn't even dare to dream about in the past. Rumble, at this moment. In the sky, a terrifying aura surged. The sound of thunder rumbled. It shook the sea for thousands of miles. Then, bolts of lightning as thick as mountains blasted towards the nether demon shark. The nether demon shark's heavenly tribulation, finally. It descended. Announcement: the app is online, supporting Android and Apple. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install. Apxid, isn't this lightning tribulation too scary? Xianxia stared at the mountain like lightning with his mouth agape. Such a huge lightning bolt. It was hard to imagine how destructive it was. Lin Feng nodded. He was also shocked. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing a heavenly tribulation. Although he had heard of a heavenly tribulation before, he also knew that a heavenly tribulation was very scary. However, everything was just hearsay after all. As the saying goes, hearsay is false, but seeing is believing. He could only see it with his own eyes. Only then could he confirm if what he heard was true. Now, Lin Feng could confirm. Everything he had heard was true. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be much more powerful than the rumors. Lin Feng and Xianxia were not the only ones shocked. Everyone was extremely shocked. The cultivators who were hiding in the surroundings. It was probably their first time seeing a heavenly tribulation. Bang! A loud explosion shook the sky. A lightning bolt as thick as a mountain struck the nether demon shark's body. Poof! The nether demon shark's body was instantly blasted apart. Blood splattered everywhere. The nether demon shark let out a shrill scream. This nether demon shark has such a powerful cultivation, but it couldn't even withstand the first heavenly tribulation? It was injured by the explosion? Lin Feng was shocked by the nether demon shark. Now, the nether demon shark was obviously severely injured. Blood was dripping. Lin Feng had seen how powerful the nether demon shark was before. The powerful arrows that could easily kill the giant beasts could only create sparks on the nether demon shark. It was difficult to cause any damage to the nether demon shark. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation. It instantly injured the nether demon shark. This showed how powerful the heavenly tribulation was. In the sky, the second heavenly tribulation was brewing. Lin Feng looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He was shocked. There was actually more than one heavenly tribulation. It wanted to do something heaven-defying. As expected, the heavens didn't allow it. The first heavenly tribulation couldn't kill the nether demon shark. Then, it brewed an even more powerful heavenly tribulation. It was truly shocking and moving. Black smoke gushed out of the nether demon shark's body. The black aura enveloped the nether demon shark's body. The nether demon shark's cold eyes stared at the heavenly tribulation that was brewing in the sky. Boom. An even more terrifying tribulation exploded, destructive energy waves surged out. The second heavenly tribulation descended. The second heavenly tribulation was like a sea of lightning crashing down from the sky. The power of this heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying. Bang! The sea of lightning struck the nether demon shark. The nether demon shark's body almost exploded. A large amount of flesh and blood flew everywhere. In many places, white bones could be seen. The nether demon shark had suffered too much damage from the heavenly tribulation. How terrifying! So this is heavenly tribulation. Many cultivators who were hiding in the dark were so scared that they trembled all over. The nether demon shark was such a powerful existence. 2 heavenly tribulations came down. He had already lost half of his life. The heavenly tribulation was extremely powerful. It was really shocking. No wonder it said that the path of cultivation is against the heavens. One has to go through the tribulations, difficult and dangerous. The tribulations are the cultivator's heavenly tribulation. It's similar to the nether demon shark's heavenly tribulation. If a powerful existence like the nether demon shark can't resist the heavenly tribulation, wouldn't a cultivator's chances of surviving be even lower? Lin Feng was secretly shocked. Go through the tribulations. Die without regrets. This was the belief of many powerful cultivators. Perhaps they were also cheering for themselves. The third heavenly tribulation began to brew. Everyone was shocked. The heavenly tribulation really wouldn't stop until the nether demon shark was dead. Xianxia said, "The heavenly tribulation is too powerful. I'm afraid the nether demon shark won't be able to withstand the third heavenly tribulation." Lin Feng nodded and said, "If the nether demon shark fails the tribulation, the hidden cultivators will probably rush out to snatch the nether demon shark's origin. At that time, I'll rush over and take the origin first. At that time, the others will definitely surround and attack me. You should be ready to take out the divine shield at any time. With this treasure, we should have no problem getting rid of those cultivators." "Okay, you must be careful," Xianxia said. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Lin Feng patted Xianxia's shoulder. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. In the depths of the endless thundercloud world, a huge lightning blade condensed. This was the lightning blade tribulation of the heavenly tribulation. One blade to cut through the mortal world, the lightning blade slashed towards the nether demon shark. It was so terrifying that it was suffocating. It filled the world. Lin Feng faced the lightning blade. Even his soul was trembling. That lightning blade. It was really too powerful. Its power was too strong. It was hard to describe with words. Roar. The nether demon shark let out a deep roar. The nether demon shark already had a high level of intelligence. At this moment, it sensed the third heavenly tribulation. The terrifying part of the lightning blade tribulation. Endless black fog poured out of the nether demon shark's body. Then, the nether demon shark's body started to burn. The nether demon shark was burning its own origin. It wanted to burn its origin in exchange for great power to resist the descending heavenly tribulation. The nether demon shark was indeed powerful. When it burned its origin, a great power burst out. The huge lightning blade slashed down. It broke through the nether demon shark's pitch-black defense. However, the lightning blade's energy seemed to have been almost depleted. The lightning blade began to fade. In the sky, the dark clouds began to dissipate. 3 lightning tribulations. Did the nether demon shark succeed? Many people were shocked by the nether demon shark. The nether demon shark's huge and cold eyes revealed an expression of relief. He actually succeeded in overcoming the tribulation? Lin Feng was very surprised. He originally thought that the nether demon shark would die under the lightning blade. The nether demon shark wanted to dive into the sea and escape. Because the nether demon shark sensed many auras around it. If it was at its peak, it could devour all of them in one gulp. But now, the nether demon shark's injuries were too severe. Obviously, it was best to escape. But at this moment, the lightning blade that was about to dissipate emitted a shocking aura. Pooh! The lightning blade ruthlessly slashed down. All of the heavenly tribulation's power was brewing for the final attack. The nether demon shark let out a terrified cry. In the next moment, its body was struck by the lightning blade. A loud bang was heard. The incomparably thick lightning blade tore the nether demon shark's body apart. The nether demon shark's body was struck by the lightning. It directly exploded. The lightning was completely unrestrained. Only a pure pitch-black energy was left floating in the air. It's the nether demon shark's origin. Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. Swish, 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 one by one, figures rushed out. You want to snatch it from our fire island? A young master coldly shouted, and a dozen guards beside him rushed out. What's the fire island? A mediocre force. A cold laugh was heard. A young cultivator with one eye rushed out. His strength was abnormally terrifying. Pirate Du Guyen, it's actually this ruthless pirate. Many cultivators and pirates shuddered at the sight. Du Guyen was the 74th ranked pirate. His cultivation was powerful, and he was bloodthirsty. Many large forces on the sea wanted him, but he still lived very freely. Du Guyen. The young master of the fire island, Ziqi, had a gloomy expression, but he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he quickly rushed towards the nether demon shark's origin. In another direction. Sword Chi soared into the sky. A sword ray wrapped around Li Jianxiao. Lu Mengyan and the others quickly rushed towards the nether demon shark's origin. These 3 forces were the most powerful. Each of them had a fierce expression. They were determined to obtain the nether demon shark's origin. But at this moment, a golden light was as fast as lightning. It instantly arrived in front of the nether demon shark's origin. The golden lightning descended. Everyone was a young cultivator. It was Lin Feng. He waved his right hand and directly collected the nether demon shark's origin. Courting death. The experts surrounded him. Lin Feng was completely surrounded. Now, Lin Feng was in danger. Brat, hand over the nether demon shark's origin to me, and I'll spare your life. Li Ziqi looked coldly at Lin Feng. Hand over the nether demon shark's origin to me, or I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Du Guyen directly threatened Lin Feng. At this time, Lu Mengyan and Sun Zizhou recognized Lin Feng. A sinister look appeared in the eyes of the 2 men. When Lin Feng had rejected Lu Mengyan's offer to become Huangfu Qingtian's suicide soldier, the 2 of them were already jealous of Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had snatched the original essence of the demonic shark, which they had been so determined to obtain. Lu Mengyan and Sun Zizhou couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng. Junior sister Lu, do you know this brat? Li Jianxiao noticed Lu Mengyan's abnormality and asked. This person is Lin Feng. Lu Mengyan said. Li Jianxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. This brat is Lin Feng, the one who refused to become eldest senior brother's suicide soldier? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Sun Zizhou said, now that he has the nether demon shark's origin, what should we do? It's best to outsmart him. Lu Mengyan said. Li Jianxiao nodded. At this time, Lu Mingyan looked at Lin Feng and said, "Junior brother Lin, come to us quickly. We'll escort you out." Lin Feng looked at Lu Mingyan. He was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to see Lu Mingyan here. He saw the cold expressions in Li Jianxiao and Sun Zizhou's eyes. Lin Feng sneered. These people should be from Clear Sky Peak. Moreover, they seem to want to kill him. He said indifferently, "So it's senior sister Lu. Nice to meet you. If you're really thinking for me, I'll have to trouble you to block these cultivators and let me escape. When I return to the sect, I'll definitely repay you." Lu Mingyan's gaze instantly turned cold. Sun Zizhou cried out, "Brat, are you trying to be shameless? Since we're from the same sect, as long as you hand over the nether demon shark's origin to us, we'll definitely protect you. If you hand it over to others, do you think they'll care about your life or death? In the end, the other cultivators will kill you to vent their anger. Only by cooperating with us will you have a chance to live." Lin Feng naturally wouldn't believe Sun Zizhou's nonsense. Sun Zizhou's killing intent towards himself was the strongest. If he really sold his life to these people, he would also die without a grave. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Sun Zizhou. "Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me? Brat, you're courting death." Sun Zizhou was refuted, his face was gloomy to the extreme, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Attack." Li Ziqi sneered and took the initiative to attack. Subsequently, Li Jianxiao, Lu Mingyan, Sun Zizhou, and the rest also attacked Lin Feng. "Reckless brat." The pirate De Guyen laughed sinisterly as he charged towards Lin Feng. As for the rest of the cultivators, nearly 100 people rushed towards Lin Feng. "You want to stop me with just the likes of you?" Lin Feng sneered. Sky-splitting, sword intent piercing the heavens, the blade and sword merged. Sword chi and blade light, in an instant, they charged towards the crowd. Puff, the sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang out. One by one, the cultivators were directly beheaded. As for Lin Feng, he quickly rushed towards the gap that had been torn apart. "Not good, this brat wants to run. Hurry up and kill him with all your might." Li Jianxiao's expression changed slightly. A sword slashed towards Lin Feng. Immediately after, all sorts of powerful attacks instantly blasted over. How terrifying was the combined attack of over 100 cultivators, even a Yin Yang realm cultivator would be killed. Swish. At this moment, Xikong Jiayue had already activated his ancestral defensive treasure, the Sky God Shield. This Sky God Shield was very special. Only the successor of the Xikong family could activate it. If Lin Feng could activate this treasure, it would be much easier for him to face the encirclement of so many experts. Of course, this was the Xikong family's ancestral treasure. Lin Feng could not activate it. Fortunately, Xikong Jiayue had already activated the Sky God Shield. The Sky God Shield instantly flew out and floated above Lin Feng. Divine light descended, protecting Lin Feng. A dense barrage of attacks blasted towards him. All of them were blocked by the divine light. Lin Feng rushed out of the encirclement and met up with Xikong Jiayue. Then, they flew into the distance. "Damn it, we can't let them escape." Many people's expressions were extremely gloomy as they roared. 6 hours later, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue had shaken off everyone. "Haha, let's find a place to refine the source of the nether demon shark." Lin Feng laughed loudly. "The nether demon shark's origin actually fell into our hands. This is a great opportunity," Xikong Jiayue said excitedly. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue found an uninhabited island. The two of them refined the nether demon shark's origin on the island. The nether demon shark's origin had been mostly consumed when the nether demon shark was resisting the heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly tribulation descended and killed the nether demon shark, it had lost a large portion of its origin. Now, only a small portion of its origin was left. But even so, it was only a small portion of its origin. It was also precious to an unimaginable degree. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue began to refine the nether demon shark's origin. As the nether demon shark's origin was refined, Lin Feng's cultivation rose again. Originally, Lin Feng was only at the early 10th firmament of the Martial King realm. As the nether demon shark's origin was refined, Lin Feng's cultivation rose to the peak of the 10th firmament of the martial king realm. Lin Feng's forehead was overflowing with light. This was his accumulation reaching its peak. It was a sign that he could try to break through the yin-yang realm. But Lin Feng used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to forcibly suppress this power that was about to break through. Because breaking through required a large amount of top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng didn't have enough top-grade spirit stones. So, the breakthrough would definitely fail. Secondly, the Fire Qilin had told Lin Feng before that when he found the fragment of the World Tree, he would activate the fragment of the World Tree. Then he would plant the World Tree's sapling in his dantian. If he broke through at that time, the increase in strength would be more than 10 times stronger than when the World Tree's sapling was not planted in his dantian. The difference in strength was too great. So no matter what, Lin Feng would not choose to break through now. After suppressing this power that was about to break through, Lin Feng continued to refine the nether demon shark's origin. After the nether demon shark's origin was refined, it was all integrated into Lin Feng's blood. Lin Feng's blood flowed 10 times faster. In Lin Feng's dantian, drops of immortal divine blood were successfully condensed. A total of 9 drops of immortal divine blood were condensed. This made Lin Feng very happy. Because the effect of the immortal divine blood was heaven-defying. He could even use the immortal divine blood to activate the Black Dragon Sword. Instead of wasting his lifespan to activate the Black Dragon Sword. Immortal. Divine. Blood. Right at this moment, a fleeting voice came from the demonic bead. After hearing the voice from the demonic pearl, Lin Feng's body shook. The demonic orb, it was the voice of the demonic orb. Back then, the owner of this voice must have devoured the Fire Qilin's godly power. He couldn't control the demonic orb. It was also because of this guy. Now, the mysterious existence in the demonic orb was speaking. However, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. He had refined the demonic orb. But he couldn't control it. Now, the mysterious existence in the demonic orb was speaking, and it was related to his undying divine blood. This guy, what was he trying to do? 10 drops of undying divine blood in exchange for a chance to attack. Do you agree? The voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. It was no longer intermittent. Lin Feng heard it clearly. You want my undying divine blood? Are you daydreaming? Lin Feng was speechless. The key to awakening his undying body was the undying divine blood. Now, he had 10 drops of undying divine blood in his body. How could he trade with the existence in the demonic orb? Lin Feng said calmly, sorry, I'm not interested. The existence in the demonic orb seemed to be angry. He said coldly, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll forcefully take the undying divine blood from your body. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out of the demonic orb. In the next moment, the demonic orb rushed into Lin Feng's dantian. It wanted to devour 10 drops of undying divine blood. Lin Feng's expression changed again. He didn't expect the demonic orb to be so unreasonable. He didn't agree. It wanted to forcefully take his undying divine blood. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't give in. If the demonic orb took his undying divine blood, if he lost all his undying divine blood, the chances of awakening his undying divine body would be greatly reduced. Lin Feng quickly summoned his 5 devouring martial souls. The 5 devouring martial souls merged into one. This was the final form of Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. The devouring martial souls devoured the 10 drops of undying divine blood. The voice in the demonic bead sneered. Do you think I can't get the immortal god blood just because you hid it in your martial soul? Today, I will make you despair. That voice fell. Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit was instantly torn apart. The demonic orb rushed into it. He had to forcefully devour 10 drops of immortal god blood. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He angrily shouted, "Grandson, you dare to devour my undying god blood? Even if you can't kill me, I'll kill you sooner or later." The existence within the demonic bead sneered. "Brat, do you know what kind of terrifying existence I am? You dare say that you want to kill me? F***ck, this bastard must have awakened his consciousness long ago. Could it be that he woke up after devouring the fire Qilint's divine power? No wonder I couldn't activate the demonic orb no matter how many times I tried. It's because of this bastard. Lin Feng was infuriated. The mysterious existence within the demonic bead was like a ticking time bomb. It could explode at any time. However, he was powerless to stop the existence in the demonic orb from devouring his immortal divine blood. Soon, the immortal god blood was about to be devoured by the demonic orb. Suddenly, from the depths of Lin Feng's martial spirit, a terrifying undulation was transmitted. He could vaguely see that in the endless darkness. A hazy figure appeared. It seemed to be a woman. Through the endless darkness, she stared at the demonic orb. You are a member of that race. The existence within the demonic orb looked at the hazy figure in horror. I see. I understand now. The existence within the demonic orb paled. In the next moment, the demonic orb quickly retreated. What happened? Lin Feng was puzzled. Why did the demonic orb stop devouring his immortal god blood? Lin Feng discovered that the demonic orb had not only stopped devouring his immortal god blood. Furthermore, it had become completely silent. You bastard, why did you give up on devouring my immortal god blood? Lin Feng asked. He had always been the type to ask questions when he didn't understand. Even when facing the existence within the demonic orb that made him gnash his teeth in hatred. He had nothing to be embarrassed about. That existence snorted coldly. He naturally wouldn't admit that he had retreated because of fear. The demonic orb had discovered a shocking secret. And this secret, the demonic orb knew what it meant. That special family with only 4 or 5 members. It was definitely not someone he could provoke. He would never forget the scene he saw back then. That was countless years ago. As a big shot of the immortal realm. When he was patrolling the immortal realm. He saw it with his own eyes. The immortal realm was smashed open. This was simply unbelievable. That was the immortal realm. How could someone break open the immortal realm? How angry was he at that time? He charged forward. He wanted that guy's life. But he was sent flying with a slap. That guy's words, even though countless years had passed, he couldn't forget it. Is this the immortal realm? Isn't it rumored that the immortal realm is filled with experts? Why is this guy so weak? Then, the guy who broke open the immortal realm left. He was one of the 81 realm lords of the immortal realm. Yet, he was ignored. That grievance. He was about to go crazy. But, he didn't dare to say a word. Because that guy was really too strong. So strong. To an unimaginable extent. The existence in the demonic orb thought of the past. Thinking of the existence who broke open the immortal realm, even now, he still felt his heart palpitate. He didn't appear in the Immemorial War. If he appeared, what would the outcome of the Immemorial War be? Rumor has it that his race went extinct after him. Now, it seems that the rumor isn't reliable at all. Thinking about it, that guy is so terrifying. How could he die? I'm afraid he's close to eternal life? Or maybe he has already reached eternal life? All kinds of thoughts flashed through the existence in the demonic orb. He thought of the legendary eternal life realm. It was above all existences. There was an ethereal eternal life realm. Even an emperor realm expert would die. But an eternal life realm expert wouldn't die. If there was really an eternal life realm expert, that fellow was most likely in existence at this level. Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Lin Feng muttered again. The existence in the demonic orb was so angry. This kid actually dared to talk to him in such a tone. Did he not want to live anymore? But when he thought of the terrifying race behind Lin Feng that could make the heavens tremble, the existence in the demonic orb could only swallow his anger. Of course, he wouldn't tell him the real reason. Instead, he replied indifferently, I pity you. It wasn't easy for you to condense 10 drops of immortal divine blood, so I'll let you go this time. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Lin Feng didn't know why the demonic orb gave up on devouring his 10 drops of immortal divine blood. But Lin Feng didn't believe the reason given by the demonic orb. Would the demonic orb be kind enough to let him go? That was nonsense. The existence in the demonic orb was definitely not a kind person. Not long after, Xianxia woke up from his cultivation. Xianxia's face was filled with joy. "Oh, I broke through 2 realms." Lin Feng was surprised. Xianxia nodded. "The nether demon shark source energy is truly amazing, but are you suppressing your cultivation? Do you have to wait until you reach the ruins of God?" Xianxia asked. Lin Feng smiled. "Since I'm going to break through, I'll think of a way to raise my cultivation to the limit." Xianxia smiled. "Once you break through to the yin-yang realm, you'll be able to crush high-level yin-yang realm cultivators with your accumulated strength." Lin Feng and Xianxia chatted for a while, ate some food, and recovered their strength. After a short rest, they continued flying towards the depths of the ocean. They were heading towards the first cultivator gathering area. A ship about 20 meters long was sailing on the ocean. A ship of this size could only be called a small ship. This ship was actually a fishing boat from a nearby island. There were countless islands in the vast ocean. Many of the islands had residents. Most of the residents made a living by fishing. Of course, those who could go out to sea to fish mostly had a certain level of cultivation. This was because the ocean was rich in resources. Thus, they were able to obtain a decent harvest. It wasn't just enough to satisfy their needs. They could also exchange it for cultivation resources. Of course, even so, these fishermen were still very careful when they went out to sea. First, because pirates were rampant. Second, because ferocious beasts were rampant in the ocean. Whether they encountered pirates or ferocious beasts, both were extremely dangerous. There were more than 20 people on this fishing boat. 5 youths around 16 or 17 years old were surrounding a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. One of the youths asked, "Uncle Taishan, are there really immortals in the depths of the ocean?" "Of course. 20 years ago, a deep-sea immortal island even passed by our island. At that time, they conducted a test on our island, and Uncle Taishan was almost taken away by them," the tall and sturdy middle-aged man said. He was reminiscing and reminiscing. Their island was very small, with less than 1,000 people. They were also weak. Thus, they were unable to nurture outstanding juniors. They also didn't have the ability to send these juniors to the cultivator gathering areas to participate in the tests of the various factions. Such a small island. In the East Sea, they were like stars in the sky. There were countless of them. "Will that immortal still come to our island?" the youths asked expectantly. Taishan sighed and said, "If you want to join an immortal island to cultivate, you need to be extremely talented. Then, you have to go to the depths of the ocean to find an immortal island. Although there are cases of immortals coming out to recruit disciples, it's very rare." Hearing Uncle Taishan's words, the youths immediately revealed disappointed expressions. He lived in the East Sea. They had also seen some powerful cultivators who could fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. Naturally, he also looked forward to becoming such a person. However, reality was cruel. "Uncle Taishan, look." "What's that?" Suddenly, a young man pointed into the distance. More than 20 people on the fishing boat were alarmed. In the distance, black fog rolled. The surging black fog rapidly flew over. "Cultivators," Uncle Taishan said. He had been out at sea for many years, so he had some experience. He said to the people around him, "If a cultivator lands on our ship, everyone must be respectful. Do not provoke the cultivator." Everyone nodded. Very soon, the black fog landed on the ship. From the black fog, a one-eyed cultivator walked out. It was actually the pirate Duguyen. East Sea. The number of pirates was simply as many as the hairs on an ox. Pirate Duguyen was a pirate that many forces in the East Sea had put a bounty on. To be able to become the 74th person on the bounty list. Naturally, he was not a simple person. This person's bounty reached 500 million low-grade spirit stones. But even with such a huge bounty, no one was able to take Duguyen's life. This guy was not only powerful, but also cunning. It would not be an easy task to kill him. Duguyen's cold eyes swept across everyone on the fishing boat. "Which island are you from?" Duguyen asked. "Sir, we are residents of the Luo clan island." Uncle Taishan hurriedly said. Some of the small islands in the East Sea were often inhabited by clan relatives. Therefore, these small islands were often named after the clan's surname. Luo Clan Island. Obviously, the people living on this island were from the Luo clan. So it's this island. 300 years ago, a rather powerful person came from your island. He had a bright future ahead of him, but he died while encircling a giant beast in the sea. If that person had not died, your Luo clan island might have become prosperous and powerful. Du Guyan narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze across the people of Luo clan island. Even Taishan did not know much about what had happened a few hundred years ago, let alone the others. Du Guyan said indifferently, "Did you find anything good when you went out to sea to fish?" Taishan hurriedly nodded and said, "We collected some blood coral from the sea. This is a precious spirit medicine, and we are willing to offer it to you." Taishan hurriedly signaled for his companions to bring the blood coral over. Du Guyan nodded and put away the blood coral. Then, he asked, "Is there anything else good?" "Because we just went out to sea not long ago, we only collected blood coral," Uncle Taishan said carefully. Du Guyan's gaze darkened slightly, and he sneered, "A mere box of blood coral will not be able to save your lives." The expressions of Taishan and the others changed drastically. Taishan hurriedly said, "Sir, we haven't collected anything good for now. If we did, we would definitely give it all to you. I don't have that much free time to wait for you to go out to the sea to harvest." Du Guyan sneered and raised his right hand. Demonic chi surged out, enveloping the fishermen and causing them to scream miserably. "Sir, please spare our lives. Please, on account of your acquaintance with our ancestor, spare us." Taishan knelt on the ground and begged. The others also knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed to Du Guyan. The youths were so frightened that they began to tremble. Du Guyan sneered, "So what if I know him? He's been dead for a few hundred years. Even if we had some friendship in the past, after a few hundred years, there's no friendship left. Since you can't take out any treasures, you can all die." As soon as he finished speaking, a black fog surged out. The black fog swallowed everyone on the ship. Shrill screams rang out. Before long, more than 20 people died tragically. Du Guyan's expression was indifferent as he soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. The fishing boat carried more than 20 corpses as it aimlessly sailed into the distance. Not long after, two figures flew over from the distance. It was Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. When the two of them passed by the fishing boat, their expressions changed slightly. They descended. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue checked and found that everyone had died tragically. "They're dead, but they haven't been dead for more than an hour." Lin Feng frowned. "I'll use the reversal technique to see if I can recreate some of the scenes from before," Xikong Jiayue said. The reversal technique was quite magical and could recreate some scenes. But if it was too long, the reversal technique wouldn't be effective. Xikong Jiayue used the reversal technique. A scene flashed past. In the scene, Du Guyan stood on the boat and turned into a black fog that swallowed everyone. More than 20 people died tragically. This person should be punished by the heavens for killing the innocent. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes immediately revealed a dense killing intent. These pirates kill people like cutting grass. This kind of thing happens all the time. Xikong Jiayue sighed and said. He lived in Aolai country. Aolai country was adjacent to the East Sea. Therefore, he had heard some things about the East Sea. Ignite this ship and let them be buried at sea, Lin Feng said. In this world, although people were buried in the ground after death. But that was for people on land. People who lived in the sea usually chose to be buried at sea. Xikong Jiayue nodded and ignited the fishing ship with Lin Feng. The fire burned fiercely. More than 20 corpses were ignited. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue watched as the fishing ship was finally burned to a skeleton. Then, it fell into the sea. Xikong Jiayue understood Lin Feng very well. He knew that Lin Feng had always had a heroic heart. He had just seen these innocent people die tragically. He must have wanted to kill Du Guyan. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Xikong Jiayue nodded and followed behind Lin Feng, flying towards the depths of the island. 3 days later, when they passed by an island, they smelled the smell of blood in the air. Quick, let's go and see what's going on. Lin Feng's expression sank slightly, and he couldn't help but say aloud. He and Xikong Jiayue quickly rushed to the island. When they arrived at the island, they found that there was already a river of blood. Haha, the harvest on this island is not bad. Loud laughter rang out. In a village deep in the island, a cultivator walked out from one of the caves. That cave was obviously a warehouse built by the island's residents. All the valuable things on the island would be placed there. Du Guyan, it's that person again. Seeing the person laughing wildly, Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. This guy is the pirate ranked 74th on the bounty list. He's really vicious and kills people without blinking. What should we do now? Xikong Jiayue asked. Naturally, we have to kill this person. Not only will we be able to get rid of evil for the people, we will also be able to get a bounty of 500 million. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He looked at Xikong Jiayue and said, this person's cultivation is probably very terrifying, and it might be more troublesome to deal with him. I'll go out and deal with him first. You hide and be ready to support me at any time, and give him a fatal blow. Alright, Xikong Jiayue nodded. This was not the first time that he and Lin Feng had worked together. It could be said that they had a tacit understanding. Lin Feng did not stop and directly flew towards Du Guyan. Brat, it's you. When Du Guyan saw the sudden appearance of Lin Feng, a dense killing intent immediately surfaced on his face. Lin Feng snatched the source of the nether demon shark. This matter made Du Guyan gnash his teeth in hatred. Even in his dreams, Du Guyan wanted to meet Lin Feng again. Then, he would cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. However, after so many days, there was no news from Lin Feng. However, Du Guyan did not expect that. Today, he would meet Lin Feng here. Lin Feng sneered, Du Guyan, I'll take your life today. Brat, you actually dare to boast in front of me? Du Guyan sneered. Whether I'm boasting or not, you'll know after we fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng rushed towards Du Guyan. Sky-splitting, sword intent piercing the heavens, without holding back, he directly merged his sword and saber and slashed towards Du Guyan. Du Guyan was ranked 74th on the bounty list. This person was definitely an extremely tyrannical existence. Reckless bastard. Du Guyan's face was full of disdain. He only saw his fist sweeping over. A blood-red energy beast pounced over. Bang, the blood-red energy beast collided with Lin Feng's sword and saber light. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuations surged out. The blood-red energy beast immediately broke through Lin Feng's attack. Yin Yang Stage 4. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Brat, you're right. Is my strength enough to kill you? Du Guyan laughed sinisterly. Bang. Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art to dissolve Du Guyan's powerful attack. At this time, Du Guyan was already rushing towards Lin Feng, his face full of a sinister smile. His expression was indifferent and cold as he looked at Lin Feng and said, Brat, do you think that I'm someone with a bounty of 500 million? Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Guyan directly clawed at Lin Feng's chest. Boundless black fog surged out, and a pitch-black claw condensed within the black fog. The Death God's Claw. That claw quickly swiped over. Lin Feng immediately felt that this Death God's Claw was emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if the Death God had descended. Du Guyan's cultivation was indeed powerful. Even Lin Feng would have trouble dealing with a cultivator of the fourth sky of Yin Yang layer. However, this didn't mean that Lin Feng couldn't deal with him. Boom, a shocking fluctuation was emitted from Lin Feng's dantian. The 5 devouring martial souls instantly merged into one. The confinement magnetic field enveloped Lin Feng within a 10-meter radius. Under the ultimate form of the 5 martial souls merging into one. Du Guyan, who was enveloped in the confinement magnetic field, was also greatly restricted. His speed quickly decreased. What a strange martial soul. It can actually restrict my speed. But do you think you can escape this calamity? Du Guyan laughed sinisterly. The aura in his body became more and more terrifying. As the terrifying aura spread out from his body, Du Guyan's speed increased by a lot. Obviously, the powerful aura emitted from Du Guyan's body counteracted the confinement of the confinement magnetic field. Swoosh. At this time, Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, silently hid behind Du Guyan. At the same time, Lin Feng was also preparing the downward annihilation to attack Du Guyan. Star-plucking hand. Xianxia slashed his palm at Du Guyan. This was an ultimate technique passed down in the Xikong clan. Its power was very shocking. Not good, there's a sneak attack. Du Guyan's expression suddenly changed. Although he didn't see Xianxia because his back was facing him. However, his sense of danger made him realize that something was wrong at the first moment. Whoosh. Du Guyan slapped his palm back. A loud bang was heard as he and Xianxia collided. Then, Du Guyan's body used the force of the collision to quickly retreat. Du Guyan wanted to use this to escape from Lin Feng and Xianxia's siege. If his opponent was someone else, Du Guyan might have succeeded. But his opponent was Lin Feng. When Du Guyan quickly retreated, Lin Feng had already moved. Ground shrink. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng was already in front of Du Guyan. The downward annihilation. He attacked. Du Guyan's face instantly paled. He didn't expect Lin Feng's speed to be so fast. It was so fast that he didn't have enough time to counterattack. Du Guyan used iron chains across the river, his arms blocking in front of his body. He hoped to block Lin Feng's attack. But Lin Feng's downward annihilation was too powerful. It fiercely bombarded Du Guyan's body. Bang, Du Guyan's body exploded into pieces. Ah, brat, you actually destroyed my body. I won't let you off. A vicious curse was heard. A cloud of black fog soared into the sky and rushed into the distance. The curses came from the black fog. Ghost cultivator, this Du Guyan is actually a ghost cultivator. His body died, but his soul didn't dissipate. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had come into contact with ghost cultivators before, so he knew how strange their methods were. He absolutely couldn't let Du Guyan go. Otherwise, this guy could use the ghost cultivator's strange methods to quickly recover. Chase after him, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He and Xianxia were together. They soared into the sky. They quickly chased after Du Guyan's soul. This was a pitch-black sea. It emitted a gloomy and cold aura. Du Guyan's soul had fled here. Du Guyan, you won't be able to escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, killing intent surging in his eyes. Brat, don't be complacent. It's not certain who will win. Du Guyan shouted venomously. Swoosh. In the next moment, Du Guyan rushed into the sea and disappeared without a trace. I'm afraid there's a trap down there. Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded, his expression uncertain. After thinking for a while, he said, it's just a remnant soul without a body. Even if there's a trap, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to deal with us. The two of them quickly came to an agreement and rushed into the sea. Lin Feng formed a barrier of light to protect himself. The two of them quickly dove. Not long after, they saw the distorted black ball of light. Du Guyan's remnant soul was quickly flying towards the depths. Lin Feng and Xianxia chased after him. Not long after, Du Guyan's remnant soul rushed into an abyss. Restriction, there's a restriction in that abyss. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The abyss at the bottom of the sea. Restriction. All of these things were connected together. Obviously, that abyss must be quite dangerous. Xianxia hurriedly took out the divine shield. As long as he encountered danger, he could activate the divine shield at any time. With this treasure's defense, Lin Feng and Du Guyan also felt a lot more at ease. They entered the abyss. All the way in. Then, they found a dilapidated palace in the deepest part of the abyss. Du Guyan had already rushed to the front of the palace and shouted, Brother Evil Flood Dragon, this little brother has attracted 2 human cultivators for you. These 2 brats, their bloodline power is especially powerful, they are both delicious food. Brother Evil Flood Dragon, devour them, your cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Just as Duguyan's voice fell, Ghost Chi soared into the sky in the dilapidated palace. The baleful Chi instantly filled the entire abyss. What a powerful Ghost Chi, there are ghosts and evil things inside. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. I know. It must be an evil spirit formed from the soul of an evil abyssal wyrm. I've heard of it a long time ago. There is an evil spirit formed from the soul of an evil abyssal wyrm in the ocean. It is extremely evil and specializes in devouring the flesh and soul essence of cultivators. I didn't think that it would be true. Xianxia's expression turned grave. Little boy, you're right, the evil spirit you're talking about is me, said the evil spirit. A deep and cold voice came from the palace. Next. Endless Ghost Chi surged out. Within the Ghost Chi, the figure of a huge creature was tumbling. One could vaguely see that it was a pitch-black flood dragon. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a black flood dragon. Only the most evil flood dragons, the evil flood dragons and the poison flood dragons, were black in color. Brother Evil Wyrm, are you satisfied with these two brats? Duguyan's remnant soul said flatteringly. Duguyan, you're at least at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but your body was actually destroyed by these two brats. What a useless fellow. The evil abyssal Wyrm looked coldly at Duguyan. Brother Evil Wyrm, you don't know. These two brats are more cunning than the other. I was tricked by them and my body was destroyed by them. Duguyan's voice was filled with resentment. I want to eat the brat in the black robe. As for the brat in the starry robe, you only need to eat his soul. You can take over his body and revive. The evil abyssal Wyrm's sinister voice sounded. Since Duguyan was a ghost cultivator, then he must be proficient in a secret technique. Therefore, he had to take over Xianxia's body. Using Xianxia's body to revive. It wasn't impossible for that to happen. Haha, thank you, Brother Evil Wyrm. Duguyan shouted excitedly. A mere ghost dares to be so arrogant in front of us two brothers. You're simply courting death. Lin Feng sneered. Brat, just based on your words, it's enough for you to die 1,000 times. The evil abyssal Wyrm looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. Rumble. Waves after waves of violent fluctuations were transmitted from the rolling ghost fog. The evil abyssal Wyrm's voice fell. Within the ghost fog, a huge flood dragon claw condensed. That was the flood dragon ghost claw. It directly grabbed towards Lin Feng. Sky Tyrant Thunder Art. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Dense thunderbolts suddenly surged out. They flew towards the flood dragon ghost claw. Thunder restrained ghosts. Therefore, when the dense power of lightning bombarded the flood dragon ghost claw, the flood dragon ghost claw was destroyed. The flood dragon ghost claw was directly blown apart. This flood dragon ghost claw was much stronger than Duguyan's death god claw. However, it was restrained by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder Art. After the thunder power condensed by the Sky Tyrant Thunder Art destroyed the flood dragon ghost claw. Then it attacked the evil abyssal Wyrm again. Bang, 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 a series of violent explosions rang out. The surging ghost chi around the evil abyssal Wyrm was blown away. Ah, I'm going to be killed by the explosion. Duguyan's remnant soul was swept by the thunder power and screamed again and again. Brat, you have some ability, but it's far from enough. The evil abyssal Wyrm roared and spat out a small cauldron. It was a small cauldron the size of a palm. Suddenly, the small cauldron quickly grew bigger. There were 4 fierce beasts drawn on the small cauldron. These 4 fierce beasts were actually the famous 4 fierce beasts. Xianxia, Taotai, Hundun, Taowu. Those 4 fierce beasts seemed to be about to be resurrected. One by one, the fierce beasts let out earth-shaking roars. The abyss of the sea was shaking violently. The underwater palace seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Lin Feng and Xianxia were shaken by the roars of the 4 fierce beasts to the point that their faces turned pale and their blood boiled. They almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone felt dizzy and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. they were about to fall to the ground. At the same time, while Lin Feng and Xianxia were fighting with the evil abyssal Wyrm, 3 cultivators flew in from outside the abyss. 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 people were wearing the clothes of Punlai Immortal Island. Obviously, they were disciples of the ancient holy land of Punlai. It should be here. Yes, it's here. Duguyan's remnant soul escaped here. I wonder if those 2 brats caught Duguyan's remnant soul? Duguyan's remnant soul can't be a match for those 2 brats. There's a reward of 500 million. We must make those 2 brats hand over Duguyan's remnant soul later. If they don't know what's good for them, we'll kill them here. The 3 people's eyes were incomparably cold. At this time, the roars of beasts came from the depths of the abyss. The 3 of them were shocked. There seems to be a great battle inside. Are the ghost cultivators' methods so powerful? Let's go and take a look. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let's watch a good show before we act. Haha, I hope both sides are injured. When we act, we'll save a lot of effort. The 3 cultivators of the Punlai Immortal Island sneered and quickly rushed into the abyss, heading towards the deepest part of the abyss where the battle was taking place. This is a sound wave attack, seal your hearing, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He quickly activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. He used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to block his ears. Xianxia did not dare to hesitate and quickly used his Heaven Star Chi to block his ears. Only then did the 2 of them feel much better. Brat, do you think blocking your ears is enough? The power of the 4 ferocious cauldrons is not just a simple sound wave attack. The evil abyss dragon sneered. This is the 4 ferocious cauldrons? The 4 ferocious cauldrons of the 108 divine cauldrons? Lin Feng was shocked. In the divine cauldron list, there was a 4 ferocious cauldron. It was a supreme divine cauldron that alchemists dreamed of. However, Lin Feng did not know if this was one of the 4 ferocious cauldrons on the divine cauldron list. That's right, this is one of the 4 ferocious cauldrons on the divine cauldron list. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. The evil abyss dragon said. It's really the 4 ferocious cauldrons. This is great, I'd dreamed of getting a divine cauldron on the divine cauldron list. I didn't expect to get one today, it's really a gift from the heavens. Lin Feng said excitedly. He was an alchemist. However, a good cauldron could not be bought with money. As for the 108 divine cauldrons, don't even think about it. Who would have thought that the evil abyss dragon would have such a treasure? Stop. Looking at the excited Lin Feng, the evil abyss dragon suddenly shouted. Its face was very dark. What did this brat mean, a gift from the heavens? Did this brat think that he could defeat it? This brat did not put it in his eyes, thinking of this. The evil abyss dragon flew into a rage. In the eyes of the evil abyss dragon, Lin Feng was just an ant. Such a small character. How dare he ignore it? This was an insult to it. Evil abyss dragon, this brat is ignoring you. Quickly kill him. Duguyan's remnant soul shouted. Said Lin Feng indifferently. If you want to kill me, you'll have to wait until you're in hell. You'll never be able to do that. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took out the heaven-swallowing jar. He planned to use this treasure to devour the 4 vicious cauldrons. Die, brat. The evil abyss dragon sneered. Then it continued to activate the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Roar, 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 4 powerful beasts transformed into phantoms. Roars rang out continuously. A terrifying wave of energy surged out. A ferocious aura filled the air. Then, the 4 ferocious beast phantoms pounced over. Devour. Facing the attack of the 4 beasts, Lin Feng activated the heaven-swallowing jar. The heaven-devouring jar flew out. Waves of destructive energy waves emanated from the sky-devouring jar. That terrifying fluctuation surged through the heavens and the earth, shook space-time, and swept out in all directions. The devouring power instantly enveloped the 4 ferocious cauldrons. The heaven-swallowing jar wanted to devour the 4 ferocious cauldrons. The 4 ferocious cauldrons quickly flew towards the heaven-devouring jar. Done. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The heaven-devouring jar was truly worthy of being a Saint Emperor artifact. Even though it was broken, it was still extremely powerful. Brat, you still have such a treasure? If you want to devour my 4 vicious cauldrons, don't even think about it. Seeing that the 4 vicious cauldrons were about to be devoured by the heaven-devouring jar, the evil abyss dragon suddenly roared. Its huge claws waved. The 4 vicious cauldrons that were originally pouncing towards Lin Feng. They instantly flew back into the 4 vicious cauldrons and once again turned into the 4 imprints on the cauldrons. The 4 imprints. Distorted spacetime. Waves of terrifying energy waves. Emitted. After the 4 vicious cauldrons returned to the 4 vicious cauldrons, they actually resisted the heaven-devouring jar's devouring. As expected of a divine cauldron on the divine cauldron list. It was really not simple. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression slightly darkened. Rumble. At this time, a loud sound was heard. The evil abyss dragon's huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged. But he was unable to dodge the attack of the evil abyss dragon. A loud bang was heard. The evil abyss dragon sent Lin Feng flying. Then, an endless ghost aura surged. The evil abyss dragon hid in the ghost aura and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Lin Feng. At the critical moment, Xianxia took action. He used all his strength to bring out the divine shield. Rays of divine light surged. The divine shield protected him and Lin Feng. The evil abyss dragon did not stop. It obviously wanted to swallow Lin Feng and Xianxia together. Even the divine shield would be swallowed. Facing the evil abyss dragon's bloody mouth, the divine shield's divine light soared into the sky. The divine light that shot out. It instantly bombarded the evil abyss dragon's body. The evil abyss dragon could not help but let out a painful roar. Its huge body was swept away. Good chance. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and rushed towards the evil abyss dragon. He instantly arrived in front of the evil abyss dragon. The evil abyss dragon roared, "Boy, are you here to die?" The evil abyss dragon opened its mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. Light flashed in his hand. A treasure flew out. The treasure's Buddhist light soared into the sky. It was the Sarira that Lin Feng had obtained. The Sarira was a Buddhist treasure. It was the best treasure to restrain evil ghosts. After the Sarira was taken out, it instantly pierced through the evil abyss dragon's body. Endless Buddhist light surged. It spread inside the evil abyss dragon's body. Buddhist Sarira, why is it like this? The evil abyss dragon let out a terrified roar. Endless ghost aura surged out of the evil abyss dragon's body. The evil abyss dragon wanted to force out the Buddhist karma that had entered its body. But it failed. The Buddhist karma began to disintegrate the evil abyss dragon's body. I'm not willing to die like this. The evil abyss dragon roared in fear. It was struggling. But the evil abyss dragon soon found that no matter how it struggled and resisted, it was useless. The evil abyss dragon pounced towards Lin Feng, wanting to drag Lin Feng down with it before it died. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he used Sky Splitter to attack. Bang, the evil abyss dragon's body directly exploded. Only the soul source was left floating in the air. Seeing the evil abyss dragon's soul source, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. He hurriedly collected the soul source. Then, Lin Feng controlled the Sarira to attack Du Guyan's remnant soul. Du Guyan was already scared out of his wits. He turned and ran. Pooh. But he couldn't escape at all. The Sarira instantly pierced through Du Guyan's remnant soul. Du Guyan's remnant soul also exploded. Du Guyan died. Lin Feng stored Du Guyan's soul power in a porcelain bottle and sealed it. He also wanted to use this soul power to exchange for the 500 million reward. This Sarira is really powerful. It instantly killed the evil abyss dragon and Du Guyan. Xianxia looked at the Sarira that flew back to Lin Feng and clicked his tongue in wonder. This is a sacred object of Buddhism. It is very effective against these evil ghosts. Lin Feng smiled and quickly flew towards the 4 cauldrons. The biggest gain this time was the 4 cauldrons. just as Lin Feng was about to collect the 4 cauldrons. Suddenly, a flying sword shot towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning. It instantly flew in front of Lin Feng. The flying sword slashed down. He wanted to cut off Lin Feng's head. The flying sword emitted a cold light. This was actually a high-grade artifact flying sword. It could cut through iron like mud. It could cut people like hair. Someone ambushed me? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Coldness appeared in his eyes. The heaven-swallowing jar was still by Lin Feng's side. When the flying sword was about to slash at him, the heaven-swallowing jar emitted a shocking wave that directly enveloped the flying sword. Then, the flying sword was directly swallowed by the heaven-swallowing jar. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. Then, 3 cultivators appeared. The one who screamed was a blue-cloaked cultivator. Just now, he used his flying sword to sneak attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng took out the heaven-swallowing jar and forcefully swallowed the other party's treasure. The connection between the blue-cloaked cultivator and the heaven-swallowing jar was forcefully cut off. He suffered a backlash. His face was pale. "Brat, you dare to swallow my flying sword. Do you know who I am?" The blue-cloaked cultivator's face was slightly distorted. Lin Feng kept the 4 vicious cauldrons. Then, he coldly glanced at the 3 people. The blue-cloaked cultivator who spoke had a long face and an aquiline nose, giving off a gloomy feeling. There was also a green-cloaked cultivator. This person was very handsome and extraordinary. As for the woman, she was dressed in purple, and she was also quite beautiful. These 3 people all had arrogant and ostentatious expressions. Judging from their attitude, they were obviously from extraordinary backgrounds. People from the Penglai ancient sacred land? Xianxia frowned slightly. The 3 of them immediately revealed an arrogant expression. The female cultivator said, "That's right, we are all deacons of the Penglai ancient sacred land. The abyss dragon that you killed was the one that we heavily injured before. The soul of the abyss dragon escaped and we chased it all the way here. We were about to take action, but you were 1 step ahead of us. We spent a lot of effort to heavily injure the abyss dragon. Could it be that you want to forcefully snatch our prey?" Hearing the female cultivator's words, Lin Feng really wanted to slap her. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. This abyss dragon had obviously been here for a long time. Moreover, the 3 of them were hiding in the dark and did not show themselves. He wanted to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. After failing to launch a sneak attack on him, he came up with such an excuse. "How shameless," Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. "Do you think we will believe your nonsense?" The green-robed cultivator sneered, "We don't care if you believe us or not, but the Maritime Law Enforcement Union will believe us. Hand over the evil flood dragon's origin, the 4 ferocious cauldrons, and the soul imprint left behind by Du Guyan, and we can let you go. If you don't cooperate, we'll issue a warrant for arrest and report you to the Maritime Law Enforcement Union for colluding with Du Guyan to kill the innocent. Tell me, will the Maritime Law Enforcement Union believe you 2 rogue cultivators? Or do you trust the 3 overseers of Penglai?" Shameless, how shameless! It was clearly these people who wanted to kill him and steal his treasures but failed. Now, he had actually turned black into white. Lin Feng and Xianxia had worked hard to kill Du Guyan and the evil abyss flood dragon, getting rid of the scourge that had harmed countless people. Now, these 3 overseers of Penglai were slandering them for colluding with Du Guyan. Who else could it be? Who wouldn't be angry? Penglai is one of the top powers in the East Sea, the role model of the righteous path. How dare you twist the truth like this? Today, the 2 of us brothers have seen the glory of Penglai. Lin Feng mocked. The female deacon from the Penglai ancient holy land said proudly, "In the East Sea, the Penglai ancient holy land is the law. Black can be white, white can be black. If someone says that you colluded with pirates to kill innocent people in the East Sea, then you colluded with pirates. If someone says that you're a demon, then you're a demon." Lin Feng was so angry that he laughed. How overbearing. Do you think Penglai can cover the sky with 1 hand? The current leader of the Maritime Law Enforcement Union is a Grand Elder of Penglai. What's the point of covering the sky with 1 hand? The female deacon of the ancient holy land of Punlai sneered. The blue-cloaked cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. Kid, not only do you have to hand over all your treasures, but you also have to slap yourself 10 times. This is the price you have to pay for stealing my flying sword. Now, kneel and slap yourself in the face. Then, hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your dog life. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. The 3 overseers of Punlai looked coldly at Lin Feng. Kid, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how reckless you are. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, but his eyes flashed with killing intent. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such an arrogant and despotic person who could twist the truth. His heart was already filled with killing intent. Who cared about these people's identities? They would definitely die. Kid, you've committed a capital crime. No one in the world can save you. Send a signal to the Maritime Law Enforcement Union and list these 2 kids as fugitives. The female overseer of Punlai said. The blue-cloaked cultivator nodded and took out a jade talisman. It was obvious that this jade talisman had the function of transmitting messages. As long as the Maritime Law Enforcement Union received the message, they would quickly notify the East Sea Law Enforcement Team. At that time, the 3 overseers would only need to delay Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. When the law enforcement team arrived, they would be able to kill Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. This was because every law enforcement team had a cultivator at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. When encountering such a cultivator, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue would definitely die. The blue-cloaked cultivator activated the jade talisman. The jade talisman instantly shattered and runes shot up into the sky. The 3 deacons of the ancient holy land of Punlai sneered. They quickly separated and surrounded Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue to prevent Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue from escaping. The 3 overseers were all at the Yin-Yang realm. Although they were only at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm, they believed that it would be very easy to stop Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue from leaving. Idiot, Lin Feng sneered. Kid, you dare to scold us? When the law enforcement team arrives, we'll see how you die. The 3 of them glared at Lin Feng. Did you really send the message? Lin Feng waved his right hand. A powerful suction force surged out. Talismans started falling from the sky and Lin Feng grabbed them in his hand. These runes contained the message they wanted to send. As long as the message flew out of the sea, it would be sensed by an ancient Dao artifact at the headquarters of the Maritime Law Enforcement Union. The headquarters of the Maritime Law Enforcement Union could use the Dao artifact to contact the law enforcement team across an endless distance and provide support. How is this possible? The 3 overseers of Punlai were in disbelief. They didn't understand. How could these runes be intercepted? I forgot to tell you that I'm also an Earth-tier spiritual array master. Even though the barrier here has been broken, I've secretly arranged a few hundred spiritual inscriptions to activate the barrier. This place is already heavily surrounded and no one can leave unless they can break through the barrier with overwhelming power. As for these insignificant runes, they only contain a strand of magic power. Wanting to fly out is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he shattered the runes with his right hand. He looked at the 3 overseers with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. When they heard that Lin Feng was an Earth-rank spirit array master, the expressions of the 3 deacons from the ancient holy land of Punlai changed again. They naturally knew what an Earth-rank spirit array master represented. The restrictions here were terrifying. Since Lin Feng could activate the restrictive spells, he had to be careful. If Lin Feng activated the restrictions here to deal with them, at that time, only death would await them. We're from the Punlai ancient holy land. If you kill us, the universal sky mirror of the Punlai ancient holy land will be able to find out what happened here. You'll also die then, said Lin Feng. The female deacon from the ancient holy land of Punlai shrieked. Complete sky mirror? There's such a treasure? Lin Feng was surprised. Xikong Jiayue nodded and said, I've also heard of the complete sky mirror. It's said to be a peak Dao artifact with terrifying power. Many factions have even created similar treasures based on the complete sky mirror's appearance and abilities. However, compared to the real complete sky mirror, they're worlds apart. The blue-cloaked cultivator shouted, "It seems like you know how powerful the complete sky mirror is. Since you know, you should obediently let us go. This is a win-win situation for both of us." Lin Feng sneered, "Let you go? Didn't you just say that you want me to kneel on the ground and slap myself 10 times? Fine, kneel down and slap yourself 10 times. Then, I'll consider letting you go. How about that? Brat, you dare to humiliate me?" The blue-cloaked cultivator's face darkened, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. He was a deacon of the ancient holy land of Punlai. He was in the Yin Yang realm. He had a high status. He had always been the one humiliating others. Who dared to humiliate him, but now, someone actually wanted him to kneel on the ground and slap himself. The blue-cloaked cultivator was completely enraged. "You're not willing? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Today, I'll let you know the power of an Earth-rank spirit array master." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand. Boom, a terrifying aura filled the air. The array here had been activated. A chain formed in the air and swept towards the blue-cloaked cultivator. They were like chains of order. The blue-robed cultivator roared, "Brat, you dare to attack? Aren't you afraid of offending Punlai?" Lin Feng sneered, "Idiot, if yours truly was afraid, would I still attack?" As soon as he finished speaking, the chain had already swept in front of the blue-cloaked cultivator. Bang! The attack ruthlessly swept across the blue-cloaked cultivator's body. The blue-robed cultivator was sent flying. Pooh! The blue-robed cultivator was severely injured by the attack and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled. In the face of the attacks from the restrictions here, the blue-robed cultivator simply did not have much power to resist. "Is your mind clearer now?" Lin Feng coldly looked at the blue-cloaked cultivator. The blue-cloaked cultivator was scared out of his wits. "Spare me! Spare me! It's all my fault. I apologize. I'm slapping my own face," the blue-cloaked cultivator begged. Then he raised his hands. He slapped himself in the face. Pa pa pa, one slap after another landed on his face. The blue-cloaked cultivator's heart was filled with endless humiliation. He was the deacon of Punlai's ancient sacred land. Now, he was being forced to kneel on the ground and slap his own face. How could the blue-cloaked cultivator accept this? The blue-cloaked cultivator's hatred was monstrous. But he knew. He had to endure. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. A villain would not wait for revenge overnight. The blue-cloaked cultivator secretly swore. As long as he left this place, he would immediately summon the law enforcement team. When that time came, Lin Feng would die without a trace. Pa 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 pa, 10 consecutive slaps landed on his face. The blue-cloaked cultivator stopped. "Can you let us go now?" the blue-cloaked cultivator asked. Swoosh. In the void, the powerful array pattern that looked like chains of order appeared again. It swept toward the blue-cloaked cultivator again. The blue-cloaked cultivator was shocked. His face was pale. He shouted in horror, "You said you would let me go. When did I say I would let you go? I only said I would consider it. Now, I have made up my mind, and that is, I will take your life." Lin Feng sneered. These 3 people must die. Because the hatred had already been formed. Lin Feng and Xianxia had let these 3 people go. Would these 3 people be grateful and not cause trouble for them? Of course not. These 3 people could actually do such a thing as to distort the truth. This showed how shameless, despicable, and insidious they were. If they let them go, these 3 people would definitely summon the law enforcement team immediately. Lin Feng had also heard of the Maritime Law Enforcement Alliance and the law enforcement team. This was an alliance formed by many major forces. It was to protect the interests of many major forces, to maintain the safety of the major trading areas, and to deter powerful pirate groups. But now, the Maritime Law Enforcement Alliance had long become the biggest backer for the major forces to seek benefits. The world of cultivators was so cruel. It's either you die, or I live. If these 3 people from the ancient sacred land of Punlai did not die, the ones who would die might be him and Xianxia. Lin Feng would not leave such a scourge to threaten him. The formidable restrictive power slammed into the blue-clothed cultivator's body. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The blue-clothed cultivator was swept away again. His body directly exploded. He died on the spot. The other two people were pale with fright. They did not expect that Lin Feng would really dare to kill them. You actually dared to do it, you are extremely daring. The two of them were trembling with fear. You two can die together. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Since he had already killed the blue-clothed cultivator, the other two wouldn't show any mercy. The chain swept towards the second blue-clothed cultivator. The second blue-clothed cultivator roared. But he also could not block the attack of the restriction here. I curse you two to die a horrible death. The blue-clothed cultivator cursed bitterly. Don't worry, we will live well. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Bang! In the next moment, the blue-clothed cultivator was killed. The female cultivator shouted, "Spare me, I am willing to serve the two young masters." This female cultivator actually wanted to sell her body. Lin Feng sneered, "Who knows how many men you have slept with before you dare to say such words?" Rumble. The restriction swept out again. Bang! The female cultivator was also hit, her body exploded, and her soul was destroyed. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue did not stay any longer and quickly left. At the same time, deep in the East Sea, white fog lingered there. There was an island in the white fog. On the island spirit deer galloped and red-crowned cranes leisurely walked. There. It was the famous ancient sacred land of Punlai. Ancient sacred land of Punlai, primordial spirit lamp hall. There were many primordial spirit lamps here. When one's cultivation broke through the yin-yang realm and condensed a primordial spirit, one could light the primordial spirit lamp. The primordial spirit lamp burned. This meant that the cultivator was still alive. When the primordial spirit lamp was extinguished, it meant that the cultivator was already dead. Two disciples were cleaning the hall. Suddenly, the three primordial spirit lamps that were originally burning, all of them were extinguished. Not good, the three deacons' primordial spirit lamps are extinguished. The two disciples' faces suddenly became pale. They knew how high the status of a yin-yang cultivator in the ancient sacred land was. But now, three of them had died at once. Something big has happened. The two disciples' faces were pale as they staggered to the main hall to report to the higher-ups. Outside the primordial soul lamp hall, two disciples ran over in a panic. There was a thump. They knelt on the ground. "Great Elder, something's happened." The two disciples cried out in a trembling voice. A dignified voice came from the main hall. "What happened? Why are you in such a panic?" "Great Elder, the primordial soul lamps of Namgongxi, Shao Tianyang, and Song Jianhai have been extinguished," the two disciples said in a trembling voice. "What?" An incredulous voice came from the hall. Obviously, the great elder of the primordial soul lamp hall heard the news. He couldn't believe it was true. East Sea World. The Punlai ancient sacred land was now the leader of the East Sea Law Enforcement Alliance. They were like the sun in the sky. Who would dare to kill the deacons of the Punlai ancient sacred land? Even the 9 pirate lords, they would still give face to the Punlai ancient sacred land. But now, the yin-yang realm cultivators of the Punlai ancient sacred land were killed. Who would dare to challenge the dignity of the Punlai ancient sacred land? Endless anger, endless killing intent. The great elder of the primordial soul lamp hall exploded in his heart. That terrifying aura made the two disciples kneeling on the ground tremble. Swoosh. The great elder of the primordial soul lamp hall flew out. He flew towards the complete sky palace. In the complete sky palace, there was the complete sky mirror. This treasure could scan the complete sky palace. Soon, the great elder of the primordial soul lamp hall arrived at the complete sky palace. "What brings you here, senior brother Go?" The complete sky palace's great elder, Zhao Qua, asked with a smile. Gutianjun said, "Junior brother Zhao, the 3 deacons of the Punlai ancient sacred land were killed." "What? Such a thing happened? Who would be so audacious?" Zhao Qua's expression changed. A yin-yang realm cultivator, even on the Punlai immortal island, they had a high status. They were the backbone of the Immemorial Island. Cultivating a Yinyang realm cultivator would cost a lot of resources. Every Yinyang realm cultivator's death was a huge loss. Now, 3 Yinyang cultivators from the Punlai ancient sacred land had died. The higher-ups were completely enraged. "Brother, please use the universal sky mirror to check the situation. Who's so reckless? How dare they challenge the dignity of the Punlai ancient holy land? No matter who it is, they'll be banished to the purgatory world by the Punlai ancient holy land." Gu Tianjuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Senior brother Gu, please follow me," Zhao Kui said. The two of them walked deeper into the forest. They entered a large hall. There were 18 cultivators sitting cross-legged in the hall. All of them had powerful auras. Kui and Heavenly Lord Gu arrived. The 18 cultivators bowed slightly. "Activate the universal mirror and observe the universe. I want to know who dared to kill people from the Punlai ancient holy land." Zhao Kui handed the 3 primordial spirit lamps to an elder. "Yes," the elder responded and placed the primordial spirit lamp on an altar in the depths of the hall. Then, the 18 elders began to circulate their magic power. Powerful magical power surged into the altar. Buzz. It was accompanied by a shocking wave of energy. A mysterious mirror appeared on the altar. The mirror shone slightly, causing the void to distort. That mirror was the universal mirror. The universal mirror shone toward the 3 primordial spirit lamps. Following that, densely packed images appeared in the full heaven mirror. Finally, the images locked onto a hazy space. Inside that space, only the backs of 2 cultivators could be seen. But their faces could be seen. It's these 2 people. However, something is interfering with the universal mirror. The universal mirror is unable to detect their shadows. Zhao Kui pointed at the 2 figures that appeared in the universal mirror. Could it be that the Great Array is interfering with the universal mirror's detection? Gu Tianjun said in a deep voice. "That's right. It's possible. Now, issue a warrant for arrest. As long as it's issued, those 2 brats will definitely be found," Zhao Kui said in a deep voice. 2 hours later. In the sky above the various cultivators of the Eastern Sea world, a loud and deep voice sounded. "The Eastern Sea Law Enforcement Alliance has issued a warrant for arrest. The 2 demons who colluded with the pirates and killed the 3 deacons of the Punlai Immortal Island will be rewarded with 1 billion star stones." As the voice sounded, then, an image appeared in the void. It was the backs of 2 cultivators. It was the backs of Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. Only their backs? It's too difficult to find them with just their backs. Even if it's difficult, we still have to find them. The reward is 1 billion spirit stones. If we can catch these 2, we'll have a meteoric rise. "Brother, don't you have some friendship with a deep-sea beast? Let's go ask the deep-sea beast." "That's a good idea. The deep-sea beast can communicate with the sea creatures. Perhaps no one has seen the 2 wanted fellows, but the sea creatures of the Eastern Sea must have seen them." After the warrant for arrest was issued, the entire Eastern Sea world. It was bustling. Cultivators from various great powers. Of course, there were also countless loose cultivators. They all took action. A reward of 1 billion spirit stones. It was enough to turn someone from a pauper. They would become rich instantly. Lin Feng didn't know that he and Xikong Jiayue had become wanted criminals. Now, the 2 of them had found a quiet place to refine the soul origin of the Abyss Dragon. The soul origin of this Abyss Dragon was extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Feng had a Buddhist sacred object like the Saraira on him, he and Xikong Jiayue wouldn't be able to deal with the Abyss Dragon. After devouring the soul origin of the Abyss Dragon, Lin Feng's soul power, it began to gradually increase. Originally, Lin Feng's soul power had already risen to the 2nd layer of the creation realm. But now, Lin Feng had already begun to try to break through to the 3rd layer of the creation realm. If the soul level could break through again, then Lin Feng's soul secret technique, soul small man holding sword, would be even more powerful. Boom, finally. A tyrannical aura surged out. Lin Feng's soul power began to increase crazily. "I finally broke through." Lin Feng opened his eyes and revealed a happy expression. 2 hours later, Xianxia also woke up from his cultivation. He was also full of smiles. Obviously, Xianxia had also obtained great benefits. The two of them rested for a while. Soon, they continued to fly deeper. 10 days later, an incomparably huge island appeared in their line of sight. Looking from afar, huge ships that were 10,000 meters long were sailing towards the huge island from all directions. Lin Feng even saw some ships with flags such as Great Li Empire, Great Tang Empire, etc. Those ships were all sent by the monarchs of the mortal countries. They carried a large number of treasures and went out to sea to search for the legendary immortal island. They wanted to use all kinds of treasures to exchange for the immortal pill. That's the cultivator gathering area. Xianxia pointed to the island. What a huge island. Lin Feng's heart was pounding when he saw the boundless island. On the island, people came and went. It was very lively. The cultivator gathering place was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless cultivators came and left. This cultivator gathering place was as large as a small continent. There were a total of 18 cultivator gatherings of this scale in the East Sea world. In the cultivator gathering place, there were many law enforcement teams patrolling back and forth. It was to prevent people from causing trouble. Or to prevent pirates from sneaking into the gathering place. Let's go to the square and take a look. The pirate Song who with a bounty of 200 million is going to be hanged. Someone shouted loudly. Many people rushed to the central square after hearing the news. The pirates who were captured alive will be hanged. Xianxia said. Lin Feng said, let's go and take a look. Xianxia nodded and arrived at the square with Lin Feng. There was a sea of people here. It was extremely lively. There were even many cultivators floating in the air. In the center of the square, a bandit was tied up. The bandit shouted loudly, the age of great voyage must belong to the glory of pirates. Join the age of great voyage and search for the countless treasures buried at the end of the sea by the pirate emperor. Rumor has it that there are secrets to becoming gods, emperors, and even eternal life. The pirate who was shouting like a fanatic was Song Hu, the pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Many people were just there to watch the fun and hated pirates. But there were also some people whose eyes flickered. They were afraid that they would be bewitched by this Song Hu. In the East Sea world, pirates were rampant. It was not wrong to say that it was the age of great voyage. First, it was because the sea was rich in resources. The easiest way to get resources was to plunder, kill and steal. Just like De Guyenne. There were countless pirates like this. Second, it was because of the legend of the pirate emperor. The great pirate emperor found the treasure passed down by the ancient gods. However, the pirate emperor was besieged by many forces in the East Sea 30,000 years ago and died. The pirate emperor's treasure was said to be buried at the end of the sea. This attracted countless cultivators to become pirates. Shut him up. The Law Enforcement Alliance elder who was carrying out the hanging roared angrily. Immediately, a cultivator rushed forward and opened Pirate Song Hu's mouth. Then, he used a dirty and smelly cloth to block it. Then, Song Hu was sent to the gallows. His head was tied with a rope. That was no ordinary rope. Ordinary ropes would not be able to strangle these powerful pirates. The rope used by the Law Enforcement Union for hanging was specially made from the tendons of a flood dragon. Song Hu was suspended in midair. Hang this damned pirate! Many people shouted excitedly. Song Hu began to struggle violently. But obviously, it was just a struggle before death. Let's go. He glanced at Song Hu, who was about to die. Lin Feng no longer had the mood to continue watching. He turned his head and said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and the two of them left together. Hey, look, it's a wanted poster. Xianxia suddenly pointed at a public sign on the side of the street. Lin Feng and Xianxia walked over. He saw the arrest warrant issued by the ancient Holy Land of Penglai. Moreover, it was an arrest warrant for him and Xianxia. The bounty had reached 1 billion. Look, don't these two fellows look like the two on the wanted posters? Someone pointed at the backs of Lin Feng and Xianxia and said, "They really do look similar. Could it be these two fellows?" Immediately, cultivators responded. Many people pointed at Lin Feng and Xianxia and discussed. Some people even wanted to make a move. Everyone must have seen wrongly. Lin Feng waved his hand and quickly ran into the distance with Xianxia. "It's very likely them. Chase them." Many cultivators shouted. After getting rid of their pursuers, Lin Feng and Xianxia changed into loose robes. The two of them found an inn to stay for the time being. They planned to rest in the cultivator gathering place. Then, they would think about going to the ruins of God. Arriving at such a large gathering place on the sea, Lin Feng planned to collect some things he needed here. For example, array materials, spirit herbs, and so on. Of course, the most important thing was still the heaven rank spirit array. Lin Feng had the earth rank 12 scrolls. As his soul force gradually increased, Lin Feng's spirit array master grade would also increase very quickly. If Lin Feng broke through to the yin-yang realm, his soul force would definitely increase greatly. At that time, his spirit array master grade would also continue to break through. So, Lin Feng needed to find the heaven rank spirit array in advance. However, a heaven rank spirit array was not that easy to find. A spirit array of this level, it was incomparably precious. Very few people took it out. However, this gathering place on the sea was one of the places where countless cultivators entered and left the East Sea. People came and went. There were also many good things that appeared. He might be able to find a heaven rank spirit array. Night fell. Lin Feng and Xianxia had previously gone to the Sea Law Enforcement Alliance. They planned to collect Duguyan's bounty. 500 million spirit stones bounty. These bounties were calculated in terms of low-grade spirit stones. 500 million spirit stones bounty. Even if it was exchanged for top-grade spirit stones, it could also be exchanged for 500 top-grade spirit stones. This was a huge fortune. Within the Sea Law Enforcement Alliance, when Lin Feng took out Duguyan's spiritual imprint, it caused quite a stir. Countless people had failed to kill Duguyan. And Duguyan's soul imprint had actually been taken by two young cultivators. It was simply unbelievable. There are 500 million spirit stones in this crystal card. You can check to see if there are any problems. A deacon of the Law Enforcement Alliance said. Lin Feng took the card and scanned it with his spiritual will. He found that there were indeed 500 million spirit stones inside. He nodded and said, "No problem, but can I exchange it for top-grade spirit stones here?" "If you want to exchange it for top-grade spirit stones, it's not impossible." According to the Law Enforcement Alliance's exchange rate, 500 million low-grade spirit stones can exchange for 400 top-grade spirit stones. The elder said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Then exchange it for 400 top-grade spirit stones." The elder smiled and said, "All right, please wait a moment." Looking at his smiling face, it was obvious that he would be able to get a lot of commission from this exchange. However, Lin Feng knew that it was normal for people to get commission. In many places, low-grade spirit stones could not be exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. For the Law Enforcement Alliance to be able to exchange for top-grade spirit stones was already quite good. Lin Feng and Xianxia each received 200 top-grade spirit stones. Then, the two of them headed to the auction house. The auction house was divided into 9 floors. The lower 6 floors were for merchants. They sold all kinds of things. The upper 3 floors were for auctions. "Young masters, how may I be of service to you?" When a deacon of the auction house saw that Lin Feng and Xianxia had extraordinary auras, he walked over with a smile on his face. Looking at the deacon, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the ancient Jiang family behind the auction house in the Tianwu continent. He could not help but ask, "Does the auction house of this cultivator gathering place on the sea belong to the Jiang family? Or is it an auction house built by the various powers on the sea?" The attendant said, "That's right. This is also the Immemorial Jiang family's auction house, but it's a little different from the one in the Sky Martial continent. The Immemorial Jiang family will take 70% of the profits in the auction house, while the rest will be distributed to the various factions in the auction house." But in the East Sea, although the auction house is a major shareholder, it can only take 30% of the profits. The remaining 70% will be distributed to the East Sea factions. Moreover, not everyone in the auction house is from the Jiang family. There are also many people from the East Sea factions. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that there was such a distribution method. The immemorial Jiang family had a huge influence in the inner continent. But in the sea region, their influence was only average. Therefore, it was quite difficult for them to get 30% of the profits. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I want to buy some things here. This is the list I made." As he spoke, he handed a list to Deacon Li. When Attendant Li saw the densely packed items on the list, a smile bloomed on his face. The more things the customers bought, the more rewards he would receive. "Young masters, please rest in the VIP room." Attendant Li smiled and led the way, inviting Lin Feng and Xianxia to the VIP room. A beautiful maid poured tea for the two of them. Attendant Li then excused himself and went to prepare the things Lin Feng needed. About 2 hours later, everything had been gathered. There were 3,700 kinds of array formation materials. There were 15,000 types of spirit herbs. There were also some other things. In total, there were 90 million spirit stones. Lin Feng took out his crystal card and swiped 90 million spirit stones. He didn't lack these ordinary spirit stones. What he really lacked were top-grade spirit stones. "Right, does your auction house sell heaven-ranked arrays?" Lin Feng asked. "Heaven-ranked arrays?" Attendant Li sucked in a breath of cold air. A heaven-ranked array master. At the very least, he was a creation realm expert. Attendant Li didn't know why Lin Feng was asking about a heaven-ranked array. However, he knew that if Lin Feng wanted to buy a spiritual array of this level, it would be a big deal. The level of heavenly rank spiritual arrays is too high. "I don't have access to them yet, but I can recommend you to the elders of the auction house," Manager Li said with a smile. "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "You're too polite, young master." As soon as he finished speaking, Deacon Li retreated and went to invite the elder of the auction house. Not long after, footsteps could be heard from outside. A middle-aged cultivator walked into the VIP lounge. "Sir, this young master is the one who asked about the heavenly rank great formation." Deacon Li pointed at Lin Feng and said. The middle-aged cultivator clearly knew from Deacon Li that the auction house had just completed a huge transaction with Lin Feng. Therefore, he was all smiles. "I am Xianxia, the manager of the auction house. How should I address you, young master?" Xianxia smiled and cupped his fists. "Lin Feng." "Xianxia." After the two sides introduced themselves, Xianxia smiled and said, "Young masters, please don't be so polite. Please have a seat." The three of them sat down. Xianxia went straight to the point and said, "Lin Gongzi asked about the heavenly rank great formation. Do you want to buy one?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I want to buy a heavenly rank great formation. I wonder if the auction house has one?" Xianxia smiled and said, "If it was any other day, there definitely wouldn't be one. After all, very few people would take out such a high-level formation." However, a few days ago, a mysterious cultivator came to the auction house with the intention of selling a heavenly rank great formation. It recorded a total of 72 types of heavenly rank formations. That cultivator asked for 300 top-grade spirit stones. "If Lin Gongzi wants it, I'll go visit that cultivator tomorrow. We'll trade at the auction house the night after tomorrow." "Alright, see you then." Lin Feng cupped his fists and left with Xianxia. "We actually managed to buy a heavenly rank great formation. Our luck is pretty good." Xianxia smiled. He wasn't a spirit array master. However, he knew how rare a heavenly rank great formation was. The value of a heavenly rank great formation wasn't any lower than some ancient secret techniques. Lin Feng nodded excitedly. With a heavenly rank great formation, his soul power would increase greatly after he broke through to the yin-yang realm. Soon, he would be able to break through to the heavenly rank. If he could break through to the heavenly rank, Lin Feng believed that with his cultivation and his attainments in spirit arrays, he would be able to kill a heavenly rank great formation cultivator. He would even be able to kill a high-level Yin-Yang realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the agreed date arrived. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue arrived at the auction house once again. Manager Li warmly invited Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue to the VIP room. When they arrived, Lin Feng discovered that there was a 26 or 27-year-old cultivator in the room. This person was dressed in white and looked handsome. However, this person had an arrogant expression, which made Lin Feng rather unhappy. When he saw Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue enter, he only glanced at them and didn't pay any attention to them. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue naturally wouldn't bother with such a stranger. Soon, Xianxia arrived at the VIP room. I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. I went to get the things that everyone needed. Xianxia cupped his fists. The three of them responded politely. The white-cloaked cultivator called Wei Yifan said, I wonder if Elder Jiang has found the purgatory blood grass and the Kuan-Ming sword technique that I need? Young Master Wei, I found the two things that you need. Xianxia smiled and took out 2 white jade boxes. He opened the boxes. In the white jade box on the left was a blood-red, palm-sized herb. This was the purgatory blood grass. Lin Feng had heard of the purgatory blood grass before. It was said that it only grew in places where countless dead souls gathered. Moreover, it could only be harvested after 5,000 years. This herb was definitely priceless. The Kuan-Ming sword technique was also an extremely powerful inheritance. It was rumored that it was created by the ancient overseas wandering cultivator, the Kuan-Ming ancestor. It could be cultivated to the peak. The sword could connect to the gods. Here are the 4,000 top-grade spirit stones that we agreed on. Wei Yifan took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia checked that there was no problem and nodded with a smile. Then, he took out an ancient book. There were 7 words written on the ancient book. 72 pictures of heavenly formations. Lin Gongzi, this is the heaven-grade formation you wanted. Xianxia said. Lin Feng revealed a hint of joy and took out the spirit stones. He was about to give them to Xianxia. At this moment, Wei Yifan, who was about to leave, heard that it was a heaven-grade formation, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He took the heaven-ranked 72 illustrations book in his hand. It's actually a heaven-grade formation. I didn't expect that someone would sell a heaven-grade formation. I want this heaven-grade formation. Wei Yifan smiled faintly. Lin Feng's expression sank. He said, fellow Daoist, I reserved this heaven-grade formation. If you want it, you can also reserve it with Elder Jiang in advance. When Wei Yifan heard Lin Feng's words, his expression sank. He turned to look at Lin Feng. When he realized that Lin Feng was only a 10th stage martial king, a look of disdain and contempt appeared on his face. Wei Yifan questioned Lin Feng, don't you understand human language? He was obviously humiliating Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression instantly darkened. Who was Lin Feng? He didn't bully others. Others should be burning incense. How could he be bullied? He glanced coldly at Wei Yifan and sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Xikong Jiayue looked at Wei Yifan with pity. Wei Yifan's strength was extraordinary and had reached the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. But compared to Lin Feng, the difference was too big. Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Yin-Yang realm yet. His savings were too powerful. Xikong Jiayue estimated. With Lin Feng's current combat strength, he wouldn't have a problem dealing with cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Dealing with Wei Yifan was naturally effortless. Wei Yifan was jumping around in front of Lin Feng. He was simply courting death. But Xianxia didn't think so. Even though Lin Feng was rich and imposing. But being rich didn't mean that his cultivation was strong. Xianxia naturally saw Lin Feng's cultivation level. 10th level of the martial king realm. Perhaps he was a disciple of a large faction. But it shouldn't be a faction from the East Sea. It was very likely that he was from an inland faction. During this period of time, because of the opening of the ruins of God, many cultivators from inland factions rushed to the ruins of God. In Xianxia's opinion, Lin Feng came from a large faction, which was why he was so rich. When he was inland, because he had the protection of a large faction, he could do whatever he wanted. But in the East Sea, he couldn't be so willful. Inland factions. Even the powerful Jiang family didn't have much influence in the East Sea. Not to mention other factions. The East Sea world had its own laws. So, seeing that Lin Feng had offended Wei Yifan, Jiang Chao felt that something was going to happen. Wei Yifan came from Star Luo Island. Star Luo Island was an ancient faction. There were many experts. Moreover, the most important thing was that Star Luo Island had a deep relationship with the ancient sacred land of Punlai. It was said that the first ancestor of Star Luo Island had once cultivated in the Punlai ancient holy land. Therefore, Star Luo Island was an extremely powerful force in terms of strength and background. Lin Feng had offended the successor of such a force. Wasn't this going to cause a huge problem? Wei Yifan's identity wasn't simple either. His grandfather was the Grand Elder of Star Luo Island's Hall of Virtue and Virtue. True enough. What Jiang Chao was worried about happened. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Zhang Ziyan nodded. Wei Yifan's face darkened. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said in a sinister voice, "Brat, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" Jiang Chao said, "Both of you are my guests. Can you give me some face today and take a step back on this matter?" Good. Since Manager Jiang has spoken, I can't refute him. Brat, get out of the VIP room, kneel in front of the VIP room, and slap yourself. Slap yourself for 3 hours, and I'll spare your life. Wei Yifan had an arrogant expression on his face. Arrogant fool. Laughable. Lin Feng looked at Wei Yifan with disdain. Wei Yifan sneered, "Brat, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yifan's palm struck towards Lin Feng. Water-splitting palm. This palm strike was accompanied by a strange energy that enveloped the area. That force enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that his body was being squeezed by that force, and it was difficult for him to move. He could only watch helplessly as Wei Yifan's palm landed on his body. Even though the water is soft, it's also oppressive. Lin Feng can't move at all. Lin Feng is so generous. He's not an ordinary cultivator. I need to stop Wei Yifan. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. If things get out of hand, I'll get involved, said Lin Feng, sighing. Thoughts flashed through Jiang Chao's mind. He was about to stop Wei Yifan. But at that moment, Lin Feng had already made his move. Swish, sword chi, blade light, it swept out. It instantly tore apart the pressure of the water dao. The sword chi and blade light merged into one. It slashed towards Wei Yifan. Wei Yifan's expression changed when he felt the power of the sword chi and blade light. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to use such a terrifying attack. Wei Yifan's palm was surrounded by magic power. It was the water-splitting palm. It directly changed direction. It blasted towards the merged sword chi and blade light. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Jiang Chao saw. Wei Yifan was sent flying. He knocked over 3 or 4 tables in a row and fell to the ground. He was in a sorry state. How is this possible? Jiang Chao was completely shocked. He knew Wei Yifan's strength. He was at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng was only at the 10th level of the Martial King realm. Why was Wei Yifan in Lin Feng's hands? He couldn't even take one move. Jiang Chao even thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes. He looked again. That's right, Wei Yifan was indeed sent flying. Impossible, how could I be defeated by you? Wei Yifan's face was distorted. He was defeated by a Martial King realm cultivator in one move. It was simply a great humiliation. Wei Yifan wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces to wash away the shame that Lin Feng brought to him. Martial Soul, Blood Dragon. Wei Yifan roared out. He unleashed his most powerful attack. In his dantian. Strong fluctuations. Surging. Immediately after, a bloody light spread out. In the bloody light, a blood dragon condensed. The blood dragon bared its fangs and claws and pounced towards Lin Feng. Brat, let's see how you block my blood dragon. Wei Yifan laughed sinisterly. He seemed to have seen Lin Feng being defeated and then kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. only to be trampled under his feet. A guy who hasn't even comprehended spirit is as weak as an ant in front of me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He threw a punch towards the blood dragon. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by dense lightning power. Bang! The punch ruthlessly hit the blood dragon. The blood dragon directly exploded. The power of Lin Feng's punch did not diminish. Then, it hit Wei Yifan. Wei Yifan was sent flying more than 30 meters and directly fell outside the VIP room. What's going on? Look, it's Wei Yifan. He was thrown out by someone. Someone actually dared to throw Wei Yifan out. Who is this person? He's actually so daring. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. Wei Yifan's face was distorted. He wanted to get up and fight Lin Feng to the death. But at this time, Lin Feng had already walked out of the VIP room. He waved his right hand. Formation runes flew out one after another. Those formation runes suppressed Wei Yifan's body. Plop, Wei Yifan, who had just gotten up, directly knelt in front of the VIP room. You said before that you would spare my life if I knelt in front of the VIP room and slapped myself? I really doubt that a trash like you would dare to say such arrogant words. Well, I'll return those words to you. Now, kneel in front of the VIP room and slap yourself for 6 hours. After 6 hours, I'll spare your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng pointed at Wei Yifan. The formation runes that had been applied to Wei Yifan's body were all activated. It was as if Wei Yifan had been cast with a demonic technique. He raised his hands. Slap, 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 slap after slap, he slapped himself in the face. Brat, how dare you humiliate me like this? I won't let you off. Wei Yifan's face contorted. What a humiliation, this was simply a great humiliation. He was a core disciple of Star Luo Island, he had a high status. He was quite famous even in the East Sea. But now, he was kneeling in front of the VIP lounge and slapping his own face. This humiliation, Wei Yifan felt like he was better off dead than alive. Who's that guy? He's too daring. How dare he humiliate Wei Yifan like this? He's only at the 10th firmament of the Martial King realm. How can he deal with Wei Yifan? This is strange. It's impossible for him to be at the 10th firmament of the Martial King realm. He must have cultivated a technique to hide his true cultivation. I'm guessing that he's a cultivator from the mainland. He doesn't know how powerful the faction behind Wei Yifan is. I'm afraid he's in big trouble. Many people surrounded them and pointed at them. This? Xianxia smiled bitterly as he watched the scene unfold. He had thought that Lin Feng would be humiliated by Wei Yifan. But who would have thought, Wei Yifan was kneeling in front of the VIP lounge and slapping his own face again and again. Lin Gongzi, look, Xianxia wanted to mediate the situation. Lin Feng knew what Xianxia wanted to say. He smiled and said, Elder Jiang, this matter won't make things difficult for you. You don't have to worry about the faction behind Wei Yifan. I still have 2 business deals to discuss with Elder Jiang. Why don't we go in and talk? Xianxia could tell that Lin Feng wouldn't let Wei Yifan off. He could only sigh softly. Since Lin Feng said that this matter wouldn't involve him, Xianxia didn't care. Xianxia ignored him. He said, Gentlemen, please come in. When they returned to the VIP lounge, Xianxia couldn't help but ask curiously, what else does Lin Gongzi need? Lin Feng smiled and said, this time, I'm not buying, I'm selling. I have a large number of artifacts. Spirit artifacts. Treasured weapon. In addition, there are all kinds of antiques, paintings, gold and silver, secret techniques, spirit formations, and even medicine recipes. I'm planning to sell them to the auction house. Will the auction house accept them? Xianxia smiled and replied, our auction house will naturally accept these items. Lin Feng asked, can I exchange the spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones? This, said Xianxia. It's not just auctions. Many influential groups trade low-level spirit stones. They're the most common spirit stones, and they're the currency. It's not difficult to exchange low-level spirit stones for medium-level or high-level spirit stones, but it's much more difficult to exchange top-level spirit stones. After all, top-level spirit stones are extremely rare. Sikong Jiayue asked. As an elder of the auction house, Elder Jiang has great authority. Do you not have such authority? I do have the authority for anything below 50 pieces. If it's higher, I'll have to ask the president. Jiang Chao said. Alright, Elder Jiang is a straightforward person. How about this, I'll take out another item and sell it at the auction house. I need top-grade spirit stones for this item, and at the same time, I want to exchange the items I'm selling for top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiang Chao knew that the item Lin Feng took out was not simple. He wanted to use the item to make the auction house's upper echelons give in. He wanted to exchange the rest of his items for top-grade spirit stones. Of course. This was not an easy task. Top-grade spirit stones were important to any faction. They were all scarce resources. Previously, Lin Feng was able to exchange ordinary spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones in the Law Enforcement Alliance. That was because the Law Enforcement Alliance had an unwritten rule. The bounty of any pirate on the wanted poster. They could all be exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. This was also one of the methods that the Maritime Law Enforcement Alliance used to hunt pirates. After all, exchanging ordinary spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. And now, the Maritime Law Enforcement Alliance had given everyone such an opportunity. Jiang Chao asked, I wonder what Lin Gongzi wants to auction. This fruit. Lin Feng took out the golden flame fruit and handed it to Jiang Chao. This is the golden flame fruit? Jiang Chao's eyes widened. This was a true heavenly treasure. It could help cultivators break through to the Yin-Yang realm. Whether it was the Tianwu continent or the overseas world. There were so many factions. Not every direct descendant of a top faction could break through to the Yin-Yang realm. Perhaps because of this or that, they could not break through. But if they had the golden flame fruit, there was a high chance that they could break through. After breaking through, they would break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Their lifespan would increase greatly. Then, in their long lifespan, they might be able to obtain a heaven-defying opportunity to change their life. There were countless such things. The most famous was the founder of the Nine Heaven Gate in ancient times, the Nine Mountain Tao Master. He had lived for 195 years, he still had not broken through to the Yin-Yang realm. He was about to die of old age. He had obtained a golden flame fruit by chance and ate it, breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm. His lifespan increased greatly. Later on, he obtained another opportunity. His cultivation rose steadily. Then, he established the Nine Heaven Gate. He became one of the super giants of his era. Of course, there were many such things. Thus, Jiang Chao knew the value of this golden flame fruit. Lin Gongzi, don't worry, leave this to me. Jiang Chao immediately patted his chest and agreed. There was a golden flame fruit, he believed that no matter how many things Lin Feng took out to exchange for top-grade spirit stones, the higher-ups would agree. Exchange all the items in these 100 storage rings for top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng handed over 100 storage rings to Jiang Chao. Ancient battlefield of gods and devils. Thunderblade secret realm. And so on. Over the years, Lin Feng had obtained storage rings from many cultivators. Of course, the most precious one was the dozens of Yin-Yang realm experts who had fought outside the God Luo cliff. After killing those people, their storage rings were all taken by Lin Feng. These top experts had many treasures on them. Lin Feng and the others gathered together, trying to find an opportunity to exchange for top-level spiritual stones. Lin Gongzi, wait a moment. I'll go ask the higher-ups now. Jiang Chao stood up. Lin Feng nodded. Jiang Chao left. 2 hours later, Jiang Chao returned. He smiled and said, all the items have been exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. There are a total of 3,200 top-grade spirit stones. Lin Gongzi, check them. Lin Feng took the bag of spirit stones, checked it, and nodded. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. With these top-grade spirit stones, he should have enough top-grade spirit stones to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. No wonder so many people wanted to be pirates. Killing people for treasures. They could quickly accumulate a lot of wealth in a short period of time. This could be considered a shortcut. At this time, Xianxia said, "This is the contract for the auction of the golden flame fruit. During this period of time, our auction house will use the opportunity of the various large factions resting at the gathering place to promote the golden flame fruit. In 10 days, the auction will be held. At that time, the golden flame fruit will be auctioned. Our auction house will bear all the expenses. The final profit from the auction will be 30%. Lin Gongzi, what do you think?" "Alright, deal." Lin Feng nodded and signed the contract. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue left together. At this moment, in front of the VIP room, people were coming and going. Many people were gathered here. They were pointing at each other. "Not good, it's Senior Brother Wei." At this moment, a few Star Luo Island cultivators squeezed into the crowd. Wei Yifan, who was on the ground, had a drastic change in expression. "Senior Brother Wei, what happened?" a disciple asked. "Hurry up and invite the sect elders to come and help me break this damned restriction." Wei Yifan's face was distorted. At this moment, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue had already returned to their residence. Lin Feng took out the 72 heavenly array diagrams. He opened the book. There were 7 types of grade arrays recorded in the 72 heavenly array diagrams. 65 types of spirit array techniques. The 7 basic grade arrays were Devouring God, Blood Wolf, Sword Sea, Axe Shadow, Devil Transformation, 9 Vicious, and Evil Technique. These 7 grade arrays each had their own wonders. And each grade array was extremely powerful. Once it was set up, it could display a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It could even easily trap and kill a cultivator at the peak of the yin-yang realm. Other than that, the power of these heaven-rank spirit array techniques was also not simple. For example, a spirit array technique like the Heavenly Demon Kill was recorded in it. It was a technique that condensed the power of the heavenly demon and turned it into an evil charming heavenly demon. Not only could this evil charming heavenly demon bewitch people, but it also had an extremely powerful attack power. Lin Feng carefully read the contents of the 72 heavenly array diagrams. The arrays and spirit array techniques recorded in it. As expected, it was not something an earth rank array could compare to. While Lin Feng was quietly reading the 72 heavenly array diagrams, a yin-yang realm spirit array master from Star Luo Island came to the auction house. "Get out of the way. It's Shui Yongyuan." At this moment, someone shouted loudly. Immediately, waves of exclamations sounded. This Shui Yongyuan was not a simple person. This person was a peak profound rank spirit array master. And he was only 30 years old. Such a young peak profound rank spirit array master. His future was limitless. It's said that Shui Yongyuan is about to become an earth rank spiritual array master. A 30-year-old earth rank spiritual array master is simply a monstrous talent. That's right. I don't know how many spirit array masters have been unable to break through to the earth rank spirit array master in their entire lives. Now, Shui Yongyuan is about to break through at the age of 30. He is also famous among the Eastern Seaworld Spirit Array Masters. It is said that he has attracted the attention of the Spirit Array Masters Guild's upper echelons. Many people were talking about it. His gaze was filled with envy. A Spirit Array Master was the noblest profession in the world. It was already a very high probability for one official Spirit Array Master to appear out of 10 million cultivators. Becoming a Spirit Array Master was only the first step. 90% of the Spirit Array Masters found it difficult to break through to the profound rank. It was even more difficult for a profound rank Spirit Array Master to break through to the Earth rank. To become a powerful Spiritual Array Master, one needed more than just talent. He also needed comprehension. Some people's soul power had clearly reached the level where they could break through to the profound rank. Why couldn't he break through? It was because he didn't have enough comprehension. Talent was one thing. Comprehension was another aspect, none of them could be missing. People like Lin Feng, whose talent and comprehension were both monstrous, were too rare. Shui Yongyuan clearly enjoyed the envious gazes of the surrounding people. This person walked over with an arrogant expression. When he arrived at the entrance of the VIP room, Wei Yifan was on the ground. Shui Yongyuan's face darkened slightly. "Junior Brother Wei, what's going on?" Shui Yongyuan frowned and asked. Senior brother Shui, it's great that you came. Hurry up and save me. I fell into a brat's trap and was placed under a restriction. My body is out of control. Wei Yifan said as he slapped his own face. By now, his face had long been mutilated by his own slaps. Wei Yifan wanted to stop. However, he couldn't stop at all. You mean a brat? Could it be that the person who attacked you was a young cultivator? Shui Yongyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Around 20 years old. Wei Yifan said with a sad face, Senior brother Shui, hurry up and help me. I don't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. A young man around 20 years old? A disdainful expression immediately appeared on Shui Yongyuan's face. In his eyes. Although the other party was a spirit array master. But he was only around 20 years old. What kind of powerful spirit array master could he be? Shui Yongyuan said, Junior brother Wei, you are a yin-yang realm cultivator after all. To think that you would be suppressed here with a restriction. Forget it, I will save you now, but you have already humiliated our Star Luo Island by kneeling here and slapping your own face. When the time comes for the sect to punish you, you have to be mentally prepared. Wei Yifan naturally knew this. But he didn't care. His grandfather was the great elder of the Hall of Morals. His background was deep. Although he had lost all face for the sect, but his grandfather was here. Wei Yifan believed that nothing would happen to him. Right now, the thing Wei Yifan wanted to do the most was to find Lin Feng. Then, he would cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Only in this way would he be able to wash away the shame in his heart. At this moment, Shui Yongyuan had already begun to break Lin Feng's great array. Shui Yongyuan stood proudly. His hands continuously moved, and lines of energy condensed into array patterns that coiled around his fingertips. Quickly condense an array in the void. As expected of a peerless genius spirit array master. He actually managed to cultivate the formation in the void to such a proficient level. Even many Earth stage spirit array masters can't compare to him, right? Shui Yongyuan, who was condensing an array in the void, exclaimed. A proud expression appeared on Shui Yongyuan's face. Retreat. Otherwise, even you will be suppressed. Just as Shui Yongyuan was about to break the great array on Wei Yifan's body, suddenly, an array pattern distorted. Lin Feng's voice came out. Lin Feng left a mark on the array pattern. He felt that Shui Yongyuan was condensing the array pattern to break the restriction that was suppressing Wei Yifan. He warned him. Shui Yongyuan sneered and said, Brat, who do you think you are? You actually dare to leave behind a divine sense to warn me? Now, I will break your restriction and capture you. I will not kill you. I will use the same method to make you kneel in front of the VIP room and slap your own face. As expected of a top-notch spirit array master, he's really domineering. That brat is out of luck. With Shui Yongyuan making a move, that brat will not be able to escape. Many people immediately began to discuss. Especially many female cultivators and Shui Yongyuan, whose chi was exposed. All of them were seeing stars and were filled with admiration. Break! Shui Yongyuan shouted in a low voice. He struck out with his palm. Dense array patterns intertwined. Then, those array patterns swept towards the restriction that was suppressing Wei Yifan. At this moment, distorted array patterns suddenly swept out from Wei Yifan's body. These were the array patterns that Lin Feng had set up. Those array patterns instantly collided with the array patterns that Shui Yongyuan had set up. The array patterns that Shui Yongyuan had set up were instantly destroyed. Then, the array patterns that Lin Feng had set up swept towards Shui Yongyuan. This is impossible. Shui Yongyuan roared in disbelief. He couldn't accept this. How could the array patterns that he had set up be broken in an instant? Bang! At this moment, the array patterns that Lin Feng had set up also swept towards Shui Yongyuan's body. Shui Yongyuan couldn't bear it. With a plop, Shui Yongyuan was actually suppressed to the ground by the array patterns that Lin Feng had set up. Then, just like Wei Yifan, Shui Yongyuan raised his hands. Slap, slap, slap. One slap after another, he slapped himself. Oh my god, what the hell happened? Everyone cried out in disbelief. Shui Yongyuan. A peak profound stage spirit array master, such a terrifying spirit array master. How could he be suppressed by the array patterns that the young man had set up? Who exactly was that young man? Weren't the array patterns that he had left behind too terrifying? What level of spirit array master was he? Deep shock surged in everyone's hearts. Announcement, app for Android, Apple's exclusive version. Goodbye to all advertisements. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install. Appxid elder, Shui Yongyuan, who came to rescue Wei Yifan, was also suppressed by Lin Gongzi's array. Deacon Li hurriedly ran to Jiang Chao to report. Jiang Chao had tried his best not to care about this matter. Instead, he wanted Lin Feng and the people of Star Luo Island to settle their grudges. But now that he heard Deacon Li's report, he turned pale with fright. He didn't expect things to get worse and worse. Even Shui Yongyuan was suppressed. Jiang Chao knew this Shui Yongyuan. He knew that Shui Yongyuan was not a simple person. Although he was young. But his attainments in array formations were very high. Why was even Shui Yongyuan kneeling on the ground? Could it be that the array set up by Lin Feng was so powerful? That guy looked to be around 20 years old. And he was an Earth Stage Spirit Array Master. Thinking of this, Jiang Chao felt waves of shock in his heart. An Earth Stage Spirit Array Master around the age of 20? Wasn't this too monstrous? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Jiang Chao asked. Even now, he still couldn't believe it. Deacon Li said, Elder, even if this subordinate saw wrongly, there were so many people here. Could it be that they all saw wrongly? It must be Shui Yongyuan, this subordinate is sure. Jiang Chao hurriedly said, tell me in detail about the situation at that time. Deacon Li said, at that time, Shui Yongyuan wanted to break the restriction that Lin Gongzi had placed on Wei Yifan, but who would have thought that when Shui Yongyuan made his move, the restriction on Wei Yifan's body seemed to have come to life and instantly broke Shui Yongyuan's array pattern, then suppressed Shui Yongyuan. Amazing, truly amazing. Jiang Chao clapped his hands fiercely and said, that Shui Yongyuan is said to be about to break through to the Earth stage. But the array pattern left behind by Lin Feng instantly suppressed Shui Yongyuan. Even a low-level Earth stage array pattern can't reach such a powerful level. That Lin Feng is at least a mid-level Earth stage, or even a high-level Earth stage Spirit Array Master. As he said this, Jiang Chao's eyes flashed with a bright light. He naturally knew what it meant for a mid-level Earth stage Spirit Array Master to be alive. I'll go see the president. Jiang Chao quickly left, arriving outside a room on the 5th floor of the auction house. Jiang Chao then respectfully said, Jiang Chao requests an audience. Come in. An old voice sounded. Jiang Chao pushed open the door and walked in with a respectful expression. When he entered the room, he found that there were 2 old men inside. The 2 old men were drinking tea. The old man on the left wore a gray robe. His beard and hair had already turned white. He was the person in charge of the auction house. President Jiang Tiando. The elder beside Jiang Tiando wore a Spirit Array Master's robe. This person was Morong Baichuan, the person in charge of the Overseas Spirit Array Caster Guild. Greetings, Guild Master. Greetings, Senior Morong. Jiang Chao bowed respectfully. So it's little Jiang. We haven't seen each other for many years. Morong Baichuan smiled slightly. I should visit you more often, but you're busy with the matters of the Spirit Spell Caster Guild, so I don't dare to disturb you. Jiang Chao said. Haha, you're much more sly than when you were young. Morong Baichuan smiled. Jiang Tiando asked, is something the matter? President, there was a conflict downstairs. The young cultivator who wanted to auction the golden flame fruit had a conflict with Wei Yifan of Xingluo Island. He defeated Wei Yifan and used a restriction to suppress him. Wei Yifan is still kneeling outside the VIP room. Jiang Chao said. Oh? Isn't that kid at the 10th Heavenly Layer Martial King Realm? He actually defeated Wei Yifan? And he's also a Spirit Array Master? Jiang Tiando was slightly surprised. He had heard Jiang Chao mention Lin Feng's cultivation level before. Jiang Chao smiled bitterly and said, that's right. That kid is abnormally strong. It's very likely that he suppressed himself. Of course, it's also possible that he cultivated a secret technique to hide his true cultivation level. At this moment, Morong Baichuan's interest was piqued. He had heard that Lin Feng was also a spirit array master. You're saying that the kid used a spirit array to suppress Wei Yifan? Morong Baichuan asked. Xianxia nodded and said with a serious expression, the most terrifying thing is that even Shui Yongyuan, who came to save Wei Yifan, was suppressed. What? Shui Yongyuan was also suppressed? Shui Yongyuan is about to break through to the earth rank, how could he be suppressed? Morong Baichuan said in disbelief. Peak profound rank spirit array master. Even in the spirit array master guild, he had a very high status. Earth rank spirit array master. In the spirit array master guild, he could hold the position of great elder. As for heaven rank spirit array master. In the spirit array master guild, he could directly hold the position of vice president of the Central Union. Or he could choose to be transferred elsewhere. For example, he could be transferred to the 72 northern states to be the general manager of the spirit array master guild. Or he could be the general manager of the spirit array master guild in a place like the East Sea world. Shui Yongyuan, who was about to break through to the earth rank, was actually suppressed. It was indeed hard to believe. No wonder Morong Baichuan was so shocked. Jiang Tiando said, how was Shui Yongyuan suppressed? Or was it that kid called Lin Feng? No, it wasn't Lin Feng who did it. Jiang Chao said. Phew. At this moment, Morong Baichuan and Jiang Tiando heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng, a 20-year-old spirit array master, suppressed Shui Yongyuan, who was about to break through to the earth rank, that was too heaven-defying. So it was someone else who did it. At this moment, Jiang Chao said, it was the array pattern left behind by Lin Feng that suppressed Shui Yongyuan. Hearing Jiang Chao's last sentence, Jiang Tiando and Morong Baichuan's hands suddenly trembled. The spirit array master suppressed others. It was a completely different concept from the array pattern left behind by the spirit array master to suppress others. It was naturally much easier for the spirit array master to suppress someone. If the array pattern was left behind to suppress the same person, then the difficulty would increase by 10 times, or even more. However, Jiang Chao actually said that the array pattern left behind by Lin Feng suppressed Shui Yongyuan, who was about to break through to the earth rank. Who wouldn't be shocked by such a sight? Jiang Tiando was a little better. Because he wasn't a spirit array master. As for Morong Baichuan, he grabbed Jiang Chao's arm and said excitedly, is what you said true? Morong Baichuan naturally knew that if what Jiang Chao said was true, then, what did it mean for a 20-year-old earth rank middle or even high rank spirit array master? If he could rope him into the spirit array master guild, then the spirit array master guild's strength would definitely increase greatly. Jiang Chao said, of course it's true. There are still many people watching downstairs. Hearing this, Morong Baichuan immediately ran downstairs. Old man, pay attention to your image as the person in charge of the East Sea World Spirit Array Master Guild. Jiang Tiando smiled bitterly. However, he also understood his old friend's excitement at this moment. Jiang Tiando was also very curious. Was that youth called Lin Feng really as heaven-defying as Jiang Chao said? He followed closely behind and quickly walked downstairs. When Morong Baichuan, Jiang Tiando, and Jiang Chao arrived at the first floor, they saw a crowd in front of the VIP room. It was extremely crowded. 2 cultivators knelt in front of the VIP room, raising their hands and continuously slapping their faces. These 2 people were Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan. It's actually true. Morong Baichuan and Jiang Tiando were both skeptical at first. Now that they saw Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan kneeling on the ground and continuously slapping their own faces, they no longer had any doubts. The 2 great figures were deeply shocked in their hearts. It was hard to imagine how a 20-year-old young man could have such profound attainments in spirit arrays. Sirs. Yes, the formation patterns are suppressing Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan. Jiang Chao pointed at the door of the VIP room. Yes. Morong Baichuan and Jiang Tiando nodded. Old man, what's wrong with you? Jiang Tiando asked. He didn't know much about spirit arrays. But after all, he had cultivated for many years, so he still had some insight. Jiang Tiando could tell from the twisted runes that the runes that suppressed Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan were not simple. Morong Baichuan excitedly said, what an amazing array formation technique. That brat set up a total of 16 great arrays, and they were all medium Earth rank great arrays. He was able to recombine them all together. Amazing, truly amazing. He was able to recombine 16 great arrays in such a short period of time. I only grasped this technique when I became a heaven-rank spirit array master. Morong Baichuan's words also moved Jiang Tiando greatly. The two of them were about to go up and carefully examine the structure of these formation patterns. At this moment, an angry roar came from outside. Who dares to humiliate the people of Star Luo Island? Do you not want to live anymore? A terrifying aura spread out. A nebula surged over. Many of the surrounding cultivators were shocked away. At this moment, two cultivators walked out of the nebula. These two people were both wearing starry robes. Their auras were deep and powerful. Star Luo Island. Mo Yang, Mo Wu. Many people exclaimed. These two people. They were both at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm. They had worked together for many years and were powerful. Now. Mo Yang. Mo Wu. They appeared together. It was obvious that they were here to save Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan. Senior brother Mo, save us. After Yang Mo Wu arrived, Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan immediately begged. They also had no hope of escaping. How dare you humiliate the people of Star Luo Island like this? You must be tired of living. Brat, after we save them, we'll find you and cut you into 1,000 pieces. Mo Yang roared. Buzz. At this moment, the formation patterns on Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan's bodies fluctuated. An illusory shadow appeared. It was actually Lin Feng's shadow. Good fellow, that kid's soul power is so powerful. He actually left behind an image. Morong Baichuan was shocked. It was that guy who suppressed Wei Yifan. Shui Yongyuan, he actually manifested his own shadow. What kind of technique is that? It's truly miraculous. That person is too strong. I wonder if Mo Yang and Mo Wu can break through the formation he left behind. Discussions broke out everywhere. Many people were pointing and gossiping. Everyone was curious as to whether or not Mo Yang and Mo Wu could accomplish what Shui Yongyuan had failed to do. Is that you? Very well, you can wash your neck and wait for your death. Mo Wu glanced coldly at Lin Feng. Are all of you from Star Luo Island so arrogant? Wei Yifan is like this, Shui Yongyuan is like this, and the two of you are like this as well. How ridiculous. Do you think trash like you can kill me? Break my formation first, then we'll talk. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Mo Yang. Mo and Wu were livid with rage. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The two of them sneered. Kid, you'll regret your foolish actions and words in a moment. Boom, as soon as they finished speaking. Mo Yang and Mo Wu attacked. Mo Yang's mountain-quaking palm blasted towards the distorted runes. Mo Wu responded with a starlight punch. A cultivator at the 5th sky of Yin Yang attacked. His aura was tyrannical. Many people were pushed back by Mo Yang and Mo Wu's powerful aura. So strong. I can't breathe. Hurry up and retreat. Many of the onlookers paled under the pressure of Mo Yang and Mo Wu's aura. They didn't dare to stay and quickly retreated. Those two want to use brute force to break through the formation. Jiang Chao narrowed his eyes. Jiang Tiando stroked his beard and said, those two aren't weak, but that kid's formation isn't simple either. That little boy knows a lot about great deployment spells, and his deployment spells are very mysterious. Maybe his deployment spells are even more powerful than we imagined, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Morong Baichuan's brows revealed a serious expression. When he first set up the Great Formation, he seemed to be able to see through its mysteries at a glance. However, Morong Baichuan was even more shocked. This was because when he looked at the formation for the second time, although there were still 16 types of formations. However, the way these 16 great formations were combined was completely different from before. Morong Baichuan still didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, Mo Yang and Mo Wu's attack had already arrived. Swish, lines of runes intertwined and swept towards Mo Yang and Mo Wu. Break for me. Mo Yang and Mo Wu roared. a powerful attack brazenly blasted down. He wanted to directly break Lin Feng's great formation. Lin Feng's shadow sneered. This great formation was a combination that Lin Feng had deduced from the mountain-moving Taoist's dragon-seeking art. When 16 great formations were combined together, any two of them could be constantly changed in order. It was extremely powerful. How could a cultivator at the fifth sky of the Yin-Yang realm break it, at the very least? It also required a high-level Yin-Yang realm cultivator to try. Bang, the two sides collided. Mo Yang and Mo Wu were directly swept away by the runes. How is this possible? I don't think so. Mo Yang and Mo Wu. That's a cultivator at the fifth sky of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he be swept away? Is that kid really only around 20 years old? This great formation is too heaven-defying, right? Exclamations could be heard from the surroundings. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng's shadow in the void. Suppress. A low voice was heard. In the void, Lin Feng's shadow raised his right hand. Lines of formation runes condensed and pressed down on Mo Yang and Mo Wu. A terrifying aura surged out. That aura. It was simply suffocating. Sacrifice martial spirit. Mo Yang and Mo Wu looked at each other and shouted out loud. Flame world. Icebound world. These two people sacrificed their martial spirits. They wanted to use their martial spirits to resist the attack of the runes. Bang bang, two loud, muffled noises were heard. Mo Yang and Mo Wu's martial spirits could not withstand the attack of the runes and shattered on the spot. Mo Yang and Mo Wu were also swept away. Their faces were pale. At the same time, lines of runes wrapped around the two of them. Their expressions changed drastically and they wanted to dodge. But it was too late. They were also entangled by the runes. Then, a powerful force was transmitted from the runes. That terrifying force suppressed Mo Yang and Mo Wu. Flop flop flop. Ah! Lin Feng's screams came from the room. Lin Feng collapsed on the bed, his face pale. He had a bitter smile on his face. Just then, he had tried to comprehend the contents of the 72 celestial arrays. But he had suffered a backlash. Fortunately, it wasn't very serious. Lin Feng sat up on the bed and hurriedly used the ancient dragonesque elephant technique to heal his injured soul. 2 hours later, it was as good as new. I don't have enough soul power to comprehend the celestial arrays. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and put the 72 celestial arrays away. Lin Feng, are you still cultivating? Xikong Jiayue's voice came from outside. Lin Feng opened the door and smiled. I'm done, said Lin Feng, smiling. It's a long night and I don't want to sleep. How about we go to Wanhua restaurant for a drink? Xikong Jiayue asked. When Lin Feng mentioned the 10,000 flowers building, he remembered Bai Xingyi. He wondered if she had come to the East Sea. Or if she was still in Aolai country. Let's go to Wanhua restaurant and see if the women there are beautiful. Lin Feng said. There are some special features here. I heard that there are some women of the sea, such as clam girls and pearl girls. They're alluring. Xikong Jiayue said. Oh? They're probably demons, right? Lin Feng asked. They're not demons, they're members of the sea, Xikong Jiayue explained. The sea has already formed a group. Even though they're born with some racial characteristics, they're not much different from humans. It's just like how demons are different from each other. Demons refer to ferocious beasts who cultivate and take human form. They're called demons. As for bestial cultivators, after so many years, they don't look any different from humans anymore. But some strong bestial cultivators have the blood of their ancestors in their veins, and they can turn back to their ancestors. Once they do that, they can turn into bestial beasts and their fighting abilities will increase tremendously. Perhaps that's the only difference between humans and demons. But then again, demons can also return to their ancestral blood, but there are a small number of humans who have special blood in their veins. Those people also have the same ability as demons. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that Xikong Jiayue was talking about people with special constitutions. This kind of person. It was already a very high probability for one out of hundreds of millions of cultivators to appear. Similarly, Among the demon race, demon cultivators who could achieve atavism were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. It was extremely rare. Anyone who could achieve atavism was equivalent to a human cultivator with a special constitution. They were all geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue spent a night together in the 10,000 Flowers building. Naturally, he enjoyed it like an immortal. Lin Feng was not an ascetic monk. On the contrary. After the Suyueshi incident, Lin Feng was also completely speechless. Life is short. He should enjoy it when he should. She's a beautiful woman. He wanted to have sex with her. Then go after her boldly. If you don't pursue, sooner or later, your woman will be taken to bed by another man. In that case, he might as well go and harm the other party himself. It was impossible to walk through 10,000 flowers without a single leaf touching one's body. Then he would die under the skirt of a pomegranate and be a romantic ghost. This was life. Carefree. Unrestrained. Release the desires in his heart. The next day, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue returned to their residence. As soon as they returned, the deacon was waiting outside. Lin Feng was surprised. Why would the auction house's Deacon Li come here? He cupped his fists and said, "What brings Deacon Li here?" Deacon Li did not dare to be arrogant, and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Brother Lin, Brother Xikong, there are two important figures who wish to meet the two of you." Oh? Important figures? Lin Feng was surprised. In his mind, thoughts flashed through his mind. He was thinking about who the important figures Deacon Li was talking about were. Deacon Li said, "They are our auction house's president, President Jiang Tiando, and the head of the East Sea World Spirit Array Master Guild, Senior Murong Baichuan." So it's them. Lin Feng nodded. These two people. They could indeed be considered important figures. Lin Feng had heard of Jiang Tiando before. It was said that this person was in the upper echelons of the Jiang family's 9 branches. His status was extremely noble. Murong Baichuan had naturally heard of him as well. He was the head of the East Sea World Spirit Array Master Guild. It was a name that resounded like thunder. "May I know where the two seniors are?" Lin Feng asked. "The two seniors are in the courtyard next door." Deacon Li smiled. The inn Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue stayed in was a very high-end courtyard. Many small courtyards were located in an elegant garden. Lin Feng did not expect Jiang Tiando and Murong Baichuan to personally visit him. He said, "I'll have to trouble Deacon Li to lead the way. Young masters, please." Soon, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue met Jiang Tiando and Murong Baichuan. "Haha, this must be little friend Lin Feng. The two of us have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time." Jiang Tiando and Murong Baichuan smiled. Lin Feng was neither servile nor overbearing as he bowed slightly to the two of them. "Little you, we haven't seen each other in many years." Jiang Tiando and Kong Jiayue. Xikong Jiayue bowed and said, "Grandpa Jiang, I was careless. I should have visited you more often." Jiang Tiando sighed and said, "The road is long and filled with danger." "Have you been well these past few years?" "Everything has been well," Xikong Jiayue replied. Jiang Tiando and Xikong Jiayue's elders might have had some friendship. However, their friendship was probably not very deep. His conversation with Xikong Jiayue was just a formality. Xikong Jiayue obviously knew this as well, so he did not say much. Murong Baichuan excitedly said, "Little friend, I heard that you're very skilled in formations. Today, I'm here to experience your formations." As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Baichuan took a step forward. In the void, densely packed formation runes were intertwined. They looked like tentacles moving towards Lin Feng, trying to bind him. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Murong Baichuan hadn't even finished speaking, and he already wanted to test his spiritual array skills. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. To be able to fight with a spirit array master like Murong Baichuan. Regarding his spirit array technique, it would definitely improve greatly. Moreover, Lin Feng also wanted to use Murong Baichuan to test the power of the spirit array combination technique that he had deduced using the dragon searching formula. Lin Feng raised his right hand. Swish, with Lin Feng as the center. One formation pattern after another began to distort. Those formation patterns combined together and swept towards the formation patterns that Murong Baichuan had condensed. Bang, the two formation patterns collided in the air. Waves of terrifying aura. It pervaded the air. Formation combination? Murong Baichuan was shocked. His formation pattern was blocked by Lin Feng's formation combination, and his old face couldn't help but turn red. Murong Baichuan pointed with both of his hands. Hundreds of formation patterns condensed into a giant python that directly pounced towards Lin Feng. Formation beast. Lin Feng was shocked. This Murong Baichuan had such powerful attainments in formations. The formation beast bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced forward. It was extremely ferocious. This formation beast was extremely powerful. Obviously, at this moment, Murong Baichuan had also used his true methods to deal with Lin Feng. What a powerful formation beast. Lin Feng let out a long roar as he condensed one formation pattern after another. Lin Feng displayed the spirit array techniques he had mastered to the extreme. He was able to activate 36 types of large arrays and construct a combined large array. Of course, this was extremely taxing on his mental strength. However, now, in order to be able to fight against Murong Baichuan's formation beast, he had no choice but to use his trump card. 36 large arrays formed a combined array. It directly swept towards Murong Baichuan's formation beast. Bang, the attacks of both sides fiercely collided. Violent fluctuations surged out. Murong Baichuan's formation beast was blocked by Lin Feng's combined large array. Jiang Tiando was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Murong Baichuan had used formation beast. It was obvious that he had used the power of a heaven stage spirit array master. Originally, Jiang Tiando thought that Murong Baichuan was making a big fuss over nothing. In Jiang Tiando's eyes. Although Lin Feng's attainments in formations were profound. But Murong Baichuan only needed to display the level of an Earth Stage Middle or High Earth Stage Spirit Array Master. He would be able to defeat Lin Feng. But now, he knew how wrong he was. Even if he wasn't a Spirit Array Master. At this moment, Jiang Tiando also knew how terrifying Lin Feng's combined large array was. After the formation beast was blocked, Murong Baichuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed and said, "Good boy, you can actually use 36 large arrays to combine. Your ability is really amazing. However, if you only have these methods, you won't be able to break this old man's formation beast." As soon as he finished speaking, the formation beast suddenly roared. The aura in its body suddenly increased. The formation beast roared and rushed forward. A claw slapped out. Puff. The combined large array that Lin Feng had created was torn apart by the formation beast. This formation beast is even stronger than I imagined. Lin Feng was shocked. Formation beasts were equivalent to the spirits cultivated by ordinary cultivators. It was very intelligent. It was connected to its master's mind. If Lin Feng cultivated to become a heaven-rank spirit array master, he could also cultivate his own array beasts. Now he was facing the attack of the formation beasts. Lin Feng felt strained. Use all your strength to condense a high-tier earth-rank combination array to break the array beast. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. With his current ability, it was extremely strenuous to form a high-grade earth-rank combination array. However, Lin Feng intended to give it a try. The more pressure he felt, Lin Feng was often more motivated. Even if it was just a spar. Even if he was facing a heaven stage spirit array master. He had persisted for such a long time. In the eyes of others, it was an honorable defeat. But Lin Feng didn't want to be the loser. Was a heaven-rank spirit array master that great? He wanted to defeat me. This was not an easy task. Never give up, this was Lin Feng's belief. He began to set up a high-grade earth-rank combination array. Waves of soul power that even moved Murong Baichuan spread out. Lin Feng did not hold back at all. Array patterns condensed one after another. What a powerful soul fluctuation! They could feel the soul fluctuation emitted from Lin Feng's body. Murong Baichuan and Jiang Tiando were both moved. If Lin Feng was a high-grade Yin-Yang realm spirit array master, he would have such a powerful soul power. They wouldn't be shocked. But Lin Feng was only a martial king realm cultivator. He actually had such a terrifying soul power. Wasn't this too monstrous? No, the word monstrous couldn't even describe Lin Feng. A combination array formed from 9 high-grade Earth rank arrays was displayed by Lin Feng. This was already the limit that Lin Feng could reach at the current stage. Because the soul power consumption was too great. Lin Feng's face was very pale. However, the power of the combination array formed from 9 high-grade Earth rank arrays did not disappoint Lin Feng. Bang, 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 this high-level combination array collided with the array beast formed by Murong Baichuan. After more than 10 consecutive collisions, the combination array set up by Lin Feng and Murong Baichuan's array beast had all dissipated. Lin Feng is so strong. His attainments in array formations can be described as godly. Xikong Jiayue was shocked. Although Murong Baichuan did not use his full strength, since he had summoned the array beast, then 70% of his strength should be there. Lin Feng was only a high-grade Earth rank spirit array master. However, he was able to break the array beast formed by 70% of Murong Baichuan's power. This was too unbelievable. Didn't that mean, when Lin Feng broke through to the peak of the Earth rank spirit array master, Murong Baichuan was going to be defeated by Lin Feng? What if Lin Feng broke through to the heaven rank spirit array master? Xikong Jiayue could think of this. Jiang Tiando could naturally think of this as well. Huge waves rose in Jiang Tiando's heart. I must befriend this kid. In the future, his achievements will be limitless. Jiang Tiando couldn't help but think to himself. Haha, amazing, truly amazing. This is the first time I've seen your combination array. Who passed it down? Murong Baichuan asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, if I said that I researched this combination array myself, would Senior believe me? Murong Baichuan was stunned. Then, his expression became unprecedentedly serious. Murong Baichuan didn't think that Lin Feng was joking. If what Lin Feng said was true, then, Lin Feng was too terrifying. Jiang Tiando naturally understood as well. He even believed Lin Feng's words. An old man was a shrewd existence. He could tell at a glance whether this person was lying or not. As an outsider, Jiang Tiando, it was easier to determine whether Lin Feng was telling the truth. Or was he joking? I believe it. Murong Baichuan took a deep breath and said. Haha. Lin Feng laughed loudly. But he didn't say anything else. Today's battle with Murong Baichuan. Lin Feng had gained a lot. Originally, he had tried many times to combine high-grade Earth stage arrays, but he had failed time and time again. And this time, in the battle, under immense pressure, Lin Feng succeeded. Little friend. Are you willing to join my Spirit Array Caster Guild? Murong Baichuan asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, I have already joined a sect to cultivate, so I will not join another force, so I hope Senior can forgive me. Little friend, don't be in a hurry to refuse. The Spirit Array Caster Guild is a relatively loose organization. Of course, the Spirit Array Caster Guild gathers all the Spirit Array casters in the world, and its appeal is also the largest organization in the Tianwu continent. Even if you have a force behind you, you can still join the Spirit Array Caster Guild. It's just like how many people who aren't mercenaries go to the Mercenary Association to be certified as mercenaries. The Union of Spiritual Spell Casters doesn't restrict any spiritual spell casters. On the contrary, the spiritual spell casters of the Union of Spiritual Spell Casters can enjoy many privileges of the Union of Spiritual Spell Casters. Even spiritual spell casters of the Sky rank can be found in the Union of Spiritual Spell Casters. Murong Baichuan said. Lin Feng was shocked. This Spirit Array Caster Guild was indeed powerful. If he joined the Spirit Array Caster Guild, he would not be restricted by the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Instead, he would be able to obtain the resources of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. In the future, when he broke through to the Heaven stage, he would even be able to obtain Heaven stage Spirit Arrays and Heaven stage Spirit Arrays from the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Hearing Murong Baichuan's words, Lin Feng's heart was already beating fast. He asked, then, what do I have to pay to obtain these powerful arrays? You need to do some high-level missions, but don't worry, these missions will definitely not be outrageous. Morong Baichuan said solemnly, with Little Friend's ability, only by joining the Spirit Array Caster Guild will you be able to obtain the best training and the best resources. Furthermore, I can make the decision to let Little Friend become the Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Oh? Great Elder? Lin Feng was surprised. This was obviously a very high position. There are two types of Great Elders. One type is the Great Elder who holds a position in the Spirit Array Caster Guild and has real power. The other type is the Great Elder in name and does not have real power, but can enjoy the same treatment as the Great Elder with real power. Little Friend, because you don't want to leave the sect, you can become the Great Elder in name. Morong Baichuan said. Is this Great Elder in name very powerful? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Morong Baichuan smiled bitterly and said, of course it's powerful. The Great Elder only has a total of 732 people in the Spirit Array Caster Guild. If you want to go out and hold a position, you can be the Deputy General Manager of a large area. For example, the Spirit Array Caster Guild in the 72 northern regions has one General Manager and two Deputy General Managers. If Little Friend wants to obtain real power, you can be the Deputy General Manager. Little Friend, you should know how big the connections of the Spirit Array Caster Guild are. If you can become the Great Elder, then countless strong people will come to befriend Little Friend. Morong Baichuan did not continue. Because he believed that Lin Feng already knew how to choose. It was indeed the same as what Morong Baichuan said. If he became the Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild, then, his status would rise as a result. One had to know, there was no Spirit Array Caster in the Blue Cloud sect who could become the Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. If Lin Feng's identity as the Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild was revealed, the upper echelons of the Blue Cloud sect would want to curry favor with Lin Feng. Not to mention an ancient force like the Blue Cloud sect. Many ancient forces would want to curry favor with Lin Feng. Thank you for your recommendation, Senior. I will definitely repay you in the future. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Feng knew how to conduct himself. Morong Baichuan's face was full of smiles. He was so eager to recommend Lin Feng. Firstly, he cherished talent. Secondly, he wanted to get such a favor. Haha, Little Friend, you are too polite. I will now go and prepare with the two Deputy General Managers to appoint Little Friend as the Great Elder. Little Friend, in the evening, go to the East Sea Spirit Array Caster Guild to complete the procedures and complete the certification. At that time, Little Friend will become the Great Elder of our Spirit Array Caster Guild. Morong Baichuan said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Appointing a Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild was not a small matter. This was a big matter. Naturally, some necessary procedures were needed. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue said goodbye and left. Morong Baichuan and Jiang Tiando did not stay for long and quickly left. Jiang Tiando returned to the auction house. Morong Baichuan went back to deal with the appointment of Lin Feng as the Great Elder. This matter still needed to be reported to the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Then, they would wait for the news from the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Therefore, they had to wait for some time before they could officially appoint Lin Feng as the 733rd Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Announcement: the app is online, supporting Android and Apple. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install. Apps of the East Sea Spirit Array Master Union was located in the first cultivator gathering area. To ordinary cultivators, the Spirit Array Master Union was a mysterious and noble place. This was not a place that anyone could enter. Especially today, it was obvious that something big was going to happen in the Spirit Array Master Union. This was because President Morong and the two vice presidents were instructing the deacons of the Spirit Array Master Union to prepare for the coronation ceremony. Usually, the coronation ceremony would only be held when there was a major appointment. Many Spirit Array Masters were discussing the upcoming appointment ceremony. Roar. In the distance, the loud roar of a dragon resounded through the clouds. 3 flood dragons pulled a gorgeous bronze carriage and flew quickly in the direction of the Spirit Array Master Union. The flood dragons pulled the carriage. It attracted many people to watch. In front of the Spirit Array Master Union, people came and went. More than 10 cultivators got out of the bronze carriage. These people. All of them were wearing the long robes of the Spirit Array Master Union. Obviously, they were all spirit array masters. Countless gazes looked at those noble spirit array masters with envy. These people surrounded a woman in her 20s like stars surrounding the moon. It's Li Shiyu. It's actually her. Many people immediately cried out in surprise. It was obvious that many people recognized that woman. That woman was also a spirit array master. And that woman was very beautiful. Her brows were slightly raised. He had a proud look on his face. Who is Li Shiyu? Someone asked doubtfully. Immediately, a cultivator looked at him as if he was a monster and said, "Brother, you don't even know who Su Shiyu is? Heavens, aren't you a little too ill-informed?" Cough, cough, it's like this. I've been in seclusion for a few years, and I just came out, so there are many things that I don't know. The despised cultivator said with a bitter smile. So that's how it is. The cultivators nodded. One of them said, "This Li Shiyu is a genius spirit array caster." When he was 20 years old, he had already broken through to become a profound high-level spirit array caster. Now that 3 years have passed, Li Shiyu has come to the Spirit Array Caster Union. Could it be that he wants to be certified as an Earth low-level Spirit Array caster? A 23-year-old elementary Earth rank Spirit Array master? Heavens, isn't this too frightening? This talent is too monstrous. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Li Shiyu, who is 30 years old, might become an Earth rank intermediate Spirit Array caster? Becoming an Earth rank high-level Spirit Array caster before the age of 40? Breaking through to the peak of the Earth rank Spirit Array caster before the age of 50, and even breaking through to the Heaven rank Spirit Array caster before the age of 100? Immediately, a cultivator said in shock. Breaking through to the Heaven rank Spirit Array caster before the age of 100, such talent is extremely rare among Spirit Array casters. After all, there are only a handful of Heaven rank Spirit Array casters in the entire Tianwu continent. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Li Shiyu was surrounded by the stars. He walked towards the Spirit Array Caster Union. No one noticed that Lin Feng had already arrived at the Spirit Array Caster Union. He was about to enter the Spirit Array Caster Union. Suddenly, a sneer was heard. "Brat, stop right there." Lin Feng stopped and turned around to see more than 10 Spirit Array casters walking over. He frowned slightly and said, "What's wrong? What's the matter? Don't you see that we're going in? Why are you so unruly? Why aren't you making way and waiting at the side?" The Spirit Array caster looked at Lin Feng arrogantly. This was because Lin Feng was not wearing a Spirit Array caster's robe. And he was so young. These people all thought that Lin Feng was someone who had come to the Spirit Array Caster Union to do business. All of them had arrogant expressions. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He was about to say something. A guard from the Spirit Array Caster Union pulled Lin Feng back and whispered, "Young master, these people are all geniuses from the Spirit Array Caster Union. All of them are profound rank Spirit Array casters, especially that female Spirit Array caster. Her name is Li Shiyu, and it's said that she's here to certify as an Earth rank Spirit Array caster." "Thank you for the reminder." Lin Feng nodded. He glanced at the group of people indifferently. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Lin Feng retreated to the side. This group of Spirit Array casters entered the Spirit Array Caster Union. "Little brother, are you also here to certify as a Spirit Array caster?" the guard asked with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. The guard immediately revealed a respectful expression. The identity of a Spirit Array caster was high and mighty. The guard pointed to the passage in the depths and said, "Walk along the passage and enter the second palace. Wait there for a while and someone will come to ask you some questions. Then, they will bring you to the certification." "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. When they arrived at the second palace, Li Shiyu and the others had already arrived. Other than these people, there was also a Dao platform in the second palace. On the Dao platform, there were 3 stone statues. These 3 stone statues were the stone statues of the 3 ancient gods, Tai Ching, Tai Xian, and Tai Tian. It was the 3 of them who founded the Spirit Array Caster Union. It allowed the Spirit Array Caster Union to flourish for hundreds of millions of years. And every time a major event happened, they would worship the 3 ancestors. The spirit array caster who had scolded Lin Feng earlier was called Lu Yu. This person was 27 years old this year and was an elementary profound stage spirit array caster. His talent was quite good. He said, "Junior sisterly, could it be that the higher-ups of the Union already know that you have broken through to the Earth stage spirit array caster? Is that why they set up the Dao platform in advance to crown you?" Haha, it seems that Junior sisterly is going to become an elder of the spirit array caster union. Junior sisterly has become an elder of the spirit array caster union at the age of 23. It is really admirable and enviable. This way, Junior sisterly can become the youngest elder of the East Sea Spirit Array Caster Union. The group of people flattered her. Li Shiyu nodded proudly and said, "This is nothing. With my talent, I will definitely become the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Union within 30 years. Within 100 years, I will definitely become a Heaven Stage Spirit Array Caster. At that time I will be able to control a region. At that time, Junior sisterly must think of us." Lu Yu said flatteringly. "Of course I won't forget everyone." Li Shiyu nodded proudly. At this moment, Lu Yu saw Lin Feng enter the second palace. He immediately frowned. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, there will be a coronation ceremony for Junior sisterly to become an elder later. Do you have the qualifications to stay here? Hurry up and get out." Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. "What? Do you want me to personally throw you out?" Lu Yu said with a cold smile. Li Shiyu and the others looked indifferently at Lin Feng. As spirit array casters, they were high and mighty, so they naturally looked down on ordinary people. "The president and the 2 vice presidents are here." Lu Yu was about to make a move. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Dozens of spirit array casters quickly walked over. The 3 people in the lead were the president, Morong Baichuan, and the 2 vice presidents, Wang Changming and Nangong Hai. "Greetings, sir." Li Shiyu, Lu Yu, and the others hurriedly bowed to the 3 important figures. These people saw that Lin Feng was actually standing still. Immediately, they all sneered. In their opinion, this kid didn't even know etiquette and would definitely be thrown out. However, what happened next stunned the group of people. The president, Morong Baichuan, walked towards Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Little friend Lin, you're here. I was busy communicating with the higher-ups of the main hall, so I couldn't personally welcome you. Little friend, please don't blame me." "Haha, this must be little friend Lin, right? The 2 of us have been looking forward to it for a long time." The 2 vice presidents, Wang Changming and Nangong Hai, were even more enthusiastic. The corners of Li Shiyu, Lu Yu, and the others' mouths twitched violently. What exactly happened? Who was that kid? Even the president and the 3 vice presidents were so enthusiastic and polite. Obviously, the 3 of them were important figures. They were on the same level as that young man. Thinking of how he had mocked and scolded Lin Feng just now. Who exactly is he? Li Shiyu and the others were puzzled. He was so young. He seemed to be the youngest person in the room. What qualifications did he have, to be treated so warmly by the president and the 2 vice presidents? What qualifications did he have, to be on the same level as the 3 great figures, everyone? They were all puzzled. Although they were puzzled about Lin Feng's identity, Li Shiyu and the others knew. Lin Feng must be an extraordinary figure. They hurriedly tried to recall if they had had any verbal conflicts with Lin Feng before. Although they despised this person in their hearts. However, there was no verbal conflict. Thinking of this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Li Shiyu and the others looked at Lu Yu, who was trembling in fear, with pity in their eyes. "Little friend Lin, the 3 of us have already communicated with the upper echelons of the main hall. Now that the appointment order has been issued, let's go over. We can officially appoint little friend Lin as the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Hall." Morong Baichuan said. "Thank you." Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. "Little friend, you're too polite." Morong Baichuan smiled. The 4 of them walked towards the Dao platform. "Who is this person?" Li Shiyu asked an elder-level Spirit Array caster beside her. The elder whispered, "This is the new great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild." "How is this possible?" Li Shiyu exclaimed in disbelief. "Great elder. At the very least, one had to be a high-level Earth Stage Spirit Array caster. Lin Feng. A cultivator around 20 years old. Was he a high-level Earth Stage Spirit Array caster? Silence. A senior elder said in a deep voice. Li Shiyu also knew that she had lost her composure and quickly apologized. At this moment, she looked at Lin Feng in a daze. She thought of her pride. Her unparalleled talent. In front of that young man. It was not worth mentioning. Li Shiyu felt a deep sense of frustration. As for the rest of the people, they were all dumbfounded. The guy they looked down on before. He was actually the newly appointed Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others walked over. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Yu and said indifferently, I wonder if I am qualified to stay here now. Lu Yu already knew that Lin Feng was about to become the Great Elder of the Spirit Array Master Hall. Such a figure. He was not someone he could afford to offend. Lu Yu was so scared that his legs went soft, and he fell to his knees with a thud. What's going on? Morong Baichuan's expression sank slightly. Morong Baichuan was old and shrewd. What had he not seen before? From this simple conversation, one could roughly guess what had happened. His eyes could not help but turn cold. If it was because of a group of small fries. This caused a rift between Lin Feng and the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Who could take responsibility for this? This was the first time that many people had seen Morong Baichuan reveal such a frighteningly cold expression. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Li Shiyu and the others were also trembling in fear. Even though they didn't have any direct conflict with Lin Feng. After all, they had come with Lu Yu. Li Shiyu and the others were worried that Lin Feng would hate them because of Lu Yu. A great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild wanted to deal with them. It was too easy. It's all my fault. I didn't recognize Mount Tai and offended Sir. Please spare me. Lu Yu's face was pale. He kept kowtowing and apologizing. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. This Lu Yu was really a piece of trash. He was actually scared to such an extent. He didn't have the mood to argue with small fries like Lu Yu and Li Shiyu. Lin Feng looked at Morong Baichuan and said, It's nothing. There was some misunderstanding earlier. Since this person has apologized, let's forget about it. Since Great Elder Lin has spared you, you can get up. Morong Baichuan said. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for sparing my life, sir. Lu Yu got up from the ground gratefully. Lin Feng glanced at Li Shiyu. This Li Shiyu was still very beautiful, and she had indeed broken through to the Earth stage. Her talent could be called monstrous. After all, she was only 23 years old. She was only 2 years older than Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, There's always someone better. Remember my words, otherwise, you will definitely cause great trouble in the future. Being reprimanded by someone younger than her. However, Li Shiyu did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she admired Lin Feng very much. She felt that Lin Feng was broad-minded. Li Shiyu hurriedly said, Yes, Great Elder. I will remember it. I will definitely treat others humbly in the future. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Next, under the auspices of Morong Baichuan, Wang Changming, and Nangong Hai, they began to crown Lin Feng as the Great Elder. According to the usual practice, Lin Feng first paid his respects to the 3 ancestors. Next, the runes on the platform began to distort. Shwa. A distorted image appeared. In the image, a hazy world of mist appeared. At the end of the misty world, there were 4 old figures sitting cross-legged. Oh my God, it's the ancestors. Are the ancestors going to personally crown Great Elder Lin? The 2 vice presidents, Wang Changming and Nangong Hai, were filled with shock. Even Morong Baichuan was the same. They had never thought that the 4 ancestors would appear. As for the rest of the people, they were all filled with shock. Even the elder-level Spirit Array Masters had never seen the legendary 4 ancestors. Now, they had actually seen them. Everyone was deeply shocked in their hearts. Lin Feng had actually made the 4 ancestors of the Spirit Array Masters Guild personally appear. It could be seen that the 4 ancestors valued Lin Feng greatly. These are the 4 ancestors of the main hall, and also the 4 supreme elders of the Spirit Array Masters Guild. They are all Spirit Array Masters that have surpassed the heavens. Morong Baichuan whispered into Lin Feng's ear. Spirit Array Masters that have surpassed the heavens? Saint-level Spirit Array Masters? Lin Feng was shocked. These should be the 4 people with the highest achievements in Spirit Array Masters in the Tianwu continent. You are Lin Feng? An old voice sounded. This junior is. Lin Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Just as Baichuan said, your talent and ability are excellent. Now, this old man represents the Spirit Array Masters Guild to ask you, are you willing to become the great elder of the Spirit Array Masters Guild? The old voice sounded again. This junior is willing. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Good, from today onwards, you are the great elder of the Spirit Array Masters Guild. The ancestor nodded. A divine light flew out from the misty world. Lin Feng's body was filled with strength. It's the divine protection, the 4 ancestors blessed great elder Lin with the divine protection. It's the divine protection, it said that the person blessed with the divine protection will be protected by the 4 ancestors. It seems that the 4 ancestors value great elder Lin more than we thought, said Lin Feng. Many people were discussing and looking at Lin Feng with envy. Even Morong Baichuan, Wang Changming, and Nangong Hai had envious expressions. Even they had not been blessed by the 4 ancestors with the divine protection. Lin Feng had unexpectedly received the divine protection from the 4 ancestors. It was said that the divine protection could steal the luck of the world. Moreover, in times of danger, the divine protection could be used to save one's life. The world is very big, work hard. The 4 ancestors looked at Lin Feng. This junior will remember. Lin Feng bowed. Then, the misty world became illusory. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. The 4 ancestors had used their heaven-defying magic power to manifest the technique just now. After crowning Lin Feng, they withdrew their magic power. He didn't know what level these 4 ancestors were at. Their techniques were divine. This is the token of the great elder of the Hall of Spirit Array Masters. All kinds of information are recorded on it. Morong Baichuan handed a token to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the talisman away. The Spirit Array Masters Guild was spread all over the Tianwu continent. Even the 4 seas. They were all distributed by the Spirit Array Masters Guild, therefore, with this token, it would be very convenient for him to do many things in the future. He could also use the power of the Spirit Array Masters Guild. I still have some things to do here, so I won't stay any longer. Lin Feng said apologetically. Wang Changming immediately said regretfully, we even prepared a banquet to celebrate great elder Lin's coronation. Lin Feng said, I'm really sorry, I'll invite everyone to a banquet next time. Nangong Hai smiled and said, it's pardonable that great elder Lin has something to do, so we'll be looking forward to great elder Lin's invitation. Haha, that's for sure. Lin Feng smiled. Morong Baichuan and the others personally sent Lin Feng out. It's the president, the vice president, and the others. Everyone, quickly stand properly. When the guard saw the group of important figures walking out of the Spirit Array Masters Guild, he immediately showed an extremely respectful expression. The others stood up straight. They glanced at the group of important figures walking out from the corner of their eyes. These important figures seem to be accompanying a cultivator? Could it be the new great elder? The guards couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. They had naturally heard that the Spirit Array Masters Guild was about to crown a new great elder. However, they didn't have the qualifications to enter and watch the coronation ceremony. Lin Feng, Morong Baichuan, and the others walked out while chatting and laughing. He saw the guard who had kindly warned him not to offend Li Shiyu, Lu Yu, and the others. Lin Feng walked over. He patted the guard's shoulder and smiled, how many years have you worked in the Spirit Array Masters Guild? When the guard saw Lin Feng, he was a little puzzled. Wasn't this the young man he had just warned? He was worried that this young man would go against Lu Yu and the others because he was young and impetuous. Thus, he kindly reminded him, afraid that this young man would cause trouble. Great Elder Lin, you know this person? Morong Baichuan asked. Great Elder Lin? The guard's heart was suddenly filled with disbelief. This young man was First Elder Lin, today. The Spirit Array Caster Guild had crowned him as the new Great Elder. How was this possible, such a young Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild? The guard felt as if he couldn't think straight at this moment. In his heart, he was filled with deep shock. Lin Feng smiled and replied, "A friend I met not too long ago." "Friends?" Grand Elder Lin said that I'm his friend? The guard was so excited that his whole body trembled. "The Spirit Array Caster Guild will not mistreat loyal people like you," said Lin Feng while patting the guard's shoulder. Immediately after, Morong Baichuan and the others left. "Zhang Hao, come to my place later," the elder in charge of the Spirit Array Caster Guild's security said to the guard with a smile. His previous arrogance was gone, replaced by an amiable look. It made people think that there was something wrong with this strict guy's head. The guard named Zhang Hao quickly nodded. The rest of the guards looked at Zhang Hao with envy. They knew. This time, Zhang Hao was probably going to make a meteoric rise. After returning from the Spirit Array Caster Guild, Lin Feng found that Xikong Jiayue hadn't returned. Suddenly, Lin Feng found a letter on the table in Xikong Jiayue's room. "Lin Feng, I have urgent matters to attend to and had to leave. I didn't have time to wait for you to tell me the details. Don't worry about me, I'm safe." The words Xikong were written on the letter. It was obviously left for Lin Feng by Xikong Jiayue. Who did Xikong meet when he went out? Why did he leave in such a hurry? Lin Feng frowned. However, since Xikong said that he was fine, Lin Feng was slightly relieved. During this period of time, the auction house had been promoting the upcoming auction. The golden flame fruit was naturally included in the promotional materials. And it was heavily promoted. Many large forces were paying attention to the golden flame fruit. Such a heavenly treasure. It could help cultivators break through the yin-yang realm. Naturally, it would cause countless people to fight over it. Therefore, the auction this time was extremely lively. On the day of the auction, countless people rushed to the auction house. On the streets, people came and went. It was very lively. This was because there were too many people who wanted to enter the auction house. Therefore, those who were able to enter were all people with a certain level of prestige. Not just anyone could enter the auction house. Lin Feng entered the auction house in a very low-key manner. He asked for a VIP box. When Jiang Chao heard that Lin Feng had arrived, he personally came to Lin Feng and brought a plate of spirit fruits. He smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, this is the spirit fruit that the president ordered. This is a heavenly spirit fruit that has been growing for 3,000 years. After eating it, it will greatly benefit one's cultivation. Thank the president for me." Lin Feng smiled. The two of them chatted for a while before Jiang Chao left. The auction was about to begin. He still had many things to deal with. People poured into the auction house one after another. Many people from large forces arrived one after another. There were even experts from ancient forces. This auction was an auction that the auction house had been preparing for a long time. They were waiting for the opening of the ruins of God. Countless cultivators entered the sea world. This was a good opportunity. A large-scale auction was held. Lin Feng opened the auction booklet and read the introduction of some of the items. There was only an introduction of a portion of the auction items, but it was already enough to make Lin Feng very shocked. This was because Lin Feng even saw a Dao artifact being auctioned. This auction house is really rich. They can even take out a Dao artifact for auction? How much is this Dao artifact worth? Lin Feng's face was full of shock. Even the lowest grade Dao artifact. It would probably cost hundreds of trillions of spirit stones, right, if it was converted to top-grade spirit stones. It would also cost 100 million top-grade spirit stones. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. How many experts could this create? Lin Feng had obtained so many yin-yang realm storage rings. There were also all kinds of treasures and pills that he had accumulated over the years. He had all taken them to the auction house and exchanged them for top-grade spirit stones. He had only exchanged them for 3,200 top-grade spirit stones. One could imagine how terrifying 100 million top-grade spirit stones was. Only ancient forces could afford such a treasure. Ordinary forces. They couldn't take out such a huge amount of spirit stones. An ancient force like the Blue Cloud sect. They couldn't gather 100 million top-grade spirit stones even if they sold everything they had. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, 3 melodious sounds of bells rang out. The auction house that was originally venting. It immediately quieted down. The auction had begun. An old man and a beautiful woman walked up to the auction stage. They were the hosts of this auction. The first auction item is a fragment of the world tree. The old man smiled. What? A fragment of the world tree? Is it really a fragment of the world tree? Exclamations rang out one after another. In the auction, everyone's eyes were blazing as they looked at the 2 auctioneers on the stage. Everyone knew what a fragment of the world tree represented. If it could be nurtured into a sapling and planted in the Dantian, their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. It was said that the reason why the sapling of the world tree in the Dantian could improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds was because the sapling could absorb the energy of the undying world. The undying world, it was a higher-level world that was beyond the mortal world. If one could devour the energy of the undying world, their cultivation would naturally improve to a level that others could only look up to. However, no one knew whether it was true or not. Because no one had ever successfully nurtured a sapling of the world tree. At that moment, a beautiful servant girl walked up with a tray. The servant girl opened the tray. A piece of charred black wood appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a fragment of the world tree. The female auctioneer said. Why is it charred black? Was it struck by lightning? Someone asked. The old auctioneer nodded and said, that's right, this is a piece of lightning wood. However, even after being struck by lightning, it has been preserved until now without any damage. Our auction house has tried to break this piece of lightning wood with Dao artifacts. We can confirm that this is a fragment of the world tree. The old auctioneer's words caused an uproar in the auction house. A fragment of the world tree. It was too precious. Many major factions were ready to make a move. In the private room, Lin Feng sat down. A fragment of the world tree that has lost its vitality. Lin Feng shook his head. He had a leaf of the world tree that the fire Qilin had given him. A fragment of the world tree that still had vitality. The leaf of the world tree could sense it. But now, the fragment of the world tree on the auction stage did not cause any changes to Lin Feng's leaf of the world tree. This meant that the fragment of the world tree had lost all its vitality. A fragment of the world tree like this, it could not be nurtured into a sapling of the world tree. However, it could be forged into a powerful treasure. At this moment, someone raised a question. Although the fragment of the world tree is good, I'm very puzzled. Why would someone take out such a treasure? Why don't you nurture your own world tree sapling? The old auctioneer explained, I haven't sensed any signs of life from this fragment of the world tree yet. Perhaps it still has some signs of life, but we need to find a way to break open the world tree. Another possibility is that it has already lost all signs of life. The auction house would not hide the flaws of the auction item. Otherwise, he would be ruining his reputation. It would be a pity if the world tree had lost its vitality, said Lin Feng. Many people shook their heads. The auctioneer said, the starting bid for this item is 1 billion spirit stones. A fragment of the world tree that has lost its vitality. The starting price is 1 billion. This is daylight robbery. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. But even so, there were still many powerful organizations that were interested in this fragment of the world tree. So what if he lost his life force? This fragment of the world tree belonged to the wood element. It was a wood elemental supreme treasure. It could be used to create powerful wood-type magic treasures. 1 billion. Soon, someone began to bid. 1 billion. Then, someone raised the price. The price of the fragment of the world tree soared. In the end, it reached a sky-high price of 23.5 billion. Then, one precious item after another was taken out for auction. Lin Feng was basically watching the show. Because even if he took a fancy to many of the auction items, it was also very difficult for him to compete with those top organizations. An auction item could be worth billions or even tens of billions. The price was frighteningly high. Everyone, please pay attention. The next item to be auctioned is an 87,000-year-old sacred medicine. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire auction house, it was in an uproar. Only sacred medicines that had grown for more than 70,000 years were sacred medicines. A sacred medicine of this level, it could preserve one's appearance forever. It could extend one's lifespan by 500 years. It could revive the dead. A treasure of this level was rare even among the ancient organizations. But now, someone was actually taking it out for auction. It was simply unbelievable. A maidservant brought the Saint herb over. There was a transparent glass bottle in the maid's hand. The glass bottle was reinforced with layers of seals. Inside the glass bottle was a snow-white ginseng. This sacred medicine is called the Snow Mountain Ginseng. The starting price is 10 billion. The female auctioneer said. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp when he heard the starting price. 10 billion ordinary spirit stones. If converted to supreme-grade spirit stones, it would be 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this was only the starting price. When the time came, it would definitely be sold for a sky-high price. In a sense, for many large organizations, such a sacred medicine was even more attractive to them than a Tao artifact. Because many large organizations had Tao artifacts. But they didn't necessarily have sacred medicines. These large organizations all had cultivators at the level of old antiques. Some old antiques were nearing the end of their lifespans. If they died, it would be a heavy blow to this large organization. But if they used the sacred medicine to extend their lives for 500 years, it was too important to this organization. Soon, many organizations began to compete crazily. The price of the sacred medicine, the Snow Mountain Ginseng, rose. From the initial 10 billion. Soon, it reached 100 billion. 200 billion. 300 billion. And it was still rising crazily. In the end, the price was 900 billion spirit stones. It was bought by the ancient Great Xia dynasty. What a sky-high price. Lin Feng was shocked. He also had 2 vermilion bird fruits. But Lin Feng didn't intend to auction them. This thing was a life-saving treasure at a critical moment. Moreover, it couldn't be bought with spirit stones. If he didn't have no choice, he definitely couldn't take it out for auction. One by one, the auction items were taken out for auction. At this moment, a servant girl walked up with a new auction item. Lin Feng looked over and found that the auction item was actually a very strange pitch-black stone. This is a meteorite from outer space, but we have tried our best, but we were unable to find out the origin of this meteorite. The old auctioneer introduced. Meteorite from outer space? Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. Only stones that fell through the endless atmosphere could be called meteorites. And at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that the beast egg was fluctuating violently. Waves of desire surged from the beast egg into Lin Feng's heart. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. Beast egg, this incomparably mysterious beast egg, this beast egg that suppressed even the descendants of heavenly gods, it actually surged with such desire. Lin Feng looked at the meteorite from outer space. It was that meteorite that had awakened the beast egg from its slumber. Could it be that it's not a meteorite from outer space? This beast egg was very mysterious. It hid a big secret. Except when he encountered the divine egg of the god's descendant. The beast egg woke up on its own. Other than that time, the beast egg didn't move again. This was the second time the beast egg moved. Lin Feng carefully sensed the beast egg's fluctuations. Gradually, Lin Feng seemed to sense the beast egg's emotions. Desire, that was an extremely desired emotion. You want that stone? Lin Feng asked. The beast egg then transmitted an even more desired emotion. The little guy in the beast egg obviously couldn't express its thoughts. Then, the beast egg transmitted another message to Lin Feng. You mean, that thing is very useful to you? Lin Feng carefully sensed it and asked. The little guy in the beast egg transmitted waves of excitement. But soon, that emotion became pitiful. It seemed to be begging Lin Feng to help it win the bid. This little guy hasn't hatched yet, but it's already so smart. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. If he waited until the little guy hatched, he didn't know how heaven-defying it would be. Obviously, that black stone should be something that could help the little guy hatch. Although Lin Feng didn't know what it was. Since this thing was useful to the little guy. No matter how big the price he had to pay. He had to think of a way to get that treasure. He was looking forward to the moment when the little guy hatched. Lin Feng had always wanted to know what kind of breed the little guy was. Wait patiently, I'll get it for you, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. The little guy immediately sent out a wave of extremely excited fluctuation. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was also full of joy. It was too heaven-defying. This little guy would definitely grow into an extremely terrifying existence in the future. When the time came, he would have an extremely powerful pet by his side. Just thinking about it made him feel very excited. The starting price of this meteorite is 500 million star stones. The female auctioneer said. The starting price is so high. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. The things that were auctioned at the auction were all exquisite. For the sake of better calculation. During the auction, the most common low-grade spirit stones were used to calculate the price. However, when it came to the real deal, they were all traded with top-grade spirit stones. The starting price of the meteorite was 500 top-grade spirit stones. 550 million, 600 million. Many people participated in the competition. Price. Naturally, it continued to rise. Soon, it passed the 1 billion mark. And he had no intention of stopping at all. The auction this time had attracted too many people from the major forces. Therefore, the final price of the auction items was very high. When the price was raised to 2 billion. Lin Feng also participated in the competition. In the end, the price of this auction item was fixed at a sky-high price of 5 billion. I only have 3,200 spiritual stones of the best quality. I wonder if I'll be able to get 4,500 spiritual stones of the best quality after selling the golden fire fruits. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Originally, he thought that he had collected so many spirit stones. He had enough supreme-grade spirit stones to break through to the yin-yang realm. But he didn't expect that. Because of the sudden incident in front of him. Not only did he use up all the 3,200 spiritual stones he had accumulated. He still owed 1,300 spiritual stones of the best quality. Lin Gongzi, this is the meteorite you bought. Xianxia personally came to Lin Feng. He sent the meteorite over. Lin Feng smiled and said, Elder, I'll have to trouble you to send it over personally. I'll pay for it after the auction is over. Is that okay? Xianxia smiled and said, Of course, there's no problem. I won't disturb Lin Gongzi. If Lin Gongzi takes a fancy to any auction items, you can inform me. The president said that if Lin Gongzi has any financial problems, we can help. We're all friends, so Lin Gongzi, don't refuse a friend's help. This Xianxia was very good at talking. That was to get closer to Lin Feng. And if Lin Feng really asked for financial help from the auction house, he could also sell Lin Feng a favor. Lin Feng smiled and said, If there's a need, I'll contact the elder. Xianxia nodded and left. Lin Feng used a spirit array to seal the room. Shua. In the next moment, the beast egg flew out. The beast egg was shrouded in black fog. Waves of incomparably excited emotion spread out from the beast egg. The beast egg circled around the meteorite. Little guy, how do you devour the meteorite? Eat this stone directly? Lin Feng knocked on the meteorite. Although the meteorite was the size of a fist, it weighed at least 1,000 kilograms. Soon after, another wave of fluctuation came from the beast egg. Are you saying that you're not devouring the stone? Instead, you're devouring the thing inside the stone? Lin Feng asked. The beast egg swayed in midair, as if it was nodding. But how do you open the meteorite? It's too hard. Lin Feng frowned. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a ball of black gas surged out from the beast egg. The black gas directly enveloped the meteorite. That ball of black gas was very strange. It was also very terrifying. After the meteorite was enveloped by the black gas, kacha sounds could be heard. The meteorite was actually cracking. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. That ball of black gas just now was too abnormal, wasn't it? That was a meteorite from outer space. Even a Dao artifact would find it difficult to directly destroy a meteorite from outer space, right? However, the black gas in the beast egg had actually directly destroyed the meteorite from outer space. At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw what was wrapped in the meteorite. In the center of the meteorite, there was a ball of golden liquid. He didn't know what it was. The golden liquid emitted astonishing fluctuations. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already used an array to seal the room. Or else, it would definitely be noticed by the experts outside. At this moment, the beast egg devoured the golden liquid. Within the beast egg, dense runes appeared. One rune after another twisted together. It emitted a mysterious fluctuation and aura. From the beast egg came the little guy's excited cries. After swallowing the golden liquid, the little guy had obviously obtained great benefits. Kacha kacha. At the same time, Lin Feng saw that the beast egg's eggshell had begun to crack. One by one, the runes surged into the beast egg. Those runes contained a powerful force. Now, they seemed to have fused into the little guy's bloodline and were controlled by the little guy. Within the beast egg, a black light was emitted. Kacha kacha, the beast egg's eggshell cracked more and more. Is it going to hatch? Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He had been looking forward to the beast egg hatching. Now that the little guy had swallowed the mysterious golden liquid, the eggshell continued to crack, as if it was really about to hatch. What kind of exotic beast is this little guy? The eggshell was about to crack completely. Just as the little guy was about to hatch, Yi Zichen thought. But at this moment, the eggshell stopped cracking. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. The little guy sent a weak spiritual wave to Lin Feng. Not enough energy? Lin Feng was puzzled. The little guy sent a wave of sighing to Lin Feng. Isn't this too much? It's about to hatch, but it can't hatch because there's not enough energy? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. Then, Lin Feng communicated with the little guy. It couldn't hatch. The little guy was dejected. Lin Feng hurriedly comforted the little guy, telling him not to worry. It was only a matter of time before it hatched. With Lin Feng's consolation, the little guy, who was originally sulking, became lively again. The beast egg circled around Lin Feng. The little guy in the beast egg sent out waves of joyful spiritual wave. After playing for a while, then it returned to the storage ring to rest. What was that golden divine liquid just now? It can actually help the beast egg hatch? Lin Feng's heart was filled with confusion. But obviously, that thing, it was absolutely shocking. Because even a sacred medicine couldn't arouse the interest of the little guy in the beast egg. But the little guy almost hatched the small ball of golden divine liquid inside the meteorite. The only pity was, the amount of golden divine liquid was too little. Looks like I can only wait for the next opportunity. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The beast egg didn't hatch. Lin Feng was naturally a little disappointed. He had been looking forward to the beast egg hatching. Lin Feng really wanted to know what kind of creature his pet was. Outside, the auction continued. One treasure after another was taken out for auction. The next item is a golden flame fruit, a natural treasure that can help a cultivator break through to the yin-yang realm. At this time, the old auctioneer's voice was heard. Immediately after, a maidservant walked up with the golden flame fruits. It's the golden fire fruit's turn. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt a little uneasy. He wondered what kind of price the golden flame fruit would fetch. It really is the golden flame fruit. Someone is actually auctioning something like this? The patriarch has already sent us a message. He wants us to buy the golden fire fruit and give it to the young master, who hasn't been able to break through yet. Haha. The golden flame fruit is mine for sure. I will offer this treasure to the Grand Elder of the Punlai Divine Land. The Grand Elder will be very happy. His great-great-grandson has been unable to make a breakthrough. Now that he can make a breakthrough, I can use this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Punlai Divine Land. Many people began to discuss. Many people seemed to be determined to get the golden flame fruit. The auctioneer smiled and said, "The starting price of the golden fire fruit is 200 million. The bidding starts now." An intense competition ensued. The price of the golden flame fruit rose steadily. In the end, the price was fixed at 4 billion. This price surprised Lin Feng. He obviously did not expect the golden flame fruit to be auctioned at such a price. Lin Feng originally thought that the golden flame fruit could only be auctioned at 2 billion. He did not expect it to be auctioned at 4 billion. After the golden flame fruit was auctioned, Lin Feng did not continue to stay at the auction. He asked someone to contact Xianxia. He planned to pay the spirit stones for the meteorite and leave. Xianxia received Lin Feng in the VIP room. "Lin Gongzi, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Xianxia smiled. "I've already bought what I need. I'm not interested in anything else." Lin Feng smiled and said. Xianxia was a little regretful. He had hoped that Lin Feng would be interested in a few auction items. Then, he would compete. He knew that Lin Feng did not have enough financial resources. When the time came, Lin Feng would borrow money from the auction house. This way, Lin Feng would owe him a favor. But there was nothing he could do. Lin Feng was about to leave. Xianxia said, "The golden flame fruit was auctioned for 4 billion low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 4,000 top-grade spirit stones. The auction house will take 30% of the commission, so Lin Gongzi will receive 2,800 top-grade spirit stones." Previously, Lin Gongzi spent 4,500 top-grade spirit stones to bid for the meteorite. Now, Lin Gongzi can pay me 1,700 top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng nodded and took out 1,700 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to Xianxia. He still had 1,500 top-grade spirit stones left. Ordinary people broke through to the yin-yang realm. They could break through by spending at most 100 top-grade spirit stones. However, Lin Feng's savings were too powerful. It was dozens of times more than a cultivator of the same level. Therefore, before Lin Feng broke through to the yin-yang realm, he had to accumulate more than 3,000 top-grade spirit stones to ensure that he would not encounter a crisis when he broke through. Lin Feng bid farewell to Xianxia. The next day, Lin Feng hosted a banquet and invited Morong Baichuan, Wang Changming, Nangong Hai, and the auction house's president, Jiang Tiando. These were 4 important figures. "Young friend, are you going to the ruins of God this time?" Jiang Tiando asked. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. There was nothing to hide. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I am indeed going to the ruins of God. To go to the ruins of God, you have to pass through the deep sea. That is the world of the Oceanids and is extremely dangerous, so young friend, you should take a boat there." Morong Baichuan said. "The Oceanids?" Lin Feng said in surprise, "Could it be that the Oceanids attack human cultivators?" The boundless sea originally belonged to the Oceanids, but later, human cultivators, demon cultivators, and even demon cultivators entered the sea to establish forces. This is equivalent to taking over the Oceanids' territory, so the Oceanids hate cultivators of other races. Wang Changming said. "Are the Oceanids very powerful?" Lin Feng asked. Nangong Hai nodded and said, "They are indeed very powerful, but ever since the Great Divine Demon War, the oceanic race's power has greatly weakened, while the other factions have rapidly developed. As such, the oceanic race has retreated to the depths of the ocean. Although they can't compare to the past, the Oceanids are still very powerful. If anyone dares to pass through their territory, the Oceanids will launch a fierce attack." "Is it safe to take a boat?" Lin Feng asked. "It's not an ordinary boat, either. These boats are huge battleships with powerful offensive and defensive systems. Moreover, when they go out to sea, it's not just one boat, but dozens of them. Even the Oceanids have to think twice before facing such a powerful force. Once they start fighting, there will be disastrous casualties. The higher-ups of the Oceanids naturally don't want their people to die, so taking a boat is very safe." Jiang Tiando said. "Seniors, don't you plan to go to the ruins of God?" Lin Feng asked. "The ruins of God. We've been there." Morong Baichuan's aged eyes were filled with reminiscence. He smiled and said, It's indeed a place full of opportunities, but after going there once, you shouldn't go there a second time. Opportunities are determined by the heavens. We already obtained our opportunities the last time the ruins of God opened. The next day, Lin Feng went to the harbor. Giant warships that were 10,000 meters long were docked at the harbor. There were a total of 36 such giant ships. If someone wanted to board one of the boats, they had to pay a top-grade spirit stone. It was extremely expensive. But it was worth it. Lin Feng paid a piece of top-grade spirit stone. He also boarded the giant ship. This giant ship was called Wind Ride. Sometimes, it would ride the wind and break the waves, flying straight into the sea. Riding the wind meant to move forward with the wind. This wind ride was not something that the ships that had just entered the sea could compare to. The wind ride was 10,000 meters long. There were 135 types of offensive arrays, 77 types of defensive arrays, and 52 types of auxiliary arrays on it. Such a giant ship, even if it encountered a ferocious sea monster like the nether demon shark, could contend against it. Not to mention, once they went out to sea, the fleet would go out together. And not alone. On the ship, people came and went. It was extremely lively. Now that the ruins of God had opened, at least more than half of Tianwu University's 3,000 prefectures had come. So, one could imagine how many people would come. A giant ship could hold 500,000 people. 36 giant ships could hold 18 million people. If the staff on the giant ship were included, the entire fleet, there were about 20 million people. It was equivalent to putting all the people in a small city into a fleet. Among these 20 million people, there were many experts. No wonder Jiang Tiando, Morong Baichuan, and the others said that it was safe to ride the giant ship. Such a huge force. Even though the Sea clan ruled the inner sea and was powerful. But if they wanted to attack the fleet, they also had to consider whether they could bear such a huge loss. Monk. Lin Feng was shocked. He saw a monk on the giant ship. This was a young monk who looked to be around 20 years old. He wore a green kasaya. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Because in the Tianwu continent, whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, very few people walked outside. As for the immeasurable Taoist, he belonged to the moving mountain Taoist lineage, a lineage that was despised by Taoism. In the eyes of the orthodox Taoists, this lineage was not even considered a branch of Taoism. Therefore, it was very difficult to see a proper Taoist. Lin Feng did not only see a monk. He also saw a Taoist. In the distance, there was a young Taoist around 25 or 26 years old. He wore a Taoist robe and looked like an immortal. They are all Taoists. The immeasurable Taoist is so wretched. Look at this one, he has the demeanor of an immortal. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. People were most afraid of comparisons. A comparison. The gap between them was immediately apparent. Many cultivators were chatting on the deck. Some cultivators also entered the cabin. The cabins were also divided into ordinary cabins and VIP cabins. Paying a piece of top-grade spirit stone would be an ordinary cabin. People came and went. It was very crowded. If he paid another 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones, he would have to pay the price. Then, he could proceed to the VIP cabin. The VIP cabins were all individual private rooms. The room was protected by restrictions. Therefore, if one were to rest or cultivate inside, they would not be disturbed. It was a long journey. Lin Feng headed for the VIP cabin. He planned to use this time to practice drawing spirit arrays. He wanted to improve his array formation skills. After Lin Feng handed over the spirit stones, someone led Lin Feng to the VIP box. There are only 10 VIP cabins left on this floor. If you're not satisfied, we can go to other cabins, said Lin Feng. The beautiful maid who brought Lin Feng over said with a professional smile. Lin Feng said, the private rooms here are fine as well. I'll take the third one. Lin Feng pointed to a private room. The beautiful maidservant nodded and opened the door to the private room. Lin Feng was about to enter. Wait, at this moment, a voice sounded. More than 10 cultivators walked over. It was a young man and a young woman. It was obvious that these people were from extraordinary backgrounds. The one who spoke was the young man. "What's the matter?" Lin Feng asked. "Brat, this young master has taken a fancy to the private room you chose. Now that it's empty, you can choose another private room," the young master said with an unquestionable tone. Lin Feng said indifferently, "There are 9 private rooms here, enough for you to choose." The woman laughed. "Xianxia, I told you, you can't get this private room. How about it? I was right, wasn't I?" The young master's face suddenly darkened. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "This young master wants your private room. Do you want me to say it again?" At this time, Lin Feng had already guessed the gist of the matter. This group of people saw that he was about to enter the private room. They made a bet with themselves. The one called Xianxia should have said that he could make Lin Feng obediently give up the private room. The woman said that Xianxia would not be able to get the private room. These two people were obviously betting with themselves. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Xianxia and said, "Scram." In an instant. Absolute silence. Everyone thought that they had heard wrong. What was this brat saying? But soon everyone came back to their senses. Everyone did not hear wrong. Xianxia's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Someone actually told him to scram. This brat, did he not want to live anymore? "Brat, do you know who I am?" Xianxia's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered, "I don't care who you are. I don't have the time to play games with idiots like you." "Idiots like us?" The rest of the people were stunned. Then, a sinister expression appeared on their faces. Lin Feng's words had scolded everyone. The woman was called Li Rong. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said sarcastically, "These days, there's no lack of people who seek their own deaths," said Lin Feng indifferently. "Women should act like women. Don't act like flies and annoy people. You dare to mock me?" Zhang Rong looked angrily at Lin Feng. "Mock you? Are you worthy?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. When the maid beside Lin Feng saw that Lin Feng was in conflict with these people, she quickly reminded him, "Don't worry." She hastily reminded him, "Sir, please don't fight with them. They're from the Blood Soul Island. The Blood Soul Island is one of the 36 most powerful groups in the East China Sea. If you offend them, you won't have a good ending. Sir, hurry up and apologize to them. Otherwise, you'll be killed." Blood Soul Island? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had heard of Blood Soul Island before. However, he had not expected to get into a conflict with them today. "Brat, since you know we're from Blood Soul Island, are you afraid?" Xianxia, Li Rong, and the others looked at Lin Feng coldly and proudly. They were even thinking about how to humiliate Lin Feng later to vent their anger. "Afraid? What a joke." Lin Feng glanced at them coldly, "Get lost. Didn't you hear me?" Xianxia, Li Rong, and the others' arrogant expressions froze. They had not thought that Lin Feng would dare to tell them to get lost after knowing their identities. Xianxia, Li Rong, and the others' expressions turned cold. "Brat, do you want to die? Men, teach this brat a lesson." Xianxia sneered. "Yes." Xianxia, Li Rong, and the others looked at Lin Feng with a sneer. In their opinion, Lin Feng was just a small fry. Offending them, it was a dead end. These people seemed to have seen Lin Feng being kicked to the ground. However, what they didn't expect was Lin Feng easily dodged the kick from the cultivator on their side. Then, Lin Feng punched out. Bang, the cultivator was immediately sent flying. "Catch him!" Xianxia shouted with a gloomy expression. 2 cultivators quickly rushed out, wanting to catch the cultivator who was sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. But when their bodies came into contact with the cultivator who was sent flying by Lin Feng, they felt as if a mountain had crashed into them. A powerful force violently shook their bodies. The 3 of them were sent flying more than 10 meters away as if they were struck by lightning. They fell to the ground. Their bones were broken by the powerful force. They howled in pain. Lin Feng attacked. He would definitely not show mercy. A bunch of trash, how dare you cause trouble for me? Lin Feng coldly glanced at Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others. At this moment, the sounds of fighting could be heard outside. The doors of the private rooms opened. Many people rushed out of the private rooms and surrounded the area to watch the show. Isn't that Zhang Qing and Li Rong from Blood Soul Island? Someone recognized the identities of Zhang Qing and the others. That's right, it's Zhang Qing and Li Rong from Blood Soul Island. Who is that kid? He offended Zhang Qing and Li Rong? The Blood Soul Island is an evil force. These people are cruel and merciless. Although they have restrained themselves in recent years, it doesn't mean that the people of the Blood Soul Island are easy to deal with. Offending the Blood Soul Island is a big problem. And they even fought. This is even worse. Blood Soul Island won't let this go. Many people were pointing at them and discussing animatedly. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng was a martial king cultivator. He didn't have much power to resist the people from Blood Soul Island. One had to know. Blood Soul Island. Zhang Qing and Li Rong were both in the Yin-Yang realm. Even if Zhang Qing and Li Rong didn't make a move, the cultivators behind them, they were all at the peak of the martial king realm. They swarmed forward. He could also take down Lin Feng. Brat, I really couldn't tell that you have some skills. However, do you think that you can jump around in front of me with just this little bit of cultivation? Everyone, go and capture this brat. See how I deal with him. Zhang Qing waved his hand, a sinister smile on his face. Yes. Receiving Zhang Qing's order, the cultivators of Blood Soul Island all rushed towards Lin Feng. Zhang Qing and Li Rong stared coldly at Lin Feng. 13 cultivators at the peak of the martial king realm are attacking together. That brat is finished. Many cultivators exclaimed. The cultivators of the Blood Soul Island all looked cold and gloomy. One by one, they unleashed powerful secret techniques to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. In his eyes, these people were simply ants that were not worth mentioning. He would kill them with his own hands. They would only dirty his hands. Get lost. Facing the siege of more than a dozen people, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. A powerful aura surged out. It instantly enveloped the dozen cultivators of Blood Soul Island. Wah, these cultivators of Blood Soul Island. It was as if they were struck by lightning. One by one, they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies moved dozens of meters away. Thump. Thump, the cultivators of Blood Soul Island fell to the ground one by one. Screams were heard. Silence. The VIP cabin, which was originally filled with people, suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone had an expression of disbelief. A loud roar. More than a dozen peak martial king realm experts were seriously injured. This was too terrifying. So powerful. The maidservant who led Lin Feng here before slightly opened her red lips, full of shock. She originally thought that Lin Feng had caused a disaster. He would definitely be beaten up badly by the people of Blood Soul Island. She did not expect that. Lin Feng would be so powerful. That kid hit his cultivation level? Many of the cultivators who were watching muttered. A martial king realm cultivator seriously injured more than a dozen peak martial king realm cultivators with a loud roar. Anyway, they did not believe that such a thing could happen. He must have hidden his cultivation level. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qing and Li Rong's faces also became very ugly. Although they were both at the Yin-Yang realm, they could not do what Lin Feng did. A loud roar. He could seriously injure more than a dozen peak martial king realm cultivators with a roar. What kind of cultivation level could do this? Zhang Qing and Li Rong knew that they had kicked an iron plate today. They had underestimated this kid in front of them. There are always some people who like to use the so-called forces behind them to humiliate others. If you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not be wet? Sooner or later, you will offend someone that even you can't afford to offend. I'll give you 2 choices. 1 is to be beaten half to death by me. 2 is to slap yourselves 10 times and get lost. Don't let me see you again. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Qing and Li Rong coldly. Many people looked at Xianxia and Li Rong with gloating eyes. Blood Soul Island was an evil force. It had a bad reputation. It was said that Blood Soul Island secretly sent many experts to disguise themselves as pirates to kill and rob. Many people were extremely angry, but there was no evidence. Therefore, when they saw the people of Blood Soul Island being humiliated, not only did they not have any pity. On the contrary, they felt very happy. Kid, do you want to fight to the death with Blood Soul Island? Xianxia would not slap his own face. He looked at Lin Feng gloomily. At this moment, he mentioned Blood Soul Island. Obviously, Xianxia wanted to use the reputation of Blood Soul Island to intimidate Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng to be afraid of Blood Soul Island, so that he would not make things difficult for them. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Are you threatening me?" His eyes turned cold. Then, a terrifying force spread out. Bang! The force that spread out from Lin Feng's body directly bombarded Xianxia's body. Xianxia was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He did not even have the ability to resist. Xianxia was only at the first firmament of the yin-yang realm. In front of Lin Feng, he was as weak as an ant. Force. Heavens! He actually condensed force. No wonder he is so powerful. Many people exclaimed. They could feel the force in Lin Feng's body. Many people were deeply shocked. Even if he was a creation realm expert, he could condense force. It was extremely rare. Lin Feng, a cultivator in his 20s, could actually condense force. This was really too terrifying. Lin Feng walked step by step toward Xianxia and Li Rong. Li Rong's original pride had been completely crushed. Her whole body was trembling. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng with a face full of fear. I was wrong. Forgive me. I will slap my own face. The slap landed on his face. His heart was filled with hatred. Xianxia lowered his head. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't wait to cut this person who brought shame to him into 1,000 pieces. But Xianxia knew. He was no match for Lin Feng. He had to endure. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. It had to be said that this Xianxia, he was really good at enduring. What about you? Lin Feng looked at Li Rong indifferently. Li Rong's mouth twitched violently. She wanted to beg. But when she saw Lin Feng's cold gaze, Li Rong swallowed the words that she wanted to blurt out. Li Rong raised her hand. She slapped herself 10 times. Can you let us go now? Xianxia and Li Rong asked. Scram. Lin Feng said indifferently. Xianxia, Li Rong, and the others turned and left quickly. Their eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Feng naturally knew that these people would hate him. But he didn't care. Only a mediocre person would not be hated. Xianxia and Li Rong were small fries. Lin Feng didn't care about them at all. This guy is really strong. He actually made Xianxia and Li Rong slap their own faces. But by doing so, he has completely offended Blood Soul Island. Brother, you're too naive. If he didn't do this, wouldn't he have offended Blood Soul Island? Those people from the Blood Soul Island are evil cultivators. Since they already had a conflict, they won't let it go so easily. But that boy is really decisive. He doesn't seem to care about them at all. I don't know who he is. He's probably the successor of a major force in the inner continent. But this kid forgot that he's in the deep sea now. The major forces in the inner continent don't have much influence in the sea. I don't think this matter will end so easily. Let's just wait and see. Many cultivators whispered. At this moment, Lin Feng added another array formation outside his box. These boxes were soundproof. But it couldn't stop others from destroying the boxes. Lin Feng naturally knew that the people from Blood Soul Island wouldn't let this matter end so easily. It would be fine if these people didn't come. Since they were here, they naturally wouldn't let them off lightly. Do you think that this is a place where anyone can come and behave atrociously? Lin Feng then entered the private room. The area of the room was about 50 square meters, and the decoration inside was very luxurious. There was even a spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy was abundant. No wonder it would cost 10 top-grade spirit stones. What a luxurious life. He lay on the bed for a while. Lin Feng began to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art to regulate his breathing. In the following period of time, Lin Feng estimated that it would take more than 2 months to reach the ruins of God. Such a long time. Lin Feng naturally had many things to do. Cultivate. Then, he studied spirit arrays and alchemy. He couldn't give up on his cultivation. He couldn't neglect the 2 support skills either. This was especially true for spirit arrays. It was too important. At that moment, Lin Feng was practicing cultivation. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others arrived at another VIP cabin. There were several cultivators from the Blood Soul Island here. And they were all Yin-Yang Realm cultivators. Several Yin-Yang Realm cultivators from the Blood Soul Island were talking to a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s. The middle-aged cultivator was wearing the robe of the Spirit Array Guild. He was obviously a Spirit Array master. His crescent moon robe. It revealed his identity. This was an elder of the Spirit Array Guild. There were many types of robes in the Spirit Array Guild. Ordinary Spirit Array masters wore white robes. If one became a Deacon Spirit Array master, they would wear a star robe. The Elder Spirit Array master wore a crescent moon robe. The Great Elder Spirit Array master wore a sun robe. If one broke through to the heaven realm, they would wear a sun moon star robe. This middle-aged man was called Zhang Junhua. This person worked in the East Sea Spirit Array Guild. He was naturally a high and mighty figure. Even the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island were fawning over Zhang Junhua. Senior brother, please uphold justice for us. Zhang Qing and Li Rong came here and looked at the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island with pitiful expressions. Elder Zhang is sitting here. How can you be so impolite? A Blood Soul Island cultivator named Tang Miaoxing said in a deep voice. Zhang Qing and Li Rong also noticed Zhang Junhua at this time. They naturally knew Zhang Junhua of the Spirit Array Guild. The 2 of them hurriedly bowed and said, "We were rude. Please forgive us, Elder." Zhang Junhua smiled and said, "It's understandable that you didn't see clearly." At this time, Tang Miaoxing said, "Since Elder Zhang is magnanimous and doesn't blame you, I won't punish you." What happened? Why did you come here in a panic? Li Rong immediately said with tears in her eyes, "Senior brother, we were bullied by a brat." Oh? Someone dares to bully the cultivators of our Blood Soul Island? Tang Miaoxing's expression darkened. That brat knows that we are cultivators of the Blood Soul Island. It's obvious that he doesn't put us in his eyes. Zhang Qing said. How preposterous. Tang Miaoxing's eyes flashed with a cold light. Tang Miaoxing didn't ask Zhang Qing and Li Rong why they had a conflict with someone. He wasn't interested in this. Because in Tang Miaoxing's opinion, if the other party took the initiative to bully the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island, he would be courting death. If the brat dared to resist because the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island bullied him, he would also be courting death. Anyway, that was it. No matter what the reason was, that brat actually dared to attack the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island. He was courting death. This was the reason why most people didn't dare to offend the people of the Blood Soul Island. The Blood Soul Island did things. They didn't care about right or wrong. They were domineering and ruthless. If anyone offended them, it didn't matter if they were right or wrong. They would still be retaliated against by the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island. Senior brothers, stay here and accompany Elder Zhang. I'll be back soon. Tang Miaoxing said. The other cultivators of the Blood Soul Island nodded. Tang Miaoxing stood up and looked at Zhang Qing and Li Rong. Lead the way. I'll meet that brat. Senior brothers, follow us. Zhang Qing and Li Rong led the way. Both of them sneered. They thought, brat, I'll make you kneel in front of us and beg for mercy like a dog. Thinking of this scene, the 2 of them felt happy. Soon, they arrived at the VIP cabin where Lin Feng's private room was. Look, the people of the Blood Soul Island are here. I was right, the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island are really here. The people of the Blood Soul Island are vengeful. Is that Tang Miaoxing from the Blood Soul Island? What? he's Tang Miaoxing? It's said that this person has swallowed the blood of ancient beasts. His combat strength is extremely terrifying, and he can defeat opponents who are several realms higher. That's right, I've also heard of it. I didn't expect Tang Miaoxing to personally take action today. I'm afraid that brat in the private room is finished. Senior brother, it's that room. That brat must be hiding there. Zhang Qing and Li Rong pointed to the room where Lin Feng was. Yes. Tang Miaoxing nodded. Hurry up and get out of the way. The people from Blood Soul Island cleared the way. A path was cleared. Tang Miaoxing was surrounded by many people and walked towards Lin Feng's private room. I wonder how Tang Miaoxing will deal with that brat when he's caught. Tang Miaoxing is a ruthless person. He will at least break that brat's legs. I think Tang Miaoxing will destroy that brat's dantian. Many people were discussing. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng. Tang Miaoxing was famous. He had swallowed the blood of ancient beasts. His battle strength was extremely strong. This was also the reason why everyone was not optimistic about Lin Feng. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng was very strong. But Tang Miaoxing was also very monstrous. And he was even more powerful than Lin Feng. The two powerful people collided. Naturally, the more powerful one would win. Brat, get out here. Zhang Qing stood at the door and shouted arrogantly. Now that Tang Miaoxing was here. As a result, Zhang Qing's courage grew. However, there was no response from the room. Because Lin Feng had activated the sound isolation restriction. No sound could be heard. Brat, do you think you can hide inside like a turtle? If you don't come out, I will kick the door and drag you out. Zhang Qing sneered and shouted. He kicked the door of the private room. At this moment, a formation pattern appeared and swept towards Zhang Qing. Formation pattern. What a guy. This is a technique to condense a formation in the void. That brat is also a spirit array master? Seeing the formation pattern suddenly appear, many people cried out in alarm. To these cultivators, spirit array masters were mysterious and unfathomable. They were lofty figures. They were both in the yin-yang realm. But if they had the identity of a spirit array master, the difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. Zhang Qing obviously did not expect Lin Feng to be a spirit array master. Seeing the array pattern sweeping towards them, Zhang Qing's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated, trying to avoid the attack of the array pattern. However, retreat at this time. It was already too late. Zhang Qing was unable to dodge the attack of the array pattern. He was swept away by the powerful formation runes. There was a thump. He fell to the ground. Crack, crack. He didn't know how many of his bones were broken. Screams rang out continuously. So powerful? Heavens! What level of formation is this? How could it be so powerful? No matter what, Zhang Qing is still a yin-yang cultivator. He was defeated in an instant. Many people cried out in surprise. Although Zhang Qing's cultivation base was built up through the use of elixirs, Zhang Qing's cultivation base was extremely high. He could only be considered an ordinary yin-yang cultivator. But yin-yang realm, it was the yin-yang realm, he had defeated a yin-yang cultivator so easily. Indeed, it gave people a feeling of incredulity. Seeing this, the rest of the Blood Soul Island cultivators shuddered in fear. Fortunately, it was Zhang Qing who kicked the door. If they were the ones in the past, wasn't he the one lying on the ground now? Junior brother Zhang, how do you feel? Tang Miaoxing looked at Zhang Qing and asked. Senior brother, many of my bones have been broken. Senior brother, you must avenge me. Zhang Qing wailed as he looked at Tang Miaoxing. Junior sister Li, take care of junior brother Zhang. Tang Miaoxing looked at Li Rong. Li Rong quickly nodded and went to check on Zhang Qing's injuries with the others. At this time, Tang Miaoxing walked towards the private room. Tang Miaoxing is going to personally make a move. Tang Miaoxing is at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm, but because he swallowed the blood of ancient beasts, he obtained a great opportunity. Even a 5th level yin-yang realm cultivator is not Tang Miaoxing's match. That's right. Tang Miaoxing can easily challenge those of a higher level. Now that Tang Miaoxing is going to make a move, breaking that kid's formation will be a piece of cake. Many cultivators discussed in low voices. Tang Miaoxing raised his right hand and condensed an energy palm. He slapped towards the private room. Buzz, at this time. The large formation set up by Lin Feng was activated. The formation runes twisted. Bang. The formation runes collided with the energy palm condensed by Tang Miaoxing. Tang Miaoxing's energy palm was shattered by the formation runes. Tang Miaoxing's attack was broken. Could it be that Tang Miaoxing is unable to break the formation runes? Suddenly, a cultivator said in bewilderment. That was just a probing attack. Tang Miaoxing hasn't really made a move yet. The good show is yet to come. A cultivator explained. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? At this time, the formation runes intertwined. A figure appeared. It appeared. It was a young cultivator. It's him, the young cultivator in the private room. Many people recognized Lin Feng. Seeing that illusory figure, Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others immediately gritted their teeth. They had suffered a great loss at Lin Feng's hands. Naturally, they were gnashing their teeth in hatred, creating an image imprint. That kid might be even more powerful than we thought. A cultivator said. Tang Miaoxing looked coldly at Lin Feng's illusory figure and said, Kid, you dare to offend my Blood Soul Island. You're simply courting death. Today, I will break your restrictions, capture you, and cripple your limbs. This is the consequence of offending my Blood Soul Island. Lin Feng's illusory figure said coldly, if you want to die, then do it. Impudent. Tang Miaoxing's eyes suddenly darkened, and he threw out 3 consecutive punches. Bang, 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 his fist shook the void. Waves of tyrannical power surged. It suddenly exploded. The formation runes arranged by Lin Feng also showed their power. The formation runes rushed towards Tang Miaoxing. The two sides collided. Tang Miaoxing's fist technique was broken by Lin Feng's formation runes. Tang Miaoxing was swept away. This, seeing that Tang Miaoxing was actually at a disadvantage. Everyone's expression was one of incomparable astonishment. This was something that no one had expected. Originally, everyone had thought that Tang Miaoxing would be able to easily break the formation runes and then capture Lin Feng. Then, he would ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. After being repelled, Tang Miaoxing's expression suddenly became gloomy. He felt that his face had been damaged. Tang Miaoxing's body turned into a blood-red giant axe and slashed towards the dense formation runes. Blood Shadow Axe Kill. This is a secret technique of Blood Soul Island. Tang Miaoxing can actually turn himself into a blood-red giant axe. He has cultivated this secret technique to the large success stage. Seeing Tang Miaoxing transform into a blood-red giant axe, a cultivator suddenly exclaimed. Then, another cultivator shouted, Look, Tang Miaoxing is going to tear all the formation runes. Just as the cultivator's voice fell, the dense formation runes collided with the blood-red giant axe that Tang Miaoxing had turned into. The formation runes actually condensed into the shape of the word destroy. This was a formation combination that Lin Feng had recently researched. He was trying to integrate the Dao aura of the word destroy into the formation. The power of the formation combination would be greatly increased. Bang. It was accompanied by a dull loud sound. Then, a figure flew out like a kite with a short string. It was actually Tang Miaoxing. A collision. Tang Miaoxing was severely injured. His entire body was covered in wounds. Blood dripped. His body cracked like porcelain. Tang Miaoxing roared. He wanted to avoid the formation runes. However, the dense formation runes suppressed him. Plop, Tang Miaoxing directly knelt on the ground, unable to move. You provoked my dignity. Kneel here and repent. Lin Feng's phantom coldly looked at Tang Miaoxing, who was kneeling on the ground. Then, it dissipated. Everyone was shocked. In the entire VIP cabin. Ah, let me go, brat, I'm going to kill you. Tang Miaoxing's face twisted. Tang Miaoxing was a genius of Blood Soul Island. He was powerful. Now, he was kneeling on the ground. he had lost all face. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Tang Miaoxing roared angrily and struggled. But he couldn't break free at all. The array set up by Lin Feng was too powerful. How could Tang Miaoxing break it? Senior brother Tang has been suppressed. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others were almost scared to death when they saw the scene. Tang Miaoxing was a powerful existence that could even defeat a cultivator at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. But now, he was actually suppressed. What level of spirit array master was that brat? The spirit array he set up was actually so powerful. The surrounding cultivators also came back to their senses at this moment. They looked at Tang Miaoxing, who was kneeling in front of the box. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. But this was indeed true. Tang Miaoxing had been suppressed. Kneeling on the ground. What level of spirit array master is that brat? Isn't the array he set up too powerful? Spirit array masters need to accumulate experience, so breaking through is very difficult. That brat looks like he's only around 20 years old. How could he set up such a powerful array? To be able to suppress Tang Miaoxing, that guy should be an Earth-level spirit array master, right? An Earth-level spirit array master around 20 years old? Heavens, isn't this too monstrous? Many people began to discuss. Their faces were filled with shock. This kind of thing, who would believe it? But it happened right in front of their eyes. They couldn't help but believe it. Quick, go back and find senior brother Song and the others for help. I want to cut that brat into 1,000 pieces. At this time, Tang Miaoxing calmed down a lot and looked at Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others. They didn't dare to hesitate and quickly went to find the other Yin-Yang realm cultivators of Blood Soul Island. In the 3rd VIP cabin, Song Yanqing took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Zhang Junhua. He smiled and said, Elder Zhang, this is the blood demon liquid refined by one of the supreme elders of Blood Soul Island. After refining it, to greatly increase one's soul power. Zhang Junhua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said reservedly, as the saying goes, one should not receive a reward for nothing. I can't accept such a valuable thing. Although he said that he couldn't accept it. However, his eyes did not leave the porcelain bottle that contained the blood demon liquid. Clearly, Zhang Junhua was just being polite. He really wanted the demonic blood liquid. Song Yunqing smiled and said, Elder Zhang, it's fate that we met on this giant ship. Although we weren't familiar with each other before, now that we've confided in each other, we should be considered good friends, right? Isn't it normal for good friends to give each other some trinkets? Song Yunqing really knew how to talk. With just a few words, he had closed the distance between him and Zhang Junhua. Furthermore, it also gave Zhang Junhua a reason to accept the blood demon liquid. Zhang Junhua laughed and said, Brother Song is right. It's normal for friends to give each other small things. Since that's the case, I'll accept this demonic blood liquid. Zhang Junhua kept the blood demon liquid. This was no small thing. This was a priceless treasure. It was something that couldn't be bought even if one wanted to. With this bottle of demonic blood liquid, one's soul force would increase by a lot. This kind of treasure that could directly increase one's cultivation was the rarest and most expensive treasure. Most of the time, it was priceless. After Zhang Junhua accepted the item, he became much more enthusiastic. He chatted happily with Song Yunqing, Wang Haiyang, and Lu Junsen. At this time, Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the rest anxiously walked over. Senior brother, something happened. The two of them had long faces. Song Yunqing's expression darkened slightly as he asked, what happened? Where's junior brother Tang Miaoxing? Zhang Qing's voice was filled with resentment as he said, it's that little bastard. He set up a great array and heavily injured me. Senior brother Tang Miaoxing has also been suppressed. He's currently kneeling outside the box. What? There's such a thing? Song Yunqing's face suddenly darkened. Li Rong said, Senior brother, the great array that kid set up is too powerful. We can't break it at all. Great array? That's easy too. I'll help you break it. Zhang Junhua smiled. He had just accepted the demonic blood liquid. He was in a good mood. From Zhang Junhua's point of view, wasn't cracking a mirror array formation an easy task? Thank you, Elder Zhang. Song Yunqing and the rest hurriedly thanked him. The group quickly arrived at the first VIP cabin. When they arrived, they saw Tang Miaoxing kneeling on the ground from afar. Song Yunqing, Wang Haiyang, and Lu Junsen's expressions immediately darkened. Who is this kid? He's simply courting death. Once Elder Zhang breaks that kid's array, I'll definitely torture him until he wishes he was dead. Song Yunqing said sinisterly. Look, Blood Soul Island's Song Yunqing and the rest are here. Song Yunqing is at the 6th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Wang Haiyang and Lu Junsen beside him are at the 5th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Are they trying to break the array by force? No, look at who's beside Song Yunqing. That's Elder Zhang Junhua from the Union of Spiritual Array Masters? That's right, it's Zhang Junhua. They actually invited him. That little boy's deployment spell will definitely be broken. That little boy's most powerful deployment spell is his deployment spell. If his deployment spell is broken, Song Yunqing and the others will definitely capture him. He'll definitely die then. Many people started discussing spiritedly. Elder Zhang, many cultivators also rushed towards Zhang Junhua to greet him. The elders of the Union of Spiritual Array Masters were all lofty existences. Yes. Zhang Junhua nodded proudly. Soon, the group arrived in front of the VIP cabin. Zhang Junhua is going to break the array himself. That kid is really done for. Many people whispered. Zhang Junhua glanced at the array outside the cabin and sneered. Kid, come out. Since you're also a spiritual array master, I'll put in a good word for you. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll break your array. At that time, you'll be captured by the friends from Blood Soul Island. I won't plead on your behalf. No one said anything from the cabin. Zhang Junhua's expression immediately darkened. He felt like he was being ignored. Zhang Junhua said coldly, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for making a move. Zhang Junhua's palm was covered in array patterns as he walked towards the cabin. He was about to break Lin Feng's array. Suddenly, the array patterns outside the cabin distorted. Lin Feng's image appeared. Zhang Junhua, who had been preparing to break the array arrogantly, saw Lin Feng's image. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then, his whole body trembled violently. My lord. Why are you here? Zhang Junhua clearly recognized Lin Feng's identity and was so scared that his whole body trembled. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. What happened? Why did Zhang Junhua kneel before they even fought? The surrounding cultivators felt like they were about to go crazy. Zhang Junhua was an elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild. Even a cultivator at the creation realm would be polite to Zhang Junhua. But now, Zhang Junhua was kneeling on the ground in fear. Why was this happening? Could it be because everyone looked at the illusory figure that appeared in front of the box in horror? Zhang Junhua saw that shadow. That was why he knelt. Was it really that shadow that scared Zhang Junhua to the point of kneeling on the ground? If it's true, who is that young master? How could he scare a big shot like Zhang Junhua to this extent? Everyone stared at the cabin, trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. Everyone was deeply shocked in their hearts. They thought that everything in front of them was just a dream. Who are you? Lin Feng's shadow looked at Zhang Junhua. This subordinate is an elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild. Zhang Junhua said carefully. At that time, when Lin Feng was crowned as the great elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild, even the 4 saint-level Spirit Array Masters appeared. This matter caused a huge uproar. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng might become one of the successors of the Spirit Array Master Guild in the future. After all, Lin Feng was only around 20 years old this year. Such a person. Not to mention a mere district elder. Even the great elders would probably want to befriend him. So it's someone from the Spirit Array Master Guild. You want to break my array? Lin Feng asked. Zhang Junhua was so scared that he trembled and quickly said, Sir, this subordinate doesn't dare. Then leave, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's shadow disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. The array patterns in the air. It also returned to peace. Zhang Junhua let out a long breath. Sir? Did you hear that? A big shot like Zhang Junhua actually called that young man sir? Who exactly is that young man? Everyone was deeply shocked in their hearts. Elder Zhan, what are you? Seeing Zhang Junhua stand up from the ground, Song Yunqing asked in confusion. When Zhang Junhua saw Song Yunqing now, he had the urge to slap him to death. This guy had actually offended the great elder Lin Feng. He had almost caused him to fall into his trap. However, Zhang Junhua still remembered that Song Yunqing had given him a bottle of blood demon liquid, so he suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Song Yunqing and said, "Leave, the lord inside is not someone your blood soul island can provoke." Song Yunqing and the others' expressions suddenly changed. They were very unwilling. However, they could only retreat. Zhang Junhua was like a door god, standing at the side of the box and acting as a guard for Lin Feng. It can't be? Zhang Junhua actually became a guard? I'm really curious, who exactly is that guy in the box? Could he be a disciple of the Spirit Array Master Guild's higher-ups? He's so young, but his level as a Spirit Array Master is so high. It's possible that he's the son of one of the higher-ups of the Union of Spirit Array Masters. No wonder Zhang Junhua was so scared. If he's a descendant of a high-level member of the Spirit Spellcaster Union, he might become one of the rulers in the future and control the fate of all Spirit Spellcasters. This Zhang Junhua is quite smart. Maybe he'll benefit from this disaster and take advantage of this opportunity to get close to that mysterious prince. Many people were talking about it. One after another, the rest of the people also began to leave. Lin Feng had no idea what was happening outside. This was because he had sealed off the entire room with a formation and was cultivating diligently inside. Time passed day by day. Lin Feng cultivated every day, studying spirit arrays and alchemy. Day after day passed just like that. 1.5 months later, the fleet arrived at the deep sea. This was already the territory of the oceanic race. Thus, the fleet began to move forward. He was also very careful. Creak. The door to the private room opened and Lin Feng walked out. "Greetings, my lord." Zhang Junhua, who was guarding outside, hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng carefully sensed the memories left outside and understood everything that had happened before. This Zhang Junhua had actually been guarding outside the private room for more than a month. This perseverance was really amazing. "Zhang Junhua, right? You've done well. Go and rest," Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Junhua was so moved that tears filled his eyes. It seemed that he had worked hard to guard here for Lord Lin Feng for more than a month. All his hard work had not been in vain. "Lord Lin Feng, remember my name." "Thank you for your concern, my lord." This subordinate will take his leave. Zhang Junhua bowed to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng came to the deck. Such heavy snow?" Lin Feng was surprised. Snow was falling outside. Many of the islands were white. The climate of the ocean has always been so changeable. Different sea regions may have different climates. A young Taoist priest walked over and smiled. Lin Feng had seen this Taoist priest before. He smiled and said, "How should I address you, Taoist priest?" "My Taoist name is Sheng Yuan," the Taoist priest said. "Lin Feng. Benefactor Lin, you also know my Taoist cultivation techniques?" Taoist Sheng Yuan asked curiously. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had learned breaking formations with formations and dragon-seeking technique from Taoist Wuliang. These were all the teachings of the Taoist priest of Moving Mountain. He had not used them yet. This Taoist priest Sheng Yuan could actually sense something. This Taoist priest. Although he looked young. His methods. He was not simple. Lin Feng could not help but secretly be on guard. However, his expression did not change. He said, "I once came into contact with a Taoist priest and received his guidance." Taoist priest Sheng Yuan smiled and said, "That is Benefactor's opportunity. It seems that Benefactor is fated with the Tao. I wonder if Benefactor has any plans to join Mount Longhu." Mount Longhu was a Taoist holy land. It worshipped the three pure ones. This Taoist priest Sheng Yuan actually came from Mount Longhu. His background was indeed frightening. However, Lin Feng did not have any plans to become a Taoist priest. A Taoist priest had a pure heart and few desires. Lin Feng could not live such a life. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind invitation, Taoist priest, but I already have my own path." Taoist priest Sheng Yuan shook his head regretfully. Taoist priest Sheng Yuan, it is a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, a dozen cultivators walked over. A golden-robed young man smiled and greeted Taoist priest Sheng Yuan. "So it is benefactor Jin Tianyu. It is a pleasure to meet you." Taoist priest Sheng Yuan smiled. This group of people did not have simple backgrounds. Especially Jin Tianyu, who was the heir of an ancient celestial dynasty in Songming Prefecture. He was abnormally powerful. "How should I address you, little brother?" Jin Tianyu smiled and looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng. Jin Tianyu. This is my junior brother Li Sheng Yuan, Qiu Jian, Pei Tianhong, and my junior sister Li Yuer. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists in greeting. The others were not as enthusiastic as Jin Tianyu. They only cupped their fists in greeting. After a brief exchange, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. Taoist priest Sheng Yuan also left quickly. Li Yuer said in surprise, "Why did senior brother befriend that brat Lin Feng? He seems to be just a martial king cultivator." Her tone was filled with contempt. Jin Tianyu smiled and said, "I always tell you that you have to smile when you are outside. This Lin Feng may be ordinary now, but he might be able to reach that level in the future. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." The others quickly nodded. They all understood what Jin Tianyu meant. In the following period of time, Lin Feng often communicated with Taoist priest Sheng Yuan, Jin Tianyu, and the others about cultivating their morals. This was also a kind of cultivation. 10 days later, the fleet entered a Black Sea. The endless Black Sea emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The Black Sea is the most dangerous place. Many people had grave expressions. The Black Sea was not only a place where the Oceanic clan was active. It was said that the 9 great pirate kings also appeared in the Black Sea. Although the fleet was huge, they still had to be careful in the Black Sea. If they encountered the Oceanic clan or the pirate kings, they would encounter them. It was also possible for the fleet to be destroyed. "Look, what is that?" Everyone looked over and saw a black shadow in the ocean. It was extremely fast, but they didn't know what kind of creature it was. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. "It's so fast. Could it be a ferocious beast from the deep sea?" Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Li Sheng Yuan said, "Brother Lin, there's no need to worry. With such a large fleet, even the sea tribe won't dare to attack us." Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. "Senior brother, are we really going to let that kid go?" In the distance, a group of people from Blood Soul Island coldly looked at Lin Feng. Li Rong's eyes were filled with resentment. Song Yunqing said, "This person is most likely a descendant of a high-ranking member of the Central Union of Spirit Spell Masters. Now is not the time to act. After entering the ruins of God, there will be plenty of opportunities. Then we'll let that kid live for a few more days." The cultivators from Blood Soul Island sneered. The fleet continued to sail deeper into the ocean. Meanwhile, on a massive island 50,000 kilometers away, the 9 pirate kings and the sea tribe gathered. Originally, the 9 pirate kings were hostile towards each other. They didn't interact with each other. However, this time, the sea tribe had gathered the 9 pirate kings. The 9 pirate kings were extremely powerful. Not only were they powerful, but they also had many powerful subordinates. The 9 pirate kings were Madame Yu, Sea Demon King, Rogers, Barbossa, Shui Zhonghua, Xiao Tianfeng, Heavenly Wind God, Arthur, and Dragon Eye. The 9 pirate kings' power wasn't limited to the East Sea. The 9 pirate kings could be found in the East, South, West, North, Sea of Death, Sea of Darkness, and Endless Sea. Arthur, the most mysterious master of the Endless Sea, the #1 person in the Age of Exploration, and the first pirate king in history. The captain of the Divine Punishment pirate ship. However, due to his age, his prestige was not as great as before. However, he was still one of the 9 pirate kings. Rogers, once a sailor on King Arthur's pirate ship, he stood on his own and became the captain of the Ship of Death by chance. He gained control of the Ship of Death, which had existed since ancient times. His power greatly increased, and he became the pirate king of the Sea of Death. Later, his subordinate Barbossa betrayed him, and the ship of death was taken away. Rogers went deep into the netherworld, found the legendary Hell pirate ship, and became the new master of the Hell pirate ship. Barbossa, Pirate King Rogers' trusted aide, vice captain. However, he was very greedy. On the night that Rogers was drunk, he staged a coup and stole Rogers' ship of death, becoming the new owner of the ship of death. Later, he went to the South Sea and became the Lord of the South Sea. Madame Yu, Pirate Queen of the North Sea. The captain of the evil dragon pirate ship. She inherited the huge caravan left behind by her previous husband and gradually developed it into one of the strongest pirate groups in the Northern Sea. 3,000 years ago, during the Northern Sea campaign, she wiped out the other 3 pirate groups and established herself as the Pirate King of the Northern Sea. Sea Goblin King, the last patriarch of the Sea Goblin clan, one of the most mysterious clans of the Sea Goblin clan. The captain of the All Fiends pirate ship. With the remnants of the Sea Demon tribe as the foundation, they established one of the most powerful pirate forces. They were mainly active in the Nether Sea, the central region of the North Sea and the West Sea. Therefore, he was also known as the Master of the Nether Sea. Xiao Tianfeng, the legendary son of the Wind God, the captain of the Storm pirate ship. The Pirate King of the Storm Ocean. He was also one of the most low-profile pirate kings among the 9 great pirate kings. Generally speaking, the Storm pirate team rarely participated in anything that happened. Xiao Tianfeng was more willing to watch from the sidelines. Heavenly Wind God, the legendary son of the Wind God, the Pirate King of the East Sea. Dragon Eye, the legendary man with the eyes of the Heavenly Dragon, the owner of the Heavenly Dragon pirate ship, the Pirate King of the West Sea. The Sea Tribe sure is arrogant. They actually made us 9 great pirate kings wait here. Dragon Eye angrily slammed the table. Madame Yu said indifferently, the Sea Tribe has always been like this. The Sea Goblin King said, Madame Yu, are you scolding us indirectly? Madame Yu pursed her lips and said, did I scold you? Barbossa, look at how pale your face is. Have you been cursed by the ship of death? Ha 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 ha, sooner or later, I'll take the ship of death back. Rogers sneered as he looked at Barbossa. Barbossa pursed his lips and said, be careful, or I'll take your ship of death instead. Rogers sneered. We'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Chaos ensued. I've kept you all waiting. Right at this moment. A middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe walked over. This middle-aged man had 2 horns on his head. He was a cultivator who had transformed into a dragon. I thought the Dragon King would come personally. I didn't think he'd send you. King Arthur sneered. This was King Arthur's time when he dominated the seas. He had interacted with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace before. My elder brother wanted to come personally, but he was too busy and couldn't make it, so he sent me instead. Please forgive me, Aolai said apologetically. Barbossa said coldly, speak. Why did you summon us? I'm sure the Pirate Kings already know about the opening of the Divine Ruins, right? Aolai said with a smile. So what if we know? I've already entered the Divine Ruins once. You can only go there once, and you won't be able to obtain any opportunities there. Dragon Eye pursed his lips. No. The opening of the Divine Ruins this time is different from the past. Aolai said. The Heavenly Wind God asked, what's different? The rumored Divine Tree of Life will appear in the depths of the Divine Ruins. Aolai said. What? Divine Tree of Life? Wasn't the Tree of Life completely destroyed in the ancient era? Barbossa said in shock. The other pirate kings also looked toward Aolai. Evidently, this news was indeed shocking. That's right, it was indeed destroyed. However, a portion of the Divine Tree of Life was left behind. A portion of it is sealed in the depths of the Divine Ruins. Everyone, you should know what the Divine Tree of Life represents. If we can obtain it, it can continuously replenish our lifespans. Although we have 20 to 30,000 years of lifespan now, we will still die of old age. However, if we obtain the Divine Tree of Life, even if we can't live forever, our lifespans will be limitless. Aolai said. Haha, the Divine Tree of Life, that's great. The 9 pirate kings all laughed. We need a blood sacrifice to open the restriction in the depths of the divine ruins. We need the blood, flesh, and essence of countless cultivators. Aoli said. Cultivators from the 3,000 states are rushing here from all over. Fleets are also continuously sailing toward the divine ruins. Each fleet has at least a few million cultivators. Madam, you said with a smile. Then let the blood of cultivators dye the ocean red. The night was dark. There was no moon. The sky was pitch black. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. It was already late at night. The fleet continued to move deeper into the sea. But at this time, pirate ships surrounded them from all directions. There were over 1,000 pirate ships. There were too many of them. Long Yen stood on the Heavenly Dragon pirate ship and looked at the fleet in the distance. He laughed sinisterly. This fleet is not small. I'm afraid there are more than 20 million people, right? Over 1,000 pirate ships quietly surrounded them. When they got close to the fleet, the 9 pirate kings gave the order to attack at the same time. These pirate ships were all equipped with the best spirit stone cannons. Burning spirit stones, the power of the attack was astonishing. Boom boom boom, over 1,000 pirate ships. In addition to the 9 pirate kings' ships. All of them attacked. The spirit stone cannons were ignited. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth blasted out. It could be said that it was destroying the heavens and earth. Not good. Enemy attack. At this time, the fleet also realized that something was wrong. The defensive restrictions of the 36 giant ships were activated. Bang bang bang, dense cannonballs landed on the giant ship. Even the huge warship was shaken. It shook violently. What happened? The cultivators resting in the cabin were alarmed. Someone ran to the deck and looked into the distance. His face was pale. He looked into the distance. He saw that the densely packed pirate ships had completely surrounded this place. All 9 pirate kings are here. Some cultivators recognized the pirate flags. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The 9 pirate kings were famous. Why did they all run to the East Sea? Was it also because of the ruins of God? Now that they were surrounded by the 9 pirate kings. This was troublesome. Break out with all your strength. The captains on the giant warships roared in panic. Even though they often went to sea, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. The 9 pirate kings, they were all mythical existences. Today, they had come together. The spirit stone cannons of the 36 giant ships were also set up. They locked onto a direction. They began to frantically break out. But in the end, the 36 giant ships were separated by the pirate ships. Under the siege of the pirate ships, the restrictions on the giant ships were destroyed. Then, the ships were destroyed. Countless cultivators died tragically. The giant ships began to crack. Some cultivators frantically flew into the distance. They wanted to escape. However, the fate of those who flew into the air was even worse. A dense barrage of spirit stone cannonballs flew out. The cultivators who were flying into the air were killed on the spot. There were also a dozen giant ships. Then, the ships fled into the distance. Yaoer, take a group of pirate ships and chase after them. On the demon god ship. The heavenly wind god spoke to a woman. Yes, Lord Father. The woman replied. This woman was actually Feng Yarao. Lin Feng had seen Feng Yarao before. At that time, Feng Yarao, Lu Piamiao, and the others had besieged the Scarlet Flame Lion Beast King. In order to obtain the profound underworld dark flame fruit. This Feng Yarao wanted to kill Lu Piamiao and snatch her treasure. Lin Feng saved Lu Piamiao. And met Feng Yarao. He was worried that Feng Yarao would search his soul. Lin Feng came up with an idea. He told Feng Yarao that he would marry her within 10 years. Feng Yarao was angry and embarrassed. She was angry because he dared to confess to her with a mere martial master cultivation. She was embarrassed because she was a woman after all. Hearing a man confess to her, she would naturally feel embarrassed. The embarrassed and angry Feng Yarao didn't attack Lin Feng. Instead, she quickly left. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Yarao became even more enchanting. However, Lin Feng obviously didn't expect Feng Yarao to be the daughter of the East Sea's pirate king, the heavenly wind god. Feng Yarao led a dozen pirate ships to chase after the giant ship in front. The other pirate kings also sent out pirate ships to chase after them. Over 100 pirate ships chased after the escaping giant ship. The two sides engaged in an intense battle on the sea. The giant ship's defense system was already in tatters. We have to abandon the ship and escape. Otherwise, we will all die here. The captain's face was pale. He quickly gave the order to abandon the ship and escape. Then, he issued the order. Over 500,000 cultivators escaped from the giant ship into the distance. My lord, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely escort you safely. Zhang Junhua's face was pale with fright. However, he didn't forget to express his sincerity in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, just take care of yourself. You don't need to worry about my safety. Countless people fled outside. Spirit stone cannons. Over 100 pirate ships fired their spirit stone cannons at the fleeing cultivators. Countless cultivators died tragically. Feng Yarao also commanded the pirate ships of the East Sea to attack these cultivators. Suddenly, Feng Yarao's beautiful eyes narrowed. She saw a person in the crowd. Big sister, are you an immortal? It's hard to even see the country's ruler and country's protector. Today, little brother is able to see big sister here. Is it because I accumulated good karma in my past life? Is it because of fate that I am able to meet you in this life? That's right. I want to marry fairy big sister. I believe that I will definitely have the ability to do so in the future. The first time I saw big sister, I admired you. Could it be that big sister wants to kill someone who admires her? If big sister wants to kill me, I won't regret it because I told myself that what I said just now was the truth. I will definitely marry fairy big sister. I bet that within 10 years, I will be able to cultivate to the yin yang realm. If I succeed, I will definitely ask for your hand in marriage. The youth's appearance became more and more solid in her mind. Even though 5 years had passed, Feng Yarao still remembered many of the words that the youth had said in the past. She was the daughter of the East Sea's pirate king. She had always been a high and mighty figure. Who dared to speak to her in such an impudent manner? Lin Feng was the first. That brat not only dared to express his love. He even dared to say that he wanted to marry her. This made Feng Yarao have a strange feeling. 5 years passed. Both sides said goodbye. Even though 5 years had passed in a hurry, Feng Yarao still recognized Lin Feng at first glance. He is really going to cultivate to the yin-yang realm. Feng Yarao felt her face burning. In the future, what if he really came to ask for her hand in marriage? Feng Yarao's heart was in a mess. Stop. Quickly stop. Feng Yarao hurriedly ordered. Although the people of the Devil God Pirates did not know why their young master ordered them to stop, they did not dare to hesitate and quickly stopped. Quickly, break out of the encirclement. The cultivators who were originally heavily surrounded naturally saw this opening and crazily rushed out. My lord, we are saved. Zhang Junhua was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Lin Feng was speechless. This guy was actually scared to this extent. This was really a disgrace to the Spirit Array Master Guild. He rushed out together with the crowd. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Why did the pirate ships suddenly stop attacking? He looked in the direction of the pirate ships. He could vaguely see a peerlessly enchanting woman. There's an island ahead. Let's go and rest. A cultivator suggested. After fleeing for their lives, many of them were injured again. After a series of battles, they were already exhausted and needed to rest. Everyone nodded and dragged their tired bodies to land on the island. Lin Feng looked at the group of people around him. There were about 200 people left. Previously, there were more than 1,000 people. However, most of them had died tragically. Everyone landed on the island and hid in a valley to rest. Taoist Master Sheng Yuan stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the distant sea. It had long since become a sea of blood. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Boundless Taoist Master. Taoist Master Xianxia sat cross-legged and recited the Taoist scriptures for a while to help the souls of the dead. After Taoist Master Xianxia finished reciting the scriptures, Lin Feng said, "Taoist Master Xianxia, rest for a while. We still have to hurry when the sun rises." Taoist Master Xianxia sighed and said, "The massacre this time is too serious. Why would the 9 great pirate kings massacre cultivators so wantonly? It doesn't seem like it's for wealth." Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "The world is bustling, and everyone is here for profit. In the end, it's also for wealth. However, the wealth of cultivators might not be what the pirate kings want." Taoist Master Xianxia thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod. Benefactor Lin is right. The two of them returned to the valley to rest. Zhang Junhua handed a porcelain bottle to Lin Feng as if he was presenting a treasure and said, "Sir, I have an earth-ranked small recovery pill here. It's a healing medicine. Are you injured? If you are, take one and your injuries will quickly recover." Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Zhang Junhua had the personality of a good servant. Lin Feng said, "I'm fine. You can keep this pill for yourself." Then, Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest. It was a very restless night. Too many cultivators died tragically at sea. Of course, a portion of them escaped. However, the 9 great pirate kings and the sea race sent out pursuers to kill them. When dawn was about to arrive, black fog floated from the sea and surrounded the island. A sinister and terrifying aura spread out. Everyone was startled awake. "Not good, we've been surrounded." Many people looked at the black fog that covered the sky with pale faces. At this moment, 3 cultivators walked out from the black fog. It was a young cultivator dressed in white who looked like a scholar. She was a tall and beautiful woman in an alluring pink dress. The third person was a member of the sea race. He was tall and sturdy and had a single horn on his head. Life-stealing scholar by Wuming, pink fairy Yu Jiaomei, and an evil flood dragon. A cultivator said with a trembling voice. Obviously, he had recognized the white-clothed scholar and the red-dressed woman. As for the oceanic race cultivator, he only knew that they were from the evil flood dragon clan, but he did not recognize them. "Eh? Someone actually recognizes us?" By Wuming, the life-stealing scholar, revealed a gentle smile. This person. No matter how one looked at him, he was handsome and elegant. It was hard to tell that he was a pirate who killed without batting an eyelid. Some of the cultivators who knew their identities were now trembling. His expression was full of despair. Lin Feng whispered, "Elder Zhan, do you know these people?" Zhang Junhua's face was pale as he said, "Lord, I don't know that oceanic race cultivator, but I've heard of that white-clothed cultivator, Bai Wuming, and that woman, Yu Jiaomei. Bai Wuming is the disciple of the pirate king Long Yen, and Yu Jiaomei is the daughter of the pirate king Madame Yu." Zhang Junhua whispered. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect these 2 people to have such extraordinary identities. For such a person to appear, there would definitely be many experts following them. And that evil flood dragon of the oceanic race was also a top expert. This was troublesome. Everyone was heavily surrounded. They wanted to escape. It was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Let's go." At this time, Jin Tianyu, who was in the crowd, let out a long roar. He took out a powerful treasure. It was a heavenly dragon seal. On the heavenly dragon seal, there were more than 10 heavenly dragons drawn on it. Bang, 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 the heavenly dragon seal was taken out. Suddenly, the bodies of the cultivators around the heavenly dragon seal exploded. The flesh and blood of those cultivators were all devoured by the heavenly dragon seal. Roar. Following that, the heavenly dragon seal quickly grew in size, and a destructive aura surged out from the heavenly dragon seal. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. More than a dozen sky dragons circled around the heavenly dragon seal. The aura of the Tao. It surged out from the heavenly dragon seal. Tao artifact. Lin Feng was shocked. This was definitely a Tao artifact. The so-called Tao artifact. It meant that it was a great Tao artifact. Such a treasure had the power to destroy heaven and earth. This Jin Tianyu was the heir of the Tsang Ming State's great golden immortal dynasty. His status was noble. This time, he came to the ruins of God to borrow a Tao artifact. This Tao artifact was called the Heavenly Dragon Seal. Originally, Jin Tianyu wanted to wait until he was fighting for the treasures in the ruins of God and suddenly take out his Tao artifact. He wanted to catch others off guard. But now, life and death crisis. Jin Tianyu couldn't wait until then. He took out his Tao artifact and killed 60 to 70 cultivators. The Heavenly Dragon Seal devoured the flesh and soul of these cultivators and then recovered. The Heavenly Dragon Seal released a divine light that enveloped Jin Tianyu, Li Yu'er, and the others. Then, these people wanted to break out of the encirclement. *CK, this Jin Tianyu killed so many people as a blood sacrifice to activate the Tao artifact. He wants to escape by himself. Many people cursed loudly. This person is really vicious and merciless. Lin Feng thought. When he first met Jin Tianyu, Lin Feng felt that this person was not simple. He was of noble birth. But he would greet everyone with a smile. It seemed that he would never get angry. This kind of person was too patient. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng had always been on guard against Jin Tianyu. And he deliberately distanced himself from Jin Tianyu and the others. Fortunately, he didn't stand with these people just now. Otherwise, he might have been killed by Jin Tianyu's Tao artifact Heavenly Dragon Seal. It's actually a Tao artifact, we're rich. Bai Wuming shouted in surprise. He waved his right hand. Roar. A roar resounded through the clouds. A treasure was taken out by Bai Wuming. Bai Wuming's strength was extremely terrifying, so he could directly activate a treasure like a Tao artifact without a blood sacrifice. This was a heaven-shattering blade. It was called the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade. It was the pirate King Long Yan's treasure. When Bai Wuming came out to chase after the escaping cultivators, Long Yan gave the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade to Bai Wuming for self-defense. The White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade slashed out a 1,000-foot-long blade light towards the Heavenly Dragon Seal. Kill these people. The evil Flood Dragon Jr. Count sneered. Kill. The sound of battle shook the heavens and earth. Black fog rolled. Pirates and Oceanids were densely packed. All of them rushed towards Lin Feng and the others in the valley. Break out of the encirclement with all your might, or we'll all die here. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword, roared, and rushed outside. Kid, go to hell. A Oceanid cultivator who was more than 10 meters tall smashed towards Lin Feng with a giant hammer. Giant deep-sea demon, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Sea Clan. This Sea Clan was extremely powerful and had boundless strength. This hammer smashed down with a force of 10,000 caddies. It was like a thunderbolt. It suddenly exploded. The destructive power it could cause was extremely terrifying. However, he had chosen the wrong target to attack. Lin Feng moved to the left. He held the sword in his right hand. He easily dodged the attack of the giant deep-sea demon. He leaped up. As he leaped into the air, the long sword in his hand gently swiped across the giant deep-sea demon's neck. Blood immediately spurted out. The giant deep-sea demon roared and fell to the ground, dead. Lin Feng did not stop and quickly broke out of the encirclement. There were constantly bandits and Sea Clan attacking Lin Feng, but they were all killed by Lin Feng. Brat, hand over your life. A cold laugh rang out. More than a dozen bandits rushed towards Lin Feng. These bandits looked at the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand with greedy eyes. Although they did not know that the sword in Lin Feng's hand was the famous black dragon sword. However, they could tell that the sword in Lin Feng's hand was definitely not an ordinary item. This sword is mine. A pirate shouted. It's mine. Another pirate argued. These pirates had not even killed Lin Feng and snatched the black dragon sword, but they had already started fighting amongst themselves. This kind of thing was quite common. Pirates were greedy. Therefore, in order to compete for treasures, pirates of a force could kill each other. And the upper echelons of the pirates could not help but stop this kind of fighting. On the contrary, small-scale fighting amongst themselves could cultivate the ferocity of the pirates. Let's get rid of this brat first, then we'll talk about the distribution of the treasures. A pirate shouted. Then what are we waiting for? Kill him. A group of pirates immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. These pirates were all extremely ferocious. They held different weapons in their hands, be it sabers, swords, axes, etc. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. You don't know life from death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. They were just a bunch of ants. He slashed out with his sword. Sword chi, puff puff, the sound of flesh tearing could be heard. One pirate after another was pierced by the sword chi and was killed on the spot. Lin Feng went on a killing spree. They were about to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over. Ha 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 ha, what a powerful kid. Following the laughter, the sound of slapping could be heard. Yu Jiaomei lashed out with her fire snake whip. In the void, a fire snake condensed and charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng slashed out with his sword. Clang. A muffled sound of collision was heard. The attacks from both sides collided, and Lin Feng was forced to retreat again and again, feeling his arm go numb from the shock. What power! Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Yu Jiaomei. This woman was too strong. Even with the black dragon sword in his hand, he was still pushed back by this woman. She must be a Yin Yang realm expert above the 7th level. You're quite strong and pretty. If you agree to be my male slave, I'll spare your life. How about it? Yu Jiaomei smiled. A pair of huge mountains swayed, very eye-catching. Moreover, other than the red dress, she didn't seem to be wearing anything underneath. One could vaguely see some spring scenery. Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm not interested in being a male slave, but you've piqued my interest. How about you be my female slave? Don't worry, I'll let you enjoy the joy of ascension. Kid, you're courting death. Yu Jiaomei's face turned cold. Then, she rushed towards Lin Feng. The two sides fought again. At the same time, the white tiger sky-shattering blade and the heavenly dragon seal collided with each other. A terrifying aura spread out, and the shockwaves from the collision instantly killed many of the surrounding cultivators, pirates, and oceanic race cultivators. This was the power of a Dao artifact. Just a light blow could cause extremely terrifying destructive power. Many people's faces turned pale, and they quickly moved away from the two Dao artifacts. Jing Tianyu, Li Yu and the others activated the heavenly dragon seal to escape. Bai Wuming, on the other hand, wanted to kill these people and seize the heavenly dragon seal. Let me help you. The evil flood dragon young count roared and leaped out. He and Bai Wuming activated the white tiger sky-shattering blade together. The power of the white tiger sky-shattering blade increased greatly. The collision between the two sides became more and more intense. Jing Tianyu and the others were not as strong as Bai Wuming and the evil cult young count. Now, in this kind of tug-of-war, Jing Tianyu and the others were gradually unable to bear it. Pooh! They were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Li Yu shouted, Senior brother, what should we do? I can't hold on any longer, my magic power is running out. Li Shangyuan also shouted, Senior brother, I can't hold on any longer either. Qiu Jian and Pei Tianhong's situation was obviously not much better than Li Yu and Li Shangyuan. Their faces were pale. Burn your blood essence and revive the spirit of the Dao artifact. Jing Tianyu said with a pale face. Their expressions were gloomy. Knowing that this was the only way, one by one, they forced out their blood essence. They burned their blood essence to strengthen the heavenly dragon seal. Roar, a loud dragon roar resounded through the world. A world-destroying aura filled the air. Immediately after, one by one, heavenly dragons rushed out from the heavenly dragon seal. Those heavenly dragons quickly grew bigger. A total of 18 heavenly dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They pounced towards Bai Wuming and the evil cult young count. The expressions of the two changed greatly. They were swept away by the heavenly dragons. Wah! In midair, they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. These heavenly dragons wanted to kill the two of them. The two of them did not dare to hesitate and also burned their blood essence to revive the spirit of the Dao artifact. Roar! The roar shook the sky. A white tiger phantom appeared. The roar shook the heavens. This was the spirit of the white tiger sky-shattering blade. The spirit of the two Dao artifacts had been revived. Then, the two Dao artifacts collided. A terrifying energy wave swept out. Bang, 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 the mountains were instantly shattered into dust. Everyone was aghast as they watched the two Dao artifacts collide. The lethality of the collision was too great. Even Jin Tianyu, Bai Wuming, and the others who were protected by the two Dao artifacts fainted from the impact. The rest of the people fled frantically into the distance. But they couldn't escape at all. Powerful energy waves swept through the world. Countless cultivators. Whether it was the Sea Clan, or the pirates, or the cultivators who went to the ruins of God, they were all knocked out by the terrifying energy waves. The two Dao artifacts were getting more and more terrifying. The collision was getting more and more intense. The island was about to collapse from the impact. And just as the two Dao artifacts were about to collide again, in Lin Feng's Dantian, demonic energy soared into the sky. Amidst the boundless devil qi, a hazy figure appeared. He couldn't see clearly who it was. The spirit of the Dao artifact, a great tonic, the mysterious existence let out an excited voice. He reached out to grab the spirit of the Dao artifact. Roar. Roar. Both the white tiger and heavenly dragon roared. They wanted to rush into the Dao artifact's white tiger sky-shattering blade and heavenly dragon seal. But they couldn't do it. The big hand covered the sky and instantly grabbed the white tiger and the 18 heavenly dragons in his hand. This was the mysterious existence inside the demonic bead. It had devoured the artifact spirits of the two Dao artifacts. After losing their artifact spirits, the two Dao artifacts lost their spirituality and fell to the ground. How comfortable, the mysterious existence spoke in a joyful voice. You're the guy inside the demonic bead? Lin Feng got up from the ground and looked at the mysterious existence shrouded in mist with uncertainty. It was hazy. He couldn't see the existence's face clearly. You didn't faint when the two Dao artifacts clashed? The mysterious existence looked at Lin Feng in surprise. However, it then recalled that Lin Feng cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. His physical body must be extremely powerful. It was normal for him to be able to withstand the impact of the collision between the two Dao artifacts. Lin Feng said indifferently. You're underestimating the Archean dragonesque elephant art, aren't you? The mysterious existence's body dissipated. Clearly, it had returned to the demonic bead. Lin Feng's divine consciousness quickly entered the demonic bead. He discovered that the demonic bead had undergone some changes. A world shrouded in white mist appeared inside the demonic bead. In the depths of the world of white fog, there was a lone grave. As for that mysterious existence, it was sitting in front of the lonely grave in silence. No one knew what it was thinking. Who exactly are you? Lin Feng transmitted his voice. However, the mysterious existence didn't answer. Do you have a motive for hiding inside the demonic bead? Are you trying to harm me? Are you spying on my body? Are you being hunted? Is that why you don't dare to come out? Lin Feng threw all sorts of questions at the mysterious existence. However, the existence inside the demonic bead didn't answer. Are you ignoring me? Lin Feng was speechless. I don't have the obligation to answer you. However, if you make a deal with me, I can answer your questions. 1 drop of undying divine blood, and I can answer one of your questions. What do you think? The mysterious existence asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Dream on. Even if you don't answer me, you should at least let me know your name, right? Lin Feng said. Name? It's so long ago that I've almost forgotten it myself. I think I'm called the Demon Lord. The mysterious existence said. The Demon Lord? What a strange name. Lin Feng muttered. Don't use your godly awareness to invade my demonic beads. You're trespassing on my territory. Without my permission, don't ever do that again. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. The Demon Lord sneered and then forcibly cut off the connection between Lin Feng and the demon orb. F***ck, even the demonic orb is mine, okay? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter gloomily. After devouring the artifact spirits of the two Dao artifacts, the Demon Lord seemed to have recovered a little. Although he didn't know why the Demon Lord was hiding in the demon orb and didn't leave. But for now, the Demon Lord did not pose a threat to him. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly ran towards the heavenly dragon seal and the white tiger heaven-shattering blade. The heavenly dragon seal and the white tiger heaven-shattering blade had lost their artifact spirits. What a pity. Those two treasures have lost their spirits, so their power will be reduced by 70 to 80%. But they're still Tao weapons. They're 100 times more powerful than precious weapons. If they're kept for a long time, maybe they'll give birth to new spirits. Lin Feng put away the heavenly dragon seal and the white tiger heaven-shattering blade. Then, he looked at the people around him. After checking a few people, he found that many of them were already dead. Obviously, they were killed by the shockwaves from the collision of the two Dao artifacts. Lin Feng checked Daoist Master Sheng Yuan. He found that Daoist Master Sheng Yuan was still alive. He channeled a stream of spirit energy into Daoist Master Sheng Yuan's body. Then, Daoist Master Sheng Yuan woke up. Daoist Master Sheng Yuan's cultivation was very strong. He wasn't injured, but he was knocked out. Boundless holy man, I never thought that such a massacre would happen. Daoist Master Sheng Yuan put his palms together. Whoosh, suddenly, a few figures quickly got up and fled into the distance. It was Bai Wuming, the evil flood dragon young count, and Yu Jiaomei. All three of them were injured to a certain extent. When they woke up, they sensed the auras of Lin Feng and Daoist Master Sheng Yuan. They found that the two of them were not injured. They were worried that they would be attacked by Lin Feng and Daoist Master Sheng Yuan. How could they dare to stay? They turned around and left. Seeing the few people running away, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he didn't chase after them. Those three people were too strong. Injured wild beasts were the most dangerous. Lin Feng knew this very well. If they forced those three into a corner, they might die. Perhaps he and Daoist Master Sheng Yuan would also die tragically. Daoist Master, let's collect all the storage rings of these dead people. Lin Feng said. Daoist Master Sheng Yuan nodded and began to collect the storage rings of these dead cultivators with Lin Feng. These people must have a lot of good things on them. This could also be considered a windfall. Among the crowd, Lin Feng saw Zhang Junhua. He found that Zhang Junhua wasn't dead yet, but he had suffered serious injuries and fainted. Lin Feng fed Zhang Junhua a healing pill and continued to collect the storage rings. When Lin Feng and Daoist Master Sheng Yuan had almost finished collecting all the storage rings, Jin Tianyu woke up. Immediately after, Li Sheng Yuan, Qiu Jian, Pei Tianhong, and Li Yu also woke up one after another. They didn't die because they were protected by the heavenly dragon seal. Lin Feng had an extremely bad impression of Jin Tianyu and the others. In order to escape, Jin Tianyu and the others killed nearly 100 cultivators who had gone through life and death with them to activate the heavenly dragon seal. This kind of behavior was simply outrageous. Demonic cultivators wouldn't even do this. But Jin Tianyu and the others did. Daoist Master Sheng Yuan obviously despised Jin Tianyu and the others. Seeing them wake up, he couldn't help but sneer. Ah, where's the heavenly dragon seal? Where's my heavenly dragon seal? After waking up, Jin Tianyu realized that the heavenly dragon seal had disappeared. He immediately roared, and his face contorted. That was a Dao artifact. Now that he had lost the Dao artifact, when he returned, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Lin Feng carried the unconscious Zhang Junhua on his back, looked at Daoist Master Sheng Yuan, and said, "We can't stay here for long, let's go." Daoist Master Sheng Yuan nodded and was about to leave with Lin Feng. "Stop right there." Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. Jin Tianyu looked over coldly. What? What's the matter? Lin Feng looked at Jin Tianyu indifferently. Have you seen my heavenly dragon seal? Jin Tianyu asked. The two Dao artifacts had already been obtained by Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't hand them over. Originally, he didn't plan to pay attention to Jin Tianyu. However, in order to prevent these people from looking at him suspiciously, Lin Feng said, "When we woke up, we didn't see the heavenly dragon seal. Moreover, it's a Dao artifact-level magic treasure, and its artifact spirit has awakened. Even if it saw us, it wouldn't be able to take it. The Dao artifact would instantly kill us." Humph, Jin Tianyu sneered. He looked at the densely packed corpses on the island. There were at least 2,000 corpses. However, these people's storage rings were all gone. Jin Tianyu knew that Lin Feng and Daoist Master Sheng Yuan had taken away their storage rings. This Jin Tianyu and the others obviously wanted the storage rings. Lin Feng sneered and said, "What? You want the storage rings? How many do you want? Hand over 2,000 storage rings and you can naturally leave. If you don't hand them over, don't blame us for falling out with you." Jin Tianyu laughed sinisterly. This Jin Tianyu obviously didn't plan to hide his true nature. Originally, Jin Tianyu was just pretending to be kind to others. When he used the Heavenly Dragon Seal to kill nearly 100 cultivators, the blood on the Heavenly Dragon Seal, Jin Tianyu knew that his true nature had been exposed in front of everyone. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue pretending. Jin Tianyu's greedy nature. Now, it was completely revealed. There are only about 2,000 storage rings in total, and you want to take all of them? Your appetite is quite big. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. 2,000 storage rings for your lives, isn't it worth it? Jin Tianyu curled his lips, as if he was certain that Lin Feng and Daoist Master Sheng Yuan would be defeated. Lin Feng's side had 3 people. Zhang Junhua was injured and fainted. In the eyes of Jin Tianyu and the others, Lin Feng was only a martial King realm cultivator. This little bit of cultivation. They didn't take him seriously at all. Then, the only one who could fight him was Daoist Master Sheng Yuan. They had 5 experts on their side. Wouldn't it be easy for Daoist Master Sheng Yuan to deal with Lin Feng? A bunch of scum still want the storage rings? Not to mention 2,000, I won't give you a single one. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a sneer. Brat, you're courting death. Brat, who do you think you are? A martial King realm cultivator actually dares to reject senior brother Jin. You're simply shameless. This world will never lack people who overestimate themselves and act recklessly. I gave you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then I can only leave your little life here, Li Shangyuan and the others sneered as they looked at Lin Feng. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. Haha, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You just want to obtain the storage rings before attacking us. Aren't you afraid that if you attack us first, we'll destroy the storage rings before we die? Lin Feng sneered. In order to escape, these people killed so many cultivators. Clearly, there was no lack of people from large forces among the cultivators they had killed. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, Lin Feng did not think that Jin Tianyu and the others would let him and Daoist Sheng Yuan go. Humph. Since you've seen through me, let's kill them. Jin Tianyu's eyes turned cold. Boundless holy man. Benefactor Jin, you've become a demon. Since that's the case, Benefactor Lin and I have an obligation to protect the Tao. Daoist Sheng Yuan sneered. Lin Feng was instantly filled with admiration for Daoist Sheng Yuan. Before Daoist Master Sheng Yuan made his move, he said, "You've already become a demon." Then, he said, "We have an obligation to subdue demons and protect the Tao." With just 2 simple sentences, he had placed himself on the side of justice. He was standing on the moral high ground. Kill Jin Tianyu and the others. Even if the ancient dynasty behind Jin Tianyu found out about this in the future, would they still dare to avenge Jin Tianyu and the others? If they dared, wouldn't that mean that this dynasty was the same as Jin Tianyu and the others? Had they become a demon? If that was the case, this force would probably be destroyed soon. Haha, that's right. Today, Daoist Sheng Yuan and I will eliminate the demon and protect the Tao. Lin Feng roared and rushed towards the other party. Li Sheng Yuan, you go and deal with that kid. We'll deal with Daoist Sheng Yuan together. Jin Tianyu roared. In Jin Tianyu's opinion, the only threat was Daoist Sheng Yuan from the Daoist sect's Longhu Mountain. Lin Feng was just a small fry, the kind that could be crushed to death with a flick of his finger. Senior brother, don't worry. I can kill that kid within 3 moves. Li Sheng Yuan said with a smile. Then, he punched towards Lin Feng. Immortal Demon Fist. Li Sheng Yuan punched out, Immortal Light on the left and Devil Light on the right. Amidst the Immortal Light and Devil Light, an existence that looked like both an immortal and a demon vaguely appeared. This was the shadow of the Immortal Demon. It grasped both the power of immortal and devil. Li Xiangyuan's cultivation was at the second sky of the yin-yang realm. He used this immortal demon fist. The power of this immortal demon fist was immediately revealed. The shadow of the immortal demon stepped on the sky, as if it had become one with Li Xiangyuan, and punched out. Li Xiangyuan's face was full of sneers. It was as if he had already seen Lin Feng being killed by this immortal demon fist. Lin Feng sneered. Sky-splitting, sword-splitting heaven and earth, saber and sword merged, buzz, saber light, sword chi. It swept across heaven and earth. In the void, they merged into one. The power was so strong that it made people feel shocked. Pooh! The shadow of the immortal demon was instantly torn apart. No, Li Xiangyuan cried out in fear. In the next moment, blood splattered. Li Xiangyuan was instantly cut in half. Not good, junior brother Li is dead. That brat hid his cultivation. Qiu Jian's expression changed greatly. Jin Tianyu's expression was extremely gloomy as he coldly said, Junior brother Qiu, junior brother Pei, junior sister Li, the three of you go and kill him. I'll stall Shang Yuan, you guys kill him, and then we'll deal with Shang Yuan. Yes, senior brother, after the three of them received the order, they did not dare to stay any longer. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. Brat, go to hell. The three of them laughed sinisterly. Boom, 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 a tyrannical attack suddenly exploded out. It swept through the heavens and earth as it charged towards Lin Feng. With the three experts attacking together, Lin Feng also felt the pressure. However, don't forget. Lin Feng was also a spirit array master. When he fought against others, he rarely used a spirit array. But now, Lin Feng had begun to condense an array. He sneered, today, I'll let you know the consequences of angering a spirit array master. As soon as he finished speaking, in the void, densely packed array patterns interweaved. Those array patterns rushed towards the three of them, Qiu Jian, Pei Tianhong, and Li Yu'er. The three of them, who were originally closely linked together, were immediately separated by the great array. Not good, it's a spirit array. The three of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They wanted to break the spirit array, but it was difficult to do so. How could Lin Feng's array be broken by the few of them? Go to hell. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he rushed towards Qiu Jian. Now that the three of them were separated, they could be defeated one by one. Puff. Soon, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Qiu Jian was beheaded. Not long after, Pei Tianhong's miserable scream could be heard. Pei Tianhong was beheaded. Li Yu'er had long been scared out of her wits. She cried out in fear, don't kill me, spare me, I'm willing to be your slave, please spare my life. Puff. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, he was decisive in killing, he did not let Li Yu'er go just because she begged for mercy, and directly killed Li Yu'er. Seeing this scene, Jin Tianyu was so scared that his face had already turned pale. He did not expect Lin Feng to be such a terrifying spirit array master, and his cultivation was also very strong. How could Jin Tianyu dare to continue fighting? He turned around and fled into the distance. Die. At this time, Taoist Shang Yuan's divine might was unleashed. Endless divine light surged out, and within the divine light, the word die condensed. The word die was suppressed. Bang. Jin Tianyu's body directly exploded. Is this the word death? Lin Feng looked at Taoist Master Shang Yuan in shock. He had comprehended the word death from the Xianming Fiend book by chance, since then, he had never been able to comprehend another Dao word. But now, he saw the second Dao word. Benefactor Lin, you have a good eye. Taoist Master Shang Yuan smiled and didn't hide anything. Any Dao word. They were all formed when the world was created. Wanting to obtain it. It wasn't an easy task. It required a great opportunity. Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shang Yuan didn't stay. They left quickly. 10 days later. At night. On an isolated island in the sea. Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shang Yuan were both cultivating. Lin Feng was cultivating the word death. Taoist Master Shang Yuan was cultivating the word death. Not long after he saw Taoist Master Shang Yuan's word death. Lin Feng proposed to exchange the word Dao with Taoist master Sheng Yuan. He could learn another Dao word. Taoist master Sheng Yuan was also very happy. He taught Lin Feng the word death. Lin Feng taught Taoist master Sheng Yuan the word death. The word death. It was a violent force that destroyed everything. The word death. It was another source of power. It was the power of death. In the following days, Lin Feng and Taoist master Sheng Yuan would exchange cultivation experiences every day. It was very difficult to comprehend the word Dao alone. Usually, one could only comprehend it by chance. Without chance, even if one obtained the cultivation method, one might not be able to comprehend it successfully. Therefore, even with Lin Feng's comprehension, after half a month, he still couldn't comprehend the profound meaning of the word death. Taoist master Sheng Yuan was the same. He had been trying to comprehend the word death. But he didn't get anything. That night, Lin Feng tried to comprehend the word death again. But he still didn't have a clue. He sighed helplessly. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold aura. He looked not far away. He saw a palm-sized pitch-black poisonous bug. It looked like a scorpion, but also like a centipede. It was a very strange poisonous insect. Wherever the venomous insect passed, it would be destroyed. All the plants withered instantly. He looked at the dead vegetation. Lin Feng was slightly dazed. From exuberant vitality, there was no sign of life at all. It only took an instant. It withered instantly and lost its life force. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered. His eyes. However, it grew brighter and brighter. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Once again, he had an epiphany of the word death. This time, Lin Feng sensed a mysterious aura. That aura. It seemed to be the aura of death, the power of death. He had the power to wither life in an instant. This was the power of death. Lin Feng had an epiphany. Streaks of black gas were emitted from his body. Everything that was enveloped by the black gas. This included flowers, grass, insects, and so on. All of them lost their lives. The flowers and plants instantly withered. The little insect, on the other hand, died as if its life force had been sucked dry. This is, Taoist master Sheng Yuan seemed to have sensed something and looked at Lin Feng with a moved expression. Then, he laughed bitterly and said, this guy's talent is really amazing. He actually comprehended the profound meaning of the word death so quickly. However, I have already found some ways to comprehend the profound meaning of the word destruction. At most, I will be able to comprehend it in a month. Then, Taoist master Sheng Yuan closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the word destruction. 1.5 months later, Lin Feng and Taoist master Sheng Yuan crossed the Black Sea. They finally arrived at the depths of the East Sea. Looking into the distance, densely packed huge ships were scattered all over the sea. Cultivators could be seen on many of the ships. And in a deeper location. It was an illusory world. In that world, the void was distorted. That mysterious and illusory world. It was the ruins of God. Countless cultivators had come for the ruins of God. However, the ruins of God had yet to open. Boom, a terrifying aura came from afar. The sea seemed to be shaking. It was as if a great battle was about to happen. Let's go and take a look. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. The ruins of God had yet to open. Therefore, a great battle in the distance would attract countless cultivators to watch the battle. Lin Feng and Taoist master Sheng Yuan also flew into the distance. This great battle took place 100 miles away. Looking into the distance, waves surged into the sky. In the sea, a huge whirlpool formed. That whirlpool covered a radius of more than 30 miles. Huge waves that were tens of thousands of feet high soared into the sky. That huge twisting whirlpool was about to swallow an ancient warship. That's the pirate ship of the gods. Some cultivators recognized the pirate ship in the huge whirlpool. Immediately, they cried out in shock. That's right, it's the pirate ship of the pirate king of the God's Sea, Emperor Shui Zhonghua. Then, someone shouted excitedly. It turned out to be the pirate ship of the pirate king Shui Zhonghua. Previously, the 9 pirate kings and the Sea clan had attacked the fleet that Lin Feng and the others were in. That fleet. It could be said that there were heavy casualties. Now, someone was actually attacking one of the 9 pirate kings, Shui Zhonghua. This made Lin Feng somewhat surprised. That huge whirlpool was extremely terrifying, as if it could swallow everything. In the distance, many islands were being sucked in by the twisting whirlpool. When those islands got close to the whirlpool, they were instantly dismembered. Then, the islands were swallowed by the whirlpool. What's going on with this whirlpool? Some people were puzzled. Could it be a demon's cave in the sea? Someone said. Rumor had it that there were demons' caves in the sea. Once a demon's cave appeared, it could form a powerful devouring whirlpool. Anything that was enveloped by the devouring whirlpool would be swallowed in an instant. The pirate ship of the gods went against the flow in the huge whirlpool. It wanted to rush out of the whirlpool. But obviously, the pirate ship of the gods was in trouble. Those huge islands were instantly shattered outside the whirlpool, but the pirate ship of the gods was in the center of the whirlpool and was completely fine. This pirate ship of the gods is actually so sturdy? Lin Feng was surprised. Taoist Master Shen Yuan said, the pirate ship of the gods is one of the 9 pirate ships. It is a treasure passed down from the primordial era. It is said that the primordial gods once rode this divine ship to cross the legendary Sea of Bitterness. There was a saying in Buddhism. The Sea of Bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. In myths and legends, there was indeed a Sea of Bitterness. It was said that if one could cross the Sea of Bitterness, cultivators would complete an unprecedented transformation. But the location of the Sea of Bitterness was not something that ordinary people knew. Perhaps they would know when they cultivated to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng nodded. No wonder this pirate ship is so powerful. Roar, it was unable to swallow the pirate ship of the gods. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the depths of the huge whirlpool. Wow! It was a roar. Many cultivators who were watching from afar could not withstand it. They vomited blood and fell into the sea from midair. At this time, a huge creature could be vaguely seen in the huge whirlpool. The huge creature flipped its body in the sea. The entire sea was shaking violently. Heavens, it's the Sea King! Countless cultivators cried out in shock. The Sea King! The Sea King! It was the most powerful creature in the sea. A Sea King could even destroy an island of the primordial era. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Sea King was. In the Sea King was also a rare existence. At most, there would not be 5 Sea Kings in all the sea regions. The appearance of the Sea King shocked all the cultivators. Every cultivator had a shocked expression on their faces. No one dared to approach. They quickly retreated. They were afraid of becoming the Sea King's target. The Sea King was too powerful. They could only avoid such an existence. I don't know why the Sea King wants to devour the god's pirate ship. A cultivator said doubtfully. The Sea King, he was intelligent, and the owner of the god's pirate ship was one of the 9 pirate kings, the Empress Shui Zhonghua. Logically speaking, an existence of this level, there would be no head-on conflict. But since there was a fierce battle between the two sides, there must be a reason. Could it be because of the god's pirate ship? The Sea King's target is actually the god's pirate ship? This is a divine ship built by the gods of the ancient times. Why does the Sea King want the god's pirate ship? If you ask me, my guess is that the Empress has obtained some powerful treasure, so the Sea King wants to devour the Empress and take the treasure for himself. If you ask me, I think the Sea King has taken a fancy to the Empress. The Empress is the most beautiful woman in the world. The Sea King might want to conquer the Empress and make her his woman. Countless cultivators were discussing this matter. Rumble, a loud sound shook the sky. Soon after, the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. The devouring power emitted by the whirlpool also grew stronger. The Sea King was powerful. Many cultivators were even swept away by the devouring power of the whirlpool. Save me! Save me! Someone save me! The cultivators who were swept away by the whirlpool all cried out in horror. They looked at the surrounding cultivators with pleading eyes. They hoped that someone would help them. But at this time, who dared to approach, they quickly retreated. More than 100 cultivators were swept into the whirlpool. They had just reached the edge of the whirlpool. The bodies of the cultivators exploded. The whirlpool has already extended to 50 miles. At the edge of the whirlpool, the cultivators' bodies couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. How strong is the Sea King? Lin Feng's face was full of shock. The Sea King, it was really too terrifying. Taoist Xianxia was also shocked. He said, I'm afraid that the Sea King is one of the most powerful beings in the world. But even if the Sea King used an even more powerful force, the huge whirlpool still couldn't devour the god's pirate ship. The deity's pirate ship was wrapped in divine light. He managed to resist the vortex's devouring. Rumble. The sky shook and the sea shook. Many people felt a suffocating pressure sweep over them. Retreat. Lin Feng's face was pale. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, he had no choice but to retreat again. Countless cultivators retreated in a sorry state. At this moment, the head of a ferocious beast as huge as a mountain emerged from the ocean. The head was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see what kind of beast it was. But everyone knew that existence. He was the Ocean King. The Sea King opened its bloody mouth. It wanted to swallow the god's pirate ship in one gulp. But at this moment, a voice that could melt one's bones came from the god's pirate ship. That voice. It was simply capable of instantly disintegrating a person's will. That voice was like the sound of nature. In this lifetime. Only once. He could even die without regrets. Receive the will of the gods, traverse through eternity and eternity. When that voice faded away. Inside the pirates of the gods. Divine light soared into the sky. In the divine light, the phantoms of the gods appeared. The Sea King roared, the ancient god's ship is indeed a treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, he dived into the ocean. The whirlpool disappeared. The mysterious and powerful Sea King seemed to have been scared away by the phantoms of the gods. Everything was calm. The oppressive aura was so terrifying that it was suffocating. It also disappeared. Lin Feng let out a long breath. His face was still a little pale. He smiled bitterly and said, this Sea King is too strong. Just a trace of his aura was enough to make us almost unable to withstand it. Taoist Xianxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Sea King has a long lifespan, and no one knows how strong he is. I also heard that the Sea King is the protector of the sea. Protector of the sea? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. Taoist Xianxia nodded and said, on the other side of the endless sea, there is an even more powerful continent. Originally, that continent and our continent were together, but later on, that continent split apart, and the two continents were gradually separated by the endless sea. The cultivators on that continent are said to be extremely terrifying, and the existence of the Sea King has to prevent the creatures of that continent from crossing the endless sea to reach the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The jade tube that his father had left behind had also mentioned that continent. That continent was called the Nine States. Look, someone is coming out of the pirates of the god's ship. Someone pointed at the pirates of the god's ship. Everyone looked over. Beautiful women walked out of the pirates of the god's ship. They were divided into two rows. Their left hands held flower baskets, while their right hands scattered the petals in the air. The petals drifted with the wind. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of flowers. Soon after, a woman wearing a long white dress and a purple ferret cape walked out of the cabin. When they saw the woman, Lin Feng held his breath. It was a beautiful face that could not be described with words. No words could describe her beauty. It was blasphemy and an insult to her. She gently moved. It could make people lose their nature. She was one of the 9 great pirate kings. The Empress of the Sea. Flowers in the water. It's the Empress, the #1 beauty of the Tianwu continent. Countless cultivators stared at her. Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures. Beautiful women were everywhere. Many prefectures had rankings like the Chuanfeng record. However, no woman could compare to the Empress. No matter how beautiful a woman was, in front of the Empress, she would be overshadowed. She could only be a supporting character. Lin Feng even felt that he was about to lose himself under the Empress's peerless beauty. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He still had some clarity, so he hurriedly activated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. Only then did he regain his senses. The surrounding people, regardless of whether they were men or women, looked at the Empress with infatuated expressions. What a terrifying woman. How can she charm so many people? Lin Feng's heart trembled. At least 90% of the cultivators were charmed. Those who weren't charmed were either powerful enough, or they were women. Haha, the Empress of the Sea, you're truly a peerless beauty. I heard that you have the legendary bewitching martial spirit that can charm people. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. A loud laugh was heard. In the distance, a tall and imposing man walked over. He was surrounded by divine light. A loud laugh woke up countless people from their trance. Who are you? The Empress's red lips parted slightly. The man laughed. Tian Wufa of the Divine Temple. Empress, I've taken a liking to you. How about you be my woman? Tian Wufa laughed loudly. He was indescribably arrogant. Is he Tian Wufa from the Divine Shrine? The Tian Wufa who cultivated for 50 years and reached the creation realm? That's right, it's him. Tian Wufa broke through to the creation realm 60 years ago. He's only 110 years old now, but he's an ancient powerhouse with a lifespan of 10,000 years. His life has just begun, and his future achievements are unimaginable. The Divine Shrine is a famous ancient power in Tianzhou. It's one of the strongest ancient powers, and it's rumored that they have an imperial weapon. Around them, many people were discussing animatedly. They looked at Tian Wufa in awe and fear. Such a person was high and mighty, and in the eyes of ordinary people, he was like a god. He had reached the creation realm 60 years ago. No one knew how strong Tian Wufa was now. The Divine Shrine, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of this power before. It was an extremely mysterious power. But their orthodoxy was extremely powerful. They were all successors of the Divine Shrine. Not a single one of them wasn't a stunning figure. It was as if Tian Wufa was a powerhouse. He had cultivated for less than 60 years. But his cultivation was already so strong. In the Tianwu continent, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. She heard that Tian Wufa wanted her to be his woman. The Empress did not seem angry. She giggled and asked, "Am I beautiful?" Beautiful, extremely beautiful. Countless people were captivated by the Empress's peerless beauty. Among the 9 pirate kings, perhaps only the Empress, no matter how much she had killed, would be forgiven. Because she was too beautiful. So beautiful. So beautiful that people could forgive her for all her wrongs. Of course I'm beautiful. Tian Wufa laughed and looked at the Empress. He thought that the Empress was like countless other female cultivators. She was attracted by his heroic figure. The Empress smiled and said, "Of course, I'm the #1 beauty in the Tianwu continent." When the Empress smiled, it was unknown how many people's souls were captivated by her. This woman is really scary. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to keep himself awake. Or else, he was afraid that he would be tempted by the Empress's peerless beauty like the others. "Empress, come over now. I'll treat you well." Tian Wufa smiled smugly. Many people looked at Tian Wufa with envy and jealousy. This included some extremely powerful individuals. Even if he wasn't that obsessed with women. However, Tian Wufa was about to conquer the Empress. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. This heaven lawless was a little too confident. Although Tian Wufa was indeed outstanding. But what kind of person was the Empress, one of the 9 pirate kings? How could Tian Wu be able to make the Empress fall in love with him with just a few words? "I won't entrust my beauty to anyone. Nobody is qualified to have a woman as beautiful as me. As for you, of course you're not good enough for me." Pfft, many people laughed out loud. This was especially true for some of the top experts. They originally thought that Tian Wufa was going to conquer the Empress. All of them were envious and jealous. Now, he saw the Empress actually attacking Tian Wufa without holding back. They were all secretly delighted. Tian Wufa's expression darkened. He sneered, "Empress, you're just a pirate. You should be honored that I'm speaking so politely to you. Do you want me to attack you?" The Empress said weakly, "Are you trying to bully me?" Seeing the Empress's pitiful appearance, the blood of countless cultivators surged. They wanted nothing more than to kill Tian Wufa for daring to bully the Empress. However, reason prevailed over impulse. Tian Wufa was too strong. The Heavenly God Hall. It was an ancient power that ordinary people couldn't afford to offend. This Tian Wufa doesn't treat the Empress as an ordinary pirate. He's too arrogant, said Taoist Shang Yuan. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Perhaps it has something to do with his background." The Heavenly God Hall is one of the strongest ancient powers in the martial heaven continent. It's unimaginably powerful. It's not inconceivable that he wouldn't put the Empress in his eyes. The Heavenly God Hall's people have always been arrogant, but the heirs of that power have the right to be arrogant because they're too strong. Lin Feng scratched his chin and said, "I just don't know how things will be resolved today. If we really fight, Tian Wufa might not be a match for the Empress." Tian Wufa narrowed his eyes at the Empress, who still looked so pitiful. The gaze in his eyes became more and more heated. He laughed and said, "Empress, even if you try to gain sympathy, it's useless. No one will help you. Anyone who dares to help you will offend the Heavenly God Hall." "Then how do you plan to deal with me?" asked the Empress. "Naturally, I'll keep you as a mistress." Tian Wufa landed on the god's pirate ship. He walked over to the Empress. Tian Wufa didn't just want to subdue the Empress. Even the Empress deity's pirate ship and the forces under her command wanted to be subdued. "My godly pirate ship isn't a place that anyone can casually board." The Empress laughed. "Anyone who boards my god's pirate ship will have to pay a price." "Haha. Price? Let me have a taste of you first." Tian Wufa was extremely arrogant. He reached out and pinched the Empress's snow-white chin. "You're a beast, and a strong one at that." Tian Wufa was openly flirting with the Empress. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "If you dare to bully me, I won't be polite to you." The Empress snorted and pointed at Tian Wufa with her slender and beautiful right hand. Eternal immobility. Whoosh. A beam of divine light flew out and shot towards Tian Wufa. He's about to attack. I wonder if the Empress can block Tian Wufa's attack. Many people looked at the god's pirate ship. Countless cultivators naturally hoped that the Empress would win. Insignificant skill. Tian Wufa laughed. He swung his fist. He wanted to break the Empress's attack with a single punch. However, when the Empress's attack came into contact with Tian Wufa's hand, suddenly, something terrifying happened. Tian Wufa's right hand. He began to petrify. Hey, that's a petrification bloodline. It's a very rare bloodline. The Demon Lord and the Demon Pearl made a sound of surprise. But then, everything went silent again. A petrification bloodline, the Empress also had a special constitution, she had turned to stone. Eternal immobility. The Empress's attacks were truly terrifying. My arm. Tian Wufa finally understood how terrifying the Empress was. He was shocked to find that he couldn't block her attack at all. After Tian Wufa's hand was petrified, it continued to spread until his arm was petrified as well. Before long, his entire body was petrified. Become a stone person and sink to the bottom of the sea. The Empress smiled. You dare trick me? Tian Wufa roared furiously. The Empress's petrification power was too strange. It was completely different from the petrification power of ordinary cultivators. An ordinary cultivator's petrification power wouldn't be able to petrify him. But the Empress's could. Tian Wufa acted decisively to stop his body from petrifying further. He cut off his petrified arm. Ah! Tian Wufa's attack was severed. Tian Wufa screamed in pain. He grabbed his severed arm with his left hand and fled. Oh? You want to run? The Empress smiled and swept her hand through the air. A strange power surged out and swept towards Tian Wufa. Clearly, she didn't want to let him go. No. Tian Wufa screamed in terror. He realized that he had been enveloped by the Empress's petrification power. There was no way for him to escape. How dare you? The Empress was about to petrify Tian Wufa. At that instant, an icy yell could be heard. Boom. A dazzling ray of light shot out from Tian Wufa's forehead. That ray of light. As it shot out, it tore through the void. A blurry figure appeared from within the ray of light. It was as if he had traveled from ancient times to here. Primordial spirit brand. Many people cried out in shock. That illusory figure was a primordial spirit brand. A primordial spirit brand was formed when a cultivator infused their primordial spirit with powerful magic power and condensed it into a brand. Once this brand was activated, it could often display heaven-defying combat strength. Someone had used a primordial spirit brand on Tian Wufa. This was Tian Wufa's last line of defense. Clearly, it was a mysterious existence. It was probably a high-ranking member of the Sky God Temple. This existence reached out with a large hand. The gigantic hand blotted out the sky. It pressed down on the Empress. The Empress's petrification power hit the hand. It was unable to petrify the hand. What a powerful cultivation base. Everyone was shocked. The Empress's cultivation base, it could be described as unfathomable. And now, this existence from the Sky God Temple, it seemed even more powerful. Oh, it's you, Sky God Saint. Didn't you die 12,000 years ago? You're still alive? The Empress seemed to recognize this mysterious existence and was slightly surprised. What? Sky God Saint? He's still alive? Some of the cultivators who had heard of Sky God Saint were shocked. Who is Sky God Saint? Someone asked immediately. An old man said, Sky God Saint was the previous temple master of the Sky God Temple, but it's rumored that he died a long time ago. However, the primordial spirit brand that Sky God Saint placed on Tian Wufa's forehead hasn't dissipated, which means that he's still alive. He should have lived for 35,000 years now. That's too long. 35,000 years. Many people sucked in a cold breath. 5,000 years had changed the world. 35,000 years. What did that mean? Everyone was shocked. They were all moved. This was indeed shocking. No wonder this person's primordial spirit imprint was so powerful. What an old fart. Lin Feng heard the old cultivator say that the heavenly Tao had lived for 35,000 years. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion and shock. Life was too long. No wonder it was said that the Heavenly God Temple was one of the strongest ancient powers in the Sky Martial continent. There was actually an old undying cultivator who had lived for 35,000 years. It was indeed hard to believe. This was a shock that came from the depths of his heart. Junior, you are so ruthless. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you think my Heavenly God Hall is a pushover? The phantom of the Heavenly Tao Saint. His voice was ice cold. That huge hand that seemed to cover the sky. It blasted down. Even though it was only an essence soul imprint attacking, it was still an attack. However, yet, he gave off the feeling of a monarch descending upon the heavens. It was as if he was facing a powerful deity. The Heavenly Tao Saint should be reaching the end of his lifespan, right? His main body didn't even dare to come out, so how could a mere primordial spirit imprint dare to act so violently? Therefore, I'm not afraid of you. The Empress curled her lips. Then, the Empress shouted, Stone God. As soon as she finished speaking, the Empress quickly formed seals with both hands. Whoosh, divine light surged. Amidst the endless divine light, a mysterious being wearing armor appeared. His entire body was made of stone. He exuded boundless majesty. He punched the phantom of the Heavenly Tao Saint. Not simple at all. The petrification bloodline actually created the Stone God. This is the third stage of the petrification bloodline. The Demon Lord and the Demon Orb muttered as he sat on top of the lone grave. It was obvious that something had happened in the outside world. Ice couldn't be hidden from the Demon Lord. The Stone God was abnormally powerful. It collided with the phantom of the Heavenly Tao Saint. A shocking scene appeared. The phantom of the Heavenly Tao Saint actually started to petrify. This empress is really terrifying. Seeing the battle in the sky, Lin Feng was shocked. She was the #1 beauty in the Sky Martial continent. It seemed that she wasn't just beautiful. Her methods were also terrifying to the point of making people tremble in fear. No wonder the empress could become one of the 9 pirate kings. The heavenly Tao Saint saw that his body had started to petrify. His expression changed greatly. He tried to break the petrification. But he failed. The heavenly Tao Saint's eyes were gloomy. He stopped fighting. He turned around and grabbed Tian Wufa. He tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. The Empress won. The Empress is too strong. Even the heavenly Tao Saint was forced to retreat. Many people exclaimed. Of course I'm strong. No one can defeat me. The Empress laughed. Too beautiful. Countless people were once again captivated by the Empress's charm. They lost themselves. Humph, Empress, the 9 pirate kings joined forces with the Oceanids to kill countless cultivators. How are you going to settle this? A strong cultivator in the crowd sneered. Everyone, don't be fooled by this demoness. The 9 pirate kings and the Oceanids killed hundreds of millions of innocent cultivators. Some of them might even be our friends or relatives. Since the Empress came alone, why don't we attack and kill her? Soon, another cultivator said indifferently. That's right. Avenge our friends. Avenge our friends and relatives. The hatred in many cultivators' hearts was awakened. They looked at the Empress with hatred. The Empress said pitifully, I'm so beautiful. Can you bear to kill me? No, of course not. The cultivators who were hostile to the Empress. The anger and killing intent in their eyes instantly disappeared. The Empress continued, then, are you willing to forgive me? Of course we are. Countless cultivators shouted. The big shots who wanted to incite the cultivators to attack the Empress looked extremely gloomy. Lin Feng was stunned. Wasn't this Empress too demonic? Taoist Shang Yuan said, the Empress has a charming spirit. She can seduce anyone and make them work for her willingly. She can even die for her. Her spirit hasn't been fully activated yet. So, in the future, if you see the Empress activating her spirit, quickly close your eyes and seal your hearing. Don't look, don't look. Otherwise, the Empress will turn you into her slave. Lin Feng nodded. The power the Empress had displayed. It was indeed terrifying. She made a few light movements. It was enough to turn everyone upside down. She made countless people abandon their hatred for her. This method was too terrifying. Empress, you really live up to your reputation. We'll meet again in the ruins of God. A strong cultivator sneered in the dark, targeting the Empress. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. I'm so scared. The Empress' beautiful face was filled with fear. We're willing to protect you. Countless cultivators roared hysterically. Now that the Empress wanted them to die, they were even willing to do so. Humph, when the strong cultivator saw this, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Because among the people who were charmed by the Empress, there were also his juniors. But in the end, countless cultivators gathered in front of the ruins of God. The Empress's pirate ship also stopped not far away from the ruins of God. But the Empress did not appear again. Many people's gazes were still unable to move away from the pirates of the gods. Because everyone wanted to take another look at the Empress. Her beauty. Take a look. It would be imprinted in the depths of their souls forever. It was unforgettable. More and more powerful cultivators arrived. A loud rumbling sound was heard. A huge ship that was 100,000 meters long crushed the void and came over. People from the ancient sacred land of Punlai. Some cultivators exclaimed. 3 saints and 4 immortals. Punlai. An ancient sacred land, the top power of the human race. Their strength was unimaginable. The huge ship of the Punlai Immortal Island stopped in the void. The cultivators of the Punlai Immortal Island did not come out. They were waiting for the ruins of God to open. Soon, endless flame swept across the world. Look, is that a sun? A cultivator pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. In the distance, a divine sun rose into the sky. It was as if the sun had fallen from the depths of the universe. Such a scene. It was really shocking. Not long after, a terrifying aura filled the void. A sun god chariot was pulled over by 9 flaming divine birds. The sun god chariot of the Kinwu people. The experts of the Golden Crow Island have arrived. A cultivator shouted. The Golden Crow Island. It was also one of the most powerful forces in the East Sea. Screech, the whistling sound shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the distance, a large continent flew over. A fierce aura spread out. It was as if an ancient demon god had been resurrected. Everyone looked over. Everyone was shocked. Because it was not a large continent. It was a divine rock. But that divine rock was too huge. When it spread its wings, it stretched out 3,000 miles. The people of the Divine Rock Island have arrived. This was one of the top forces in the East Sea. Subsequently, experts from the Red Cloud's Ancient Holy Ground, Flying Immortal Ancient Holy Ground, Fire Cloud Island, and Raging Flames Island arrived. The 7 most powerful forces of the East Sea had all arrived. The ruins of God opened. It was too important, so these forces naturally wouldn't be absent. Rumble, the sound shook the heavens, and the void cracked open. An endless aura of death filled the air. In the sea, a large number of living beings died. Some of the cultivators who were enveloped by the aura of death had their lives taken away. Grow old quickly. The cultivators screamed in fear and quickly flew away. Immediately after, in the cracked void, a pitch-black, ancient demonic ship rushed out. The ship of death belongs to Pirate King Barbossa. Someone cried out in horror. Barbossa was one of the most ferocious pirate kings. When the Pirate King Barbossa was mentioned, everyone was shocked. There are so many people outside of the ruins of gods. Barbossa's gloomy voice came from the ship of death. The 3 saints and 4 immortals coldly glanced at the ship of death. This demonic ship that had been passed down since the immemorial age was extremely demonic. It made them feel apprehensive. Although there were many heroes gathered, no one attacked Barbossa at this critical moment. After Barbossa's arrival, one ancient ship after another tore open the void and rushed out. God's Punishment Pirate Ship, Hell's Pirate Ship, Heavenly Dragon Pirate Ship, Demon God Pirate Ship, Evil Dragon Pirate Ship, 10,000 Demon Pirate Ship, Storm Pirate Ship, including the Empress God's Pirate Ship, Barbossa's Death Pirate Ship, Sea World. The 9 great pirate kings arrived together. 9 ancient ships. Or they were surrounded by black fog. Or they were covered by divine light. Or they were filled with ghost chi. But every ancient ship emitted an ancient aura. The reason why the 9 great pirate kings were able to stand out in the Great Voyage era. To become a pirate king. It was related to the ancient ships that they controlled. Ordinary ships. If they were destroyed, with enough money, one could build or buy them. And these 9 ancient ships were all left behind from the immemorial age. And these 9 ancient ships were not simple. They had experienced the immortal war. They had been passed down until now. The 9 ancient ships had unimaginable power. Especially in the sea. The Sea King was so powerful. He could not even swallow the God's pirate ship. After the Empress activated the God's pirate ship, the Sea King was scared away. From this, one could see the God's pirate ship. What a terrifying ancient ship. The other 8 ancient ships were the same as the God's pirate ship. How terrifying was it, only the 9 great pirate kings knew. Now, the 9 great pirate kings had arrived together. Many of the major forces were solemn and on guard. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort was heard. An ancient bronze carriage came from afar. The bronze carriage was pulled by 3 bronze immortal horses. This is the bronze immortal carriage. It's a powerhouse from the Temple of Heaven. Someone exclaimed. The most ancient force had also arrived. A terrifying aura emanated from the bronze carriage. It enveloped the God's pirate ship. Obviously, the powerhouses of the Temple of Heaven were targeting the Empress. Previously, the Empress had almost killed Tian Wufa. She had completely angered the Temple of Heaven. A top force like the Temple of Heaven. Naturally, they would not submit to humiliation. The divine shrine is targeting the empress. Even though it's unlikely that they'll attack outside, in the ruins of gods, I'm guessing that the divine shrine will attack the empress. I don't know if the other 8 pirate kings will participate. If the other 8 pirate kings also participate, then this battle will have a lot of implications. Lin Feng whispered. Daoist Shang Yuan nodded and said, the 9 great pirate lords are extremely powerful, and the Temple of Heaven is no exception. Furthermore, the Temple of Heaven has connections with many local powers. If the Temple of Heaven insists on dealing with the Empress, this matter will definitely escalate into a large-scale battle. At that time, rivers of blood will flow. Many other ancient forces had also arrived. The 4 ancient empires of Zhongzhou. The Great Xia, the Great Shang, the Great Zhou, and the Great Qin. Powerhouses had arrived. In addition, the Temple of Eternal Life, the Godly Temple of the Wildlands, and the other top forces of the 72 northern states had also sent powerhouses. Song Prefecture, Immortal Prefecture, Hua Prefecture, Yun Prefecture, and so on. Tianwu University's 63,000 prefectures. At least half of them had arrived. Powerhouses from top forces had arrived. Outside the ruins of God, there was a dense crowd of cultivators. It was unknown how many cultivators there were. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen so many cultivators gathered together. This number. It would probably have to be calculated with an astronomical figure. It could be seen. The ruins of God had opened. What kind of huge commotion had it caused, but thinking about it, it was normal. The last time the ruins of God opened was 4,000 years ago. Other than those top experts with long lifespans who had entered, most people had never entered the ruins of God. And the ruins of God was the site of the Great War of the Gods. There were bound to be countless opportunities inside. If he could find the inheritance of an ancient god, he would immediately be able to soar. Rumble. 10 days later, the restriction that enveloped the ruins of God began to tremble violently. Immediately after, a huge whirlpool appeared above the ruins of God. The ruins of God have opened. A cultivator shouted excitedly as he quickly rushed towards the huge twisting whirlpool above the ruins of God. Lin Feng rushed into the huge twisting whirlpool. The world spun. Next, Lin Feng had the feeling he was being thrown away by a powerful strength. The next moment, he appeared in an ice-cold world. Looking around, it was snowing heavily. There were glaciers everywhere. Cultivators were constantly being teleported here. Obviously, this was a random teleportation. Daoist Master Shang Yuan and Zhang Junhua were both teleported elsewhere. Is this the ruins of God? Many cultivators looked around excitedly. A white world. Heavy snow. Glaciers. It was as if it was the eternal color of this place. Rumor has it that the ruins of God is a small world, but a peerless expert used a powerful method to connect this small world with the East Sea. That twisting whirlpool is the link between the East Sea world and the ruins of God. A cultivator said. Small world? What's that? Lin Feng asked. The cultivator explained, the myriad worlds in the heavens are divided into 3,000 great worlds, followed by the middle and small worlds. The 3,000 great worlds are eternal and unchanging, and the middle and small worlds are not as large as the large worlds. The middle and small worlds will revolve around the large worlds. This is the law of the universe's stars. What about the legendary Undying World? Lin Feng continued. The Undying World is a world above the 3,000 great worlds, countless middle and small worlds. It's ethereal, and no one knows where it is or if it really exists. The cultivator explained. People continued to ask the middle-aged scholar-like cultivator many questions. The cultivator answered them one by one. Not long after, the cultivators who landed in the ice field flew into the distance. It suddenly descended. Thus, everyone had lost their way. Many people chose a place that they thought would lead them to leave the ice field. Lin Feng and thousands of cultivators flew in the same direction. Heavy snow fluttered. Cold wind swept through. Many people were shivering from the cold. The cold here was different from the usual cold. Even cultivators couldn't withstand it. If it was the outside world, even if it was snowing heavily, cultivators wouldn't feel the cold either. But here, many people were already pale from the cold. Why is it so cold here? Some people were puzzled. An old cultivator said, the ruins of God has its own laws of order, and every place in the ruins of God has different laws of order. In the outside world, the laws of order are used in the entire world, so when the laws of order are activated, we don't feel too cold in the outside world, but here, the laws of order are too close to us, and we will feel cold, and even like ordinary people, if we stay in this cold environment for a long time, we will freeze to death. The group continued to move deeper into the forest. Soon after, they were attacked. The ice field cracked open. White ferocious beasts that were more than 10 meters tall rushed out from the cracked world of ice. The cultivators clashed with these terrifying creatures. Roar! With a deafening roar, a vicious beast swung its huge claws at Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the ferocious beast collided. Immediately after, he was sent flying by the terrifying beast's claw. Isn't he too strong? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He could only feel the blood and qi in his body churning. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is an ancient ice demon beast. In the outside world, this race has long been extinct, but there are still such terrifying beasts here. Hurry up and leave, we are not a match for these beasts. A cultivator recognized the identity of this beast and shouted with a pale face. Everyone quickly fled into the distance. Such a powerful existence that had inherited the bloodline of an ancient beast. And it was a social creature. There was no way to fight against it. Even if the supreme expert came, most likely, he would die and his Tao would vanish. The group of people quickly fled. Soon, Lin Feng and the others escaped from that terrifying area. They all let out a long breath. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Everyone found a glacier mountain range and rested there. Across the great, desolate eons, a faint voice sounded. Suddenly, it floated in the air. Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. Did you hear something? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the surrounding cultivators. Many people were startled awake. They thought that some kind of danger had appeared. This world of ice was also a place filled with danger. They had to be careful. Otherwise, they could easily die here. Where's the sound? You're not hallucinating, are you? Some cultivators were carefully listening. But they couldn't hear anything. They couldn't help but ask. At this time, Lin Feng carefully listened to the faint voice again. But he couldn't hear it again. Did I really hear it wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The next day, everyone went out again. A strong wind blew. A blizzard descended. Everyone stared at the blizzard as they struggled to move forward. Amidst the howling wind, there seemed to be a dignified and ancient voice mixed with it. Even if 100 lives, reincarnations, it will be difficult to atone for their sins, Lin Feng heard the voice again. Although it was faint, but it was clearly audible. I think I heard a voice. A cultivator asked in bewilderment. This time, Lin Feng wasn't the only one who heard the voice. Even the other cultivators heard it. There's a voice in the air, where did it come from? A cultivator said with a gloomy expression. In this dangerous wasteland of ice. Hearing such a voice, it really made it hard for everyone to feel at ease. The blizzard raged. Many cultivators continued to move forward with unease. 3 days later. 1,000. Tribulations. 100. Difficulties. Endless. Sins. Evil. Wash away the waters of the sins you have committed. Sins, the mysterious voice came again. This time, they heard it even more clearly. Everyone's expression was very unsightly. The mysterious voice came one after another. Where did it come from? This made everyone feel uneasy. Lin Feng frowned. He had a faint premonition. Something seemed to be about to happen. Not long after, The ground shook violently. The blizzard became even more violent. "Look, what's that?" A cultivator pointed into the distance and shouted in shock. Everyone looked over, and then their expressions changed abruptly. In the middle of the blizzard, a tall man with chains tied around his body. Behind him, he was pulling a mysterious stone coffin. With every step he took, ice-field coffin pulling, how shocking was that? Everyone's face changed color. That man. Who was he? Had he been in the ruins of God all this time? In the ruins of God, he was pulling a coffin and walking aimlessly. Because of his arrival, the wind and snow became more and more violent. Many cultivators were about to be blown away by the wind. Time is hard to grind away sin in eternity, to pull the coffin forward in eternity, to redeem all sins. That mysterious voice resounded above the ice field. No one knew where it came from. Is that voice talking about him? Lin Feng looked at the handsome man. His hair was disheveled, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He pulled the ancient stone coffin and walked over step by step. Many people quickly retreated to the sides. Their expressions were uncertain. The rumors are actually true. An old cultivator looked at the coffin carrier and was shocked. He couldn't help but speak out. What rumors? Someone immediately asked. The old cultivator said, rumor has it that in the ruins of God, there was a sinner who was punished. He had a long lifespan, but he was unable to leave the ice-field world. He could only pull coffins here until he died of exhaustion. Then, does that mean the rumors are true? Someone looked at the cultivator pulling the coffin and couldn't help but ask. The old cultivator nodded and said, it might be true. What's in the coffin he's pulling? Another cultivator asked, looking at the coffin with flickering eyes. That coffin was very old. Perhaps there was something amazing in it. Of course. If there was the corpse of a peerless expert, such as a god or even an emperor realm expert, the value of that would be too great. One could find the origin bone in the corpse. One could obtain a supreme inheritance. Obviously. At this moment, someone had evil thoughts. Lin Feng said indifferently, no matter what's in the coffin, we shouldn't pry. Wealth comes from danger. A cultivator said so. Lin Feng was speechless. In front of him, it wasn't a matter of wealth and danger. The ice-field coffin pulling was too strange. Once they made a move, something terrible would happen. But when he saw the greed in those cultivators' eyes, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. When a person's heart is filled with endless greed and desire, in that case, no matter what you say, the other party wouldn't agree either. On the contrary, they might view the person who gave them a kind reminder with hostility. Rumble, the earth was trembling. The stone coffin was too heavy. Pulling a coffin in the icy plains. It was as if he was pulling an ancient demonic mountain. Every step he took. Both were extremely difficult. The valiant man pulled the coffin over. They gradually approached Lin Feng and the others. At this moment, everyone's expression changed slightly. They saw it. There were actually 9 stone nails on that man's body. 9 stone nails. It pierced through the man's body. The blood on the stone nail had even dried up. 9 divine seals. A cultivator exclaimed in shock. 9 divine seals? What is this? Many people looked at that cultivator in confusion. It's an ancient secret technique. It said that the 9 seals of the godly forbidden 9 seals can easily seal a god. It's an extremely terrifying technique. Once sealed by the 9 seals of the godly forbidden 9 seals, they'll lose their godly power. Does that mean they will become ordinary people? A cultivator couldn't wait to ask. The cultivator explained, I don't know if they will become ordinary people, but it should be difficult for them to use their strength. If that's the case, we can make a move. Soon, many cultivators' eyes lit up as they stared at the ancient stone coffin. The greed in many people's hearts became more and more vigorous. Don't underestimate the ancient stone coffin, and don't underestimate the coffin carrier. Someone reminded his companions. Not everyone was controlled by greed. There were still many people who were cautious. Because, the ice-field coffin pulling was too strange. Perhaps some evil things might happen. What are you afraid of? When we open the coffin and obtain the treasures inside, you will know how correct my choice was. The cultivator who was persuaded refuted his companions. Swoosh, finally, some cultivators made a move, unwilling to wait any longer. Their eyes were filled with greed. More than 60 cultivators rushed towards the ancient stone coffin. The ice-field coffin pulling. Even after so many years, they still wouldn't stop to rest. The coffin carrier struggled to pull the ancient stone coffin behind him. In this world of ice and snow, his feet were bare. Step by step, it was difficult to move forward. Stop. A cultivator sneered and attacked the coffin carrier, wanting to force him to stop. A powerful attack directly swept towards the coffin carrier. The coffin carrier endured their attacks, but he didn't resist. He was drowned by the attacks of more than 60 cultivators. He actually didn't resist? It seems like he was really sealed. His body withstood the attacks, wouldn't he die without a doubt? Many cultivators muttered. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a little moved, because there was no danger. So they also wanted to get a share of the loot. At this moment, the energy dissipated. Everyone saw that the coffin carrier wasn't harmed at all. He was still pulling the ancient stone coffin. Step by step, he continued forward. What a powerful body. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, the coffin carrier didn't deliberately resist the attacks of more than 60 cultivators. His body withstood such a powerful attack without any damage. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's face was filled with shock and horror. The coffin carrier's body was actually this strong, it was really shocking. However, seeing that the coffin carrier didn't do anything else, the cultivators who attacked him heaved a sigh of relief. Someone said, "This coffin carrier seems to have been cursed, so other than pulling the coffin, he can't do anything else. Since that's the case, we don't have to be afraid of the coffin carrier anymore. Our goal is the ancient stone coffin, so let's directly open it." This cultivator's suggestion received everyone's approval. They rushed towards the ancient stone coffin. Let's go take a look. Another 100 or so cultivators flew out. Lin Feng didn't move, he just watched from afar. The coffin carrier was too strange, he didn't want to come into contact with such a strange existence. Nearly 200 cultivators rushed towards the ancient stone coffin. Their faces were filled with greed. However, when they rushed in front of the ancient stone coffin, something terrifying happened. Bang bang bang, they saw. One cultivator's body directly exploded. They turned into a bloody mist. The bloody mist lingered in the air. It emitted a strong smell of blood. The rest of the cultivators who rushed towards the ancient stone coffin fled outside in fear. But no one could escape from the situation. Everyone's body directly exploded. Nearly 200 cultivators instantly died tragically. The bloody mist in the air was instantly swallowed by the ancient stone coffin. Heavens, what's inside the ancient stone coffin? It actually swallowed the bloody mist of those cultivators' bodies after they exploded? Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. Buzz. At the same time, the ancient stone coffin trembled slightly, and even the air shook. An aura that could destroy the world spread out from the ancient stone coffin. That aura seemed to want to destroy this world. Immediately after, demonic mist gushed out and swallowed the cultivators in the distance. Not good, run. Seeing this scene, everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. The ancient stone coffin was too strange, it wanted to devour everyone. No one dared to stay for a moment, they turned around and fled into the distance. Help! Screams of fear came from behind. A cultivator shrouded in the black fog cried out for help. They hoped that someone could save them. But now, everyone couldn't even protect themselves. Who would save others? Bang bang bang, the sound of bodies exploding rose and fell. The blood mist was all swallowed by the ancient sarcophagus. He didn't know what was inside the ancient sarcophagus, but it was so evil. Damn it, I already told them that the Icefield's coffin pulling was very strange. I told them not to touch the ancient sarcophagus, but they didn't listen. Lin Feng cursed in a low voice. For someone like Lin Feng, who had never planned to touch the ancient sarcophagus from the beginning, This was simply an unexpected disaster. Many people died tragically. They all died because they were implicated by those people. Lin Feng spread his golden wings and quickly flew into the distance. However, a strong wind blew here. His speed was greatly affected. Therefore, the black fog behind him surged, getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. I don't want to die. A cultivator cried out in fear. He even used a secret escape technique that consumed a lot of energy. However, he still couldn't escape successfully. Everyone was swallowed by the black fog. Then, one by one, the cultivators' bodies exploded. Demon Lord, save me. Lin Feng sent a message to the Demon Lord. But he didn't get a response from the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord sat on a lonely grave. His eyes pierced through the void. He looked at the coffin carrier and the ancient sarcophagus. Sky-burying coffin. The Demon Lord muttered, even if you exchange 10 drops of immortal god blood for it, I won't do it. If I do, I will be buried by the sky-burying coffin. Then, the Demon Lord sat there with a very sad look, motionless. His eyes were deep. No one knew what the Demon Lord was thinking. Crack, crack. His body cracked. Lin Feng's face was pale. He crazily circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. It was difficult to resist the terrifying situation of his body cracking. Bronze mirror, come out. Lin Feng shouted. He activated the bronze mirror. In a flash, a bronze light emerged from the bronze mirror and protected Lin Feng. Not only did the bronze mirror have powerful attack power, but it also had powerful defense power. This was the treasure that Lin Feng had obtained from Macho's cave. He still remembered. That peerlessly beautiful woman was waiting for her lover to return. Silently guarding. Until my youth is gone. Her immortal face grew old. She didn't manage to wait for her lover to return. It was filled with endless nostalgia, sadness, and longing. Macho left the world. This bronze mirror was Senior Macho's most precious treasure. Its power was astonishing. After it protected Lin Feng, Senior Macho's eyes lit up. His body finally stopped crumbling. Lin Feng wanted to seize this opportunity to escape from the black fog. However, the ancient stone coffin was too strange. It was as if he had already sensed that Lin Feng was going to escape. Within the black fog, a thick chain condensed into form. Then, it swept towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng was swept away by the black chain. His body moved horizontally. His face was as pale as paper. His expression was gloomy. His face was extremely ugly. The black chain's attack was too strong. Even the defensive system light shield created by the bronze mirror was about to shatter. Lin Feng got up from the ground and didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew away. At this time, the black chain swept towards Lin Feng again. Its power was even stronger. It spread out. Waves of destructive energy rippled out. That aura made Lin Feng feel like he was about to suffocate. Lin Feng naturally knew that he couldn't escape just by thinking about it. He held the bronze mirror in his hand. He stimulated the power of the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror shot out rays of bronze light, sweeping towards the black chain. Bang bang bang, a violent collision sound. Suddenly, it resounded. The bronze light emitted by the bronze mirror was shattered by the black chains. The power of the black chain was really too strong. The black chain grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into a mountain and smashed towards Lin Feng. It's over. Lin Feng's face was pale. He wasn't willing to die like this. Lin Feng directly burned his lifespan to activate the bronze mirror. Generally, powerful magic treasures could increase their power by burning their lifespan. Lin Feng burned 50 years of his lifespan. The powerful power that was exchanged by burning his lifespan all poured into the bronze mirror. Buzz. The bronze mirror emitted an even more powerful aura. Amidst the bronze light, it was hazy. A figure appeared. The figure's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. That figure only flashed and disappeared in an instant. The bronze mirror and the black chain collided. The bronze mirror temporarily blocked the attack of the black chain. But obviously, It couldn't hold on for too long. The black chains were simply too powerful. The destructive power it caused. It was simply unimaginable. Crack, crack. Not long after, the bronze mirror's defensive system began to shatter again. Am I really going to die here? Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. Something that Lin Feng didn't expect happened. The coffin carrier, who had been struggling to move forward. When the bronze mirror was activated, he actually turned his head to look. Lin Feng saw a pair of eyes. It was a pair of eyes filled with endless confusion, as if lost in an unknown world. Now, that pair of confused eyes regained a trace of clarity. Boom. The coffin carrier attacked and slammed his palm on the ancient stone coffin. The ancient stone coffin shook and the chains shattered. The black fog also began to dissipate. But soon, the ancient stone coffin emitted an even more powerful aura. Rumble, rumble, the ancient stone coffin shook, as if the void was about to shatter. The lid of the ancient stone coffin seemed to be pushed open by something. Heavens, what's buried in the ancient stone coffin? Could it be that a living being is really buried? He's struggling, trying to break out of the ancient stone coffin. Could it be that he's not dead? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The ancient stone coffin was too strange. The coffin carrier's mouth moved. It seemed to be chanting a spell. Then, the mysterious runes on the ancient stone coffin began to distort. There were a total of 9 runes. The 9 runes transformed into 9 true dragons. The 9 true dragons roared. Then, the 9 true dragons transformed into 9 chains that wrapped around the ancient stone coffin. The existence inside the ancient stone coffin. It stopped struggling. Everything returned to calm. The coffin carrier only regained clarity for a moment. He soon became muddle-headed again. He was aimless. It was difficult. He pulled the ancient stone coffin. He advanced in the fierce wind and snow. Rumble. The earth trembled. He pulled the ice coffin. It gradually went away. Lin Feng looked at the coffin carrier's back. But he couldn't calm down. Who was he? Was he really cursed by someone? Why was he pulling the coffin here? Rumor had it that he was a sinner. Was he really a sinner? Why would he help him? This was what Lin Feng wanted to know the most. Could it be the bronze mirror? Lin Feng looked at the bronze mirror in his hand that had dimmed its light. He stood in the wind and snow for a long time without moving. Until the coffin carrier disappeared at the end of the endless ice field. The ice field was pulling the coffin. It was already far away. The snowstorm did not stop, and only Lin Feng was left alive. The others had all died tragically. He held the bronze mirror in his hand, and the indescribable sadness in his heart only dissipated after a long time. He touched his face. But tears were already streaming down his face. What's wrong with me? Lin Feng muttered. It was as if this bronze mirror was transmitting endless sadness to him. This sadness. It made him feel pain. Lin Feng did not stop as he flew into the distance. Until the next day. Only then did the blizzard lessen by a lot. One could see the figures of many cultivators in the ice field. Not long after, an ancient treasure appeared in a world of glaciers. It was a small bell about the size of a palm. It was sealed in a huge piece of ice. This caused a huge uproar, and many cultivators began to fight fiercely in this place. Rumble, the battle raged on. The participating cultivators. The forces participating in the battle. More and more. Originally, it was only a few hundred people fighting. But not long after, it became a chaotic battle between 3,000 to 4,000 people. There were also some cultivators who did not participate in it and stood in the distance to watch. They've all gone crazy, Lin Feng muttered. A middle-aged cultivator said, anything that appears in the ruins of God is not simple. That small golden bell is probably a terrifying magic treasure. It's not too surprising that it caused a chaotic battle between cultivators. Lin Feng nodded. The middle-aged cultivator was right. For a powerful treasure. Father and son could turn against each other, and brothers could kill each other. This was the real world of cultivators. A treasure. It was enough to cause a bloody storm. More and more cultivators continued to gather. Not long after, the scale reached as many as 10,000 people. There was no lack of experts participating in this battle. Many cultivators were beheaded and their corpses fell to the ground. Their blood dyed the ice field red. The glaring smell of blood filled the air. Finally, a cultivator approached the small golden bell sealed in the ice rock. He broke through the ice rock and wanted to take out the small golden bell. At this time, the other cultivators also gave up on attacking each other. They all attacked the cultivator who had obtained the small golden bell. Bang! The cultivator who obtained the small golden bell was instantly killed. Before he could even celebrate, he had already died a tragic death. Many people continued to fight for the golden bell. Huh? That golden bell is devouring blood? Lin Feng looked over and saw a scene that made his hair stand on end. The small golden bell was silently devouring the blood qi that permeated the air. The golden bell absorbed the essence of blood. The essence of the blood contained extremely powerful energy. Demon Lord, are you not going to devour that golden bell? Lin Feng asked. He recalled the scene when the Demon Lord devoured the two Dao artifacts. Clearly, the small golden bell seemed to be much stronger than the two Dao tools that the Demon Lord had devoured. If the Demon Lord swallowed the small golden bell, in that case, the Demon Lord would definitely awaken an even greater power. Lin Feng hoped that the Demon Lord would leave the demon orb as soon as he revived, so that he could become the true owner of the demon orb. The Demon Lord said indifferently, "The small golden bell is not simple. Run for your life. Once it revives, with your cultivation, it will be too late for you to escape." Lin Feng naturally didn't think that the Demon Lord was talking nonsense. He whispered to the people around him, "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer." "Kid, you're so scared just by watching the battle from afar? Why don't you go back while it's still early?" Someone sneered. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those people and quickly left. There were also some people who didn't want to believe that Lin Feng was telling the truth, so they left with him. They had just flown 30 kilometers. The small golden bell suddenly flew into the air. Then, the small golden bell began to grow rapidly. The bell grew larger and larger. And larger and larger. Finally, the small golden bell grew to 100 meters in size. Everyone looked at the huge golden bell in confusion. They didn't understand what was going on. It really is a supreme treasure. Someone shouted excitedly and pounced on the golden bell. Dong, at this time. The golden bell that had been silent all this time suddenly made a dull sound. The sound of the bell resounded through the sky, with the golden bell as the center. Waves of energy ripples swept out. Bang bang bang, then. One by one, the cultivators' bodies exploded. They turned into a bloody mist. They died on the spot. "Run!" Everyone cried out in horror. Who would dare to stay for a moment? They turned around and frantically fled into the distance. It was too terrifying. The lethality of the golden bell was unimaginable. However, it was too late to escape now. The speed at which the sound waves spread was simply too fast. Many cultivators were instantly drowned by the sound waves. Their bodies instantly collapsed. How could this be? More than 300 cultivators who were watching the battle from the outside cried out in fear and fled for their lives. When Lin Feng warned these people before, there were even people who mocked Lin Feng. But now, they were so scared that their faces were pale and filled with regret. Why didn't they leave with that kid just now? They frantically fled into the distance. But they couldn't avoid the sound waves at all. Terrifying sound waves. In an instant, these 300 cultivators were drowned. Everyone died tragically. Lin Feng and the others, who had fled 50 miles away, turned their heads to look at what was happening in the distance. Their faces were pale. That was tens of thousands of cultivators. In an instant, they were killed by the golden bell. What level of treasure was that? Wasn't it too terrifying? Boom, a terrifying aura spread out from the golden bell. Then, the golden bell actually flew in the direction of Lin Feng and the others. Not good, this golden bell has locked onto us, let's go. Seeing the golden bell flying over, Lin Feng's face changed greatly. They quickly fled into the distance. The golden bell chased after them. When they passed by a snowy mountain, the snowy mountain split open. A snowy white dragon that was 1,000 meters long appeared. It was actually a blood dragon. The blood dragon roared towards the sky and waved its huge claws, smashing towards the small golden bell. Bang! The snow dragon collided with the small golden bell. The sky shook and the earth shook. The two powerful existences fought together, causing the sky to darken. The sun and moon lost their light, and the ice field was about to sink. Such a big commotion. Naturally, there was no way to hide it. Countless cultivators rushed over. There was no lack of strong cultivators among them. "This is the golden demon bell, it's actually this treasure?" A middle-aged cultivator exclaimed as he looked at the ancient bell, his eyes bursting with light. He was an imperial uncle of the great Xia Empire, and his status was frightening. "The golden demon bell, this is a divine weapon." An old man stepped forward, surrounded by endless divine flames. This was a strong cultivator of the Kinwa people who had transformed into a human. He, so it's the golden demon bell that has appeared. Such a thing, can you give it to me?" The Empress walked over and said with a smile. Every move. She charmed everyone. Countless cultivators were captivated by her beauty. "Empress, your charms are useless against us." "I didn't use any charms on you." The Empress laughed. She looked back and smiled charmingly. The beauties of the 6 palaces were colorless. Perhaps it was referring to a woman like the Empress. She was too perfect. So beautiful that it was suffocating. The imperial uncle of the great Xia Empire looked indifferent. He didn't say anything else. His eyes were fixed on the golden demon bell and the snow dragon. The old man from the Kinwa people was the same. Their goal was the golden demon bell. As for Lin Feng and the others, they were just watching the show. A treasure like the golden demon bell was too terrifying. It was impossible to obtain or subdue it. Lin Feng looked at the Empress with interest. He was admiring her. This woman was indeed beautiful. So beautiful that Lin Feng couldn't describe her beauty with words. The #1 beauty of Tianwu University. And she was so powerful. What kind of man was he? How could he conquer a woman like the Empress? The Empress seemed to have sensed something. She turned to look at Lin Feng. The Empress revealed a charming expression and asked, "Am I beautiful?" "Yes. Of course. You are the most beautiful woman in the world." Many people were infatuated and praised her loudly. "Yes, you are indeed beautiful." Lin Feng glanced at the Empress's slender and beautiful legs. Full breasts. Her beautiful face. A slender waist that could be held with one arm. He muttered in his heart. This woman was indeed perfect. She had a golden ratio body and an extremely perfect face. Coupled with her powerful strength, she was simply the nemesis of all men. She saw that Lin Feng wasn't charmed by her. And his gaze was very bold as he looked at the key parts of her body. The Empress had a strange feeling. In the Empress's eyes, there were 2 types of men. The first type. Men who were infatuated with her. The second type. He was a man who wasn't charmed by her but didn't dare to look her in the eye. Because even those men who were not charmed by her, if he dared to stare at her for a long time. The Empress was also confident that she could make the other party fall into a state of enchantment and be unable to extricate himself. This was the Empress's confidence. Right now. This guy in front of him, she even dared to stare at him with such impudent eyes. Because this was the first time something like this had happened. The Empress had a strange feeling in her heart. He was furious. She wanted to use her charming martial spirit to deal with Lin Feng. However, at this moment, Lin Feng turned his face away from the Empress. This was because Lin Feng knew that the Empress's charm martial soul was terrifying. Therefore, when the Water Empress activated her charming martial spirit, do not look at the Water Empress. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. That bastard, the Empress gritted her teeth and walked over, wanting to teach Lin Feng a lesson. But at this moment, below the battle between the Golden Demon Bell and the Snow Dragon, the ice plains collapsed. The destructive power of the battle between these 2 terrifying existences was simply too terrifying. It directly pierced through the ice field. Rumble, immediately after. A large area of the ice field began to collapse. Many people were almost flying into the air. They saw that below the battle between the Golden Demon Bell and the Snow Dragon, a huge abyss with a radius of more than 30 miles had collapsed. Black fog spread out from the abyss. A terrifying aura surged out. That abyss seemed to be connected to the netherworld. Heavens, how could such a huge abyss collapse? What's under this abyss? Many people looked at the abyss in shock. Swoosh. The Golden Demon Bell did not stop and rushed into the abyss. Roar. The Snow Dragon also let out a loud dragon roar and rushed into the abyss. Could it be a great opportunity? The imperial uncle of the Great Xia Empire was shocked and rushed into the abyss. He was such a big shot. He was experienced and knowledgeable. Therefore, when he saw the abyss appear, he knew that it was not simple. The old Qinwu people also rushed in. The Empress glanced at Lin Feng. Although she wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson, the Empress knew the most important thing now was to go to the abyss to find the opportunity. She also rushed into the abyss. Phew, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost run away just now. After these powerhouses rushed into the abyss, more and more cultivators also entered the abyss. Lin Feng also rushed into the abyss. In the abyss, black fog rolled. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air. This is black gold grass. Some cultivators exclaimed as they found a treasure on the walls of the abyss. Black gold grass. It was a spirit herb that looked like black gold. Black gold grass was extremely rare. 10 stalks of black gold grass could be exchanged for 1 supreme-grade spirit stone. Many cultivators rushed over when they heard about the black gold grass. They began to collect the black gold grass. But at this moment, the surrounding rock walls suddenly turned into stone giants. These rock giants were extremely ugly. They had wings, and their roars shook the sky. They swung their huge palms at the cultivators collecting the black gold grass. Many cultivators were not prepared at all. They were hit by the stone giants' claws. One by one, the cultivators were sent flying and died on the spot. The cultivators who were not killed by the stone giants were also seriously injured. It's the stone giants, quickly attack them. Kill the stone giants and we will be able to get the stone heart. That is a treasure formed by heaven and earth. If we sell it at the auction house, it can be sold for a sky-high price. Seeing the stone giants appear one after another, many cultivators became excited and shouted loudly. Of course, there were also some cultivators who were very afraid of these stone giants and quickly flew down the abyss. However, even more cultivators took out their magic treasures to attack the stone giants. These cultivators obviously wanted to kill the stone giants and get the stone heart. But they underestimated the stone giants' strength. When the magic treasures bombarded the stone giants' bodies, the magic treasures could not destroy the stone giants' bodies at all. The stone giants' bodies were too hard. They blocked the attacks of the cultivators' magic treasures. Then, the rock giants roared and pounced on the cultivators. Bang bang bang, the stone giants' attacks were very simple, just a pair of hands. Cultivators were constantly killed. And when these cultivators were being slaughtered by the stone giants, Lin Feng had already arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Many cultivators rushed into the abyss. The bottom of the abyss was very large, like an underground space. There was ice everywhere. The temperature was extremely low. Look, a group of palaces. Not long after, a cultivator pointed to the depths. Everyone looked over. They saw huge palaces appear in their line of sight. These palaces were densely packed, and it was unknown how many there were. Why are there so many palaces here? Lin Feng was shocked. Rumble, a loud sound shook the sky. Someone had already pushed open a huge palace. That palace. It seemed to be a main hall. It was 300 to 400 meters tall. Many cultivators rushed into the palace. Lin Feng also entered the palace with the many cultivators. That is? It was hazy. Everything was dark. However, one could see a beautiful figure standing there. She was wearing a snow-white dress, like a fairy from the moon palace, cold and beautiful. she opened the door to the palace. To think that such a beautiful woman had actually appeared. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? She was so beautiful, like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Her every move was filled with charm that could make anyone fall head over heels for her. She's not a person. An old cultivator said solemnly. Could she be a ghost? Someone's face turned pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was such a mysterious group of palaces. It was indeed possible for some strange things to happen. No. It's not a ghost, it's a brand. In the past, this woman lived here. Lin Feng said. They only heard the word brand. Many people were relieved. The hazy and mysterious woman walked towards the depths of the palace. It was pitch black. Her figure was about to disappear from everyone's sight. Quick, chase after her and take a look. A cultivator said and quickly chased after the mysterious woman. Who is she? This palace? What's going on? Lin Feng frowned and thought. The palace was continuous. The appearance of such a woman was indeed very strange. The area of this palace was too big. After passing through an unknown number of halls, the mysterious woman disappeared without a trace in a courtyard. She disappeared. Many people frowned. The mysterious woman seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It was too strange. Everyone began to observe the courtyard. This was a courtyard that connected the four palaces. In the depths of the courtyard, there was a corridor that led to the palace. In the courtyard, there were rockery and strange stones, and a small bridge with flowing water. The environment was elegant. Many people looked at the courtyard. Everyone was observing, hoping to find some opportunities. But obviously, this was not an easy task. Although this place is continuous with palaces, there are not many main palaces. The palace we're in is one of the main palaces. It's impossible for there to be nothing left in such a main palace. A cultivator said. He was hopeful about the opportunities here. There were at least 2,000 cultivators pouring into the courtyard. In the depths of the courtyard, there were 4 passageways that led even deeper into the palace. Some cultivators rushed towards these passageways, wanting to investigate. However, right at that moment, a miserable scream was heard. A cultivator fell to the ground, his body twitching violently and his face pale. His entire body stiffened, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. His appearance was truly terrifying. What happened? Many people's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly walked over. Lin Feng squatted down and examined him. With a serious expression, he said, "He's poisoned." Just as he finished speaking. Right at this moment. A beam of light flew out with a swoosh sound, and shot towards Lin Feng. He took a closer look. It was actually a poisonous insect that looked like a scorpion or a mantis. It had wings and was extremely fast. He didn't know what kind of creature it was. This kind of living being was entirely green in color. Clearly, there was a deadly poison in his body. Be careful. Seeing the beam of light shooting towards Lin Feng, someone reminded him. Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He gently slashed out a sword chi and tore the poisonous insect apart. Dark green mantis scorpion, hurry up and leave. This is a highly poisonous creature, and it's a swarm of poisonous insects. Once its poison invades your body, you'll definitely die. When a cultivator saw the poisonous insect that Lin Feng had killed, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but shout loudly. However, his body didn't slow down at all as he shot towards the outside. It was obvious that many people had heard of the reputation of the dark green mantis scorpion. At this moment, their expressions changed drastically as they quickly rushed outside. However, it was too late to leave now. Buzz buzz, in the air, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. In the fake mountains of the courtyard, in the grass, a dense group of dark green mantis scorpions pounced towards the cultivators. Soon, many cultivators began to scream miserably. They died tragically under the attacks of the dark green mantis scorpions. Use your magic treasure to attack these poisonous insects. A cultivator shouted. Many cultivators hurriedly took out their magic treasure and attacked the dark green mantis scorpions. However, there were too many dark green mantis scorpions. Although the dark green mantis scorpions were constantly killed by the magic treasure. However, more and more dark green mantis scorpions rushed out. Cultivators continued to die tragically. Out of more than 2,000 cultivators, it didn't take long for 400 to 500 people to die. The insect king is here. Not far away, a cultivator shouted loudly. The insect king that was commanding the swarm of insects to attack everyone appeared in a patch of grass. It was a dark green mantis scorpion the size of a wash basin. It was much larger than an ordinary dark green mantis scorpion. More than 10 cultivators rushed forward, wanting to kill the insect king. If they could kill the insect king, the dark green mantis scorpions would definitely disperse because there was no dragon left. However, the insect king was too powerful. It quickly flew out as fast as lightning. Puff puff, more than 10 cultivators' heads were instantly chopped off by the insect king's sharp claws. Cultivators continued to attack the insect king. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. However, these cultivators' fates were all very tragic. They all died under the insect king's claws. This insect king's strength was a bit abnormal. In the end, there were only about 1,000 cultivators left. However, the swarm of insects kept increasing. It was obvious that they were in danger of being wiped out at any time. Attack it separately, don't be too concentrated. I have a treasure, let's see if it can kill the insect king. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Things had reached the most critical point. Even though he knew that he might die in the insect king's hands, Lin Feng had to give it his all. Because their forces were quickly weakening. If they waited until all the cultivators died, he wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone, cover us. An old man shouted in a deep voice. Many cultivators resisted the attacks of the swarm with difficulty. They protected Lin Feng and more than 10 people in the middle and separated the swarm from the insect king. The swarm of insects seemed to know that these cultivators were going to attack the insect king, so they attacked even more crazily. They won't be able to hold on for long. Let's do it. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Whoosh 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 whoosh, more than 10 cultivators rushed towards the insect king. The insect king looked at them with contempt. Obviously. This dark green mantis scorpion king already had an extremely high level of intelligence. The dark green mantis scorpion king also rushed into the crowd. Puff puff. The heads of the cultivators were cut off one by one. Lin Feng took out the bronze mirror, but he couldn't see the dark green mantis scorpion king at all. The dark green mantis scorpion king's speed was too fast. Second brother, third brother, live well. Bring my body back and bury it. A cultivator in his 30s roared. His body burned as he rushed towards the dark green mantis scorpion king. Big brother. The 2 younger cultivators cried out sorrowfully. Tears welled up in their eyes. The cultivator burned his life essence and raised his battle strength to the extreme. He wasn't instantly killed by the dark green mantis scorpion king. Instead, he hugged the dark green mantis scorpion king. The dark green mantis scorpion king was too powerful. Its claws directly shattered his chest. I found its weakness, at the neck. Quick, kill it. The cultivator looked at Lin Feng. Bronze mirror. Lin Feng quickly activated the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror swept out a terrifying light and bombarded the dark green mantis scorpion king's body. It instantly pierced through the dark green mantis scorpion king's neck. The dark green mantis scorpion king the size of a wash basin fell to the ground. The insect king was killed. As expected, the insect swarm was in chaos. Without a group of dragons, the insect swarm's combat strength was greatly reduced, and many poisonous insects were killed. The insect swarm could no longer organize a powerful force and began to retreat. They either drilled into the ground or hid in a hidden place. Quick, let's go, we can't stay here for long. Many cultivators' faces were pale. Being able to survive made them feel like they were in a dream. Those cultivators didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed into the 4 tunnels to look for opportunities. Big brother, you died so miserably. 2 young cultivators knelt in front of the dead cultivator and cried. Lin Feng stood not far away, looking at the dead cultivator, full of admiration. That cultivator dared to risk his life to fight the insect king. It was already admirable. Seeing that the insect king couldn't be defeated, in order to protect his two younger brothers, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. This was the kinship of blood, making him sacrifice his life for his two younger brothers. My condolences. After fighting together, the few cultivators who survived all patted the two brothers on the shoulders. Then, they quickly left. The dead can't be revived. The best way to repay your brother is for you to live a better life, Lin Feng said. The two of them nodded and kept their brother's corpse. They also entered a tunnel. Those who died had already passed away, and those who were alive had to move forward. This was the path of a cultivator. Although 9 of them died, but they still had to press forward. Lin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed that the green mantis scorpion king's claws actually moved. It's not dead? Lin Feng was shocked. He took out the black dragon sword and gave the green mantis scorpion king another stab. But it was still not enough to kill the green mantis scorpion king. The insect king was struggling. What a strong vitality! If not for knowing the insect king's weakness, I'm afraid everyone would have died under its claws today. Let me try and see if I can burn the insect king to death with my heavenly fire. Lin Feng was about to use his heavenly fire to burn the insect king. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual will entered Lin Feng's mind. Spare me. Spare me, I'm willing to serve you. Lin Feng's eyes widened when he heard the voice. It turned out to be the dark green mantis scorpion king's divine telekinesis. This was the Bud King. He had actually cultivated to the point where he could communicate with humans. Obviously, this Bud King was more complicated than Lin Feng had imagined. Alright, since you want to live, open your soul and let me place a soul imprint in your soul. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the dark green mantis scorpion king. The dark green mantis scorpion king felt indignant. But it knew, if he didn't obey, only death awaited him. Thus, he opened his soul. Lin Feng successfully branded his soul imprint into the dark green mantis scorpion king's soul. Just like that, Lin Feng no longer had to worry about the dark green mantis scorpion king harming him. Lin Feng took out a beast slave bag. This was something he had obtained from killing the crimson-robed beast master. Blood-robed beast tamers were known to cultivate all kinds of poisonous creatures. Currently, Lin Feng's storage ring even contained the poisonous creatures that the crimson-robed beast tamers had cultivated in the past. There were even many poisonous insects. Of course, those poisonous insects couldn't be compared to the dark green mantis scorpion group. Since you are the Bud King here, summon all the poisonous insects here and let them be under my command. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the dark green mantis scorpion king. How terrifying was this swarm of insects? Lin Feng had already seen it. If he could control the swarm of insects, even if it was a supreme expert of the creation realm, if he was careless, he might be heavily injured by the swarm. He might even be killed by the swarm. Yes, master. The dark green mantis scorpion king replied. Then, it emitted a special wave and contacted the swarm of insects hidden in the surroundings. Then, a dense swarm of insects flew out. Seeing the black mass of dark green mantis scorpions, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, these dark green mantis scorpions wouldn't attack him now. All the dark green mantis scorpions flew into the beast slave bag. A happy smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He kept the beast slave bag. With this group of dark green mantis scorpions, even if he met a creation realm expert, he might be able to kill the other party. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this time, more cultivators poured into the hall from outside. Lin Feng didn't stop either, he chose a passage and rushed into it. The passageway was deep, and soon, he saw the great halls on both sides of the passageway. Many of the great halls had been opened, and within the great halls, there was an extremely fierce battle. Cultivators continued to die miserably. Obviously, they must have found some treasure. Many cultivators were fighting crazily. Previously, we were fighting against the dark green mantis group together, but now, we can't wait to kill each other. How ironic. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He didn't enter the halls to snatch the treasures, but instead walked deeper in. In the deepest part, there was one of the most enormous palaces. Rumble, rumble, a loud sound shook the sky. A large number of cultivators were gathered here, trying their best to push open the huge stone door. Crack, crack. Finally, with the efforts of hundreds of cultivators, the door was being pushed open bit by bit. The 200-meter-tall door was finally pushed open, revealing a 3-meter-long gap. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, immediately after, many cultivators rushed into the hall. Lin Feng also entered the hall. He saw. This hall was divided into 9 levels. The first level of the hall. There was only one statue. It was a statue of a woman. It's her. Lin Feng was shocked. After seeing this woman's statue, he instantly thought of the mysterious woman he saw when he first entered the hall. She was as cold as a fairy from the Moon Palace. In the end, she disappeared from the courtyard. It was this woman in front of him. Her statue appeared in the first level of the 9 palaces. Other than this statue, there was nothing else in the first level of the hall. The cultivators who entered did not pay attention to the statue and rushed into the depths of the hall. Lin Feng was about to enter the depths of the hall. At this time, the dark green mantis scorpion king transmitted a spiritual fluctuation. Master, there's a mystery behind the statue. There's a mystery behind it? Lin Feng was surprised. He came to the back of the statue and saw nothing. He touched the statue with his hand. Under the neck, there were some different places. He pressed hard. Crack. A groove appeared. In the groove, there was a bracelet. Storage bracelet? Lin Feng's eyes widened. It was actually a storage bracelet. This kind of thing was very rare because storage bracelets were all made of jade. It was extremely difficult, and the technology had long been lost. Obviously, this storage bracelet had an extremely ancient origin. Could it be this woman's thing? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Storage bracelet? It's actually a storage bracelet? Kid, stop right there. More than 10 cultivators stopped Lin Feng, who was about to leave. Not good, the people from Cold Fiend Island are one step ahead of us. Let's wait and see for now. There were also some cultivators who stood not far away and looked over coldly. Obviously, those people also saw that Lin Feng had obtained a storage bracelet. They all had evil thoughts in their hearts. After all, Lin Feng was just one person. It would not take much effort to deal with him. However, the cultivators from Cold Fiend Island had taken the initiative to attack, which made them wary. Cold Fiend Island was a famous ancient force in the East Sea world. Although they were not as powerful as the 3 saints and 4 immortals, their strength could not be underestimated. With such a powerful force as their backing, the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island were naturally fearless. Lin Feng glanced at the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island and asked, "What's the matter? Did you just get a storage bracelet?" Someone asked. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing Lin Feng answer so straightforwardly, the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island were very surprised. Then, another cultivator from Cold Fiend Island sneered and said, "In that case, hand over the storage bracelet and we will spare your life." The cultivators of Cold Fiend Island looked at Lin Feng with a condescending expression. It seemed that as long as Lin Feng dared to say no, these people would immediately attack and kill Lin Feng. I wonder if that kid will hand it over. If he gives the storage bracelet to the people of Cold Fiend Island, we will have no chance at all. He should hand it over, right? After all, he's just one person. If he dares to resist, isn't he courting death? Many people were discussing. At that moment, Lin Feng's answer made these people stunned. Scram. Just one word. Simple and decisive. The cultivators of Cold Fiend Island were not the only ones in disbelief. Even the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Lin Feng to dare tell the people of Cold Fiend Island to scram. Didn't this kid see that there were 3 yin-yang experts on Cold Fiend Island? He actually dared to tell the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island to scram. Was this kid tired of living? The cultivators from Cold Fiend Island twitched their mouths. Immediately after, their eyes were filled with killing intent. They looked at Lin Feng coldly. In their opinion, Lin Feng, a mere cultivator at the peak of the martial king realm, actually dared to tell them to scram. This was already a capital offense. You reckless fool. A cultivator from Cold Fiend Island attacked Lin Feng. These cultivators from Cold Fiend Island were very powerful. Anyone who dared to provoke them, kill without mercy. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Murder. Sometimes it's very simple. He didn't need any reason to kill. This was the world of cultivators. The cultivator sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. This palm was like a cold blade slashing down. Many people even vaguely felt that they saw a blade light streaking across the void. Afterward, that blade light, in an instant, it slashed towards Lin Feng. It's an ancient secret technique passed down from Cold Fiend Island, the cold saber palm technique. It's said that once this cold saber palm technique is successfully cultivated, the palm will be extremely sharp and can cut through iron like mud. How powerful is this cold saber palm technique? Won't that kid be split in half? Yes, I'm afraid he'll be killed instantly. Some onlookers were discussing. Many people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Lin Feng definitely couldn't withstand this attack. Reckless fool, I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? Facing the attack of the Cold Fiend Island cultivator, Lin Feng shouted coldly and directly exhaled. His breath turned into a sword. Pfft. The chest of the Cold Fiend Island cultivator who attacked Lin Feng was pierced through. His body flew backward. He fell to the ground. He was already dead. He killed a cultivator at the peak of the martial king realm with a breath? Oh my god, isn't that kid too powerful? Many cultivators cried out in shock. They originally thought that Lin Feng would die in the hands of the Cold Fiend Island cultivator. However, they didn't expect that Lin Feng would kill the other party in an instant. Killing with a breath, what kind of technique was this? Wasn't it too unbelievable? But it was such an unbelievable scene, however, it really happened in front of them. This kid actually hid his strength. Let's attack together and cut this kid into 1,000 pieces. A Yinyang realm cultivator from the Cold Fiend Island shouted coldly. Phew, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing the siege of these experts, his attack was very simple. He spat out a breath. Puff, 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 more than a dozen cultivators' bodies were pierced one after another. The Cold Fiend Island cultivators. They died tragically on the spot. Killing with a breath, it was amazing, such a technique, only by condensing one's strength to the extreme could one use it. Originally, everyone had only heard of killing with a breath. However, they had never seen it before. Today, they saw with their own eyes the method of killing with a breath. The cultivators of the Cold Fiend Island were all experts. However, they were killed by a breath. Among the dozen or so cultivators of the Cold Fiend Island, only 3 Yinyang realm cultivators were still alive. Their cultivation levels were very high. They blocked Lin Feng's breath. Damn it, use the flying swords to kill him. The eyes of the 3 Yinyang realm cultivators were filled with killing intent. One by one, they roared. Buzz. Buzz, intense fluctuations swept through the world. 3 pinnacle treasures appeared. Each of them was a treasure. They were all emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Pinnacle treasures. And there are 3 of them. What a powerful fluctuation. What a terrifying aura. As expected of a pinnacle treasure. This time, that kid is in danger. Facing the attack of 3 pinnacle treasure flying swords, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Unless he can take out an even more powerful Dharma treasure. An even more powerful Dharma treasure? Doesn't that mean that he needs to take out a Dao artifact? A Dao artifact isn't something that ordinary people can have. Doesn't that mean that this kid is definitely going to die? Many people were discussing. Seeing the 3 Cold Fiend Island cultivators take out their pinnacle treasure flying swords, the onlookers knew that Lin Feng's fate was likely to be sealed. Swish, the 3 pinnacle treasure flying swords quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. Fast, their speed was too fast, they slashed down in an instant, they wanted to kill Lin Feng on the spot. Humph. Facing the attack of 3 pinnacle treasure flying swords, Lin Feng sneered and punched out. Clang! 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 3 consecutive loud and muffled sounds were heard. The 3 pinnacle treasure flying swords were sent flying by Lin Feng's iron fists. His physical body can shake Dharma treasures? Is he still human? Seeing this, many of the spectating cultivators were almost scared to death. Lin Feng had already rushed in front of a Yinyang realm cultivator. He let out a long howl. His breath was like a sword. Puff, the Yinyang realm cultivator's head was cut off by Lin Feng's breath. The headless corpse fell to the ground. You're actually so powerful. The other 2 Yinyang cultivators from Cold Fiend Island looked at Lin Feng with pale faces. They originally thought that Lin Feng was a small fry that they could kill at will. They didn't know until now. They were gravely mistaken. Lin Feng was too powerful. So powerful, it was not something they could fight against. At this moment, the 2 of them were almost scared out of their wits. They no longer had the courage to fight. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards the 2 of them. He had no intention of letting them go. We are from Cold Fiend Island. If you dare to kill us, Cold Fiend Island will not let you go. The 2 Yinyang cultivators threatened. They wanted to use Cold Fiend Island to intimidate Lin Feng. They wanted Lin Feng to let them live. At the same time, the 2 of them were filled with killing intent. They had made up their minds. As long as they escaped, they would find the experts from Cold Fiend Island and cut Lin Feng into pieces, to vent the hatred in their hearts. However, the 2 of them did not expect that. Lin Feng had no intention of letting them go. So what if they brought out Cold Fiend Island? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He looked coldly at the 2 cultivators from Cold Fiend Island and said contemptuously. Cold Fiend Island? Is it very powerful? That faint mocking voice sounded. Lin Feng's attack had already blasted towards the 2 of them. Sky Splitter struck out. In the void, it condensed into a dazzling saber light. That saber light, it was as if it was going to tear the void apart. Its power was unimaginably strong. We'll fight it out with you. The 2 Cold Fiend Island cultivators' eyes also revealed a fierce gaze. They roared and pounced towards Lin Feng from left and right. Puff. Puff, but it was useless. Their bodies were instantly torn apart by the saber light. Blood splattered. The 2 Cold Fiend Island cultivators were killed, seeing more than a dozen cultivators from Cold Fiend Island killed by Lin Feng. The other cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale. Among the cultivators who were watching the show, there were still some who wanted to attack Lin Feng. But now, he was so scared that he seemed to have lost half his life. Lin Feng coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Lin Feng no longer paid any attention to these cultivators who were watching the show. He quickly headed towards the depths. In the 9 halls. Starting from the second palace, treasures began to appear. Many people. They all went forward to snatch it. Lin Feng didn't stay outside. He went all the way inside. They arrived at the 9th palace. The 9th palace was the largest. To Lin Feng's surprise, the 9th palace was empty. There was no treasure, he didn't even have anything. However, Lin Feng discovered that there were many mysterious pictures in the 9th palace. These pictures. The content of the painting was also very strange. Some of the pictures seemed to be scenes of ancient people offering sacrifices to their ancestors. In some of the pictures, there were crowds of people. It seemed like a large-scale battle was taking place. Some of the pictures were of huge palaces being built to worship the gods. Some of the paintings depicted mountains and rivers. Some of the paintings depicted floods. An ancient powerhouse appeared to control the floods. Some of the paintings seemed to be about cultivation. The figures in the paintings sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. All kinds of pictures appeared in his line of sight. This made Lin Feng very surprised. He didn't understand the meaning of these murals. Many cultivators were scattered around the hall, carefully staring at the contents of the murals and whispering from time to time. At this moment, a shocking fluctuation came from not far away. In front of a mural, a young cultivator sat cross-legged. The fluctuation came from the young cultivator's body. He has an epiphany. Someone exclaimed. Epiphany. It was an extremely difficult state to enter. Once one entered the state of epiphany, they would often be able to obtain extremely great benefits. Epiphany by looking at the murals. It seems that these murals are not simple. Many cultivators hurriedly found a place to sit down and also observed the murals, wanting to have an epiphany. If they could enter the state of epiphany, they might be able to obtain great benefits. It was like how cultivators comprehended spirit. Many people entered the mysterious state of epiphany. When they woke up, they discovered they had actually comprehended spirit. However, there were also some cultivators who looked at the young cultivator who had an epiphany and sneered. There was no lack of people in the world who were jealous. 5 cultivators walked towards the young cultivator who had entered the state of epiphany. One of them glanced at the young cultivator who had an epiphany. The state of epiphany is about to be interrupted. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. They couldn't help but feel pity for the young cultivator. If the state of epiphany was interrupted, if they wanted to enter the state of epiphany again, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. Seeing that these people were about to succeed, suddenly, divine light surged from the body of the cultivator who had entered the state of epiphany. Immediately after, a dueling god flew out. The dueling god roared and charged towards the cultivator who attacked. External incarnation. Many cultivators exclaimed. The dueling god was the external incarnation that the young cultivator who had entered the state of epiphany had refined. It was very similar to Lin Feng's 9 Emperor clone. The expression of the cultivator who had attacked earlier changed drastically. He wanted to withdraw and retreat. But it was too late. He was killed by the dueling god's punch. Then, the dueling god charged towards the other 4. It has nothing to do with us. We didn't attack. The 4 of them shouted with pale faces. A nest of snakes and rats. How can we forgive them? The dueling god sneered. He charged towards the 4. Bang 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 bang, 4 consecutive punches were sent out. The 4 cultivators were directly killed by the dueling god. Then, the dueling god turned into a stream of light and drilled into the young cultivator's body. They really deserved it. Not far away, Lin Feng saw this scene. The corner of his mouth hooked up into an indifferent smile. Those who commit too much injustice will bring about their own destruction. Those 5 people wanted to disturb others' cultivation. In the end, they were killed. They deserved to die. They didn't deserve sympathy. Lin Feng also sat cross-legged. He observed the murals. Murals after murals. They flashed through his mind. The ancient ancestors sacrificed. The ancient ancestors prayed for rain. The ancient ancestors hunted. The ancient ancestors fought. All kinds of pictures. They flashed one by one. Slowly, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have entered a mysterious world. This was a world so ancient that it was hard to imagine. There were murderers running rampant everywhere. Lin Feng didn't know where he was. Looking around, it was an ancient forest. There was no end in sight. Roar. In the distant mountains, there were roars of fierce beasts. A giant bear that was over 100 meters tall swept through the forest. Soon after, a 1,000-meter-long centipede stood up. Rumble. The forest shook violently. Lin Feng looked down in shock, not knowing what had happened. At this time, a huge monster stood up. This was a strange beast that was 10,000 feet long. It was unknown what species it was, but it woke up from its slumber. Countless rocks were shaken off by it. What is this place? Am I looking at the murals? Did I enter the world in the murals? Lin Feng frowned, his heart was filled with doubts. 3 days later, Lin Feng came to a mountain village. Wow! Lin Feng hadn't been there for very long when he heard a baby crying in one of the rooms. I gave birth to a son. When a child was born in the village, a sacrificial ceremony would be held. This was a ceremony that many villages would hold in ancient times. And this mountain village, it was no exception. More than 2,000 people in the village gathered together under the lead of the village chief to worship the heavens. They placed all kinds of offerings and were extremely pious. Then, a ray of divine light shot out from the void. The divine light shone into the child's forehead. This was fortune. After worshipping the heavens, the child would receive the fortune bestowed by the heavens. A golden mark was left between the child's eyebrows. Seeing the golden lightning-like mark, the old village chief was so excited that tears streamed down his face. War god mark, it's actually the war god mark. The entire village was in an uproar. The war god mark was the most powerful kind of fortune. A lucky child who was blessed with the war god mark. He could become a powerful war god in the future. The large tribes within 1,000 miles heard about this matter and sent people to investigate. Then, the entire village was rewarded because of this newborn child. More than 2,000 people in the village moved to the large tribe. 16 years later. Among the group of tribe disciples who rode strange beasts back from hunting in the forest, there was a young man who was the most handsome. His name was Xianxia. He was born 16 years ago and had grown up now. He was destined to become a war god. Brother Xianxia. A beautiful girl ran over and personally welcomed Xianxia. This was the daughter of the tribe chief. She had followed Xianxia since she was young. She and Xianxia grew up together. Obviously. Perhaps soon, the girl would be betrothed to Xianxia. Under the envious gazes of many people, Xianxia reached out and grabbed the girl's small hand and pulled her onto the strange beast. The girl leaned into Xianxia's arms. Xianxia rode the strange beast and rushed into the distance. Half a year later. In the depths of the mountains, in the Great Lake, there was a shocking immortal treasure. Many experts from ancient large factions came. Those large factions. They were factions that the tribe couldn't compare to. These people from the large factions came for the immortal treasure. The tribe also organized a group of people to go into the depths of the mountains, hoping to find some opportunities that the large factions didn't want. For example, some large factions killed powerful beasts. They didn't want these beasts at all. But these beasts were incomparably precious to the tribe. The immortal treasure appeared. Many great powers were in a chaotic battle. Powerful demonic beasts also appeared. The scene became even more chaotic. Many ferocious beasts participated in the battle and were slaughtered. The people of the tribe had a rich harvest. In the end, the immortal treasure flew away. These major powers chased after him. The tribesmen returned with a large number of demonic beast corpses. A group of people riding strange beasts passed over the tribe. Said a young man when he saw the beautiful woman in the tribe. He was shocked. I never thought that there would be such a beautiful woman in the savage wasteland. I can bring her back and train her to be my slave. I'll definitely enjoy her. The young master had an extremely powerful background. He was a direct descendant of one of the most ancient powers. Their influence was unimaginable. He personally took the girl into his arms. Let me go, the young girl struggled in fear. The tribesmen were enraged and quickly gathered around. The young man's voice was ice cold. Leave none alive. A cultivator beside the young master attacked. Hundreds of thousands of people in the entire tribe were slaughtered. The tribe turned into a sea of blood. The young girl was overwhelmed with grief and fainted. The young master took the young girl away. When Xianxia and the others returned, they saw this tragic scene. Everyone was lying in a pool of blood. Xianxia rushed to the ruins like a madman. He found his grandfather, father, mother, sister, and all his family members had died tragically. The others were also frantically looking for their family members. However, everyone was dead. Little you, where are you? Xianxia frantically searched for little you. They had gotten engaged last month. The wedding would be held in half a year. Among the countless corpses, he could not find the young girl. Xianxia. A weak voice sounded. A middle-aged man was hanging on to his last breath. He had just woken up. Patriarch. Xianxia ran over and held the middle-aged man in his arms. This was little Yu's father. It's the people from the Grand Divine Court. They took little you away. After saying this sentence intermittently, Li Yundong's expression changed. The patriarch completely stopped breathing. The Grand Divine Court, perhaps everyone knew about this power. The Grand Divine Court was the most terrifying orthodoxy in the world. As for the Grand Divine Court, it was one of the most powerful forces. The Grand Divine Court, we have no hope of taking revenge. The others were crying in grief. In the entire tribe, only the 1,000 people who had entered the depths of the mountains did not die. They buried everyone. Xianxia left with endless hatred. He wanted to cultivate, he wanted to become stronger, to avenge his grandfather, father, mother, sister, relatives, and clansmen. He wanted to find little Yu. But Xianxia did not know. That night, little Yu did not want to be humiliated. Before the young master of the Grand Divine Court wanted to defile her, little Yu bit her tongue and committed suicide. What bad luck, throwing the corpse down the cliff to feed the wolves. The young master's eyes were gloomy. 100 years later, Xianxia came to the Grand Divine Court to investigate what had happened in the past. Finally, he found a clue. The person who had done this back then was a prince of the Grand Divine Court. He was the nephew of the Grand Divine Court's human emperor. Xianxia sneaked into the imperial capital and captured the other party to interrogate him about what had happened in the past. When he learned that little Yu had killed herself 100 years ago, Xianxia cried bitterly and tears of blood flowed out. The prince of the Grand Divine Court begged Xianxia to spare his life. How could Xianxia spare him? Xianxia cut him into 1,000 pieces. But soon, Xianxia was wanted by the Grand Divine Court. During the long process of fleeing, Xianxia's cultivation became stronger and stronger. Gradually, many experts gathered around him. Finally, one day, Xianxia was strong enough. He held the war god axe in his hand and led countless experts to launch the most tragic battle with the Grand Divine Court. This battle could be said to have shaken the heavens. The Grand Divine Court had stood tall for hundreds of millions of years. This force was so strong, it was hard to imagine. But now, Xianxia dared to challenge the dignity of the Grand Divine Court. This was the first time in hundreds of millions of years. Countless people thought that Xianxia would definitely die this time. But no one expected that in the first battle, Xianxia would kill 36 experts of the Grand Divine Court at the Grand Divine Court. He established his reputation as the supreme war god. Kill, deafening shouts resounded through the sky. Although the number of cultivators on Xianxia's side was small, under Xianxia's leadership, their momentum was magnificent. These people killed the cultivators of the Grand Divine Court. They killed gods and Buddhas. Their fighting spirit was like the sea. They were invincible. Lin Feng watched this battle in shock. The cultivators led by Xianxia were too terrifying. Their cultivation and numbers were not comparable to the Grand Divine Court's. But their fighting spirit was so strong that it could make heaven and earth collapse and shatter the galaxy. Kill! 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 A series of earth-shattering shouts resounded. Every time the word kill was shouted, the Xingtian Legion's fighting spirit doubled. This was an unimaginable improvement. The stronger their fighting spirit. The stronger their fighting spirit, the stronger their fighting spirit became. In this world, Lin Feng saw Xingtian's life. From his birth, growing up, falling in love with Xiaoya, losing all his family, leaving alone, experiencing endless pain and suffering, and finally improving his cultivation. Lin Feng did not belong to this world. But he was shocked by the Xingtian Legion's fighting spirit in this world. That endless fighting spirit. It was deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. He opened his eyes. Lin Feng saw that he had returned to reality from the world in the mural. The moment he opened his eyes, his body emitted a terrifying aura that shook heaven and earth. That was the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. Lin Feng had actually comprehended the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. The moment the heaven-punishing fighting spirit dissipated, in the 9th palace, many cultivators were alarmed. They felt the heaven-punishing fighting spirit emitted from Lin Feng's body. Countless cultivators' faces turned pale. What exactly happened? All the cultivators looked at Lin Feng with pale eyes. They had an illusion. The person standing there did not seem to be a young cultivator. Heaven-punishing fighting spirit. It's indeed powerful. When Lin Feng sensed the incredible battle energy in his body, a smile appeared on his face. This epiphany. He had obtained a great opportunity. He had actually comprehended the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. The heaven-punishing fighting spirit and the battle force that Lin Feng had comprehended before. Strictly speaking, they were both a type of domineering. The so-called domineering, it meant that that person did not use any means to release their domineering aura. It was enough to defeat countless people. But now, Lin Feng had comprehended the force and the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. However, he was still far from being able to raise the force and the heaven-punishing fighting spirit to the level of domineering. This kid is really lucky. It seems that he has gained a lot. Many people looked at Lin Feng enviously, wanting to gain all the benefits here. It was not an easy task. It required a strong comprehension ability. Of course, it also required some luck. Lin Feng restrained his aura. He continued to observe the murals. He hoped that he could gain something. The others also hurried to comprehend the mysteries of the murals. This was because two cultivators had entered a state of epiphany and obtained great benefits. This deeply stimulated the other cultivators. "Brother, how should I address you?" A hearty voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over. This person was the young cultivator who had been in an epiphany earlier. This person was not simple. He had refined the avatar of the giant spirit god. Lin Feng. Muzhou. The two of them introduced themselves to each other. Muzhou smiled and said, "Brother, your cultivation is extraordinary. After leaving this abyss, head northeast. There are many opportunities in this area. When the time comes, you can go and fight for it." Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He did not expect Muzhou to tell him this information. Obviously, this information was very likely told to Muzhou by an elder. Muzhou had done him a favor and told him. "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Haha, Brother Lin is too polite. Then I won't disturb Brother Lin's comprehension of the murals here. I'll take my leave first." Muzhou cupped his fists. "Brother Muzhou, take care." Lin Feng also cupped his fists. Muzhou left. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. This was the world of cultivators. He was very powerful. Many people would come to befriend him. If he was weak, who would care? Just like in Muzhou, there were so many people in the hall. Why was he the only one who wanted to make friends with him? It was because Muzhou saw the immense potential in him. Birds of a feather flocked together. The people that Muzhou befriended were all top-notch geniuses that he acknowledged. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and turned to look at the murals. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the dozens of murals of the Great Battle. This was the battle between the Xingtian Legion and the highest god dynasty. In the world of the murals, Lin Feng could only experience up to this point before his connection with the world of the murals was severed. As for what happened after that, no one knew. Is the Xingtian in the world of murals the legendary Xingtian? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He suddenly thought of a legend. In the primordial era, the heavenly court ruled over the myriad worlds. The master of the heavenly court was called the Celestial Emperor. Under the Celestial Emperor, there was a war god called Xingtian. During his long reign, the Celestial Emperor went from being a benevolent monarch to a violent one who killed the innocent. Xingtian was furious and questioned the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor, who felt that he had lost face, wanted to kill Xingtian to establish his might in front of the gods. However, Xingtian was too powerful. He escaped, gathered his forces, and challenged the Celestial Emperor's brutal rule. Xingtian and the Celestial Emperor fought at the peak of the 9 heavens. He was defeated. The Celestial Emperor cut off one of his heads. Of course, these were just legends. Were they real? Lin Feng did not know. It was hard to say whether the things that happened in the world of murals were real or not. Lin Feng observed for a while and found that the murals after the great battle had become very blurry. Many of the contents could no longer be seen clearly. Therefore, there was no way to investigate what happened after that. No wonder my connection with the world of murals was severed. Even the murals are missing. Lin Feng muttered. He planned to leave. He had already obtained the opportunity. There was no need to continue staying in this hall. Boom, at this moment, an incomparably terrifying aura came from outside. Immediately after, a cultivator walked into the 9th hall. This cultivator. Killing intent surged in his eyes. Cold Fiend Island. Xianxia. Someone recognized this cultivator and immediately cried out in alarm. Why would he be here? It seems like he's in a rage. What a terrifying killing intent. Could it be that someone provoked this person? Many people were discussing. Senior brother, it's that brat. Behind Xianxia, a cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. Xianxia's cold gaze looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Brat, you're the one who killed the people of my Cold Fiend Island? The killing intent in Xianxia's eyes was as deep as the sea. Lin Feng said indifferently, that's right, it's me. He wanted to kill me and steal my treasures, but he was killed by me. He only has himself to blame. If that's the case, you only have yourself to blame for being killed by me, right? Xianxia's face was filled with a sinister smile. Boom, immediately after, a destructive aura spread out from his body. 6th firmament of the Yin-Yang realm, many people looked at Xianxia in shock. What terrifying strength. That brat seems to be only a martial king. He actually made an expert like Xianxia attack him? That brat probably has a precious treasure on him, so Xianxia personally killed him just in case. Many cultivators whispered among themselves. Now, they were looking at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng would not be able to escape from Xianxia's hands. Die, brat. Xianxia was very direct. He directly rushed towards Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng with a mad dragon roaring sky fist. Everyone felt as if Xianxia had turned into a huge dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards Lin Feng. Many cultivators trembled when they felt the terrifying aura from Xianxia's body. Their faces turned pale. His strength is not simple. As expected of a 6th firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. If he hadn't comprehended the heaven-punishing fighting spirit, it would have been very troublesome to deal with Xianxia. He would have to use a spiritual formation, he would have to use all his means. However, Lin Feng had comprehended the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. His battle strength soared. Boom. Lin Feng activated the heaven-punishing fighting spirit, his battle intent soared to the sky. A terrifying aura spread out, causing countless people to turn pale with fright. What was even more terrifying was yet to come. Lin Feng immediately activated his force. His force and heaven-punishing fighting spirit overlapped. Lin Feng's battle strength soared crazily again. His battle intent rose to the peak. Sky-rend, Lin Feng roared and slashed out with a saber light. The saber light instantly shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia sensed the terrifying power of the saber light and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly took out a defensive Dharma treasure to block it. However, the defensive Dharma treasure was torn apart. Puff. Then, the saber light split Xianxia in half. Xianxia, who was at the 6th firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. He was killed by Lin Feng. The entire palace hall, there was complete silence, that was an expert at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was killed in one move just like that. Wasn't this too unbelievable? But, this was what happened in front of them. The cultivators from Cold Fiend Island were so scared that they sat on the ground, their faces pale. Spare us! Spare us! These cultivators knelt on the ground and begged Lin Feng to spare their lives. Lin Feng glanced at these people. A few martial king cultivators. Kill them. It would dirty his hands. Lin Feng left the palace hall. Many people came back to their senses. Oh my god, who is that kid? Is he really only a martial king? A martial king instantly killed someone at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm? How can he be a martial king? I guess he must have hidden his cultivation level. But that kid looks only about 20 years old. If he hid his cultivation level, wouldn't his cultivation level be higher than Xianxia's if he could instantly kill someone at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm? Many people discussed animatedly. They were shocked and moved. There were two possibilities. The first was that Lin Feng was a martial king and instantly killed Ling Qianxiu. The second was that Lin Feng hit his cultivation level and instantly killed Ling Qianxiu. But no matter what, it was very heaven-defying. A cultivator who could reach the 7th or 8th level of the yin-yang realm at the age of 20 was definitely a heaven-defying figure. If a martial king could instantly kill Ling Qianxiu, it would be even more heaven-defying. Lin Feng had already left the palace hall. Outside, black fog lingered. More and more cultivators arrived and entered the palace hall. There were also cultivators who rushed in other directions. There was an endless number of palaces. There was no end in sight. It was unknown how many palaces there were here. It was unknown how many years it had taken to build such a huge palace. Yet, there were so many of them here. It was unknown what this place was like in the past. There must be a huge secret hidden here. Lin Feng took out his storage bracelet. He planned to use his divine consciousness to invade it. Woo woo woo, suddenly, a woman's cry came from the storage bracelet. He used his divine consciousness. Lin Feng was so scared that he almost threw the storage bracelet away. This was because he had sensed a woman who was surrounded by a dense aura of death. He looked like a ghost that had crawled out of hell. Lin Feng hurriedly withdrew his divine sense. Only then did he feel much better. What bracelet is this? Make me shudder with fear? It's not a simple storage bracelet. Lin Feng frowned. He transmitted his voice to Insect King and asked, Insect King, do you know who left this bracelet behind? The Insect King replied, Master, this bracelet is said to have been left behind by one of the people who built these halls. Who built such a huge palace complex? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. This? I don't know. Bug King replied. Lin Feng nodded. He then transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord, although he did not expect the Demon Lord to answer him. However, he still wanted to give it a try. Demon Lord, do you recognize this bracelet? Lin Feng waved the storage bracelet in his hand. The Demon Lord sat on a lonely grave. He raised his eyes and looked at the bracelet in Lin Feng's hand. He revealed a strange expression and said, This seems to be the bracelet of misfortune. Bracelet of misfortune? Lin Feng immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Since it had such a name, it was definitely not a good thing. The Demon Lord said, The bracelet of misfortune is rumored to be the treasure of the ancient god of weak water. Later on, the ancient god of weak water was cast into the endless sea of weak water, never to be reborn again. The bracelet was soaked in the sea of weak water's water and was surrounded by the aura of misfortune. From then on, it became the bracelet of misfortune. Lin Feng was puzzled and asked, Who is the ancient god of weak water? The Demon Lord said, Weak water is one of the ancient gods. She was originally the master of the endless weak water, but later on, she fell in love with a man who was transformed from a heavenly demon. As an ancient god, weak water was bewitched by the heavenly demon, causing the endless sea of weak water to be tainted with the heavenly demon's aura. This angered the gods, and they used their heaven-defying magic power to turn the sea of weak water into a terrifying land of death. The sea of weak water was also turned into an ocean of death. After the ancient god of weak water was suppressed, she was eternally tortured. Lin Feng asked, That bracelet of misfortune shouldn't be harmful to me, right? The Demon Lord gloated, Rumor has it that whoever obtains the bracelet of misfortune will be plagued by misfortune. It's not a good thing for you to obtain it. Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He said, I'll just throw it away. There are some things that you can't throw away as you wish after obtaining them. The Demon Lord glanced at Lin Feng's arm, where there was an image of an ancient devil ring. What should I do now? Lin Feng asked. With your cultivation level, you can't activate the bracelet of misfortune. Perhaps when you become stronger, the bracelet will form some sort of connection with you. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng felt helpless and could only put the bracelet of misfortune away. Asterisk boom, asterisk at that moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the void. Two balls of light collided in the void. Two peerless experts were fighting. The Empress, Lin Feng was shocked. One of the two peerless experts was the Empress. The other was a middle-aged man. He looked very valiant, and his battle prowess was heaven-defying. That's the Great Void Path's expert from the Divine Temple. He's Tian Wufa's senior disciple. Some of the surrounding cultivators recognized the cultivator who was fighting with the Great Empress. Tian Wufa had been extremely arrogant, and he had wanted to take the Empress as his woman. In the end, he had almost been killed by the Empress. Although he had escaped with his life, he had lost an arm. Tian Wufa was highly valued in the Divine Temple. After all, he had only cultivated for 110 years, and he had already broken through to the creation realm. His future was limitless. But now that he had lost an arm, his potential had decreased greatly. That naturally infuriated the Divine Temple. Empress, rumor has it that your ship of the immemorial gods contains a shocking secret. You can use it to find the way to the immortal world. I'm very interested in that treasure. The Great Void Path's voice was ice-cold as he punched the Empress. You want my ship of the immemorial gods? I won't allow it. The Empress was also very strong. She waved her hand, and a Milky Way appeared and swept towards the Great Void Path. Bang, the two sides collided, and the void cracked. The Empress is too strong. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the Empress. She was the most beautiful woman on Tianwu University. Peerless and enchanting, her cultivation was heaven-defying. A man should conquer a woman like the Empress. The two sides clashed, and they were evenly matched. It won't be easy to defeat me. The Empress laughed. If the two of us join forces, will we be able to kill you? A cold voice sounded. An old man and a middle-aged cultivator stepped out of the void. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Their auras spread out. The palaces were shaking. The Qinwu people's elders, the imperial uncle of the Great Xia Empire, it was actually these two people. Previously, Lin Feng had seen them enter the abyss with the Empress. The Qinwu people's elder was called Jing Yuanlai. This person was a grand elder of the Qinwu people and had a high status. The Qinwu people's origins were extremely great. In the myths and legends, the ancestor of the Golden Crow race was the Celestial Emperor. At the end of the primordial era, the myriad worlds fell into an unprecedented chaotic war. This chaos was known as the Primordial War of the Gods. How did this war start? The fuse was the Qinwu people. One could vaguely understand the situation at that time from the myths and legends. The Celestial Emperor had 10 sons. The 10 sons lived on the Fusang tree. They were known as the Golden Crows. In the primordial era, the Golden Crow meant the incarnation of the sun. Every day, a Golden Crow would wake up and fly into the sky, turning into a divine sun. Usually, a divine sun would rise into the sky. But the 10 Golden Crows were unwilling to be restricted by this. They ignored the restrictions placed on them by the rules of heaven and earth. The 10 Golden Crows chose to rise into the sky at the same time, causing the scene of 10 suns rising into the sky. When the 10 suns rose into the sky, the ground was baked dry. Countless people died tragically because of the drought. Among the primordial races, there was a race called the Witch race. The Witch race had produced 12 ancestral witches. Each of them was a shocking figure. 100 years after the 10 suns rose into the sky, a very outstanding leader appeared in the Witch race. This leader was called Yao. He was called Di Yao by the world. Di Yao ruled a large territory. Seeing countless people die tragically because of the drought, Di Yao couldn't bear it. Di Yao went through a lot of hardships to find the 10 Golden Crows and begged them to let the people live. The 10 Golden Crows were furious. They killed Di Yao. Di Yao died tragically, and countless primordial races were devastated. Because Di Yao could be called the Sacred Emperor. He was diligent and loved the people. But he died tragically at the hands of the 10 Golden Crows. Di Yao's son, the 10-year-old Hou, swore to avenge his dead father. Later on, Hou found a mysterious meteorite from outer space and forged the sun-shooting divine bow and sun-shooting divine arrows. This sun-slaying divine bow was known as one of the 10 great primordial forbidden artifacts, the Hou bow. Hou drew his bow and shoot down the 9 suns. This was the story of Hou shooting down the sun. The Sky Emperor was furious. He killed Hou. Many ancient races were completely enraged because of this. First, Hou's father, Di Yao, was killed by the 10 Golden Crows for the sake of the world. Now, Yi was beheaded again. Many ancient races, led by the Wu tribe, started an unprecedented war against the heavenly court ruled by the heavenly emperor. And this great war swept through the heavens, with countless races participating in it. The heavenly court was destroyed. Countless ancient gods perished. This was the famous battle of the ancient gods. The end of this battle also announced the end of the most dazzling primordial era. As for this Jin Yuan lie in front of him, perhaps it was the golden crow descendant that Hui had not killed. Even though countless years had passed, Qinhua people's bloodline had long been diluted. But he was still powerful. The Great Xia Empire, on the other hand, was a power established at the end of the primordial age. It floated for billions of years. In the meantime, they had encountered calamities several times. However, this empire had been rebuilt once again. It had been passed down to this day, and was now the peak power of the Tianwu continent. Are the three of you going to gang up on me? I'm really scared. The empress looked pitiful and pitiful. Countless cultivators wanted to rush forward to protect the empress at this moment. But ordinary people could not even get close to the area where the empress and the three experts were fighting. They had not even gotten close. But they had already been torn apart by the shockwaves of the battle. The empress is in trouble now. Lin Feng frowned slightly. TSK, I didn't expect you to be such an affectionate person. Have you taken a liking to the empress? The demon lord pursed his lips. Lin Feng said indifferently. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Yes, you should get rid of those thoughts as soon as possible. How can you catch the empress eye with your little cultivation? The demon lord attacked Lin Feng without holding back. Damn it, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Lin Feng cursed the demon lord in his heart. Of course, he did not dare to curse at the demon lord. Ever since the demon lord swallowed the spirit of the Tao treasure, he had awakened his consciousness. He was becoming more and more demonic. Lin Feng naturally would not provoke him. Boom. At this moment, the three experts launched powerful attacks against the empress. Golden Crow Claw. Supreme Skybreaking Fist. Great Void Divine Slash. The three experts shouted at the same time. They leaped up. Each of them attacked. They swept over like a storm. They attacked the empress. The empress fought 1 against 3 and engaged in a fierce battle with the three experts. The three experts' auras were majestic. The more they fought, the stronger they became. And the empress was only one person. She had not cultivated for as long as the three experts. She was suppressed by the three experts. Many spectators saw that the empress was at a disadvantage in the battle. They all wanted to help the empress. Some of the cultivators even attacked. But in the end, they were killed by the shockwaves of the battle. Empress, how much longer can you last? The three experts sneered. Isn't it too early to be proud? The empress's eyes were cold. She waved her hand. Whoosh. Divine light surged, and the ship of the immemorial gods flew out. Seeing this ancient ship, the eyes of the three experts lit up. In the supreme ancient era, Diyao joined forces with the gods to create this ship. Diyao and the gods then rode the ship and crossed the supreme ancient sea to find my ancestor. After that, he was killed by my ancestor. Initially, my ancestor wanted to take the ship, but who would have thought that the ship would be so powerful? It carried Diyao's corpse and the gods of the supreme ancient era and escaped. Jin Yuanlia's eyes were burning. He talked about a secret from the primordial era. The ship of the immemorial gods was not simple. It hid a shocking secret. Attack. The three experts attacked at the same time. They wanted to kill the empress. Seize the ancient ship, at this moment. The ancient ship became bigger. The empress stepped on the ancient ship. Receive the will of the immemorial gods. Descend, immortal will of the immemorial gods. The empress's voice. It was fleeting. A mysterious shadow appeared above the ship of the immemorial gods. It was the immemorial gods. They gathered together. They were pushing a stone coffin. A valiant man lay in the coffin. That man seemed to be Emperor Yao, who was killed by the 10 golden crows. The will of the immemorial gods descended. Rays of immemorial divine light swept toward the three experts. Bang bang bang, the three experts were all sent flying by the shockwave. Humph. The three experts snorted angrily. Before they came, they had brought supreme treasures. 3 supreme Tao artifacts. Taishu sword, Fusang tree. Shenhuang bell, the 3 supreme treasures were summoned and collided with the ship of the immemorial gods. Bang, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The palaces collapsed. This kind of collision was too terrifying. Countless cultivators retreated in a sorry state. The two sides collided dozens of times, and the ground sank. Crack crack. Suddenly, the ground caved in. Then, endless divine light poured out from the ground. Everyone looked at the cracked ground. When they saw the thing that appeared from the cracked ground, everyone's expression changed drastically. Altar, it turned out to be a huge altar. A huge altar that covered more than 10 acres of land. This made everyone feel shocked and moved. This place, there was actually such a huge altar. Was this an altar left behind by the ancient era's powerhouses? Lin Feng looked carefully. Around the altar, there were huge statues. Some of the statues were in the form of gods and Buddhas. Some of the statues were in the form of ancient people. Some of the statues were in the form of heavenly demons. Some of the statues were in the form of ancient demons. These statues guarded the 4 sides of the altar. Every statue was lifelike and lifelike. And on the altar, it was densely packed with ancient runes. Those runes were like the bodies of true dragons. They densely covered the entire huge altar. Why would such an altar appear? Lin Feng muttered. He suddenly remembered that he had an epiphany in the hall and entered the world of murals. Inside the world of murals, he had seen such an altar before. That was the altar built by the ancient people when they were offering sacrifices. Of course, the scale of the altar in front of him was far from being comparable to the one in front of him. The 4 powerhouses stopped fighting and quickly flew towards the altar. From all directions, cultivators were constantly rushing towards the altar. If such a huge altar could be activated, what would happen? Many people were muttering to themselves. The shock in their hearts was indescribable with words. Obviously, the secret hidden in this altar must be incomparably shocking. However, what kind of secret was hidden? They still needed to wait for everyone to dig it out. The 4 powerhouses were also observing the altar, frowning and thinking. True dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, brilliant snake. Lin Feng looked at a corner of the altar. There were 5 sacred beasts phantoms carved there. 5 sacred beasts. They were not simple. They represented the supreme sacred beast Great Tao. Powerful. Mysterious. The leaders of countless beasts. This is Vajra, Arhat, Bodhisattva, ancient Buddha, and not far away. Lin Feng saw a picture of Buddhism. What's the use of this altar? There are actually all sorts of carvings? Lin Feng frowned. At this time, the 4 experts wanted to activate the altars. But he failed. They couldn't activate this huge altar. More and more cultivators heard the news and rushed over. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge altar. 3 days later, sounds of venting could be heard from outside. Granny Tianshan is here, someone said. This caused a huge sensation. Sky Mountain was located in the West State. This was an ancient force with a long history. Moreover, it was very mysterious. The Granny of Tianshan was the hierarch of Tianshan. Not long after, an old woman walked over while being surrounded by a myriad of stars. This old woman held a dragon-headed walking stick in her hand. She had a snow-white head and was awe-inspiring without being angry. This old woman was Granny Tianshan. The arrival of Granny Tianshan caused a huge commotion. This was because Granny Tianshan was a powerful spiritual array master. Furthermore, it was widely rumored that Granny Tianshan had already reached the level of a saint-level spirit array master. I wonder if the rumors are true, but regardless of whether this rumor was true or not, Granny Tianshan was at least a peak heaven stage spirit array master. Because 1,000 years ago, at the Spirit Array Master Conference in Zhengzhou, Granny Tianshan had appeared and displayed her powerful Spirit Array Master realm. At that time, Granny Xianxia was already a peak heaven stage spirit array master. Now, 1,000 years had passed. Who knew how powerful Granny Xianxia was, fellow cultivator of Xianxia? Jin Yuanlai, the Great Void Sect, and Siqi all cupped their fists at Granny Xianxia. Granny Xianxia smiled slightly and returned the greeting. The Empress stood not far away and didn't move. She didn't know Granny Xianxia. Fellow cultivator of Xianxia, you came at the right time. Take a look at this altar and see if there's anything mysterious about it. Jin Yuanlai couldn't wait to ask. Granny Xianxia said, fellow cultivators, don't be anxious. Let me take a look. Granny Xianxia walked on the huge altar. She observed the array patterns and drawings on the altar and frowned slightly from time to time. It was obvious that she was thinking. Granny Xianxia is very likely a saint-level spirit array master. She should be able to see the mystery of this altar. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but think. He then transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord and asked, what do you think of this altar, Demon Lord? The Demon Lord said, I can naturally see the mystery of this altar. If you want to know, you can exchange a drop of immortal divine blood for it. Then forget it. Lin Feng shrugged. The immortal divine blood was very precious. He wouldn't use it to make a deal with the Demon Lord. Moreover, Granny Xianxia might be able to discover the secret of the altar. There was no need to make a deal with the Demon Lord. Fellow cultivator of Xianxia, can you see the mystery? Asked the Great Void Path. Said Granny Xianxia. In the ancient times, sacrificial altars were built, and there were 5 types of altars. The first type was ordinary altars, which could be used to worship fake gods like mountain gods. The second type was called psychic altars, which could be used to worship small gods like river gods. The third type was called Great Tao altars, which could be used to worship true gods like dragon kings. The fourth type was called Heavenly Tao altars, which could be used to worship ancient gigantic gods. The fifth type was called Destiny altars, and according to legends, the Destiny altars were the most mysterious altars, which could be used to worship gods and Buddhas. There were countless living beings on top of the altars, which could be used to communicate with destiny. I think this altar is the Destiny altar from the legends. Even in the ancient times, the gigantic gods who could create the Destiny altar were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The altar of destiny. Many people were shocked. The word destiny. It made people's imaginations run wild. Siqi couldn't help but ask, can fellow cultivator of Tianshan open the altar of destiny? The altar of destiny is mysterious even in the ancient times. Once it's opened, nobody knows what will happen. Maybe we'll all die here. We might all die here, said Granny Tianshan gloomily. Her words made many people's expressions change. Siqi, the Great Void Path, and Jin Yuanlai couldn't help but frown. The Great Void Path clenched his teeth and said, we've seen such a mysterious altar of destiny in the ancient times. If we don't carefully examine the secrets of the altar of destiny, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Therefore, fellow cultivator of Tianshan, please think of a way to open the altar of destiny. That's right. Fellow cultivator of Tianshan, please help us. The Great Void Path and Jin Yuanlai said. Since that's the case, I'll try and see if I can open the altar of destiny. As soon as she finished speaking, Granny Tianshan flew into the air and formed thousands of inscriptions with her dragon-headed cane. Those inscriptions all entered the altar of destiny. So powerful. How powerful is her soul? How can she control so many inscriptions? It seems like the rumors of Granny Tianshan becoming a saint-level spirit array master aren't baseless. Lin Feng looked at Granny Tianshan in shock. Rumble, at that moment, the altar of destiny started to shake violently. Next, the densely packed palaces in the distance all shot out huge pillars of light. In all directions. They were all huge pillars of light. All of the pillars of light shone on the altar of destiny. Stars around the moon. Lin Feng was shocked. In the darkness, the palaces of light were like stars. The huge altar of destiny was like a bright moon. After countless rays of light entered the altar of destiny, the true dragon array inscriptions on the altar of destiny seemed to awaken. Countless inscriptions emitted shocking waves of energy. Boom, next. A pillar of light that was as thick as a mountain shot out from the altar of destiny. That pillar of light shot towards the 9 heavens, as if it was connected to the endless starry sky. In the huge pillar of light, a flight of stairs that led to the endless starry sky appeared. Heavens, the altar of destiny has changed. Where does that flight of stairs lead to? Countless shocked gazes looked at the mysterious flight of stairs that appeared in the pillar of light. Inside the demon orb. The demon lord, who was sitting on a lonely grave, looked at the mysterious flight of stairs. The stairway to heaven appeared. Where did it lead to? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the stairway to heaven in the light pillar. Where did it lead to? After a short moment of shock, the Empress was the first to rush up the stairway. When she entered the pillar of light and stepped onto the stairway, she disappeared without a trace. Why did the Empress disappear? Many people were puzzled. Granny of Tianshan. The Great Void Path. Jing Yuan Lai. Chi-Chi, the 4 powerhouses did not stop. They quickly climbed up the stairway and disappeared without a trace. They didn't disappear. After they climbed up the stairway concealed their whereabouts. A cultivator said. There must be an opportunity on the stairway. Many cultivators said excitedly. Then, they rushed up the stairway. Get lost. But at this moment, a powerhouse appeared and rushed up the stairway. With a sweep of his palm, hundreds of people were sent flying. Whoa! Many people vomited blood. The bodies of some of the weaker cultivators exploded, and they were directly killed. The person who attacked was an extremely terrifying existence. He was dressed in a black robe and emitted a cold aura. He seemed to be a demonic cultivator. That demonic cultivator disappeared into the stairway. Then, 3 more figures appeared. They were as fast as lightning. They also rushed up the stairway. 4 more powerful cultivators appeared? Lin Feng was speechless. The Great Void Path. Chi-Chi. When Jing Yuan Lai and the other 2 attacked the Empress. The 4 of them did not appear. But obviously, they must be hiding in the dark to observe. Now that the stairway to heaven appeared, they could not wait to rush up. After the 4 powerful cultivators entered the stairway, the rest of the cultivators rushed in one after another. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng entered the stairway. When he entered the world of the stairway, he found that there was another world inside. It was as if this was an independent world. Looking into the distance, he could see the blue sky, the clouds, and the palace floating in the clouds. Lin Feng quickly walked up the stairway. Soon, Lin Feng found that the higher he went, the stronger the pressure he felt. Obviously, the stairway to heaven could not be unlimited. If one's cultivation was not enough, they would not be able to go far on the stairway. One day later, Lin Feng arrived at the first level of the celestial stairway. Immortal mist lingered in the distance, and a group of palaces stretched out continuously. Many cultivators rushed towards the palaces. This heaven stairway world actually created such a strange shape? What kind of place is this celestial stairway world? Lin Feng frowned. The demon lord said, this is a world created by imitating the 33 layers of heaven. 33 layers of heaven? Lin Feng was surprised. The demon lord continued, the undying world has 33 layers of heaven, and each time you climb a layer, the difficulty will greatly increase. However, if you are able to reach the next layer, you will obtain great benefits. In the first layer of the undying world, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the treasures of heaven and earth, and the inheritances of ancient cultivators are far from comparable to the second layer of the undying world. And the second layer can't be compared to the third. If a person needs 3,000 years to reach the God realm in the first layer of heaven, then it might only take 10 years in the 33rd layer of heaven. If a person obtains a powerful Tao artifact in the first layer of heaven, they might be able to rely on it to dominate the world. However, in the 33rd layer of heaven, Tao artifacts can be found everywhere. Lin Feng said, so, since this place is an imitation of the undying world's 33 layers of heaven, does that mean that the higher you go, the more precious and rare the treasures are? The demon lord nodded and said, in theory, that's indeed the case. Lin Feng suddenly felt strange. Normally, when he asked the demon lord some questions, the demon lord would make him pay the undying divine blood. But today, the Demon Lord had taken the initiative to answer his questions. It was as rare as the sun rising from the west. Lin Feng felt that the Demon Lord had something to ask of him. Or else, he definitely wouldn't have taken the initiative to explain this heaven stairway world to him. Lin Feng asked, "Do you have something to ask of me?" The Demon Lord coughed dryly to hide his awkwardness. He said, "Later, I will bring you to the 33rd layer of heaven. Go there and see if there are any heavenly demonic stones. Help me get the heavenly demonic stone." The 33rd layer of heaven? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He said, "The pressure in this place is very strong. The higher you go, the stronger the pressure. With my cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the 33rd layer of heaven. I can help you," the Demon Lord said. "With your strength, you can go find the heavenly demonic stones yourself," Lin Feng said. He couldn't wait for the Demon Lord to leave the demon orb. As long as the Demon Lord left, Lin Feng would immediately leave. This place was an opportunity. He didn't want it anymore. To be able to get rid of the Demon Lord. This was the greatest opportunity. The Demon Lord said, "The 33rd layer of heaven will suppress everything with spirituality. When I reach the 33rd layer of heaven, I won't be able to leave the demon orb at all. Even if I can, I will be instantly sent back into the demon orb." Lin Feng said, "Those 9 experts will definitely go to the 33rd layer of heaven. I don't want to die there." The Demon Lord said, "You don't have to be afraid. The 33rd layer of heaven is a forbidden space. They won't be able to use their magic and can only use their physical strength. You cultivate the ancient dragonesque elephant technique, so your physical strength can surpass gods and demons of the same level. Although those people are much stronger than you, they won't be able to use their magic, so they won't necessarily be a match for you. I might be able to defeat them in a one-on-one fight with my physical strength, but there are 9 of them. If I go up there, the risk is too great," Lin Feng said indifferently. The Demon Lord gritted his teeth in anger and said coldly, "Kid, you just want some benefits, don't you? Just say it." Lin Feng said, "Is this the attitude you use when asking someone to do something for you? You better correct your attitude, because I have the right to refuse to cooperate with you. Kid, if we were in the ancient era, someone like you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me," the Demon Lord said coldly. "The ancient era? You're from the ancient era?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. The Demon Lord remained silent. He said, "If you agree, after this matter is over, if you encounter any danger, I will save you once. How about it? Deal?" Next, Lin Feng didn't stop and continued to head up. The 33rd layer of heaven. Obviously, there was nothing good down there. When Lin Feng arrived at the 15th layer, he felt a shocking fluctuation coming from the depths of the 15th layer. Lin Feng was just about to enter the 15th layer. Suddenly, at the entrance of the 15th layer, a cultivator attacked Lin Feng, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to kill Lin Feng right there and then. This person's attack was too fast. Bang! This attack landed on Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng felt his blood boil, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If it was anyone else receiving this palm attack, he would definitely die, in other words, Lin Feng. Cultivating the ancient dragonesque elephant art allowed one's body to surpass that of a fiend god of the same level. He actually didn't die. The cultivator who attacked had a look of surprise on his face. "You're courting death." Lin Feng roared and suddenly exploded, shrinking the ground into an inch. He instantly rushed in front of this person. Then, he struck out with his palm. The cultivator's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Feng's speed to be so fast. At this moment, facing Lin Feng's attack, it was already too late for him to use any powerful methods to block it. He had enough time to place his hands horizontally in front of him. He used the iron lock across the river. Bang! Next, Lin Feng's attack ruthlessly struck the cultivator's arm. The cultivator was sent flying backward. His face was deathly pale. Crack! Crack! His arm broke. Lin Feng entered the world of the 15th level of the heaven stairway. He didn't stop and charged towards the injured cultivator. "Brat, let's see if you dare." Not far away, there were more than a dozen cultivators. It was obvious that these people were in cahoots. These people immediately shouted coldly, with a strong sense of threat. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Feng sneered, and instantly slashed out with a heaven-splitting slash. A dazzling saber light condensed. It charged towards that cultivator. No. That cultivator let out a terrified cry. Puff, but in the next moment, his body was torn into two halves. You actually dare to kill someone from my Fire Cloud Island. No one in the world can save your life. A blue-cloaked cultivator shouted coldly. This person should have the highest status among this group of people. Fire Cloud Island? So it's the Fire Cloud Island of the East Sea World's 3 saints and 4 immortals? Lin Feng coldly glanced at these people. The 3 immortals and 4 islands were the 7 most terrifying forces in the Eastern Sea World apart from the Sea Clan. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the famous Fire Cloud Island. This was an evil force. It was extremely evil. He killed without batting an eyelid. Obviously, Lin Feng guessed that a treasure must have appeared in the world of the 15th step of the Celestial Stairway, so these people wanted to monopolize the treasure. Then, these people saw that he was about to come up. A sudden sneak attack had killed him. In this way. Then, he could take these treasures for himself. Little brat, kill yourself. If we attack you, you'll die even more miserably. The blue-cloaked cultivator sneered. A bunch of reckless fools. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he charged into the crowd. So what if they had more people? So what if there were many experts? Someone came to kill, Buddha shall slay Buddha, ghosts come to destroy ghosts, demons came to slay demons, whoever stood in his way would die, attack together and kill him. The blue-cloaked cultivator was called Hong Mingxian, and he shouted coldly. Swish! Swish, immediately. More than a dozen experts surrounded Lin Feng. These people. They were all in the Yin-Yang realm. Clearly, this was the elite force of Fire Cloud Island. They went out to do missions together. There were so many experts gathered together. Do any mission. They were all very handy. Die, brat. The cultivators of Fire Cloud Island were all grinning ferociously as they charged towards Lin Feng with various treasures in their hands. Flying swords crisscrossed. Magic treasures shot out. In the face of these attacks, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took out the bronze mirror. Lin Feng directly activated the bronze mirror. Swish swish swish, rays of bronze light swept out. Those bronze rays of light bombarded the magic treasure that was heading towards Lin Feng. Crack, crack. Immediately after. One by one, the magic treasures were shattered. The bronze mirror was indeed a bronze artifact. It was too powerful. Under the attack of the bronze treasures, more than 10 magical treasures were destroyed in an instant. Bronze? Seeing the bronze item in Lin Feng's hands, Lan Mingxian and the others' eyes immediately burst with greed. Bronze artifacts were worth it for them to fight for. Sacrifice your martial spirit to kill him. Lan Mingxian coldly shouted. Next. These cultivators of Fire Cloud Island all summoned their martial spirits. The roar of a beast shook the heavens. This was the summoning of a beast martial spirit. Black mist surged. This was a dark martial spirit. The divine weapon trembled. This was a tool martial spirit. All sorts of martial spirits were activated. Under Lan Mingxuan's lead, more than a dozen cultivators of Fire Cloud Island scattered in all directions and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing the attacks of Lan Mingxian and the others, he still activated the bronze mirror. Rays of light shot out from the bronze mirror. The power of the bronze mirror was completely displayed. The green light pierced through the martial spirits of the cultivators of Fire Cloud Island. Then, the green light continued to shoot towards the cultivators of Fire Cloud Island. The expressions of the cultivators of Fire Cloud Island changed drastically. They did not expect the power of the bronze mirror to be so powerful. These people dodged in a sorry state. But it was already too late to dodge the attack of the green light. Puff. Puff. Puff, the sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. The cultivators of Fire Cloud Island were killed one after another. Spare me. Lan Mingxian begged with a pale face. However, Lin Feng's expression was cold. He had no intention of sparing this person. The bronze mirror once again shot out a green light and killed Lan Mingxian. Those are cultivators of Fire Cloud Island, right? More than a dozen Yinyang realm experts were killed? In the distance, more and more cultivators arrived at the 15th level of the Stairway of Heaven. When they saw Lan Mingxian and the others being killed, their faces turned pale. Lin Feng took away the storage rings of Lan Mingxian and the others and quickly flew in the direction of the energy fluctuations. The others wanted to go over, but they knew that Lin Feng was so terrifying. Wouldn't it be courting death to compete with Lin Feng for the treasure? Therefore, those cultivators changed their direction and flew in another direction. After flying for about half an hour, Lin Feng saw an immortal tree in a canyon. This immortal tree was surrounded by immortal light and had more than a dozen scarlet fruits growing on it. A large amount of essence energy spewed out from the fruits. The essence energy overflowed into the air. All the pores on his body opened up and crazily absorbed the essence energy in the air. A natural treasure. Essence fruit. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually such a treasure. Essence fruits could provide a cultivator with a large amount of energy. It was said that even the effects of supreme-grade spirit stones were far from being able to compare to an essence fruit. Lin Feng quickly put away the dozen or so essence fruits. Just as he was about to leave, 3 streaks of light flew over from the distance and landed. They were 3 young cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman. All of them looked arrogant and insufferably arrogant. It's actually an essence fruit. One of the male cultivators was extremely shocked. The other person looked at Lin Feng. He looked down at Lin Feng and said disdainfully, "You took the essence fruit? Hand it over now." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Why should I hand it over? Look, it's Xianxia, Qi Lian, and Shuiziyu from the Watermoon Cave. The brat who obtained the origin essence fruit seems to be only a martial king. He actually dares to not hand over the origin essence fruit. I'm afraid only death awaits him." More and more cultivators arrived. These people recognized the cultivators surrounding Lin Feng. Those 3 people. Their origins were not simple. The Watermoon Cave was an ancient force of the Water God realm. The Water God realm could be ranked in the top 100 among the 3,000 prefectures of the Sky Martial University. As one of the 2 ancient forces of the Water God realm, the Watermoon Cave was high above and incomparably powerful. Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He coldly looked at the cultivator called Shuiziyu from the Watermoon Cave. "Those who dare to speak to me like this are already dead. Break one of your arms and I'll spare your dog life." The surroundings. Instantly, there was complete silence. Many people had incomparably astonished expressions. Was there something wrong with this brat's head? Could it be that he was scared silly? He actually dared to ask Shuiziyu to break his own arm? These cultivators were all cultivators who came later. They did not see the scene of Lin Feng killing Fire Cloud Island's Lan Mingxian and the others. Or else. They definitely wouldn't think so. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. In the eyes of these cultivators. Before Lin Feng said something like asking Shuiziyu to break his own arm. If Lin Feng handed over the origin essence fruit, then he would kowtow to Shuiziyu and the other 2 and beg for mercy. He might even be able to live. But now, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Good. I actually met such an ignorant person. Shuiziyu's expression was indifferent. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A martial king cultivator actually dared to ask him to cripple his own arm? Was he looking down on him? "Brat, I will break every bone in your body inch by inch." Shuiziyu laughed sinisterly. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. This was the world of cultivators. The strong preyed on the weak. Killing people for treasures. It was a very normal thing. The world of cultivators. Of course, there were some people with principles who wouldn't do something like killing people for treasures. However, there were even more people like Shuiziyu. Shuiziyu is going to attack. That brat is going to be unlucky. All the bones in his body are being crushed inch by inch. This is too miserable. It's worse than death. Many people began to discuss. Everybody knew that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to escape. Shuiziyu quickly arrived at Lin Feng's location and struck out with his palm. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He moved slightly to the left and dodged Shuiziyu's attack. How is this possible? Shuiziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was at the second level of Yin Yang realm. This kid is only a martial king cultivator. How could he possibly dodge his attack? The spectating cultivators were also stunned and confused. They all had shocked expressions on their faces. Sensing that something was wrong, Shuiziyu was about to retreat. But it was too late. Crack, his neck was grabbed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng lifted Shuiziyu up. Shuiziyu's face was flushed red, and his magic power was scattered. He kept struggling. Brat, let go of junior brother Shuiziyu. Brat, you dare to grab junior brother Shuiziyu. Do you want to die? Seeing Shuiziyu being grabbed by Lin Feng, Xianxia and Qi Lian immediately shouted coldly. Shuiziyu also roared, Brat, I'm a core disciple of the Water Moon Cave. Hurry up and let me go. Do you want to become enemies with the Water Moon Cave? Shuiziyu wanted to use the Water Moon Cave to threaten Lin Feng. Crack. But in the next moment, everyone heard the sound of a neck being broken. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. He actually broke Shuiziyu's neck. How dare he, how dare he? Before Shuiziyu died, his eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that the brat in front of him had actually killed him. Moreover, he didn't even say a word. Just like that, he broke his neck. Bang. Lin Feng threw Shuiziyu's corpse on the ground. If you want to kill someone and steal their treasures, you have to be aware that you will be killed. After failing to kill someone and steal their treasures, using the sect behind you to threaten others is a retarded act. Hatred has already been formed, so why would I let you off just because of a few words? Lin Feng looked at Shuiziyu's corpse with contempt. Brat, you actually killed junior brother Shuiziyu. You deserve to die. Qi Lian's face revealed a dense killing intent. Senior brother Qi Lian, let's join hands and kill him. Xianxia said. Boom. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, she and Qi Lian directly attacked. Water Dragon. Giant Python. The two of them used the Water Moon Cave's powerful inherited secret technique. Qi Lian condensed a giant dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Xianxia condensed a giant python. One dragon and one python. One left and one right. They attacked Lin Feng. Good guy, this is the Water Moon Cave's ultimate combined attack book. It's called the Dragon Snake Combined Attack. It requires a man and a woman to work together. Once the Dragon Snake Combined Attack is used, the power of the attack will be far greater than one's own power. The little boy who broke Shuiziyu's neck must have been hiding his cultivation level and caught Shuiziyu off guard. That's why Shuiziyu died so tragically. But if he wants to defeat Xianxia and Qi Lian's Dragon Snake combination attack, it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if a cultivator of the fifth layer of Yin Yang came, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Dragon Snake combination attack. That's right, it looks like this battle is about to end. That brat is going to be killed by Xianxia and Qi Lian. However, he managed to drag Shuiziyu down with him, so he didn't die in vain. Many people were pointing and discussing. No one thought that Lin Feng would be able to resist Xianxia and Qi Lian's Dragon Snake combined attack. At that moment, the Dragon Snake combined attack had already arrived. Lin Feng was about to be killed by the Dragon Snake combined attack. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. Fighting intent, this was a sudden burst of fighting intent. The fighting intent was like a sword, slash, puff. Puff, Dragon Snake, they were all killed. This, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Xianxia and Qi Lian saw the scene. They were almost scared to death. Their Dragon Snake combined attack. Even if they were to fight against a cultivator at the fifth layer of the Yin Yang realm, they were confident that they wouldn't lose. However, now, it was broken in an instant. The two of them were scared out of their wits. They turned around and wanted to escape. But Lin Feng didn't give them the chance to escape. He quickly rushed in front of the two of them. His left hand grabbed Xianxia's neck. His right hand grabbed Qi Lian's neck. Lin Feng lifted the two of them up. The two of them looked at Lin Feng in fear. "We were wrong, please spare us," Qi Lian begged. Only now did he realize that the small fry that he looked down on and thought that he could knead at will was actually so powerful. If he knew that he was so terrifying, he wouldn't have provoked this killing god. Qi Lian's heart was filled with endless regret. But in this world, there was no medicine for regret. "I'm willing to give up my virginity, I'm willing to serve you, you can play with me however you want, please spare my life," Xianxia begged. His original pride had long since vanished, and what remained was only fear. Crack, crack. But in the next moment, their necks were broken by Lin Feng. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Those who kill others will be killed by others. His expression was indifferent. After leaving behind these words, he rushed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh my God, who is that brat? Isn't he too powerful? That's right, crushing a yin-yang realm cultivator is as easy as crushing an ant. He looks to be around 20 years old. What a monster. On the spot, a group of cultivators was left discussing. Everyone was guessing who Lin Feng was. End of chapter 752. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.